Chapter 94. Zhuo rushed into the washroom anxiously. It wasn't important to take advantage of the situation. It would be great if the benefactor could help Nian Cat and help her get through the death calamity. However, Zhuo looked at himself in the mirror for a long time and almost cursed it out loud. He cursed. Where was the benefactor? Why were the 5 of them the only ones who could take advantage of the situation? This was too fucking unfair. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was originally bright and cheerful because he had received 1,000 yuan subsidy, but after he came back from the washroom, his face turned dark and gloomy. He brazenly attacked the 5 people and beat them up again and again. He was so envious and jealous that he was going crazy. I can't beat them anymore. Wanli Xiao was the one who screamed, "I'm going to be disfigured." As she screamed, Zhuo Xiaoduo punched her in the face and sent her flying. Wanli Xiao flew more than 100 feet away. She lay on the ground and covered her nose as she screamed, "You bastards! I'm a girl. I'm a beauty." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo punching and kicking Long Yuxing and the other 3 people away. Then, he rushed toward her. Wanli Xiao yelled, "I'm going to kill you." Before she could finish her sentence, she turned around and rushed into the washroom. Zhuo Xiaoduo. He almost followed her into the washroom and beat her up for 3 days. Zhuo Xiaoduo beat the 5 people with all his might. The 5 people who were weaker in cultivation could only take it passively. However, as they fought, they found that their resistance was much stronger. However, Zhuo still felt it was unfair. During the training, he said, "You 5, come to massage Zhuo's legs and shoulders." Long Yuxing and the others. When Qin Fanyang came to the field, he saw this scene. Mr. Zhuo was lying on the recliner. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiao, Yu Moyan, Li Chenglong, and the other 3 were waiting on him with sullen faces. Wanli Xiao's hands moved quickly and massaged his shoulders. Li Changming and Li Chenglong each massaged his arms. Finally, Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan massaged his legs. Mr. Zhuo was lying on his back. He squinted his eyes and yelled from time to time, "Shoulders harder. The key is the clavicle point. Xiao, your hand speed is good, but your hand strength is too weak. Didn't you eat? Put more strength. You're already so big, and you're not even a massage." Long Yuxing thighs. A little higher, a little higher, a little higher. Ouch. Where the hell are you pinching? Li, are you mute? Do you need to move your mouth for a massage? Don't you know that your mouth is idle? Can't you talk about history while massaging? Talk about the Umno Alliance? Talk about killing wolves. You guys listen carefully. This is all knowledge. Gu Luoyan? What about Gu Luoyan? I'm not listening. Talk about the Umno Alliance. Don't waste time. If you dawdle, I'll beat you up and make you swollen. Qin Fanyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he saw this strange scene. What was going on this time? They're too good at enjoying themselves. This is the training field, the martial arts field, the place to practice martial arts. Teacher Qin didn't say a word. In a flash, he was already near with Xiaoduo and the others. He pulled Wanli Xiao away and pressed his hands on her. Mr. Zhuo squinted his eyes happily. Yes, this is the strength. Ha, not bad, not bad. You've improved. Masters was suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream that was absolutely earth-shattering. What the fuck? La 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 la. What the fuck? Masters' voice changed, and even his face turned yellow. Large beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead. He struggled to turn around and look at her. Little girl, I think you don't want to get better. Watch me give you a swollen punch. Teacher Qin? Qin Fanyang sneered at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo, you sure know how to enjoy life. Not only did she have to enjoy a massage, she even had to listen to a storyteller. Are you planning to live a comfortable life straight away? Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed dryly. No. Teacher Qin, please listen to me. You must listen to me. It's mainly because my 5 junior brothers and sisters are too considerate of me. They see that I fight with them every day, and it's really too tiring, so they took the initiative to serve me. Ha ha. This is the friendship between classmates, the sincerity between fellow students, and the camaraderie between fellow students in the future. He turned around and said, Don't you think so? Zhuo Xiaoduo glared at him. He thought that everyone was intimidated by his abuse of power. No, it was friendship, camaraderie, and camaraderie. They would definitely approve of it. Unfortunately, Wanli Xiao and the others obviously didn't intend to give him face. After all, if they admitted it, Teacher Qin wouldn't stand up for them in the future. No, Teacher Qin, he forced us to do it. Yes, as long as you're not around, Zhuo Xiaoduo will abuse his power. Not only will he beat us up, but he also forced us. No matter what, I'm still a lady from a respectable family. He forced me. Wanli Xiao's words could be said to have destroyed the current atmosphere. Respectable lady? You? The six of them, including Qin Fanyang, looked at Wanli Xiao with eyes full of suspicion and disbelief. Did he make a mistake by saying that? It's not like I've never seen a lady from a respectable family. Was there a lady from a respectable family who was beaten up every day until her face was disfigured? Didn't she have a bloody nose and a swollen face every day? Respectable lady? It's true. Wanli Xiao was anxious. My father is. I'm not listening. Zhuo Xiaoduo took the lead, and the other students shook their heads. Can we not talk about family background? That's too boring. Who doesn't have a family background? It's embarrassing to talk about that. We don't have to fight for our own path. Let's not talk about other things. I have my own struggles too. Wanli Xiao felt wronged. I'm a beauty. Beauty. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The five boys winked at her. Wanli Xiao was so angry that her stomach almost exploded. You're all straight men. You're all destined to be alone. Beauty One cursed, turned around, and walked away. Where are you going? Bastards? Can't you see that it's already 6:30? School is over. If you're so capable, stay here and don't leave. Wanli Xiao cursed and walked away. Oh, it's already so late. I'm leaving too. Long Yusheng and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They got up and ran away quickly. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you stay here. Qin Fanyang called out to Zhuo Xiaoduo, who wanted to take the opportunity to run away. Why are you leaving? Don't be in a hurry. I see that your foundation hasn't been stabilized yet. You'll have to touch again soon. Come. I'll help you consolidate it. It won't take much time. No. In less than half a minute, Uncle Zhuo was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Qin Fanyang squatted beside him and stepped on his back. I said it won't take much time. You were taken care of everywhere just now. I just missed a step on your back. I'll make it up for you. Burp. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept burping. Teacher, I'm wrong. Wrong? What's wrong? I'm wrong. I'm wrong because I didn't see you coming. I won't dare to do it again. Burp. Eat dirt. Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted and bit on the ground. Teacher, I'll eat it. Fuck. Qin Fanyang was speechless facing this lazy guy. He let go of his foot and let him get up. Around the corner, the five little heads retracted their heads in satisfaction and left. That felt great. We'll let you bully us again. And we'll think of a way to provoke him again tomorrow and let him hit us. Then, we'll think of a way to lure Teacher Qin here and beat him up again. The five of them winked at each other. As long as they could see Zhuo Xiaoduo get beaten up, why would the five of them be poisoned? That was insignificant. Watching Zhuo Xiaoduo get beaten up every day was a great pleasure. You've been looking for books about hidden weapons in the school library these days. Qin Fanyang asked, what are you planning to do? I've already made up my mind. That's why I'm searching for skill books. It's not time for me to form a fighting style yet. In order to prevent my natal weapon from being fixed too early, I have to find another way. As a martial artist, there are too many risks that I have to face at all times. Finding something to defend myself is a foolproof plan, Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously. Based on this consideration, I've chosen to prepare some hidden weapons. Jianghu is dangerous, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. There are some things that we have to guard against. Qin Fanyang squinted at him and smiled faintly. You're young, but you're quite far-sighted. Teacher, you flatter me. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded proudly. Suddenly, he said with some surprise, Teacher Qin, you seem to be very happy these days. Qin Fanyang laughed and said, Am I? Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. More than that, Qin Fanyang's current conduct was like the word happy hanging on his face. Even his walking was much more relaxed than before. During class, he was not even interested in joking with the students. Occasionally, he would pull with Xiaoduo out and beat him up excitedly. Well, this was how Teacher Qin behaved when he was happy. This was something that all the students in Class 9 could see. However, this was only revealed in their own class. Other than that, although he was also relaxed in places where there was no one, when he was in front of others, his face returned to being serious and unapproachable. Qin Fanyang chuckled and said, "Look at my face again." Damn, so Xiaoduo was depressed. Was he treating him as a free labor? However, he still looked at it with a frown. It's not much different from the last time I saw it. There are some changes. So Xiaoduo was really surprised this time. The things that happen to him these days seem to be a bit strange. Why do the faces of everyone around him change to a certain extent? This shouldn't be. The subscription data was not very ideal. 4,800 for 24 hours, less than 5,000. I still need more. I need subscriptions, monthly tickets, and recommendation tickets. Chapter 95. Normally, a person's physiognomy wouldn't change much once they were born, unless they encountered a major event. The so-called major change was the kind of encounter that could change the course of the person's life. Ordinary people rarely had the chance to encounter such a major event. For example, a car accident, paralysis, divorce, serious injury, illness, or the breakup of a lover who had been deeply in love for many years, or the death of a loved one. All of these could change the life trajectory of the person involved. Of course, if you met the person you were destined to meet, your life trajectory would also change. Life wasn't just about reporting the bad news and not the good news. One had to encounter all of the above to be able to change one's physiognomy. At the same time, changing one's physiognomy also meant that one's fate had changed. This sudden turn of events caused the predetermined direction of fate to change in another direction. What change? Qin Fanyang asked with a smile. Give me a word. Life is full of setbacks. I don't have the ability to deduce it. Qin Fanyang purposely made things difficult and said, "It's not that troublesome. I'll stick with this word." As he spoke, he used his hand to write another word, Qian, on the ground in front of him. This Qian word, your writing style, technique, and bearing are all different. So Xiaoduo was more and more surprised and said, "Teacher Qin, you've really encountered a good thing." This Qian word starts with the word grass. There are fragrant grasses everywhere in the world, or withered and flourished all the time. This grass of yours is full of vitality. There is still hope for this relationship after all. Qin Fanyang was overjoyed when he heard this and asked, "Really? There's a turn for the better?" However, even if the grass has signs of flourishing and withering, the Qian word at the bottom is still withered and slightly deviated. It's still the original result, but it's much better than before. After all, there are fragrant grasses everywhere in the world. In other words, you can see that person at any time. So Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said solemnly, which was rare for him, "Of course, water has a source, and trees have roots. It's a good thing that withered trees can come back to life. But too much is as bad as not enough. That grass can only be seen on the ground. It can't go any further. If it's forcefully pulled up, it will only have the word withered." Also, the word grass still started with the word tomb. Teacher Qin, your final outcome is still ordinary. The day you recognize each other is the day you are buried. Be careful, be careful. So Xiaoduo said in a deep voice, "Mr. Qin, you have to make a careful decision. It's better not to meet her." Qin Fanyang was silent for a long time before he said softly, "I am already very satisfied to know that she is safe." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Aren't you looking for books related to concealed weapons? I can help you with this. Come with me." "Help me?" So Xiaoduo was flabbergasted, but he still followed Qin Fanyang. As Qin Fanyang walked, his heart surged with emotions. That day after seeing He Yuanyue, his blood surged. He vomited blood and fainted on the spot. When he woke up, he was already in his own bed. His mind went blank. He was just mumbling. Why is it He Yuanyue? Why was it He Yuanyue? Not Lu Qianqian. However, in the midst of his disappointment, he suddenly seemed to have grasped something. Qin Fangyang's spirits were lifted at once. This isn't right. I am Fangyang, and she is Yuan Yue? What a coincidence. My heart is like the bright moon, shining on you every night. Is it this month? If all these are just conjectures, then. I only said that my wife is missing, but she said that. Newlyweds suddenly separated. I didn't say that she was a newlyweds, so why did she say newlyweds? I have traveled the whole world, but I have never found a place of peace in my heart. Why did I find it here? The more Qin Fangyang thought about it, the more excited he became. She is 100% my Qianqian, but she doesn't want to acknowledge me. It's the same reason she left that year. You don't want to acknowledge me? Oomph. From that day onwards, Qin Fangyang suddenly felt that the clouds parted to see the blue sky. His eyes were full of sunshine. It's good to finally find you. I know what you're worried about, and I know how stubborn you are. For the time being, let me protect you in silence. However, in some crowded places, it was a little difficult to keep a straight face like before. However, fortunately, there was still Xiaoduo. He was really a lucky star that fell from the sky. If he held in too much, he would beat him up. After beating him up, he felt refreshed. What a good student. So Xiaoduo followed Qin Fangyang all the way to the office building and went straight to the top floor. The top floor of the office building was a large flat floor. The elevator door opened. Someone was about to come in and was stunned when she saw the two of them. Instructor Qin? Xiaoduo? It was Hu Ruoyun. Instructor Hu. Xiaoduo bowed respectfully. Why are you here? Hu Ruoyun was surprised. At least, from what she knew, Qin Fangyang and Xiaoduo were not supposed to be on the top floor. It's like this. Qin Fangyang frowned and said in a lonely voice, Xiaoduo has recently broken through to martial master level. He's about to face the important juncture of 3 touches and 5 evaluations. Hu Ruoyun became nervous when she heard that. She said, What do you mean, Instructor Qin? I think that Xiaoduo is still far from being able to form his fighting style. His strength is still in the middle stage. The most important thing is that this child has a jumpy personality, and it's not suitable for him to be fixed with traditional weapons. So he wants to figure out the way of hidden weapons. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. But I really don't know much about hidden weapons. There are no books in the library to refer to. Now that Headmaster Li is not here, I'm really afraid of delaying the child's cultivation. Hu Ruoyun said, Instructor Qin, you're really thoughtful, but there are no books in the library. She frowned. Who is more proficient in hidden weapons? Qin Fangyang said, Headmaster, he should know best. Why don't you ask him for us, Instructor Hu? Or we can directly ask the old principal for advice. Qin Fangyang's face suddenly turned pale. He covered his chest and coughed softly. He said, After all, the headmaster knows best. It's our good fortune to ask him for advice. Hu Ruoyun asked with concern, Instructor Qin, your injury hasn't healed yet? Qin Fangyang waved his hand nonchalantly. It's an old problem. It's not a problem. As he said that, he pretended to be relaxed and laughed out loud. Hu Ruoyun was also more concerned about Xiaoduo. She thought quickly and said decisively, I'll take you to see the headmaster now. It was an extraordinarily spacious office with floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides. The floor was unusually flat and suitable for wheelchairs. The old woman, Yuan Yue, had already heard that there were guests. Her eyes flashed with a trace of uncertainty, but she quickly recovered. Qin Fangyang walked in with Xiaoduo. Qin Fangyang's complexion was much better than before, but it was still a little pale. However, it was hard to tell if one didn't look closely. The moment Xiaoduo saw the old headmaster, he suddenly had a feeling of realization. Although this was the first time Xiaoduo met the old headmaster, Yuan Yue, he knew what kind of person Master Zuo was. The old headmaster and Instructor Qin were obviously a couple. Even if they had gone their separate ways, the ties between lovers were still as clear as day. Looking at the situation, Master Zuo was obviously used by old Qin. Xiaoduo instantly understood the current situation. He glanced at Qin Fangyang and thought, this old man is quite smart. However, although he was used, Xiaoduo didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, He felt uneasy. Old Chin, you have to hold it in. You have to hold it in. I didn't say it casually when I said that reuniting with you would be forever. Old headmaster, Qin Fangyang said respectfully, last time. I offended you. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. He Yuanyue said faintly. It's okay. Instructor Qin has always been diligent in teaching and is very effective. I admire you very much. Old headmaster, you're too kind. Qin Fangyang respectfully told her about Xiaoduo and said, Now, this is the problem. Old headmaster, you see, this child is very talented. Hidden weapons. He Yuanyue looked at Xiaoduo from head to toe. Xiaoduo showed an innocent and shy smile at the right time. He looked like a young boy who was uneasy in front of his leader. Show me your hand. He Yuanyue moved her wheelchair and came in front of Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo stretched out his hand. He Yuanyue only glanced at it and nodded. The shape of your hand is excellent. It's indeed the best material to use hidden weapons. However, your hand is too strong. It's more suitable for heavy weapons. Xiaoduo's hand was very big. It was almost twice the size of a normal person's hand. Qin Fangyang said respectfully, he hasn't reached the embryonic breathing realm yet. If he forms a weapon now, it will be a hindrance in the future. Looking at it this way, there's still a long time before he can form his life weapon. Therefore, he intends to practice his hidden weapons now to deal with the tasks of the martial arts master level. He Yuanyue agreed. That's a very good plan. Now is indeed the best time. The martial arts master level is the best time to train one's control. The martial arts warrior level is too early. If you force it, it will be like pulling the seedlings to help them grow. However, this child seems to have reached the pinnacle of the martial arts master level. Qin Fangyang's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, Yes, but this child broke through to the martial arts master level less than a week ago. He is only at his current level because of a fortuitous encounter. He Yuanyue suddenly became serious. Opportunity. She looked at Xiaoduo's face and said calmly, Teacher Qin, you have to be careful with what you say, especially the word opportunity. You can't say it casually. At this moment, He Yuanyue's eyes were a little serious. Only when one reached a certain level would one understand the meaning of the word opportunity. Under normal circumstances, those who could obtain an opportunity were those who were favored by the heavens. At the very least, they could be the central figure in a small circle. They were also the protagonists that people often talked about. Opportunity was definitely not something that everyone had. I won't write about Teacher Qin's thoughts in detail. If you scold me again, think about it yourselves. Yes, as usual. It's as usual. Looking for monthly votes, subscription, and recommendation tickets. I'll add more chapters for the league leaders in the afternoon. I have a stockpile of chapters, so I can be willful. Awesome. Chapter 96. Qin Fangyang replied calmly. I know. I'm sure. It's fate. He Yuanyue heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Yours was Xiaoduo? Xiaoduo answered obediently, yes. Little Nyener. He Yuanyue drawled. My sister. Xiaoduo chuckled. Didn't you say your sister is disabled and has cerebral palsy? Qin Fangyang interrupted. Ha! He Yuanyue burst into laughter. Her smile was one of genuine joy. Qin Fangyang looked at He Yuanyue's smile. His expression did not change at all, but deep in his eyes, there was a trace of affection. Sure enough, you can't change the habit of smiling. The left side of your lips will always be the first to curl up at that time. What I liked most was to see you smile that your smile will never change. My love for you will never change until death. Xiaoduo was extremely embarrassed. He explained in exasperation. She's just a little stupid. Why don't we? Well, he could not make it up anymore. The old woman in front of him obviously knew his sister. If his sister heard what he said, he would definitely be in trouble. That He Yuanyue's smile deepened. Let's get down to business, kid. Show me your finger. Xiaoduo was very smart. He stretched out his right hand and withdrew 4 fingers, only showing the ring finger. Then, the ring finger nimbly turned a circle, bent, hooked, stabbed, and flung. He did all kinds of movements. He Yuanyue's eyes lit up. One had to know that among the 5 fingers, the ring finger was the most blunt. Zhuo Xiao's ring finger was already able to make such a nimble movement. One could only imagine how nimble the other fingers were. He was truly a pair of skillful hands. Very good. She pondered for a moment and said, Royun, remember to come to me tomorrow. I'll go back and find the 100-weapon spectrum. Then you can send it to Teacher Qin. Qin Fangyang hurriedly said, There's no need to trouble Teacher Hu. I'll come again tomorrow. That's fine too. Qin Fangyang said, There's one more thing. Old principal, I have some questions that I'd like to ask. Would it be convenient for you? He Yuanyue frowned and said impatiently, What is it? The current students have changed a lot compared to the past few batches. Perhaps teacher, he has noticed it as well. It's probably because Phoenix City is located in a remote area, so life is relatively easy. Especially in the past few years, as technology has become more and more advanced, the students' laziness and enjoyment have increased day by day. Coupled with the so-called carpe diem atmosphere, it has caused their mentality to become biased. I have a headache over this, but I can't think of a solution. I think that maybe we can improve this problem in the martial arts school, but I don't know where to start. If there is really an effective method, it will be of great benefit to the future of the students. Qin Fangyang said. After hearing Qin Fangji's words, He Yuanyue immediately fell into deep thought. This was indeed a new problem that had emerged as their lives became more and more comfortable over the years. Nowadays, there were indeed signs that money was the most important thing in society. A person's life is but 100 years. Even if you enjoy it now and then, how long can you be happy? Happiness proves that you are still alive. Happiness in body and mind is the best for you. Such arguments were incessant and became more and more intense. That's good too. He Yuanyue looked at Qin Fangyang again. She felt that he was really full of worry about this and didn't sense anything else. She finally relaxed and said, I'm grateful that Teacher Qin has such a great heart. If you have any feasible suggestions, you are welcome to discuss them with me. Thank you, old principal. Qin Fangyang didn't show any signs of joy. He was still deep in thought. He sighed and said seriously, When it comes to teaching, it is easy to spread the fragrance of the peach forest, but it is very difficult to achieve great results. He Yuanyue felt the same. By the time Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue left the office and went to the field, it was already late. The two quietly walked to the school gate. Qin Fangyang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, Remember to come early tomorrow. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, Teacher Qin, why did your face change? Don't you want to say a few words of thanks? Thank you. Qin Fangyang nodded and then kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo out of the school gate. The most sincere gratitude is practical action. If you can use your hands, don't use your mouth. Whoosh. His meridians felt pleasant. Cool air poured down from the top of his head. It was so comfortable that Zhuo Xiaoduo almost moaned. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned when he felt a whole drop of luck points enter his account again. This was a whole drop. It was enough to cleanse all the meridians in his body. Most importantly, he could see another person's misfortune for 3 more months. But why was there a drop? Where did this theory come from? Where did it come from? Where did this reward come from? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought hard for a long time and organized the timeline of today's events. The timeline of events, the physiognomy, the word reading, the meeting with the old principal, and the kick. I fucking understand now. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned by his own understanding. What kind of explanation was this? Kicking me was actually my reward, and it was converted into such a generous reward. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around like a thief. This matter could not be known by others. Otherwise, he would be beaten up every day after reading someone's physiognomy, that even if the reward was generous, 8 or 10 times a day would not be too much. But the title of masochist that came with it was something he could not accept. Just think about it. The divine image of a generation, the incomparable hero Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was also known as the masochist, how could he bear it? But now it was a good thing. There were 3 drops. When he saw Meng Qintian, he had to take a look. Why wasn't he here yet? As the matter fermented, It gradually evolved into a thorough investigation of the entire Yenwu Empire. Every student who graduated from Phoenix City's #2 high school was the focus of attention, especially the students taught by Mu Yunfeng and a few other teachers. Almost all of them were suspended from their positions and were being investigated and probed. The scope of the investigation was like a rolling snowball, expanding rapidly. In the end, more than 9,000 people were investigated. A super major case involving more than 9,000 people had shaken the entire Central Plains. During this time, Phoenix City was also in an uproar. The families behind the hundreds of students who were taken away covered almost all the businesses in Phoenix City. Many of them were the only children in their families. Suddenly involved in this matter, the parents almost went crazy. Those with connections looked for connections. Those with connections asked for help. Those with connections asked for help, and those with money threw in all kinds of money. All kinds of forces were active everywhere. Unfortunately, this matter had already involved Star Shield. No matter who came forward, there were only 3 words: no good. Jumping up and down in anxiety? Even if they fell sick from anxiety, it would not be good. Those who spoke rudely and were directly arrested. Could it be that you're also a suspect? Star Shield's director Jiang did come forward, but only said a few words of comfort. There is a problem with the students. Although we are not sure what their true intentions are, it is a fact that they have been tricked. They need to go through the crystal trial and go to Qingxin Lake to remove the enchantment before they can go home. I believe that the parents do not want their children to become spies on the battlefield, right? Also, you parents shouldn't just think about your children. For the next month, stay in Phoenix City. No one is allowed to go out. Anyone who shows signs of escaping without permission will be killed without exception. Now, all of you go home and wait for the summons. It had to be said that the people who did not listen to any persuasion or explanation became obedient in an instant. The entire Phoenix City, all the law enforcement agencies, all the experts were operating with unprecedented efficiency. Even the experts from the major sects who were stationed here participated in the Qingxing operation. Yes, it was the Qingxing operation. Xiao Duo, who was the instigator of this storm, was now flushed with success. He got the custom-made hidden weapons. There were a total of 10,000 hidden weapons, all made of jade. Red, green, yellow, white, blue darts, buttons, gourds, small melons, small flowers, small rings, there were all kinds of designs. According to Zhuxianyan, so the Xiao Duo made 1,000 of the shiny things that little girls liked the most. When Xiao Duo carried these things home like a scalper, he was immediately tortured and interrogated. So Xiaoyan flew into a rage on the spot. What are you trying to do with these shiny things? Speak. Speak honestly. Are you trying to use these things to trick girls? Speak. Speak honestly. What are you trying to do? Why did you make such flashy things? Speak. Speak honestly. Zhuxianyan was so angry that her lips were trembling. She looked like a wife who had caught her husband having an affair. She was flustered and exasperated, filled with grievances and anger. What's more, this time, no one in the family stood on Zhuo Xiao's side. Zhuo Changlu. This is outrageous. This is a waste of money. Wu Yuding. This is outrageous. How can you bring these things home? Zhuo Xiaoyan was about to cry. Mom, what do you mean by that? Is it reasonable for him to pick up girls? Is it tolerable for him to be sneaky? How can you be so biased? Wu Yuding slapped the back of Zhuo Xiao's head and scolded. You brat, how dare you? Zhuo Xiaoduo felt so wrong that he couldn't speak. Who? Who said I wanted to pick up girls? These are hidden weapons. Hidden weapons. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked helpless. I was planning to use these to practice martial arts. Who are you kidding? Mom and Dad don't know martial arts. I don't understand. Who would choose to use such fragile things to practice martial arts? So Xiaoyan added insult to injury. Mom, I heard that there's a girl in the top 3 in their class, and she is the youngest daughter of Governor Wan. Humph. Wu Yuding's eyes lit up. Governor Wan's youngest daughter? Is she pretty? How's her figure? She's in the same class as Xiao Duo, so she must be a few years younger than Xiao Duo, right? So Xiaoyan's mouth was wide open in shock. Chapter 97. Not even Governor Wan's daughter. Wu Yuting hurriedly corrected herself. Tell me, what do you see in her? So Xiao Duo looked miserable. This is really a hidden weapon. I don't know how much effort I put in to get it. How can I endure those supercilious looks? Mom, Dad, Sister Nian Nian, it's like this. So Xiao Duo used his fastest speed to explain everything from beginning to end and said, this is all Uncle Nan's fault. The cultivation technique he gave me is indeed very good, but the effect is too good. Don't talk about steel even if it's gold when it's in my hands. As long as I use my cultivation technique and inject my star spirit force, it will become soft. If you don't believe me, look. As he spoke, he took out a few other hidden weapons made of metal that he had stolen along the way. He placed them in the palm of his hand and circulated his energy. Before the hidden weapons could become soft, the temperature of the entire room had risen sharply. Then, the whole family watched helplessly as the irregularly shaped metal pieces became soft in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands. Not only could he manipulate them at will, but he could also mix them with each other with just a flick of his hand. I tried 13 moves and tried all the hidden weapons in the largest weapon store in Phoenix City, but there wasn't a single hidden weapon that could withstand it. In the end, I found out that even though the quality of these jadeites wasn't that great, they were able to withstand the infusion of my spiritual essence and were completely unaffected. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out a small by jade gourd the size of a fingernail. Look carefully, look seriously. The same technique and the same temperature in a room. The white jade gourd was safe and sound. It was as cool as before. So that's how it is. Then buying these little things is not a waste of money. Zhuo Chonglu was relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hurry up and stop your technique. Your mom and I are ordinary people. How can we withstand it? We're going to get a heat stroke. You're not allowed to use your technique in the living room anymore. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly stopped channeling. Zhuo Xiaonian released her cold qi at the right time to reduce the heat. She smiled through her tears and said, so these little things are really concealed weapons. Then he asked suspiciously, then why did you make it into such a shape? Isn't it too exquisite? Can't you just make it into a throwing knife or a dart? How is that the same? Zhuo Xiaoduo said indifferently. Then he puffed up his chest imperceptibly and said, these hidden weapons of mine have different meanings. For example, if I use a button to fight against an enemy, it means I'm giving him a way out. If I use a ring, it means I'm going to kill him. If I use a gourd, it means I'm going to kill him. This flower means I'm going to make friends with him. As for this dart, it means I'm going to chase him to the ends of the earth until he dies. Of course, these are just some of my thoughts for now. When I become famous in the future, I'll explore further. So the Xiaoduo puffed out his chest and raised his head, saying, in the future, when our Jianghu friends are familiar with each other, they will naturally understand the true meaning behind Little Zhuo Lingyu's peerless and unparalleled name. Oh, the whole family understood. So you're just pretending. Why would I be pretending? Zhuo Xiaoduo saluted Zhuo Xiaonian reservedly and said, Miss, I'm Zhuo Xiaoduo, known as Young Master Yu in the Jianghu. Please enlighten me. Young Master Yu. Ha ha. Zhuo Xiaonian covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her eyebrows were curved. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting rolled their eyes in unison and turned around in unison. Mom. Zhuo Xiaonian immediately stopped Wu Yuting and complained, you're biased. I heard it just now. Wu Yuting laughed dryly and said, Nian, there are many things in this world that can't be judged on the surface. Besides, my Nian is so beautiful. Even if I were to be biased, it would be Nian. Nian, I'll make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs for you tonight. I'm still angry. Zhuo Xiaonian pouted. Then add in a sweet and sour fish. I'm still angry. Okay. Add in a cherry soup and a coleslaw pork ear. Will that do? Okay. Zhuo Xiaonian beamed and helped Wu Yuting into the kitchen to supervise the cooking. She flattered, Mom, I actually understand. After all, Xiao Duo is your biological daughter. As for me, at most, I'll be a daughter-in-law in the future, half a daughter. Girl, where did you learn to talk like that? What daughter-in-law? Half a daughter? You're my biological daughter. Wu Yuting hit Zhuo Xiaonian on the head and said, Nian, you have to keep an eye on Xiao Duo. This kid is very clever. When he was young, he said that he would disappear without a trace. You have to be careful. Zhuo Xiaoyan pursed her lips and even showed her canine teeth. She nodded vigorously and said, "Mom, don't worry. With me around, he won't be able to cause any trouble in this lifetime. He won't be able to escape from the palm of your daughter's hand." Wu Yuting smiled and pinched her daughter's tender cheeks. "You have a glib tongue. It's only right that you help me prepare the ingredients. Okay, come." So Xiaoduo hung a sign in the living room with the words Nian Nian Cat written on it. It was half the size of a poker card. A red dot was drawn in the middle. It was used as a symbol to train the hidden weapons. Whoosh, 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 but it was very accurate. Flick, twist, float, shoot, circle point one by one. The delicate little things accurately hit Nian Nian Cat. So Xiaoduo beamed with joy. He was only practicing the skills now. He hadn't increased his strength and lethality yet. He also hadn't infused the spiritual source of the blazing sun divine skill into the jade stone. After all, it was better not to use this skill at home. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already very satisfied to be able to do this just at the beginning of his cultivation. Before Zhuo Xiaoyan came out, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly put away the cards and continued to shoot around. Wu Yuting and Zhuo Chonglu were annoyed by this scene. They looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with disdain and disdain. The floor was full of small gourds. If he wasn't careful, he would slip. What a naughty child. Zhuo Chonglu was speechless. On the other hand, Zhuo Xiaoduo was still in high spirits. Zhuo Chonglu had the urge to pull out his belt several times, but he restrained himself. This is what it means to raise a son. Zhuo Chonglu looked up at the sky and sighed gloomily while eating. I can't wait to beat him up 8 times a day. When I was young, I looked forward to growing up. Now that I've grown up, I'm so angry with him that my liver swells. When he's really sensible, he won't be angry with you anymore. You'll be old. What the hell is this? Wu Yuting's expression was a little melancholy. Then, she smiled gently and said in a rather zen manner, "This is life." Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting looked at each other. They suddenly understood from each other's eyes. Yes, perhaps this was the true meaning of the fireworks in the human world. For a moment, the two of them were touched. This touch caused the two of them to suddenly feel a little stunned. Could it be that they had taken the wrong path before? What was the purpose of training in the boundless secular world? How did the so-called training of the human heart go that night? So Xiaoyan carried Xiaoduo and flew all the way to find a spacious place to practice their hidden weapons. So Xiaoyan tested the jade hidden weapons a few times. She was surprised to find that the jade hidden weapons were more controllable. Damn, you could try to control them. After your hidden weapons break through the opponent's surface defense, they will shatter and explode. That should increase the lethality of your attacks. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes flashed. Sister Nian Nian, you're really sinister. You can even think of such a vicious method. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about the feasibility of this method and the actual attack effect. Suddenly, he shuddered and said with a pale face, "A woman's heart is indeed the most vicious." Unsurprisingly, the words that came out of his mouth attracted another 13 bungee jumps in the sky. Only in the sky did the expert who was on duty to protect Phoenix City today was hidden in the clouds with a face full of surprise. Whoosh! A head popped out from the clouds below his feet and then fell down. Whoosh! It popped up again. Whoosh! Damn it, I want to be lazy today and went a lot lower. Now it seems that I should go a little higher. This bread almost crawled into my butt. The man rolled his eyes and silently flew to a higher position. This height was obviously not safe at all. Zhuo Xiaoyan taught Zhuo Xiaoduo the basic postures for an entire night. You think a hidden weapon is just a shot? You're so wrong. So wrong that it can't be any more wrong. When using a hidden weapon, the eyes, the body, and the hands are not important. The direction and position of the feet, the strength of the feet, the strength of the legs, the strength of the waist, the strength of the shoulders, the vibration of the wrists, the flexibility of the fingers. All of these forces are gathered at one point. Yes, the most important thing is the strength of the waist. All of these are the most basic things, but they are also indispensable. You have to master all of these postures before you follow up. Zhuo Xiaonian held a small whip and carefully supervised Zhuo Xiaoduo. Whenever she found something wrong, she would whip him. Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly corrected his mistakes, making sure that his postures were methodical and accurate. Sister Nian Nian, I'm already very accurate. Why do I feel that as long as my eyesight is good enough, my wrist is strong enough, and my spiritual source is strong enough, it's enough to defeat the enemy? So what if your hidden weapon is accurate? So what if you have enough lethality? The essence of a hidden weapon attack is to hit the enemy. It has to be the kind that can kill the enemy in one shot. Zhuo Xiaonian snorted. Any hidden weapon expert or hidden weapon expert starts from these basic operations. Only when you have a good grasp of the skills and reach the level where you can do whatever you want and succeed in every endeavor can you ensure that you can change your posture at any time, no matter what environment or position you are in. Only then can you be considered to have succeeded in practicing hidden weapons. Do you understand? I understand. I'll practice seriously. This first day of learning hidden weapons mainly focused on theoretical knowledge and postures. Zhuo Xiaonian taught him all the way until midnight. Then he repeated all the basic postures again and again, messing up the order. Zhuo Xiaonian finally let him go. I'm almost out of stock. There's still an update in the afternoon. It's almost 6 o'clock. Pour a month stock. Please subscribe to the recommendation ticket to comfort me. Chapter 98. Sometimes, hidden weapons can turn defeat into victory and bring the dead back to life. You have to remember one thing. Don't shoot your hidden weapons easily. Your hidden weapons are always the most powerful and intimidating before you shoot them out. Zhuo Xiaonian taught him earnestly. Sister, you're right. Zhuo Xiaoduo humbly listened to her advice. As long as you shoot, you have to have a decisive effect. Either you make your opponent lose their ability to resist, or you kill them. At the very least, you have to be intimidating enough. If you shoot 10 flying daggers and only kill one person, it's better to kill one person with one flying dagger. If you kill one person with 10 flying daggers, your opponent will gang up and attack you. However, if you kill one person with one flying dagger, regardless of whether you have any flying daggers on you, your opponent may not dare to act rashly. This is the power of hidden weapons, Zhuo Xiaonian said softly. It said that in a distant era, using hidden weapons was despised and regarded as a disgraceful practice. However, it's no longer the case now. As long as it can kill the enemy, it's a good method. It's just that, looking at the whole world, there are only a handful of hidden weapons masters. Because hidden weapons are always a shortcut. When one's strength reaches a certain level, they will face a problem of choice. Many hidden weapons masters are conceited that they can have both. They don't give up on either side, so they stop at that position. Even if they can still move forward, their progress will lag behind those who are focused on one thing. And if they lag behind by this step, they will be able to persevere to the end. In the end, they will fall to the point where they can't break through the enemy's defense, even if they shoot with all their strength. You have to pay special attention to this point. When I ask you to give up, you have to give up immediately. You can't bargain and hope for a fluke. Absolutely no problem. Zhuo Xiaoduo agreed readily. Back home, although it was very tiring, Zhuo Xiaoduo still quietly crawled under the bed in the dead of night and took out a small notebook. He tore off the first page and wrote on the other page. There are 58 days until Nian Cat breaks through. Instead, he continued writing in the small notebook. Looking at Nian Cat's face, the aura of disaster is still there. At least it's slightly further away. It should be because she's cultivating the Moon Sutra. The Flaming Sun Sutra must be useful too. I have to make good use of my time and work hard to improve. In the end, of course, he didn't forget to stuff the 1,000 yuan he got from the fortune-telling into his boot. It's still a total of 25,000 gold coins. No more, no less, but in exchange for 10,000 hidden weapons. How wonderful. But Headmasterly said that he would look for me, but he never did. I wonder why. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. In this 1 week, Long Yuxing and the rest were in great pain. Every day, they were beaten black and blue by Zhuo Xiaoduo, but no one was tired of it and did not feel disobedient. This was because they realized that their progress was the fastest when they were cultivating besides Xiao Duo. Compared to before, their progress was like heaven and earth. What was truly unbearable was the heat. It was fucking hot. But as long as their cultivation progress was fast, the heat was nothing. Among the few of them, Li Qinglong was the one who felt it the most. He could clearly feel that when Xiao Duo was cultivating, he was absorbing the blazing spiritual energy into his body. It seemed slow, but it was actually effective to dissolve the cold yin energy in his body bit by bit. It allowed his meridians to circulate at an unprecedented speed. This was simply a huge surprise. It turned out that there was a hidden danger in his meridians, but it was the first time it was discovered after so many years. And it was dissolved by this unprecedented special method. This was amazing. Every time they cultivated, Li Qinglong couldn't wait to sit directly in Xiaoduo's arms. However, Xiaoduo wasn't willing to do so, so he could only settle for the next best thing and sit behind Xiaoduo. They were almost back to back, flesh to flesh. In fact, Li Qinglong really didn't mind being naked and close to Xiaoduo, but he couldn't stand it. It was a little too much. Even if you don't feel embarrassed, Xiaoduo does. Don't fart. Li Qinglong reminded as usual and sat down behind Xiaoduo. Wan Lixio almost laughed out loud. Xiaoduo didn't laugh. As usual, he pressed his second brother under his thighs and started cultivating. Fatty wants to sit in front? How can that be? If it really happened, Xiaoduo felt scared just thinking about the scene. What if he wore it that after a week of studying, Xiaoduo had already memorized the 1,000 pages of the 100 Weapons Manual from He Yuanyue? The hidden weapon techniques recorded in the 100 Weapons Manual were as numerous as the hairs on an ox, too many to count. Xiaoduo had only seen it once, and it was already an eye-opener for him. After that, he studied it carefully and practiced every single hidden weapon technique repeatedly. Of the 10,000 hidden weapons that he had obtained for just a few days, he had already used more than 8,000 of them. Moreover, he didn't inject much spiritual power into it. It was just pure technique practice. This made Xiaoduo's heart ache. Wan Lixio, look at how delicate these little things are. Although they are broken, you girls will definitely like them if they are made into little accessories, right? Xiaoduo wanted to take advantage of Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio rolled her eyes and walked away. You think too much, right? Why would I take a fancy to your junk? You want me to buy it at a high price? Just when Xiaoduo was distressed that little money was about to leave him again, Li Changjiang finally sent a letter to Qin Fangyang. Brings Xiaoduo to the principal's office for a while. During this buffer period of more than a week, Li Changjiang finally got out of the whirlpool of the Umno Alliance. Although it was only a few days, it was fortunate that Principal Li didn't break down because of all kinds of things that happened during this period. Many students who went through the Crystal Trial and Clear Heart Lake had to be bailed out by the school. Li Changjiang ran back and forth every day. These days, he didn't even see Hu Ruyun's face, let alone do other things. Now that he still thought of Xiaoduo, it was already enough to show that he was very important to Principal Li. In a dazzling place, the rich fragrance of tea almost floated out of the window and filled the sky. Just from the fragrance of the tea, one could tell that it was definitely the best tea. The people drinking tea were all dressed in suits and leather shoes, looking very stylish. However, there were 7 or 8 people here, but almost no one spoke. Occasionally, someone would make a joke, but it would be followed by silence. Obviously, everyone had a lot on their minds and wasn't in the mood to talk about other things. The emissary hasn't arrived yet. Don't worry, the emissary has never disappointed us. Before he could finish his sentence, a puff of smoke drifted past, and a tall figure suddenly appeared at the door. The person was wearing a dark gray suit, a huge pair of sunglasses, a mask, and a hat on his head. With this outfit, it was obvious that a famous celebrity had come. The 8 people in the room stood up together. Mr. Emissary. The man in the gray suit nodded faintly and walked in. Then he sat down on the only executive chair that faced the south and back of the north. The chair creaked as he sat down. He sat down, but didn't immediately speak. He tilted his head slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Since he didn't speak, no one dared to speak rashly. The noise outside gradually disappeared. A thick glass, soundproof door slowly descended. Have you checked? We've checked. There's nothing wrong. Even if it's your own place, you have to check it every day to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Do you understand? Many failures and exposures are often caused by a moment of carelessness. Everyone, please bear this in mind. Yes. The loss this time is big, right? Yes. Ha ha ha. The man in gray laughed faintly. Have you cleaned up the loose ends? Clean up the loose ends. We've been thinking about it all this time, but it's too difficult. The 8 people sighed together. The unforeseen event this time, not only was the wind and waves too great, it came even more suddenly. Before this, no one would have thought that Muyin Peak would suddenly be exposed. The man in gray snorted. Everyone has been working on the second high line for 27 years before it could be said to be successful. In order to ensure the stability of this line, everyone has tried their best to not cause any waves. It's calm without any ripples. There are even some things that we deliberately don't do. How did the horse's foot get exposed? How did it get exposed this time? Have you found a root cause? A skinny middle-aged man stood up, his head full of sweat. We've already found it. According to Muyin Peak, the cause is their class second seat, Cheng Fangji. This Cheng Fangji's father, Cheng Yinqi, does a huge pill business. In Phoenix City and Antai City, he could be considered a big medicine merchant second to none. And this Cheng Yinqi is one of our people. So Cheng Fangji cooperated with Muyin Peak to mess with the students. The man in gray's gaze was like a poisonous snake. Yes. Sweat dripped down the skinny middle-aged man's face. 50 students controlled 49. Nonsense. The man in gray slapped the table. A class can control 3 to 5 at most. Don't be greedy. Didn't we set this rule long ago? 49 in a class? What does he want to do? Is he afraid that he won't reveal any flaws? A total of 50 people control 49. He, a single student, controls the entire class. If he doesn't expose himself, who will? This Muyin Feng doesn't have a brain, making a single student cooperate. Only he can think of this. The sweat on the skinny middle-aged man's face increased. The man in gray sneered. Speaking of this, I can already deduce what happened later. There's a 99% chance that Cheng Fangji wanted to test his own prestige, right? And then he did something, mobilized the students, and then he followed the vine to the melon and discovered that something was wrong. The skinny middle-aged man's sweat dripped onto the table. What the man in gray said wasn't the least bit wrong. Even Cheng Fangji's psychological motivation wasn't the least bit wrong. The man in gray's poisonous, snake-like gaze looked at his face. Answer me, isn't that right? Yes. I only ask you, this Cheng Fangji's matter, and that Cheng Yinqi let his son know and participate in this matter. How long have you known? Chapter 99. The thin, middle-aged man's eyes were almost covered in sweat. The others didn't even dare to breathe loudly, clearly afraid of being caught in the crossfire. About 4 months ago. The gray-clothed man chuckled. 4 months ago? That is to say, it took a full 4 months for this matter to be exposed. What were you doing in those 4 months? Lingingao, have you been eating shit for 4 months? Or have you been eating bewitching pills for food? This kind of matter, from the day Cheng Yinqi let his son know, you should have directly dealt with Cheng Yinqi. At the very least, you should have dealt with his son. Such a big matter, and you let a teenage child handle it? Not only is Cheng Yinqi an idiot, you are even more of an idiot. Discovered? Exposed. Isn't this a very normal thing? How many children can resist showing off when they have power? It took a full 4 months for it to be exposed. The heavens are already looking after that Cheng Fangji. Yes, this subordinate should have dealt with it long ago. The gray-clothed man was silent for a moment. He tapped the table with his finger. Answer me. Have you already dealt with Cheng Yinqi and his son? Lin Gingao's face immediately turned snow white. Not yet. Pa! The gray-clothed man waved his hand, and a slap flew out. Lin Gingao didn't make a sound as he was slapped 30 feet away. He hit the wall and bounced back. His face was already swollen. Tell me, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for Cheng Fangji to give up his father? And then have his father give you up? And then you will give up everyone? Everyone will hug each other and be done for. I will deal with it immediately. Before tomorrow morning, this line will not be broken. You will die. This is your last chance. Yes. After dealing with this matter, I will deal with your problem. Are you convinced? Convinced. Sit down. Everyone was silent out of fear. Army breaker. Lin Gengao stood up again here. Tell me the details of how you were exposed. What did you give yourself away? Don't let go of any clues. There's still a lot of time today. The cause is... Lin Gengao recounted the entire incident clearly, all the way until Gu Yuanheng admitted his mistake and apologized, and then Qin Fangyang discovered the abnormality, and Li Changjiang went to the first class to call for people. You mean to say that Qin Fangyang, the head teacher of Class 9, is the mastermind behind this? Yes, this subordinate thinks so as well. The gray-robed man chuckled and said, What about that's with Xiao Duo? Didn't you consider him? Lin Gengao said, In my opinion, Zhou Xiaoduo is not only more powerful than Senior Ji, but he is also hot-tempered and impulsive. He's not very useful in this matter. It's just a coincidence. The gray-robed man stared at Lin Gengao without blinking. He didn't say anything for a long time. His eyes were filled with an indescribable coldness, as well as pity for a certain someone's intelligence. Ha ha! The gray-robed man burst into laughter. What a weirdo! What a weirdo! The gray-clothed man said indifferently, Let me ask you, are you unreasonable enough? Then let's take you as the person involved. Your son was beaten up in school, and very badly. How do you plan to settle the score with the other party? I'll probably beat up the student who bullied my son. Then, I'll talk to the teacher and the other party's parents and settle the matter once and for all. Then, I'll ask for compensation until I'm satisfied. Well, although this is a bit of bullying, it's still reasonable. But will you go in the afternoon after going in the morning? After beating him up twice, you still want to go the next morning? You want to go to every single one of them after class? You've already gained the upper hand and gained a lot of benefits. Will you still block the door endlessly? Can this be explained by hot-tempered and impulsive? Lin Gengao's face became paler. The other's eyes also flickered for a while. No, that's it. Even a vicious and unreasonable person like you, the most outrageous thing you did was to beat up the target. That's what Xiao Duo went to find trouble again and again. He even provoked the teacher. Is he more unreasonable than you? This 17-year-old child is more vicious than you? The gray-clothed man leaned forward slightly and said with a playful smile, Do you think that's possible? Impossible. Then why are you still swearing with your red mouth and no teeth? That's what Xiao Duo is not a problem. Lin Gengao, is it the tofu pudding you ate this morning in your brain? This subordinate knows his mistake. This Xiao Duo cannot be allowed to live. The gray-clothed man said indifferently, Now, defeating armies has a few things to take care of. The first thing is to kill Cheng Yunqi's family. No matter the price, we have to eliminate the root of the problem as soon as possible. All the information related to Cheng Yunqi, including all the information he kept, must be cut off from all the clues. The second thing is to kill this Xiao Duo. It's better to be innocent than reckless. The third thing is that Mu Yun Peak has been exposed. Arrange for him to leave as soon as possible. If there's no way to evacuate, get rid of him directly. The fourth thing is that those who have been caught, don't think about rescuing Yunyan. Just kill them directly, including the places they live and the things they used. Do you understand? Understood. The gray-robed man leaned back in his chair and thought about the whole thing from beginning to end. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he nodded and said, Pajuan, everything is settled. Next, 7 kills. Report the situation on your side. Lord Messenger. The three of them stood up together. You have the most powerful forces here. How many have you lost? We mainly followed Brother Lin's request to kill Qin Fangyang and Li Changjiang. We have lost 7 embryonic breathing realm and 4 origin core realm. Even the combat power of the Origin Core realm has been lost. Yes, the reason for the loss is that there are many experts in the City Guard's mansion, and Star Shield has also intervened. On the other hand, the nascent soul experts of the Kunlun sect and the Freedom Sect station in Phoenix City have caused great damage to us. Other than these losses, are there any other losses? Chun Yuding has now reached the intermediate stage of the nascent soul realm, but he seems to have been exposed. Kunlun sect's Mu Yin has already passed by his place 7 times. Immediately arrange for Chun Yuding to be transferred out of Phoenix City. Send someone else to take over his job. Yes. If he can't escape, let him self-destruct and cause Mu Yin to be seriously injured. In short, Chun Yuding must not be captured alive. If he has other ideas, you have to. The gray-clothed man said coldly. Finish up the work. Yes. How far has the contact with the Ning clan gone? We are still in contact. The Ning clan's attitude is very tough, and the results are not great. As for the Meng clan, there's no need to talk about the Meng clan. The gray-clothed man interrupted him and said, How much time do we have now? At least 40 days, and at most 60 or 70 days. It's hard to determine the specific time. When will the Qi Watchers arrive? Their itinerary can't be confirmed, right? They will arrive in 3 days. There are 7 of them in total. 5 of them will enter Phoenix City in 3 days. The other 2 may come with Gu Luoyan. Well, Gu Luoyan's men are very important. They must not be exposed. Even if they are temporarily abandoned, they must not be exposed. Yes. What about Blind Hong? Blind Hong is still staying in the commercial street. He has always been very cautious. We don't dare to get too close. After all, Blind Hong has reached the end of his lifespan. If we look for him again, there's a high chance that he will die from exhausting his remaining lifespan before he can figure out anything. It won't be of any help and will instead expose our whereabouts. Well, but Blind Hong is not allowed to leave our sight. Once there is a need, immediately take action against Blind Hong. Catch him without fail. Do you understand? Yes. This is the temporary arrangement for 7 kills. Tanlang. Yes. What's going on? Where are your men? We have received news that 3 of them came this time. One of them is in the nascent soul transformation stage. One of them is in the elixir core stage, and the previous owner of the doppelganger. Only 3? Yes. The person in charge of Tanlang was a middle-aged woman. Her face was full of vicissitudes of life. Lord Messenger, my side is different from 7 kills and army destroyers. They have enough manpower. I'm just a liaison here. The gray-clothed Lord Messenger smiled faintly. Pan Yuxing, ranked 3rd among the top 10 disciples of Granny Tanlang. If you continue to pretend in front of me, I will kill you on the spot. Do you think the Tanlang clan will not punish me? Pan Yuxing's face changed. Lord Messenger, how? How do you know? The gray-clothed Lord Messenger said coldly. The reason why the Tanlang clan did not send more men is not because they are not working hard. It is because they already have enough men guarding here. And you're the only one here. Pan Yuxing, I don't care how you usually hide, but if this matter is delayed because of you, only death awaits. Even you, Pan Yuxing, are no exception. Pan Yuxing's face changed again. He suddenly asked, Lord Messenger, may I ask when Star Master will arrive? The gray-clothed Lord Messenger said faintly, Even if I know when Star Master will arrive, I will not tell you. With your current intelligence, you might be able to sell Star Master to S.H.I.E.L.D. He glanced sideways and said, For example, your brother Lin Gung Gao was sold out, and now he is half a leg in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prison, but he's still in the dark pretending to be a wise man. Analysis, he's not worthy of the word analysis. Lin Gung Gao's face was pale, but he did not dare to say a word. Army destroyers may not be able to complete the missions alone. 7 kills needs to help. Yes, let's disperse. A cloud of smoke rose. After the smoke dissipated, the gray-clothed Lord Messenger was gone. Previously, no one had clearly seen how he had arrived, and now, no one had clearly seen how he had left. Xiao Duo is here. Have a seat. There were only 2 people in the principal's office. Li Changjiang, Hu Ruyun. So Xiao Duo was flattered. He said, Hello, principal. Teacher who? But in his heart, he thought, why are you so polite? Do you have an ulterior motive? Update complete. Looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. I am really being squeezed dry. Fortunately, I am fast and wrote 4 chapters today. I will write at night. No matter what, I cannot owe you. Brothers and sisters of divine light, enter the group. Chapter 100. How's it going? You've made great progress in your cultivation, haven't you? Li Changjiang laughed and said, I have something good to tell you in advance. Due to the incident in our school, it's inevitable that people will be affected. So, I'm planning to organize an event. Don't worry, it's a good thing for you. Good thing? Event? So Xiaoduo was puzzled. What does the school's event have to do with me? Is it really a good thing? Why do I feel like I'm going to be cheated? It's only been a few days since you became a martial warrior, and now you've become a martial master. You've improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing your peers. Logically speaking, after you became a martial master, you should have entered the martial master class. However, considering that you've progressed too quickly, it's inevitable that your foundation would be a little weak. That's why I stopped you for a few days to polish yourself before entering the Star Spirit Pagoda. Li Changjiang said, but with your speed of advancement, you're an excellent role model. Role model? Role model? Hearing this, Xiaoduo couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on his face. It was as if a flower had bloomed. He was overjoyed. I love it when people praise me. The corner of Li Changjiang's mouth twitched at his smug face. He continued, actually this time, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others also advance with you. There are quite a lot of people. So the school has prepared a commendation and a school-wide event for you. The theme is naturally designed to reward the genius students. On a deeper level, it's to appease the parents. When the time comes, all the parents of the students will be invited to participate. As the core of this commendation, your parents are of course the most important guests. They'll be seated at the front of the line to encourage the other students to work harder. Li Changjiang said, what do you think? Xiaoduo was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. No problem at all. Principal, just make the arrangements. I never thought that Xiaoduo, would be able to win glory for my parents one day. I'll do my best to cooperate. I'll listen to whatever you say. Li Changjiang said, well, it's settled then. At that time, I will give a speech on the stage and praise your progress. I hope that you can speak as a student representative and talk about your cultivation experience and ideals. Don't say anything else, especially don't cause trouble. Okay, do you understand? Understand. I completely understand. So Xiaoduo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Don't worry, Principal. I will never forget the school's nurturing, especially Teacher Hu. She has the same status as my mother in my heart. How could I cause trouble? Never. Hu Ruiyun smiled with relief. When you're done with your speech, remember to show it to me. Hu Ruiyun said with concern, you have a very good heart, but you like to speak without thinking. The theme this time is to encourage and encourage. It won't be good if you hurt the other children's hearts. Don't worry, no problem. So Xiaoduo patted his chest and said, Teacher Hu, I'll definitely show you my speech draft first. I'll show it to you as soon as possible. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, Li Changjiang was interrupted by Xiaoduo halfway through his sentence. Principal Li, the first thing isn't over yet. Xiaoduo looked confused. What else is there? Xiaoduo was suddenly energized and said, Principal, you see, I'm also preparing to advance. But I paid a total of 100,000 yuan for the warrior class. It's already emptied my family's savings. Also, the 50 yuan jade of astral souls was all raised from debt. I stayed in the warrior class for a total of 3 days, and then I broke through. According to common sense, this money is a semester's worth of tuition. That's half a year's worth of expenses. It's the same no matter where you go, right? So Xiaoduo broke it down and said sincerely, it's too much money, and it's wasted just like that. So you see, Li Changjiang was angry and amused. You child. So Xiaoduo sighed and said, it can't be helped. My family is really poor. My father carries a sack every day, and my mother is tired out every day. Li Changjiang sighed and said, "We'll refund you the warrior class's tuition that you paid. Actually, we were going to refund it anyway. You really only attended for 3 days and broke through. The school really doesn't have the face to collect this tuition. You don't have to act pitiful anymore." So Xiao Duo was elated. Haha, Principal, what do you think? Can the warrior class's tuition be waived? If you count my breakthrough in the warrior class, I've advanced 2 levels in less than 10 days. He paused for a moment to let Li Changjiang digest his words. Then, he continued, "I think you should vigorously promote this kind of genius. This is the real result of the school's teaching. Even if it can't be waived completely, it's still good to have a partial waiver. For a genius like me, even if you go out and brag to others. Oh, even if you talk to the leaders of other schools, you'll still be proud." Li Changjiang's eyes widened. That's not going to be easy. There's no precedent for this. Actually, the tuition fee for the martial arts masterclass isn't much. After the students consolidate their cultivation for a period of time, they start to carry out some simple missions in exchange for cultivation resources. How much is the tuition fee? Even if it's a mosquito's leg, it's still meat, Principal. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was filled with grief. You've never been poor before. You don't know that poor people can't wait to break a penny into 8 pieces. My family is poor. My father carries stones and hemp every day. Wave. I'll wave yours too. Li Changjiang had a headache. You don't have any other requests now, right? Don't worry. I have more to say. So Xiaoduo agreed readily. He said happily, "Principal, look, I broke through so quickly. Even if it's not unprecedented, at least it's something that people can talk about. Based on what I've done, I'm a typical genius. Shouldn't you give me a scholarship?" Scholarship? Li Changjiang was shocked. Yes. You just said that all the parents of the school will come. This is a reward ceremony for geniuses. If there's nothing, it won't be right? If I were you, I'd make the rewards more generous. It's better to scare people. Li Changjiang was completely dumbfounded. You're too much. Not only are you not planning to pay for your school, you're planning to become rich? Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a straight face. Principal, these are all routine operations. I'm just reminding you not to miss out on any procedures. Otherwise, you'll become a laughingstock. It's really good intentions. Li Changjiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He turned to look at Huriyun. Huriyun was rolling her eyes and looking at the ceiling. She seemed to be in a trance and didn't hear anything. Right now, Li Changjiang only felt that his teeth were aching and his teeth were sore. He couldn't wait to bite something. He thought that he knew Zhuo Xiaoduo very well, but reality had once again refreshed his understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo. This kid was the kind of person who couldn't be given any face. This kid was definitely the kind of person who could make the world shine with a little sunshine. He could become a listed company with a little color. He was the kind of person who would take advantage of others and use a chicken feather as an arrow. I've only talked about an activity from the beginning to the end, an activity that was good for him. In the end, you've waived 2 levels of tuition and even wanted a scholarship. This really became a good thing for him. A scholarship. It's not that it's not negotiable. Principal Lee narrowed his eyes and remained calm. He wanted to see how thick-skinned this kid was. However, the exact amount needs to be discussed by the school. It's not appropriate to give more or less. I'll inform you as soon as the decision is made. Zhuo Xiaoduo responded enthusiastically. Principal Lee, I have some immature suggestions. Say, what do you think? 1 million? Zhuo Xiaoduo said excitedly. 1 million. Li Changjiang's voice changed. On the other side, Huriyun directly spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed nonstop. Well, I think 1 million is not too much and not too little. The scope of this commendation is the whole school's teachers, students, and parents. It can't be too little. Although 1 million isn't a big number, it's still considerable. It's enough to show our school's financial strength. Think about it. The school's financial strength equates to the strength of the teachers. The strength of the teachers equates to a bright future for the students. So Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Other than that, such a generous reward can also show the spirit of our school. It's a kind of broad mind that can accept all kinds of people. It's obviously saying, as long as you're a genius, come to my school, and I'll give you a scholarship. I'll give you the best treatment. Principal, think about it. With this as an example, all the geniuses in the world will definitely fight to enter second high in the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was blooming with a kind of brilliant radiance, full of longing for the future. He felt that he had a great chance of getting back the 1 million that his father had spent to buy the elixirs for Niancat. How could he not be filled with enthusiasm and longing for the future? He became more and more eloquent and eloquent. Principal, think about it. If hundreds or thousands of years later, the commander-in-chief of the Sun-Moon Pass, the left and right heavenly kings, and the 8 great generals all come from second high, that scene, really, just thinking about it makes you tremble with excitement, right? Anyway, I think that if that day really comes, even if you're already in the underworld, you'll still be smiling. Because all of this is your credit. Because you gave me a 1 million scholarship in exchange for the unprecedented great achievement. Pa! Hu Yun fiercely knocked Zhuo Xiaoduo on the head. You're the one in the underworld. Kid, how can you say that? Chapter 101. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had suffered a critical hit, immediately acted obedient. His wife was right beside him. How could he not be beaten for insulting her husband? Looking around the world, the 3 people that Zhuo Xiaoduo feared the most were his mother, Wu Yuding. His father, Zhuo Chonglu, was second, and Hu Yun, teacher, who was third. Well, as for Niancat, she was fourth at most. Sometimes she even wanted to fight back. However, she respected the 3 people in front of her from the bottom of her heart. She would never dare to disobey them. Under Zhuo Xiaoduo's expectant gaze, Li Changjiang was actually moved by Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. This seemed to make sense, that seeing that Principal Li seemed to be moved, Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly struck while the iron was hot. He said with a glib tongue, "It's just a 1 million yuan investment. Such a beautiful future." Li Changjiang squinted. Okay. 1 million yuan is impossible. 10,000 yuan for the scholarship. Deal. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't bargain anymore. He immediately nodded and agreed. Ha ha ha. Hu Yun, who was behind Li Changjiang, couldn't hold it in anymore. She leaned on the table and laughed loudly. Her shrewd husband, the principal of second high school, had finally been tricked by Zhuo Xiaoduo. Obviously, he had completely forgotten his original intention of just giving out a certificate as a token of appreciation. First, he refunded 100,000 yuan for tuition, 50 pieces of Astral Souls Jade, and waived the tuition for the martial arts masterclass. Finally, he was blackmailed for a scholarship of 10,000 yuan. One had to know that he didn't get any of these. Li Changjiang finally realized why Zhuo Xiaoduo had agreed so quickly. Obviously, he was afraid that he would regret it. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with a dark expression. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you're really something. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked innocent. Thank you for your praise, Principal. You're wise and powerful. You can do what others can't. You're a bridge between the past and the future. Get lost. Hey, come back. The veins on Li Changjiang's forehead throbbed. He had almost forgotten that he had called Zhuo Xiaoduo over for another matter. Principal, what else do you need? Just say it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very satisfied. It was also a large sum, at least for Zhuo Xiaoduo, that Li Changjiang's expression turned serious. He reached out and pressed a button on the table. Suddenly, the curtains around the office fell. Rays of ultraviolet light filled the entire office. Let me ask you. Li Changjiang lowered his voice. That day, when you saw Chief Jiang, those people in the office, do you remember? Do you have any impression? So Xiaoduo replied cautiously. I have a slight impression. Slight impression? When you were answering the question, you clearly looked at everyone's faces. Li Changjiang said, don't deny it. I've been looking at your eyes since you came in. So Xiaoduo laughed awkwardly. Everyone has their own specialization. I know that your eyesight is very sharp. Then, what did you see? Li Changjiang lowered his voice even more. Did you see if there were people from the Umno Alliance among them? Zhuo Xiaoduo was shocked. Principal, you're thinking too much. It's true that I glanced at them, but it was just a glance. Even if it was a real god, it's impossible to see the mystery with just a glance. There are also limits to the specialization. Just tell me if there's anyone who gives you the feeling that something's wrong. So Xiaoduo thought about it carefully. A person's face seemed to flash in his mind, but it was unusually blurry and difficult to describe. He couldn't help but shake his head slowly and say, "No." Li Changjiang stared at him and said, "Really? Not even one? It was just a glimpse. How can it count? I really didn't look carefully. If I said there was, then I'd be bragging." So Xiaoduo felt wronged. "Principal, did something happen?" Li Changjiang's face was solemn. Director Jiang Chongbin suspects that there's a mole among the higher-ups. Because there have been several successful operations in a row, but they all failed. If it happened once or twice, it could be a coincidence or coincidence. But if it happens several times in a row, there must be something fishy. So Xiaoduo laughed dryly. "It's so troublesome, but it seems that I can't help." Li Changjiang was a little disappointed, but when he thought about it, he just wanted to try his luck and didn't really expect Xiaoduo to see anything. After all, there were too many people on that day. It was a bit ridiculous for him to see something with just a glance. So Xiaoduo hesitated and said, "But it's not that I don't have any impression." Li Changjiang looked up suddenly. "For example?" So Xiaoduo hesitated again. After pondering for a long time, he said, "You have to swear that you won't betray me." Hu Ruiyun burst out laughing. "Xiaoduo, don't worry. If he betrays you, do you think I'll let him go?" So Xiaoduo was still assured by Hu Ruiyun's promise. He said, "It's just, when Director Jiang started to scare me, didn't Teacher Qin come up and pat me on the shoulder? Do you still remember this?" Li Changjiang remembered this. "Yes, I remember. At that time, several people looked at Teacher Qin very warily. Some even wanted to attack." So Xiaoduo said, "These are all normal reactions. It's nothing serious." But the old man sitting next to Director Jiang didn't have any reaction. You have to know that at this time, it's normal to have a reaction. It's strange not to have a reaction. Also, the old man's broom-like eyebrows made him look very unlucky. The way he looked at me occasionally made me feel. So Xiaoduo chose his words carefully and said, "It was probably the kind of look that said he wanted to kill me." It was very different from the other people who just wanted to know the whole story. The old man with broom-like eyebrows? Li Changjiang was shocked. The thin and tall old man in a gray robe who sat next to Director Jiang? The one with white hair? So Xiaoduo tried hard to recall. Yes, that's him. Li Changjiang's face suddenly changed. It turned as white as a sheet and was a little scary. "Are you sure?" So Xiaoduo answered quickly, "I'm not sure. I don't have any evidence at all. It's just a guess, that's all." Li Changjiang wanted to hit him. "You were the one who asked me if I felt there was anyone abnormal. From the beginning to the end, you didn't let me confirm a certain person. This broom-like eyebrows. He's the only one who is slightly different from the rest. Only this person's face and aura are faintly different from the others." So Xiaoduo said, "I really don't have anything else to say." Li Changjiang's expression became more and more worried. He looked at the ceiling and didn't speak for a long time. He was silent for a long time, as if he wanted to say something, but he suddenly changed the topic. "Xiaoduo, can you help me take a look at your teacher Hu's face?" Li Changjiang suddenly made such a request. Hu Ruiyun raised her head behind him and stared at her husband's back in surprise. Zhou Xiaoduo was also surprised by this request. He looked at Li Changjiang in a daze. Li Changjiang said lightly, "You only need to take a look at your teacher who's passed." Hearing this, Hu Ruiyun understood at once. It was obvious that her husband was still unsure of Zhou Xiaoduo's ability. He wanted to use the fortune-telling to verify whether or not Zhou Xiaoduo could really see anything. After all, the identity of the old man that Zhou Xiaoduo mentioned was too unusual. If there was a problem, this matter would be really big. Only looking at the past couldn't be changed. This was relatively better. So Xiaoduo looked at her attentively. Hu Ruiyun looked at him with a smile. She sat upright, like a mother accepting something that her son had seen for her. It was as if she was tolerating her son's nonsense. Teacher Hu is a young woman with great power and talent. She should have been advancing at lightning speed and leaps and bounds. However, her power was too strong and it was too easy to break. When she was in the martial warrior cultivation realm, she met with an accident and suffered internal injuries. The path of martial arts was divergent. So as Xiaoduo said, the problem is most likely in the Dantian Sea of Qi or the fire of astral souls. More specifically, it's not something that can be seen from her face. From her face, I can only see that there's something wrong with the place where she gathers qi. Li Changjiang sighed softly and said, "That's right. You could take a look in the future." "There's no need to look in the future." So Xiaoduo smiled and said happily from the bottom of his heart, "Teacher Hu, I'll give you a poem." Hu Ruiyun raised her eyebrows. "You know how to write poems? You're multi-talented." So Xiaoduo laughed and was beside himself with joy. "Your student is more than multi-talented. He's really good at both civil and martial arts. He's well-versed in all kinds of subjects. He holds the sun, the moon, and the stars in his hands and treads on both sides of the law. His knowledge is as profound as the sea. Taitsong is just a drop in the ocean. There was once an authoritative person who said that there are 10 portions of talent in the world. So Xiaoduo alone occupies 9.5 portions. The remaining half portion is shared among the heroes of the world." Hu Ruiyun covered her mouth and laughed. "You're not like my student at all now. I can't teach such a thick-skinned person. You're flattering me. Xiaoduo's achievements are all thanks to teacher's guidance. It's all thanks to teacher's guidance." So Xiaoduo said modestly. Then his face became serious and said, "Teacher Hu, I'll give you 4 sentences about your fortune. A young woman soars into the sky and breaks the wind in a single day. When the time comes, heaven and earth will gather together, and she will spread her wings and soar into the sky." Li Changjiang frowned and said, "Xiaoduo, do you mean there's a great hope for teacher Hu's injury?" "It's more than a great hope. It's a done deal. It'll definitely recover. Can you tell when it'll recover?" Li Changjiang asked anxiously. As Xiaoduo looked at Hu Ruiyun's face, the red light was jumping and the stars were gathering. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. It'll be healed now." Now, Li Changjiang's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, the phone rang at the right time. "I'll take you with me, and you take the money. The world is so big. Let's go and see it together." So Xiaoduo's eyes widened. "Damn, Headmaster Li's ringtone is so loud. It's so lively." Hu Ruiyun immediately glanced over with a look of disdain. Li Changjiang took out his phone in a flurry. He looked at the screen and said in shock, "Old Liao? It's capital city's Old Liao. There's an extra chapter for the Alliance Masters in the afternoon." It turned out that he couldn't even post a post today. Chapter 102. Li Changjiang was excited. This was his old friend, the man who asked him to find the medicine for Hu Ruiyun. He thought about what Xiaoduo said. "It is now. Is it true?" For a moment, his heart was beating fast. He hurriedly answered the call. A hearty laugh came from the other side. "Is this Changjiang?" Li Changjiang hurriedly answered, "It is me, Master Liao. Why are you?" "Haha." The voice on the other side laughed. "Brother, I did it." Li Changjiang's heart nearly jumped out his chest. He felt the blood all over his body rushing to his face. It was difficult for him to speak. He stuttered. "The astral soul's flame Dan." "That." The voice on the other side of the phone kept laughing. "Brother, your wife is in luck this time. The astral soul's flame Dan. I got it in supreme quality." "Haha. Do you know what it means?" Li Changjiang held his breath. Supreme quality? Really? For a moment, the heat in his heart became more and more intense. His voice was choked. "Master Liao. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much." Originally, he only wanted the Dan beads in supreme quality. He never dared to dream of getting supreme quality Dan beads. Now that he had gotten something that was even better than his dream, it was a great surprise. His heart was beating fast. His whole body was shaking. He couldn't control himself. Hu Ruiyun reached out her hand and grabbed her husband's arm. The silent support helped Li Changjiang recover a bit. "Master Liao, I'm going to the capital now." "Haha, don't worry. There's another good news. I promise you will be so surprised that you won't be able to sleep. Other than the supreme quality Dan beads, I also got a 1,900 years old star spiritual grass. Your wife has stopped cultivating for so many years. She must have made a lot of progress. Now that she has this star spiritual grass, she will be reborn. She will have a bright future. There is actually a star spiritual grass, and it is so old. Li Changjiang was breathing heavily again. This was undoubtedly a great surprise, one that was hard to believe and unimaginable. I'll be right there. Save it. On the phone, Liao's voice is gentle. I know something big has happened over there. As the headmaster, how can you leave? Just wait at home. I'll send it to you. Delivered? Li Changjiang was a little confused. Delivered. What do you mean? Haha. The person on the other end of the phone laughed out loud. Looks like you're really overjoyed. I'm already at the entrance of your school. Why aren't you coming out to pick me up? Li Changjiang. Oh, Li Changjiang, this is such a big matter. How can a few words of thanks over the phone make it over? Let me tell you, if you don't make me happy this time, this matter won't be over. Hurry up. Waha. After Li Changjiang finished listening to the call, he suddenly jumped up and danced with joy. Even his hair looked like it was about to explode. Then he twisted his waist and swayed his hips in the air and did a few hot dance moves. It was definitely an eyesore. It made Zhuo Xiaoduo stunned. Ow, ow, ow. Roar. At this moment, the impression that Li Changjiang gave people was basically no different from a lunatic. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very happy. He was sitting in the best position to enjoy such a wonderful show. It was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Hu Ruoyun's face turned red. She said angrily, "What are you doing? Come down quickly. Xiao Duo is still here." You. Li Changjiang landed from the air and suddenly rushed over. He picked up Hu Ruoyun and carried her in his arms. Regardless of her struggle, he directly carried her in his arms and spun her around in the air. He cried with joy, "You're saved. You're saved. You're saved. Ha ha." Hu Ruoyun felt embarrassed at first. She struggled hard and patted him to put her down. But later, her eyes also turned red. She slowly stopped struggling and quietly nestled in her husband's arms. Two clear lines of tears quietly flowed down her cheeks. Hu Ruoyun knew very well how much pressure Li Changjiang had been under all these years when she couldn't cultivate and couldn't make any progress in her cultivation. This man made of iron was unyielding and unyielding. He was a hot-blooded man who didn't bend his spine in the face of death. But now he was almost crushed by so many external factors. For his wife, Li Changjiang was almost fighting with his life on the line. He had thought of all kinds of methods. He had shamelessly approached people who he could beg, but couldn't. As long as he saw people he was familiar with and had power, Li Changjiang would go up and pull strings. Ha. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. If you have time, you must come to Phoenix City to play. Oh, right, can you find that thing? Principal Li, who never bowed, almost became a daily habit for a certain period of time. Thank you so much. It's okay. I'm already very grateful that you've tried your best to find it. Okay. I'll definitely wait for your news. Thank you. Every time she saw Li Changjiang pull strings and smile, Hu Ruoyun felt like her heart was being pricked by needles. I don't want you to live forever, and I don't want you to become a peak expert. I just want you to accompany me until we're old. The rest of our lives are still long. I only hope that I can slowly walk to the end with you. Even if it's wind, frost, rain, and snow, even if each step is full of thorns, I only want you to accompany me. With you, it's not hard. Without you, I can't even see the road ahead. Don't even think about leaving. I'll be depending on you for the rest of my life." These are the words that Li Changjiang had said to Hu Ruoyun. They were resolute and decisive, each word resounding. On one hand, he was afraid that his wife's internal injuries couldn't heal. On the other hand, he was afraid that his wife would secretly leave him because she couldn't cultivate. If you dare to leave on the first day, I'll destroy my own cultivation on the second day and make you regret it for the rest of your life. This was Li Changjiang's threat. It was also said in front of Hu Ruoyun, and it was also resolute and decisive, each word sonorous. Now, hope had finally arrived. No, it wasn't just hope, it was the dawn. The haze that had shrouded the couple's hearts for so many years had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruiyin's hearts were filled with surging emotions. The ecstasy of this moment, as well as the countless bitterness of these years, surged into their hearts at the same time. They couldn't control their emotions. The two of them cried and laughed, completely out of character. At this moment, outside the school gate, a tall and elegant middle-aged man listened to the ecstasy, laughter, and choked sobs from the other end of the phone. He silently hung up the phone, his face full of emotions. He really understood the couple's feelings at this moment, and he was sincerely happy for them. Let them vent for a while. What's wrong with me waiting here? I'll wait for them to calm down. He quietly watched the scene in No. 2 middle school. As far as the eye could see, the green grass was like a cushion, the weeping willows were like a waterfall, and the red maples dotted with stars seemed to be jumping cheerfully. Golden light flowed, colorful. It's so beautiful. This should have been an ordinary scene, but in this person's eyes, it seemed to be endowed with a different kind of beauty. At this moment, he actually felt a little dazzled and couldn't extricate himself. Congratulations, brother. Ouch! Li Changjiang put down Hu Ruiyun, and his dizzy head became clear. Liao is still at the door. What are we foolishly laughing for? Before his voice died away, he turned around and was about to rush out. Hey, slow down. Hu Ruiyun suddenly grabbed him. We haven't finished talking about Xiao Duo's matter. Xiao Duo read our faces, and it came true like a god. Don't you want to thank him? Also, you didn't make it clear. Is reading my face the main point? Oh, right. Li Changjiang finally came to his senses and turned his head to look. He saw that there was still a little invisible person sitting in front of him. Well, what was the little invisible person doing? That look of interest and the way he looked at her. Mobile phone. This guy was recording. Did you record my performance just now? Li Changjiang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot in an instant, and it couldn't be more gloomy. This was definitely a dark history, and it couldn't be kept in the world. Otherwise, he would be blackmailed by this little rascal for the rest of his life. Li Changjiang, who knew Zhuo Xiaoduo very well, came to a conclusion in an instant. Delete it. Give it to me. Li Changjiang instantly raised his cultivation to the peak, waiting for a disagreement to take it by force. Hu Ruiyun's mobile phone rang at the right time. Zhuo Xiaoduo sent a video. Then she handed over her mobile phone and said with a smile, I just recorded it, and gave teacher Hu a copy. The rest is in the phone. You could delete it. Li Changjiang was stunned. Well, Zhuo Xiaoduo still had a bottom line when it came to certain people and certain matters, especially when it came to those he cared about. For example, mom, dad, sister, and teacher Hu. Hu Ruiyun burst out laughing. She turned on her mobile phone and looked at the video file that had just been sent. Li Changjiang's ecstatic voice and crazy actions were displayed once again. Her tears became more and more difficult to suppress and fell down. She held the mobile phone in her arms and smiled happily with tears in her eyes. Xiao Duo, teacher, thank you. This is the most precious gift I've received in my life. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and quickly deleted the file on his phone. He said regretfully, Actually, I should have posted this on the school forum so that everyone can see it. Sigh, it's better to share it with everyone than to share it alone. How dare you? Li Changjiang, who was a little touched just now, turned pale in an instant. If this was posted, his image. Did you delete it? Yes. Did you delete it completely? Yes, I deleted it completely. Let me check it. Here. Li Changjiang checked it and was still worried. He said, You didn't save any important information on this mobile phone, right? No. Then I'll confiscate it. I'll give you the latest Astral Soul's mobile phone tomorrow. Wow. Thank you, Principal. You're so generous. Zhuo Xiaoduo obviously didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. One had to know that the price of a one-step star Soul 99 phone was 16,000 star dollars. It was 20 times more expensive than the ones Zhuo Xiaoduo was using now. Plus, there was a twist. Looks like I'll have to take more videos in the future. Zhuo Xiaoduo was happy and his face was full of smiles. Chapter 103. Here's your card. Li Changjiang took out Zhuo Xiaoduo's personal phone number card and confiscated his phone. He paused for a moment and said, "Don't mention what happened today. Keep it a secret. Yes, I'm talking about the fortune-telling. Also, tomorrow, you will do the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. Then, the day after tomorrow, on Monday, you will upgrade. Don't forget to tell your parents about the school meeting. They must be present." After hurriedly giving a few instructions, Li Changjiang rushed out like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Hu Riyun were in the office when they heard a loud bang outside. They didn't know what he had bumped into. Then, Li Changjiang's voice sounded from a few thousand meters away. "Old Liao. Old Liao. I'm coming. Ha 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 ha." Hu Riyun's almond-shaped eyes were still a little red, but she couldn't help but laugh through her tears. "Sigh. This principle of yours." Although she said that she was dissatisfied, her eyebrows and eyes were full of sweetness and satisfaction. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been force-fed dog food until he was full, was caught off guard and forced to take another big gulp of dog food. Now, he wasn't full anymore. He felt that the dog food was so sweet that he was sick of it. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of the office with a big belly and bumped into Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang was very surprised. "Why is your belly so big?" Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. "What else can it be? I'm full from eating dog food." Qin Fangyang rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? This afternoon, you have to hurry up and do the final consolidation. Tomorrow, you will enter the Tower of Astral Souls and enter the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments." Understood, understood. That on this day, Zhuo Xiaoduo almost floated home. His mood was overflowing with joy. He only stopped when he reached the door of his house. He retracted his mouth, which had been grinning all the way to his cheeks, and coughed. He forcefully swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and rubbed his face with both hands to cover up the excitement on his face. He swallowed a few more mouthfuls of saliva and moved his facial features a few times. Finally, he recovered a little bit of his normal state. A certain someone tried his best to pretend. His face was heavy, and he took deep breaths. In short, it was extremely pretentious. "Don't laugh. You must not laugh. You mustn't laugh." Quietly opening the door, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked into his house with a gloomy face. In the kitchen, Wu Yuding and Zhuo Xiaoyan exchanged glances. Zhuo Xiaoyan whispered into Wu Yuding's ear, "Mom, something good must have happened to the dog." "Definitely." Wu Yuding whispered into Zhuo Xiaoyan's ear. "If we didn't see him on the windowsill just now, we might have been fooled by him. That guy was jumping and dancing all the way home. It would be strange if there was nothing good about him. Let's just ignore him. Yes, let him hold it in. Let's see how long he can hold it in. Okay, tell your dad later. Don't let him ask. Let's entertain him together." "Yes, I'll send a message now. It's such a fun game. It will be a pity if Dad misses it." So Xiaoduo sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. His face was full of worries, and then he heaved a heavy sigh. Sigh. He stole a glance at the kitchen. If it were any other day, shouldn't they have come out to care about him? Wu Yuding and Zhuo Xiaoyan acted as if they didn't hear him. They were still talking and cooking, discussing softly whether to add soy sauce or vinegar. "Sigh. Aya." Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his voice and slumped on the sofa. He said loudly, "Aya, I'm so worried." Wu Yuding said, "Nian, you put too much noodles. Add a little water." "Oh, okay. Mom, is this enough?" "It's a little more." "Well, this is just right. This is the amount. Remember it in the future." "Okay." "Why is no one talking to me?" Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. They probably didn't hear him because the kitchen was too noisy. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up again. His face was still gloomy. He walked to the kitchen door step by step and leaned on the doorframe. He sighed loudly. Sigh. He frowned. His eyebrows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill a fly. His face was full of worry. Wu Yuding said, "Nian, go to the fridge and get some dried shrimps." "Okay. Remember, dried shrimps, not shrimps." "Okay, Mom." So Xiaoyan walked past Xiao Duo as if there was no one around. She opened the fridge and picked up the dried shrimps. Well, why didn't they notice my expression? Can't they see such a bad expression? Xiao Duo moved a step and leaned on the fridge. He sighed. I'm so worried. Go away. Don't be so blind. Xiaoyan pushed Xiao Duo aside and walked away with the dried shrimps. Mom, is this enough? It's almost enough. Xiao Duo. He was confused. How could he not notice it? Xiao Duo was frustrated. He sighed. Mom, I'm back. Wu Yuding didn't even turn her head. Doggy, you're back. Just in time. Go and peel the garlic. Hurry up. I'm waiting. Xiao Duo peeled the garlic resignedly. He reflected seriously in his heart. Did I do something wrong? Why did she have such a reaction? Soon, Changlu came back. Xiaoyan began to put the cooked dishes on the table one by one. For a moment, the aroma filled the air. Let's eat. Changlu picked up the chopsticks first. It smells so good. Xiaoyan had a greedy look on her face. As usual, Wu Yuding scooped rice for everyone. Xiao Duo, who had been posing at the table for a long time, was still ignored. During this period of time, he had sighed more than 20 times, but his parents and sister did not respond. They did not even bother to look at him from the corner of their eyes, as if he was completely transparent. Seeing the family eating happily, Xiao Duo finally felt depressed. He put the chopsticks on the table and said angrily, I'm not eating anymore. You're full? Wu Yuding looked at him in surprise and said, If you're full, go back to your room and rest. Well, you can go and cultivate. Changlu didn't even raise his head. Don't waste time here. Why are you still sitting here if you're not eating? Xiaoyan, it's delicious. Mom, your cooking skills have improved. This is a step further. It's amazing. The shrimps are especially good. Xiao Duo completely exploded. He slapped his thigh hard, pulled his hair, and asked with grievance, Didn't you notice that I'm not normal today? Not normal? Really? Changlu was shocked. He turned to look at Wu Yuding. Wu Yuding was also confused. Then he looked at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was also confused. What's not normal? Where? Xiao Duo was really wronged and depressed this time. I've been sighing so much. Is this not normal? Wu Yuding tried hard to hold back her laughter. She looked puzzled. It's normal. Don't you sigh every day? Xiaoyan's shoulders were shaking slightly. She couldn't hold it in anymore. What's the point of sighing? Changlu was puzzled. If you're not eating, just leave. Why are you sitting here? Are you trying to make a pose? Oh, Xiao Duo was depressed. He felt so wronged. He slapped his chopsticks and cried, You don't care about me at all. I have a lot on my mind. There's something important in my heart. There's also the 7 emotions. You don't even ask. Xiaoyan said, What important things can you have? Changlu picked up his Geo and took a sip. This wine is good. Wu Yuding couldn't bear it. She said, Since you said that we don't ask, then let me ask you. You were dancing your Yanko all the way and looked so happy. When you got home, you deliberately acted like someone owed you 8 million. What's going on? Xiaoduo's eyes widened. He even forgot to pretend to be wronged. Is there such a thing? Xiaoyan's face was full of disdain. You sound like you're pretending to be so deep. You're too good at acting. It's so embarrassing. Changlu turned his head and spat out a drumstick. He didn't even lift his eyelids. He continued to drink and ignored her. Xiao Duo was stunned for a long time. Then he grinned. Sir, Madam, Miss, dear family, I have good news to announce. The family looked up in unison. Xiao Duo was just about to say something when he realized that the emotions that he had been building up for the entire afternoon couldn't be stirred up at all. All the pride and excitement that he had felt from the series of attacks earlier had disappeared without a trace. He was even more depressed. I didn't pretend to be cool. Now, I've become a silent fart in my pants. Xiao Duo had a stomach full of good news. He stared for a while. He wanted to find a joke to arouse his emotions, but he found that his phone had been confiscated by Li Chongjiang. What the fuck? Say it. Why are you still pretending? The family urged him. Xiao Duo was depressed. He really didn't pretend this time. After a while, he said weakly, It's like this. I'm going to touch 3 and 5 times. After the second touch, I'll officially enter the martial arts masterclass. Since I've only been in the martial arts masterclass for a few days, I fought hard to get my tuition and the jade of astral souls returned. Also, since I'm a genius, the school has decided to waive my tuition for the martial arts masterclass. In addition, the school has awarded me an extra scholarship of 10,000 star dollars. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding's eyes widened as they heard this. Their faces beamed with joy. Zhuo Xiaoyan was also beaming with joy. On the contrary, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who brought back the good news, was like a frosted eggplant. He was weak and listless. Also, on Monday, the day after tomorrow, the school will hold a commendation ceremony. Long Yuxing, I, and a few others will be selected as student representatives to speak on stage. Parents will attend the ceremony. Since I'm a highlight, you have to go too. It's best if all of you go. Sigh. He quickly finished speaking in one breath, but his voice was weak. Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Chonglu let out a long laugh. He said happily, "My son is indeed a genius. Ha ha, this is great news. The day after tomorrow, right? Your mother and I will go. We'll definitely go." Wu Yuding was also beaming with joy. She was full of energy. Not bad, not bad. This is great news. Let's all go. We can't embarrass Duo. I'll go too. I'll go too. Zhuo Xiaoyan rushed to raise her hand. Okay, Nian Cat will go too. Let's go as a family. Zhuo Chonglu was so happy that he agreed to all the requests without hesitation. Everyone in the family, except for Zhuo Xiaoduo, cheered. Zhuo Chonglu patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder. He was very emotional. He took a deep breath and said comfortingly, "Son, do you know how your father feels now? How do you feel?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was still listless. "I didn't announce the good news in a loud voice to arouse your emotions. Why are you all so happy?" Zhuo Chonglu laughed. He held Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder with one hand and drank a glass of wine with the other. He said emotionally, "What your father feels now is as excited as when I held you in my arms when you were born. It's also as gratifying as when you first called me father." Zhuo Zhonglu drank another glass of wine. Then, he said in a leisurely manner, "This moment of satisfaction, you're still young, so it's difficult for you to experience it. But your mother definitely understands that even your father, I wasn't as satisfied as I am now. Good son, that I'm finally done. I'm exhausted. Today's update is at 4 p.m. Looking for monthly, recommendation, and official subscriptions." Chapter 104. Zhuo Chonglu patted his son's shoulder and laughed. "You and your sister have made your father proud." Wu Yuding smiled faintly. Her face was full of hidden pride and glory. Then, she poured herself a glass of wine, which she rarely did. She clinked her glass with Zhuo Chonglu's and drank it all. Her pretty face flushed instantly. She was smiling, and her heart was bursting with joy. Her beauty was unparalleled. Zhuo Xiaoyan's face was also full of smiles and undisguised pride. "That's my puppy, yeah? That's how awesome it is. Ha ha ha." The whole family was proud, happy, and gratified. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at them and felt a warm current surging in his heart. Actually, he didn't need to exaggerate. His parents didn't ask for more. As long as their son had a little bit of success, they would be overjoyed. With this thought in mind, the sense of glory and honor once again overflowed in his heart. He laughed out loud and said, "Just now I lost control of my emotions, so I didn't say it very clearly. Very clearly, very clearly. Do you want me to explain it again in detail?" "Get lost." The three of them laughed and scolded at the same time. So Xiaoduo laughed and sat down. He grabbed his chopsticks and felt his appetite increase. He wolfed down the food like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. Father Zhuo and the other two were almost done eating, but they only ate a little less than half of the food. Then they watched Zhuo Xiaoduo, like a bottomless pit, gobbling up all the food on the table. After eating all the dinner, he picked up a piece of beef's thigh bone and chewed it. He gnawed the bone and sucked out the marrow inside. He couldn't reach the innermost part of the bone, so he knocked on it with his hand. He raised his head and pinched the bone with his mouth. Whoosh! He sucked it all into his mouth and swallowed it. That's all there is to cracking bones and sucking marrow. Fathers will looked at her patting her belly as if she hadn't had enough. He looked around and asked in surprise, Are you still not full? Zwishauduo burped and smacked his lips. If you're not full, then forget it. If there's still some left, I can reluctantly eat some more. Ha ha ha. Zwishaoyan laughed so hard that he almost fell over. Pig. Zwichanglu shook his head and laughed. He turned to Wu Yuding and said, You're still a half-grown boy, yet you're still eating your father's food. From tomorrow onwards, we'll have to cook more food at home. He looked at the remaining half of the wine in his glass and drank it all. He said, In the past, most of these dishes there's always more than half. But today, there's no soup left. You and your mother and daughter. You don't need you and your mother. You can clean it all. You've licked. The whole family laughed heartily. Zwishaoyan stood up gracefully. I think Doggy is still hungry. I'll take him out to eat some more and train him for a while. I might come back later. Okay, go ahead. Zwichanglu laughed. Your mother and I have to discuss about participating in the school activities. Ha ha. There are thousands of parents, but we're the only ones who will show off. I'm looking forward to it. Ha ha ha. Zwichanglu was obviously overjoyed. He was no longer as gentle and elegant as he usually was. You've used up most of your hidden weapons these days, right? Zwishaoyan, who was walking in front, suddenly asked. Yes, there's not much left. Zwishaoduo was very distressed. Practicing martial arts is really a waste of money and talent. Throwing out concealed weapons one after another is like throwing away money. And it's constantly throwing away money. I thought that 10,000 hidden weapons would definitely last for a long time. Who would have thought that it would only take a few days to run out? It's heartbreaking. Zwishaoyan was unmoved. Doggy, just tell me what you want. Zwishaoduo's face was drooling. Sister Nian Yin, are you tired? Do you want me to massage your shoulders? No, you don't have to. Fei, you want to borrow money from me, don't you? Zwishaoyan snorted and continued to walk forward. Zwishaoduo followed her and explained, just a few days. I'll return it to you in a few days. It's just a temporary turnover. Ha! Zwishaoyan rolled her eyes and said, How much do you plan to borrow? 3,000? Zwishaoduo asked tentatively. 3,000? You don't even have 3,000 yuan on hand? Zwishaoyan frowned. Sister Nian Yin, listen to me. I've changed all the money I have on hand into new money with serial numbers. You don't know how much effort I've put in. Zwishaoduo was heartbroken. It's not easy to get it. I really can't bear to use it. So what if it's new money with serial numbers? Can 100 consecutive numbers be worth 200 flowers? Zwishaoyan snorted and said disdainfully, But I like the new money. I really can't bear to use it. Zwishaoduo sighed. Besides, I only have a few thousand yuan. It's hard for me. A few thousand? Zwishaoyan wrinkled her little nose. This guy is not telling the truth. Yes, look at my cultivation. I don't have enough hidden weapons. Sister Nian Yin, Zwishaoduo said, his voice extremely sweet and greasy. Okay. Zwishaoyan rolled her eyes and said, I can sponsor you, but, damn, you're living off a woman. Don't you think it's embarrassing to ask a girl for money? Zwishaoduo said righteously, living off a woman is delicious and easy to digest. I love living off a woman the most. As soon as he said this, countless people stopped in their tracks and looked over. Although society was more open, there were not many people who dared to say that they were living off a woman and loudly praise her for living off a woman. He wanted to see who it was that was so thick-skinned to be able to live off a woman in broad daylight, so confidently and confidently. Everyone looked up and saw that the person who spoke was a handsome young man. Well, this was reasonable. If he wasn't handsome, how could he live off a woman? But what about the beautiful woman beside him, who was so beautiful that no one dared to look at her directly? Countless men's hearts were immediately filled with jealousy. I'm as tired as a dog every day. I have to rely on myself for my entire family, but I only found an old woman who yells at me every day. The rules are bigger than the sky. Look at him. Not only was he living off a woman, but he was living off such a beautiful woman. Tell me, where's this logic to go? This world, what kind of world is this? A middle-aged man turned around angrily and strode away. His plump wife caught up with him and scolded angrily. What's wrong with this world? Are you as handsome as him? Look at you. If you didn't get down on one knee and beg me to marry you, would I have married you? You're made to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Now you're upset when you see him? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror first? The middle-aged man strode forward expressionlessly, the muscles on his face twitching. Look at him, then look at myself. I'm really disheartened and have nothing to live for. Okay, here's your money. Zhuo Xiaoyan's expression didn't change. As a genius girl, she had long been used to being stared at by others. She pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo into a small restaurant and said, "Boss, give me a bucket of rice and 2 big bowls of beef soup." A bucket? A bucket. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately blushed. Actually, I don't eat so much. I don't have such a big appetite. Besides, I've already eaten at home. After a while, a bucket of rice was served. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't say anything and continued to wolf down the food. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He even finished the 2 big bowls of beef soup. In the end, he simply poured the soup from the bottom of the bowl into the bucket. He lifted the bucket, raised his head, and waved the chopsticks in his hand. It was clean and smooth. I'm full. This time, I'm really full. Zhuo Xiaoduo wiped his mouth and said happily, "Let's go." Zhuo Xiaoyan threw down the money, pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo, and hurried out. Behind them, a group of stunned diners was left. This guyed out his appetite. Wasn't big enough? How much effort did he put in to be able to eat so much? Sigh. If I had such a female companion, maybe I could eat more than him. Sigh. As everyone knows, some things are very tiring. The more beautiful the girlfriend and the better the figure, the more tiring the physical work accompanying her. It was understandable. We're all men. Long live understanding. That at 2 o'clock in the morning, the two sneaked back home. I'm hungry. Zhuo Xiaoduo's stomach was rumbling. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoyan with pitiful eyes, full of expectation. Here you go. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had been prepared, took out 2 hind legs of single-horned deer from the ring. Eat and sleep. Looking at the hind legs of single-horned deer, which weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms, Zhuo Xiaoduo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This much. One is almost enough. Are you sure? Almost. Here you go. It's good to have a space ring, Zhuo Xiaoduo said enviously. Save it. Although the one left by Uncle Nan is for you, Mom can't give it to you now. Why? Do you think that the space ring can be activated casually? With your current deified power, you can't do anything at all. Zhuo Xiaoyan laughed and said, "Wait until you enter the embryonic breathing realm, then ask Mom for the ring." Go for it, little puppy. Zhuo Xiaoyan pinched Zhuo Xiaoduo's face, then went back to her room to sleep contentedly. I'm being molested again. Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his face and muttered, I'm just big-hearted and don't care. Being taken advantage of every day, sigh. Is being handsome really a sin? How distressing. Zhuo Xiaoduo held the single-horned deer leg in his hands and chewed on it with a distressed expression. Then, he slept all the way until dawn, without even a single dream. When he woke up at dawn, he slurped down a belly full of food, once again wiping away the breakfast that Wu Yuding had meticulously prepared for him. He wiped his mouth and went to school. Wu Yuding was speechless again. The breakfast that she had prepared this morning was twice as much as yesterday's, but it was still not enough. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding called out. Chapter 105. Zhuo Changlu came out of the toilet with a toothbrush in his mouth. His mouth was foaming. You have to think of a way to earn more money. Wu Yuding pointed at the empty plates on the table and the empty pot under the table. Your son almost ate my pot. Zhuo Changlu sighed. He ate so much. He's really a half-grown boy. He ate so much that I'm poor. The ancients didn't lie to me. I was wondering why the toilet was blocked this morning. Wu Yuding paused for a moment. While she was thinking, she couldn't help but retch. She flew into a rage. Zhuo Changlu went back to the toilet to brush his teeth. Phoenix City, there's a handsome guy. The handsome guy's name is Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo really handsome. He earns a lot of money every day and is happy every day. He sleeps until he wakes up naturally and counts the money until he has no limit. So a Xiaoduo, good luck. Grow up quickly and find a wife. First wife, second wife. All of you are obedient and don't have much to do. All of you work for me and give the money you earned as Xiaoduo. Hence, Xiaoduo is even happier. Xiaoduo hummed along the way. His thoughts were boundless, and he was extremely satisfied. Behind him, in a secluded area, Lu Jiansheng and his brother's faces were twitching. They were in a daze. What was Masters was singing just now? Why can't I understand? The purpose of finding so many wives is to make them work for money. Doesn't he want to do something else? What kind of logic is this? Is there a deeper meaning? Second brother felt like he was in a mess. Why doesn't he think about other things? Any normal person would think. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Lu Jiansheng glared at him. Who would think about other things? Can't you grow a brain? You have a point. Xiaoduo came to the school slowly. The first thing he did was to go to the principal's office. Principal, my cell phone. Li Changjiang rolled his eyes. He had never seen someone so diligent in collecting bills. He threw it out. Take it. Thank you, Principal. Xiaoduo grinned from ear to ear. Headmaster, you are wise, benevolent, righteous, and wise. You will benefit the world and benefit the common people. You will last for thousands of years and unify the Jianghu. Scram. All right. Xiaoduo took the new phone and left. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong all sitting in their seats. They had actually arrived earlier than him. Moreover, these 5 people were all excited, but also a little nervous. After all, today would be the second touch of the 3 touches and 5 comments. This was a huge matter that had to be recorded in the archives. It was normal to feel nervous. However, he would still be excited and expectant towards the stronger ones. Qin Fangyang was wearing an azure robe with a wide belt tied around his waist, making him look exceptionally tall and slender. As he walked over from the distant office area, he looked like an ancient warrior who had suddenly walked out of the picture. Teacher Qin is so handsome today. Wan Lixiu's eyes lit up. I like this kind of handsome uncle the most. Long Yuxing snorted and said somewhat unhappily, It is said that Teacher Qin is already more than 100 years old. He is too young to be your grandfather. In the cultivation world, age has never been a problem. Wan Lixiu retorted. Long Yuxing became more and more upset and said angrily, Shallow. Wan Lixiu raised her head proudly, and a smile flashed in her eyes. She secretly scolded, Stupid bird. The second touch will begin at 9 o'clock. Qin Fangyang reminded, After you enter, don't think about anything. Just treat it as normal. According to experience, this touch will be completed in a very short time. It is just a choice. You can choose what you want in your heart. Qin Fangyang said and laughed involuntarily. Of course, the atmosphere is still an instinctive illusion, so no matter what I say now, you will forget it when the time comes. From now on, meditate to clear your heart. 8:30. Hu Riyun appeared on time in Li Changjiang's office. The second touch is about to begin. Li Changjiang's complexion was very bad. His 2 dark circles were thick, and his expression was full of fatigue and anxiety. Seeing his wife come in, he said rather listlessly, Yes, there is still half an hour. A total of 6 touches this time? Yes, 6. Li Changjiang leaned on the chair tiredly. He even seemed to have lost his enthusiasm for his wife. He didn't even want to look at her. His face was full of anxiety, contradiction, and unwillingness. This was completely different from the excitement he had when he heard the good news yesterday afternoon. Now, he seemed to have received some bad news. He was out of his wits and was out of his wits. My suggestion yesterday, Hu Ruiyun understood in her heart. She slowly sat in front of him and asked softly. Li Changjiang scratched his hair irritably and said, I need to think about it. Hu Ruiyun was a little excited. Do you still need to think about it? Li Changjiang was also excited. How can you make a decision on this kind of thing so easily? Ruiyun, I'm not being selfish. Hu Ruiyun became agitated all of a sudden. You are not being selfish? The old principal treated you and me so well. She had long loved us as her sons and daughters. Li Changjiang, do you still have a conscience when you say these words now? If the ruler treats us with affection, how can we not return the favor? The old principal is like our mother. We are making a little sacrifice for our mother. How can you not bear to part with it? Li Changjiang lowered his voice and shouted hysterically, if it is definitely useful, so be it. But the problem now is that it might not be useful. If you don't try, how do you know it is useless? Hu Ruiyun's expression was firm. Ruiyun, Li Changjiang was in extreme pain. Do you know? This opportunity may not come a second time in this life. Once you let go, the one who will be ruined is you, is me, is our lives. You can call me selfish or cold-blooded, but I'm not willing. I'm not willing to use our lives to fight for a small chance. This time, can you listen to me? Have you seriously thought about it? Hu Ruiyun's eyes were clear. I suggest you think about it more carefully. Li Changjiang, without the old principal, there would be no second high school. Without the second high school, there would be no you and me. When I was dying, if the old principal didn't save me, I would have died long ago. You, Li Changjiang, couldn't even afford the tuition. The old principal helped you. Without the old principal, we wouldn't have what we have today. What we have now is all because of the old principal. Don't you? Don't you remember? The old principal has been giving so much. Now, as the current principal, you can give a little bit, yet you don't want to? Hu Ruiyun asked. Li Changjiang shouted in a low voice. The question is it useful? If it is, why would I not give it up? Why wouldn't I know the importance of it? But the old principal has taken similar Dan beads before. They were all useless. It is different this time. It is totally different. This time, the flame Dan of astral souls is in supreme level. It is the best quality. With the help of 1,800 years old star spiritual grass, the old principal may be able to recover. Hu Ruiyun paused and then said, if the old principal recovers, it will be a great benefit for the second high school and for us. Why don't we try it? Li Changjiang said in pain. What if it doesn't work after I take it? Hu Ruiyun said firmly. Even if it doesn't cure the old principal, it will at least prolong his life for another 10 years. Just these 10 years are worth it for me to trade my entire life for it. Li Changjiang stared blankly at his wife. He suddenly felt that all the strength in his body had been sucked away at this moment. He felt like his spine was taken away. He slumped on the chair. 2 lines of tears ran out. He murmured, Ruiyun, Ruiyun. Hu Ruiyun's eyes turned red too. She said, Changjiang, I know it is too cruel to you. If there is another life, I will serve you for the rest of my life. I will never go against you. But this time, Changjiang, please promise me. Li Changjiang's eyes were lifeless. After a long while, he finally uttered a word from his throat. Okay. After saying this word, he completely collapsed. He laid his head on the table and didn't move at all. Hu Ruiyun walked over with tears in her eyes. She hugged her husband and said, before I came here, I have given the flame Dan of astral souls and the star spiritual grass to the old principal. Changjiang, it is worth it. The old principal is worth it. Li Changjiang's body was shaking, but he didn't say a word. Both sides of his sleeves were already soaked with tears. It's 8:50. Hu Ruiyun wiped her eyes and looked at the computer screen. Changjiang, come and take a look. Li Changjiang was still lying on the table. He was panting heavily, but he didn't want to raise his head. Aya, we have been married for so many years. It's not like I have never seen you cry. Hu Ruiyun forced a smile and pulled Li Changjiang up. Come, accompany me to see my student. Li Changjiang was pulled up by her, revealing his tear-stained face. He lost control and roared, Hu Ruiyun, do you only have your teacher in your heart? Only your student? Where am I? What do I mean? You said you know this and that. But you know what kind of tragedy awaits us if we let go of this opportunity. What you said just now was so righteous. Every word you said was sonorous. But are you worthy of me? Who am I doing all this for? Hu Ruiyun hugged Li Changjiang guiltily. I'm sorry. What's the use of saying sorry? Li Changjiang roared angrily. His chest was heaving violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. If you don't take the medicine, you will only live for a little more than 100 years. Are you worthy of me being a bachelor for 800 years? How do you expect me to live for 800 years? Hu Ruiyun just hugged his body. No matter how he struggled, she didn't let go. She just whispered again and again, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. After a long time, Li Changjiang's stiff body finally softened. He let out a long sigh, as if he was lamenting the sorrow of 3 lifetimes. On the screen, the door of the Astral Soul's tower opened. A cloud of white fog surged out, so Xiao Duo didn't decline and took the lead to walk in. Oh, let's go in. Behind him, the 5 youthful boys and girls also rushed in impatiently. As usual, the leader will update in the afternoon, begging for a few monthly tickets, begging for a subscription. It has been up for 3.5 days, and it has updated 64,000 times. Brothers and sisters, support me. Chapter 106. Hu Ruiyun's gaze was instantly attracted by their movements. She picked up the mouse and operated it. The computer screen was instantly reflected on the wall and turned into a big screen. Then, it was divided into 6 smaller sections. The section about Zhuo Xiaoduo was adjusted to the center. Sigh. Li Changjiang let out a long sigh and looked at the screen helplessly. What was done could not be undone. It was too late to regret. People had to look forward. What was in front of him was his job. He could not slack off. However, his hands were tightly wrapped around his wife's waist. He was so tight because he knew that the person in his arms. After losing this opportunity, he really didn't know when she would disappear from his side. Disappear forever. Although she had vowed that she would not leave him, when the time came and she could no longer resist, she would not be able to resist. The only thing he could do from now on was to keep an eye on her at all times. That was all. As Li Changjiang watched the trial on the screen, a thought appeared in his mind. Should I consider using my authority to transfer her to another position? I should transfer her to be my secretary. This way, they would come to work together and leave together. Even if this woman wanted to disappear, it would be a rare opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. Hence, he started to plan the transfer in his mind. Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the Tower of Astral Souls and walked forward in the thick fog. After walking for a long time, the fog suddenly disappeared. He stood back in the school's boundary. The scenery around him was the same. The only difference was that he had grown up. He had really grown up. He was in his 20s and had to face the problem of marriage. However, the situation now was quite complicated. He had a girlfriend. They were childhood sweethearts. It could be said that their relationship was very good. If they really got together, they would treat each other with respect for the rest of their lives. However, his girlfriend's cultivation aptitude was very average. Her appearance was only delicate and pretty. Her family background was also average. On the other hand, although his family background was very ordinary, he was born handsome and charming. More importantly, his cultivation talent was outstanding, and he was hardworking and determined. His future in martial arts was limitless. He could be said to be a popular figure in the school and was deeply admired by many girls. The number of love letters he received could be counted by stacks. Now, he was faced with the choice of marriage. There was only one person to marry, but he had 4 candidates. Among the 4 candidates, the girls were the type who loved him deeply. As long as he nodded, they would immediately walk into the hall without any objections. The first of them was his childhood sweetheart, Li Xiaomei. The second choice was Zhang Xiaomei. She was recognized as one of the 3 golden flowers in the school. This girl was not only beautiful, but also had outstanding aptitude. She was smart and had a bright future in martial arts. She was not inferior to him at all. Moreover, Zhang Xiaomei's father was a governor. As long as he married her, he would at least embark on the path of politics. His father-in-law had already made it clear that he wanted to pave the way for his only daughter's husband. It was not impossible for him to become a governor or even higher in the future. The third candidate was Zhao Xiaoding. She was also one of the 3 golden flowers in the school. Zhao Xiaoding's family was recognized as the richest family in the Yanwu Empire. To put it bluntly, As long as he married her, 20 years of hard work would be nothing. It should be said that he would directly reach the peak of his life. Zhao Xiaoting's father had already made it clear that he only had one daughter. Everything he had would naturally be inherited by his daughter and son-in-law. The last person to be chosen was Zhou Yunfeng, the head of the 3 golden flowers. She was born with outstanding beauty and was as beautiful as Zhang Xiaomei, Zhao Xiaoting, Chunlan, and Xiaomei. Zhou Yunfeng's father was a marshal in the military. His martial arts cultivation was unparalleled in the world. If he chose her, he would gain both wealth and beauty. His future path of martial arts would be smooth sailing. His father-in-law would provide him with countless heavenly treasures. Even if he was a pile of shit, he would be able to reconstruct his meridians and rebuild his universe. He would become a top genius in the world. Yes, the last candidate was also an only child. Similarly, she would be able to inherit everything her father had. Then, which one would you choose? In a daze, for beauties appeared in front of him. They each occupied a side. In front, Li Xiaomei looked delicate and pitiful. Her delicate face was filled with expectations. On the left, Zhang Xiaomei was dressed in a white dress. She was tall and beautiful. On the right, Zhao Xiaoting was dressed in red. She was curvaceous and graceful. Behind her, Zhou Yunfeng was dressed in black. Her eyes were as deep as the sea. She was like a fairy from the heavens, riding the wind. One had an unobstructed political career. One had great wealth. One had profound martial arts and was at the peak of power. Let him choose. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was spinning, but he was very depressed. How am I supposed to choose? Only children need to choose. Of course, adults need to choose all of them. A delicate and pretty girl is suitable for housework. After doing the housework, she will rush out to do odd jobs to earn money for me. The official's daughter can get her father to write notes and make money. The rich girl can transfer her family's property to me bit by bit. Then, she will manage the company and make money for me. As for the military's daughter, I will wait for her to become stronger. After she becomes stronger, she can secretly sell her father's treasures and give me the money. What is the value of being the richest man in the Yanwu Empire? Isn't that too low? Combining all 4 of them is the best. I will be the richest man in the entire Astral Souls. This trial is retarded. I can only choose one. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied and depressed. If I can only choose one, of course I will choose the one with the biggest breasts. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked around for a long time. He realized that the 4 candidates did not have big breasts. However, their sizes were not small either. This is really troublesome. I can't let them all take off their breasts and compare them, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was in a mess. He was so happy that his eyes were beaming. An inexplicable impulse seemed to have suddenly risen in his heart. His heart was suddenly filled with extreme possessiveness towards the 4 beautiful girls in front of him. A certain desire to cough also rose in him. For a moment, his mouth was dry and his imagination ran wild. Needless to say, he did not need to say anything. However, at this moment, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. A white-clothed figure with a frosty expression and a frosty face suddenly glided past. A pair of cold eyes fell on his face. They were sharp and cold. "Ha! Are you flirting?" "I am not flirting." Zhuo Xiaoduo was so scared that he pissed his pants. All his thoughts were gone. At this moment, the 4 girls all opened their mouths and spoke in unison. All of them were full of tenderness and passion. "Xiaoduo, who will you choose? Can you really let go of our friendship since we were young? Xiaoduo, don't abandon me. I like you so much. Xiaoduo, I am not seducing you. I really like you. Xiaoduo, I can't leave you. Don't abandon me." The voice of a beautiful girl was infinitely gentle. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not seem to hear it. He only felt his 2 legs trembling and shuddering. The only thing he felt at this moment was that 2 cold eyes were firmly fixed on his back. He could not help but feel more flustered. It was as if a man who had a wife but did not want a divorce was caught red-handed cheating. He was indescribably panicked. Beads of sweat seeped out of his forehead as he muttered, "Amit Ba, everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble or a shadow, like dew or lightning. It should be observed as it is. Female benefactors, in this old monk's eyes, beautiful women are like skeletons. He kept muttering and turned a blind eye to them. He almost pissed his pants and left. He did not care about the crying of the four beauties behind him. He avoided them as if they were snakes and scorpions. You're just a few piles of rotten flesh and a few sets of dry bones. Don't try to pester this old monk. This old monk has traversed the vast ocean and passed through Mount Wu several times. My heart has long been as calm as still water. It has long been withered for thousands of years. Umipa, Shanzai. He walked a few steps with fear and trepidation. Suddenly, he ran away. The illusion trial came to an abrupt end. Was it over? Dahu Ryun, who was watching the scene in the office, was stunned. Xiaoduo looked very tempted as soon as he came up. He squinted his eyes and seemed to be drooling. However, based on Teacher Hu's understanding of this miser, she was sure that this guy was indeed drooling. However, it was not because he was fascinated by the beauty, but because he was calculating the small amount of money of the other party's family. However, what happened next was completely incomprehensible. Why did he suddenly shout, "I am not flirting with girls"? What the hell was this? Then, with the appearance of an enlightened monk, he chanted some random Buddhist scriptures and ran away just like that, not wanting to leave anyone behind. Hu Ruiyun was stunned. She was tongue-tied and did not know what was going on. The others had just started, but here was already over. She was not the only one. Even Li Changjiang, who was feeling extremely desolate and sad, was also confused by the scene before him. What was this operation? It was so strange. However, this time, the evaluation of Xiaoduo was not very slow. It came out very quickly. However, the evaluation still did not have a grade. Few desires and suspicious of castration. After the evaluation, there were 8 small words: pure heart and few desires, does not like women. Hu Ruiyun's eyes suddenly widened. Few desires and suspicious of castration. Li Changjiang's eyes were wide open. What kind of evaluation was this? Castration? Which part of him was Xiaoduo? Looked like a castrate. What? What the hell is this? This kid had so many tricks up his sleeves. Ruiyun, this student of yours. Li Changjiang was so shocked that he forgot to be sad. Could it be that there is a physiological problem? This. Do you know? Hu Ruiyun's face was red and she was furious. Li Changjiang, are you fucking courting death? The moment Li Changjiang asked this sentence, he came to his senses and slapped himself twice. I said something wrong. But this little guy's evaluation. Hu Ruiyun snorted, but her eyes revealed a look of worry and worry. Xiaoduo, he can't be so miserable, right? Chapter 107. On the screen, the trial of the other 5 people was still going on. After hesitating for a long time, Long Yuxing finally chose his childhood sweetheart. Although the other women were all prettier and more outstanding than her, and could bring great benefits, Long Yuxing still followed his heart and chose the girl he had loved for many years. He also wanted power and strength, but in the end, he did not erase his conscience. After choosing, he was unwilling, but he did not change his choice. Long Yuxing's evaluation came out quickly. A grade. Hesitation time, 5 minutes. Temperament, superior. Character, superior. Integrity, superior. Persistence, superior. Wan Lixio's evaluation came out quickly. Her experience was nothing special. For beautiful women were replaced by 4 handsome men, and Wan Lixio almost did not hesitate to choose the person she had always loved. The trial was over. A grade. Hesitation time, none. His temperament, character, and so on were all evaluated to be above average. This was an evaluation that was even higher than Long Yuxing's. Yu Moyan had always been a man of few words, but he was very hesitant in this choice. His family was not very good, but he had a martial arts heart, and his desire to become stronger was more determined than anyone else. His inherent family background was exactly the same as the setting in the illusion. Yu Moyan hesitated for 10 minutes, and finally chose the daughter of the military general. Evaluation, B grade. Hesitation time, 10 minutes. Temperament, average. Character, average. Integrity, inferior. Persistence, superior. Li Zhongming's process of choosing was more dramatic. After entering the illusion, he did not change his original intention and slept first. After waking up and finding out about this, he directly held the hand of his childhood sweetheart and left. And the evaluation he got was upper class. Hesitation time, none. His temperament and character were all top-notch. Compared to Long Yuxing and the other three, and even including Zhou Xiaoduo, it was not as complicated as Li Chenglong's trial. The content of Li Chenglong's trial was no different from the others. He had to choose his marriage partner, and he had to choose the same person. However, this guy wavered, as if he wanted to choose everyone. Although in the end, he still chose his childhood sweetheart whom he loved deeply. The time he took to consider his choice was too long. It was even longer than the time taken by the other 5 people combined. However, his face was very serious from the beginning to the end, as if he was thinking about something important. Maybe it was because he took too long, so Li Chenglong's evaluation results came out the slowest. However, if Zhou Xiaoduo's evaluation made Principal Li and teacher Hu feel incredulous, then Li Chenglong's evaluation was inconceivable and breathtaking. Because Li Chenglong's final evaluation was a grade. Hesitation time, 40 minutes. Temperament, superior. Character, extremely good. Integrity, extremely high. Perseverance, superior. Among everyone, Li Chenglong, who hesitated the longest, received the highest evaluation. Li Changjiang and his wife in front of the screen were stunned. Li Changjiang mumbled, "Is there a problem with this evaluation? Could it be that the Tower of Astral Souls evaluation system is broken?" Hu Ruiyun was also puzzled by this. She was full of doubts. At this moment, the office door opened. Li Changjiang went to open the door, but when he opened it, he could not help but straighten his body. "Old principal, why are you here?" The person who came in was He Yuanyue. The old woman in the wheelchair still had a gratified smile on her face, and behind her was the expressionless woman in black. Every time Li Changjiang saw this woman in black, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This woman in black had been by He Yuanyue's side ever since she came to Second High. All these years, people only knew that her name was Sister Lan, and no one knew anything else about her. No one had ever seen this woman in black's expression change, not even once. She had always been expressionless. This always meant that she had been expressionless for almost 100 years. This was already an incredible thing. You and your wife have given me such an important gift. How can I not come over to thank you personally? He Yuanyue smiled kindly and looked at the big screen on the wall. Are you looking at the 3 touches and 5 evaluations? Is it done? Yes, it's done. It's just that, old principal, the 2 of us are a little unsure about the evaluations this time. No, it should be said that it's hard to understand. Li Changjiang looked at the frozen screen. There were only evaluations on it, so he simply locked the screen and let the old principal watch it together. He Yuanyue smiled faintly and said, "The 3 touches and 5 evaluations is a very good mechanism, but a machine is still a machine. It lacks human wisdom. It may not be able to make accurate judgments, especially for some talents with special personalities. Under this 3 touches and 5 evaluation system, it's hard for them to show their characteristics. They may even be wrongly judged. It also exists." She slowly raised her head and looked at the big screen. Take Zhou Xiaoduo's evaluation as an example. Even if it's not accurate, it's not to the extent that there's no grade. There's only a 4-word evaluation, and this 4-word evaluation is ridiculous. Hu Ruiyun's eyes lit up. "Old principal, what do you mean?" He Yuanyue narrowed her eyes and smiled. "I've seen this with Xiaoduo before. This little guy has a decisive and bright personality. He's boiling with yang energy. Looking at the whole school, it's very difficult to find someone with a higher yang energy than him. How can he be so doubtful? Then can this be changed, old principal?" Hu Ruiyun asked anxiously. This evaluation will follow the person for life. If it falls into the eyes of those who don't know the inside story, it will inevitably affect the child's future. The 3 touches and 5 evaluation system has been in place for a long time. It has its own reasons. I believe that there must be a reason for it to make such a judgment. However, no matter how excellent the system is, it's still a model that serves humans. If there's really a need to change it, it can naturally be changed. However, any wind, frost, rain, or dew is a trial on the road of life. I don't think this will cause any harm to Zhuo. Let's let Zhuo face it alone for a while. If there's no other way out, I won't stand by and use my connections with the higher-ups to help him. Children have to go through trials and hardships. Although this evaluation will attract a lot of ridicule, as long as I don't move and the waves stop, it won't affect his future. Hu Ryun was still a little unwilling, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu. You probably don't know. The 2 from the Long family and the Wan family were engaged when they were young. The 2 of them are a couple. He Yuanyue smiled very happily. So there's this layer of history. Li Changjiang suddenly understood and then smiled bitterly. It's already in this day and age. How can there be such a thing as an infant marriage? Although it's an infant marriage, it's just a spur of the moment. If the 2 children don't like each other, they'll naturally get married and go their own way. But if the 2 children like each other, won't it be a beautiful story? He Yuanyue said, "This is very different from the usual arranged marriages. Old principle is right. Let nature take its course, and let fate take its course." This Yumoyan, He Yuanyue was silent for a while, and said, "He's a little biased. He's too obsessed with power and can give up everything for power. This child may not be able to go far." He Yuanyue was silent for a while. Is his teacher Qin Fangyang? These 6 children are from the martial warrior class taught by teacher Qin. But now, they've all successfully advanced to the martial master level. After this test, they'll enter the martial master class. Teacher Qin Fangyang is a veteran of the martial warrior class. He Yuanyue frowned and thought for a while. Then she said faintly, "These children. Let Qin Fangyang follow them. I'm worried that, other than him, the other teachers in our school won't be able to convince them wholeheartedly." Li Changjiang was shocked. He never thought that He Yuanyue's evaluation of Qin Fangyang would be so high. It must be known that other than teaching his own students well, Qin Fangyang usually didn't show off at all. This child Changming is also not bad. Considering his age, it's rare for him to be able to cultivate his family's martial arts to such a level. In the end, He Yuanyue looked at Li Chenglong's evaluation and sighed. A long time ago, I've suggested to cancel some of the content of the 3rd touch and the 5th touch, but it hasn't been implemented. The reason why I have concerns is because I'm afraid of people like Li Chenglong, although people like him are very rare. In modern society, women's rights are increasing day by day. This method of using a girl's love to test a man's nature will sooner or later lead to an attack by women's rights. He Yuanyue sighed deeply. Old principle, don't you think your words are a little biased? Li Changjiang said, the 3rd touch and the 5th touch for girls is also a test of a boy's love. It's the same for both sides. How can it be attacked? Different standpoints lead to different viewpoints. What men don't care about, women don't necessarily care. This is the fundamental difference. He Yuanyue smiled. The reason why I made that suggestion was mainly because I'm a woman. I don't like it. But in the eyes of men, this kind of test won't make me feel the same way. Li Changjiang said in a low voice, maybe? He Yuanyue laughed and said, Li Chenglong is the direct descendant of a military family. I think I know his character very well. He's not the kind of person who changes his mind and is indecisive. You guys are very confused about why he was so hesitant, but still got the highest evaluation, right? Yes. Li Changjiang and Hu Ruoya nodded. From what I know about him, I could say that this child is a person who can sacrifice everything for the sake of the country. Even everything he does is for this goal. His love life is one of them as well. It can also be sacrificed. It seems that you guys can't squeeze me dry. I'll squeeze myself dry. looking for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendation votes. Brothers and sisters of Divine Light and Alliance Masters, please join the QQ group. I know you guys don't care, but after all, it's my good intentions. I'll wait for you guys. Chapter 108. Li Chenglong's hesitation wasn't because of what he could get, but because he was hesitating. Which choice was the best for his ultimate goal? Li Chenglong's ultimate goal was to put righteousness first and disregard everything else. That's why the system gave him such a high evaluation. Compared to Li Chenglong, the fact that the system could read this level surprised me from the bottom of my heart. The system has improved. A good child is a good child. It's just that he's too harsh on himself. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and sighed softly. They're all good children. But Li Chenglong still chose the one he loved in the end. Yes, but his hesitation has already given the other three ladies great respect and comfort. He Yuanyue waved her hand tiredly and said, "Let's just let this matter go." She didn't want to talk about it anymore. But she had already said a lot today. Li Changjiang recalled every word the old principal said and couldn't help but admire the old principal's thoughtfulness. He realized that as a principal, he was still a far cry from the old principal. The old principal had put in a lot of effort into every child and could see through appearances to see the essence. But now, he was only looking at the surface. This was undoubtedly a dereliction of duty. Li Changjiang thought seriously in his heart. He Yuanyue took a few deep breaths to recover her energy and said, "Now, let's talk about the main point between us, the matter of the medicine." The matter of the medicine? Hu Ruiyun was anxious when she heard this. She instantly guessed the old principal's intention and said hurriedly, "Old principal, why are you?" "Ruiyun, you little girl." The old principal smiled and called Hu Ruiyun to his side. He held her hand and patted it lightly. "You little girl, you've been too infatuated since you were young." He took out 2 small jade bottles from his pocket with trembling hands and took Hu Ruiyun's hand. He pressed the bottles in her hand, not allowing her to refuse. His old eyes flashed with gratified tears. "Little girl, I'm already satisfied that you're so considerate. But I don't need these things anymore." "Teacher," Hu Ruiyun's voice choked, "why don't you eat? There's no harm in giving it a try. At least it will allow you to." He Yuanyue's expression was leisurely as she softly interrupted, "Silly girl, if it was really useful to me, do you think I would be polite to you? My current soul flame is like a flickering candle in the wind. It's on the verge of collapse and might be extinguished at any moment. After all, it's because my reserves have been completely exhausted and my lifespan has come to an end. Even if you give this elixir to me, I can only extend my lifespan by 1 or 2 years at most." He Yuanyue smiled faintly. "Silly girl, you're sincere to me, but how can I bear to use your and Changjiang's lifetime of happiness in exchange for my 1 year of lingering at death's door?" She trembled as she took out a golden pearl from her pocket and handed it over. "This is a soul elixir. First, use the flame elixir of astral souls to reconstruct your astral souls and reconstruct your meridians. Then, use your spiritual source to stabilize the soul elixir. After the elixir has completely dispersed, use your spiritual energy to circulate through your meridians for 1 cycle. Then, take the astral spirit herb." When she mentioned the astral spirit herb, He Yuanyue's gaze was distant and hazy, as if she was in a dream. "Teacher," Hu Ruiyun choked with sobs. "Sister Lan," He Yuanyue said softly. The woman in black who had been standing behind her said, "I'm here. I'll have to trouble you to do something for me." During the process of Hu Ruiyun's recovery, Li Changjiang will be too close to her. His emotions will fluctuate, and I'm afraid that he might not be able to complete the process. If you're the one protecting him, it will be a smooth journey. Sister Lan said faintly, "All right, then let's do it now. Calm down and start immediately. I want to see Ruiyun recover with my own eyes." He Yuanyue looked lovingly at Li Changjiang and Hu Ruiyun. "Don't worry about me. I'll always be here. You guys, and all the students from Second High and this school, are the continuation of my life." Li Changjiang's eyes reddened. Old principal, I really deserve to die. Yesterday, you don't have to say it. Yuanyue waved her hand and interrupted him. She gently grabbed his hand. Child, humans are not saints. Your choice can't be said to be wrong. Li Changjiang's eyes reddened as he nodded repeatedly. Yuanyue was still a little worried. She reminded him, Child, you must remember what I said just now. Humans are not saints. Do as you wish. In the future, whether it's a student or a teacher, as long as you can uphold the bottom line when it comes to major issues, everything else is insignificant. If you can let go, why don't you let go? Yuanyue said softly. As the principal, you must remember this. Remember, children are all good children. In the beginning, they're just a blank piece of paper. Whether they can become talents and uphold the bottom line when they grow up depends on whether we teach and guide them. Do you understand? Yes, old principal. I'll remember. Li Changjiang nodded with tears in his eyes. Yuanyue nodded. She pushed the wheelchair and walked out of the office. I'll wait outside. You guys can start. You must succeed. All right. So with Xiaoduo and the other 5 students walked out of the Astral Souls Tower one after another. The flow of time in the Astral Souls Tower was adjusted according to the person's consciousness. In the eyes of Principal Li and his wife, everyone's passing time was very different. However, the actual passing time of the test was the same. There was no difference. Passed. Qin Fanyang's wide sleeves fluttered in the wind. Passed. The 6 students answered in unison. Qin Fanyang nodded. That's good. Come, follow me to the principal's office. After this test, all of you will be officially promoted. Qin Fanyang led the way and led the 6 students into the office building. Looking at Qin Fanyang's figure in front of them, his tall and straight figure, and his posture as he strode forward, the 6 students had the same thought. As long as we follow behind Teacher Qin, we can charge forward fearlessly and unstoppably. It doesn't matter if there's a path in front of us. We just need to move forward and charge forward. The path will be under our feet. To Wanli Xiao, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong, and the others, Teacher Qin was like a sharp sword that could reach the heavens. It shone with an unparalleled sharpness and cut through all the haze in front of them. There was only a bright and smooth path ahead. So cool. So cool. The eyes of the 5 students were filled with admiration and admiration. What they didn't know was that at this moment, Qin Fanyang was activating his lifetime's worth of cultivation, activating his sword heart to the extreme, causing these few students to plant a sword heart in their hearts during the second touch of the Star Soul Pagoda. This method could be said to be the extreme of martial arts inheritance. It could even be said to be a kind of life inheritance. However, at this moment, the students obviously didn't know the truth. What was different from the other 5 was that Zhuo Xiaoduo's feelings were completely different. He looked at Qin Fanyang's figure in front of him as if he was looking at a giant axe that could split heaven and earth, or an indestructible hammer. He smashed it fiercely into the darkness in front of him. Slash it, whether it was light or darkness in front of him, he would smash it all. In front of him, he was invincible. So domineering. So cool. I like it. When they entered the elevator, Qin Fanyang's body was still filled with sword energy. He was indomitable and overflowed with majestic light. This situation continued until the elevator door opened. Qin Fanyang, who had maintained his extreme state for a long time, was finally able to take a breather and put away his sword heart. Even with his hidden and astonishing cultivation, using the inheritance of the Tinder Flame for such a long time, the inheritance of the sword heart would be too much for him to bear. Teacher Qin muttered to himself, although you don't understand now, I've already done what I can. I can only guide you to this point. The martial arts masterclass has its own teacher. I can't teach you anything more. You'll have to rely on yourselves in the future. Children, the seeds of the sword heart today need to be cultivated well. He didn't say these words out loud. He wouldn't say them out loud either. However, in the corridor leading to the principal's office, the 7 people who were walking in a line suddenly stopped. The moment they turned the corner, they saw a person in a wheelchair. White hair fluttering, he was sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes were leisurely looking at the second high school campus outside the window. Blue sky, white clouds, red flowers, and green grass. Old principal, Qin Fangyang was shocked. Why are you here alone? Where's your guard? Yes, I'm here to guard you. Guard you? You? Qin Fangyang was shocked. He wasn't surprised that He Yuan was guarding someone, but who could make He Yuan guard him? Although he didn't have any cultivation, her presence here was like an insurmountable mountain standing at the door. No one would disturb the people inside. To put it bluntly, even if the king of Zhongyuan came personally, he wouldn't be able to enter with He Yi blocking the door. However, why would He Yuan guard someone? This was still an extremely ridiculous thing. Qin Fangyang couldn't understand. He couldn't understand. Who could bear to let someone who could die at any time guard him? He Yi smiled faintly and turned to look at Qin Fangyang's face. She smiled. Teacher Qin, are you going to look for the principal? Yes, these children have just passed the 3-touch and 5 assessment. So, yes, I know their situation. You don't have to rush in. I know everything about them. I also know the process and results of the assessment and the follow-up. He Yi smiled. I'm afraid it will take some time inside. Let's talk here. Okay. Qin Fangyang was overjoyed. This was exactly what he wanted. Seeing Qin Fangyang's sudden smile, He narrowed her eyes and smiled. Teacher Qin, but I'm out of stock. I'm halfway done with the second update. Let's update together in the afternoon. Please give me a few monthly tickets. Chapter 109. Qin Fangyang hurriedly lowered his head. Old principal. You are very happy. He Yuan Yue asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Qin Fangyang smiled from the bottom of his heart. Since the old principal is willing to personally evaluate these 6 children, then most of the evaluations are good. As a teacher, I feel honored. How can I not be happy? He Yuan Yue chuckled. A trace of nervousness flashed in the depths of her eyes. These 6 children are all good children. Qin Fangyang, you taught them well. Thank you for the old principal's praise. Qin Fangyang said respectfully. Little fatty, yes, too little fatty. He Yuanhua looked at Li Chenglong and Li Chongming and couldn't help but smile. Do your best. Li Chongming and Li Chenglong both stood straight, and even Li Chongming's daily sleepiness completely disappeared at this moment. They said in unison, Thank you, old principal. We will definitely do our best. Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiao. You too. He Yuanhua smiled. Don't forget the choice you made today. Your heart is yours, and it will be yours forever. Wan Li Xiao's face suddenly turned red, and she bowed together with Long Yuxing. Thank you for the old principal's warning. Girl, come here. He Yuanhua took out a pair of Shao jade pendants from her bosom. Come, bend down and lower your head. Wan Li Xiao obediently lowered her head, and He Yuanhua hung a small jade pendant around her neck, smiled, and said, Little Long, wear this yourself. Long Yuxing's face was also full of excitement, and he carefully took the jade pendant and wore it around his neck, with a silly smile on his face. He Yuanhua gently smiled and said, In the future, if there are any obstacles, just say this is a gift from me, He Yuanhua, and I also said it. Yes. Wan Li Xiao and Long Yuxing both knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 9 times. Thank you, old Principal Yuqing. With He Yuanhua's words, unless the 2 of them were unwilling, at least within the boundaries of Phoenix City, no one could separate the 2 of them. Anyone who dared to forcefully tear them apart would definitely face the extreme resentment of all the strong people from the second high school. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat. Long Yuxing's face was exceptionally brilliant, showing that he had a bright future ahead of him. However, the family behind him wasn't as brilliant as him. This was something that he could see from his physiognomy, so there was something to be said. But He Yuanhua's words today, did she have a deeper meaning? Could it be that she also saw something? He Yuanhua coughed softly. Her breathing became increasingly weak as she softly said, It's a pity that I won't be able to wait until that day. Otherwise, I would definitely personally preside over it for you. Wan Li Xiao held her arm and said coquettishly, Grandma, he will definitely be able to wait. We will wait for you. Yuan smiled faintly. Silly girl. Then he turned his head and looked at Umo Yin, but he didn't speak for a long time. Old Principal Umo Yin started to feel uneasy. Child. Yuan sighed slightly and said, Mo Yin, you're a good kid, but you have to remember one thing. You have to remember. Umo Yin said respectfully, Old Principal, please say it. Yuan thought for a long time and finally said word by word. Child, in the future, you have to remember. In this world, there's not only strength. Strength is only one aspect. In a person's life, there are too many beautiful things that you need to protect. For example, me, your classmates, your future comrades, your future wife, your future children, and your future home, and even our country. Yuan said softly. This is our home, our country, our land. No matter how strong you are, it is to protect these things. Otherwise, having strength without strength is meaningless. Do you understand? Umo Yin was shaken. He silently repeated it and then slowly knelt down. Old Principal, I will remember it. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. Good kid. Yuan smiled happily and took off a small token from her neck. There was a word carved on it. You. Child, wear this. Grandma He's wish, what I haven't finished yet. You will help me finish it in the future. Umo Yan's face suddenly turned red. Excited. It was as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his head. He knelt down straight on the ground and slowly raised his hands, solemnly receiving the small token. When the jade token touched his palm, Yuan said softly, I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. Umo Yin knelt on the ground and held the jade token with both hands. His expression was sincere as he repeated the words loudly, as if he was making an oath. His voice became clearer and clearer. I hope that my home will not be destroyed. I hope that my country will not be invaded. I hope that my brothers will always be happy. I hope that my sisters will always be safe. I hope that I can protect all of this. From today onwards, this will be my, Umo Yan's, life's goal. Life's goal. This goal will never change. I will never forget it. Yuan smiled happily and gently patted Umo Yan's head. She praised, good child, you are really my good child. Umo Yin only felt a surge of emotions. His chest was hot, and he had a strong urge to cry. He said hoarsely, Grandma, don't worry. Please don't worry. Yuan nodded lightly. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. Qin Fangyang, who was at the side, suddenly felt a sour feeling in his heart. He also had an urge to cry, but he forced himself to hold it back and looked out of the window. As far as the eye could see, there was a tall, red maple tree. The red leaves were red like blood. The sun was red. The colors were gorgeous. It was magnificent. If he remembered correctly, these maple trees were planted by the old principal and his men decades ago. Now, they were all grown up. After comforting Mo Yin, Yuan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo again. Her gaze became interesting. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Ha, you child. Zhuo Xiaoduo stepped forward obediently. Old principal. Yuan laughed happily. When I see you, I think of your sister. It's so nice. She carefully looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. The smile on her face became brighter and brighter. She held Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand and said softly, it's so nice, so nice. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know how to continue the conversation. What was nice? What did she mean by saying it was nice? It seemed that he was really handsome. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I heard that you know how to read people's faces. Yuan was in a good mood and joked. Is it true? Qin Fangyang, who was by the window, turned his head. Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited. He said, yes, Grandma, you know my sister? You heard from her? Yes, I know more than that. Ha, Yuan smiled. Zhuo Xiaoduo, your sister said that you know how to read people's faces. With just a few words, you can tell whether someone is dead or alive. You're very good. I wonder, do you know how to read people's aura? Aura reading, so Xiaoduo thought. Aura reading is a branch of divination. Of course I know how to read people's aura, but I'm far from being able to use it now. But why do they talk about this? He scratched his head subconsciously and said, I don't know how to read people's aura reading yet. You don't know how to read people's aura reading yet? He Yuanyue was very wise. She thought about the first few words and understood. She laughed and said, reading people's aura reading and reading people's aura reading complement each other. If you're interested, you can come to my office every afternoon. We can study it together. Qin Fangyang said anxiously, hurry up and thank the old principal. So Xiaoduo knelt and kowtowed. He said, thank you, old principal. Call me Grandma He. That's what your sister calls me. He Yuanyue pretended to be serious. Then she smiled and said, yes, Grandma He. Zhou Xiaoduo followed her advice and immediately changed the way he addressed her. Good child. Old principal, do you know Zhou Xiaoduo's cerebral palsy sister? Qin Fangyang asked. Cerebral palsy sister? He Yuanyue's eyes widened. Then she suddenly burst out laughing. She swayed back and forth. Who said he has a cerebral palsy sister? He said it himself. Qin Fangyang raised his eyebrows. I thought it was really cerebral palsy. This kid said that he was very pitiful. He said how poor he was and how he couldn't afford to eat. He said that he had a cerebral palsy sister at home. I believe him at that time. I even sponsored this kid with a few pieces of jade of astral souls. Ha! He Yuanyue was overjoyed. Little rascal. So Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. I was just saying. I didn't expect Teacher Qin to be so honest. She actually believed me. Not only did she believe me, but she also gave me the jade of astral souls. She really gave it to me. He Yuanyue laughed even more happily. As she laughed, she suddenly blurted out, so Xiaoduo, what do you think of my face? She had originally asked this question with a smile. Her original intention was to joke with the younger generation, but as soon as she asked this, she immediately felt that it was inappropriate. However, at this moment, she could no longer take it back. Her expression couldn't help but change slightly. Zhou Xiaoduo's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Oh my God, is your face something that can be casually judged? If I were to tell you the truth, plus a certain someone is nearby, wouldn't you be sent away immediately? How would I be able to do that? He looked at He Yuanyue's face. He Yuanyue's eyes were vaguely nervous. She said in a trembling voice, Child, I value fate the most. If there's something that you shouldn't say, it's fine if you don't say it. So Xiaoduo said softly, Grandma He, in this life, you have benefited many people. Your merits are immeasurable. It's really beyond the scope of what I can observe. Judging words is really difficult for me. However, there's no harm in giving you a poem. He Yuanyue immediately relaxed. She laughed and said, Xiaoduo, it's been many years since someone gave me a poem. Read it, I'll listen. So Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said softly, There are many regrets in this life. My great love fills the galaxy, the spring breeze, and the plum blossoms all over the world. Thousands of years of history are carved by jade. Chapter 110. He Yuanyue was stunned upon hearing that. She lowered her head, her white hair trembling slightly. She muttered, in this life, there are many regrets. There are many things in the past. Love fills the galaxy. There are many peaches and plums in the spring breeze, thousands of years of history. She sighed softly. Beside her, Qin Fangyang's blue robe was fluttering slightly under her eyelids. She could also feel Qin Fangyang's gaze on her. In this life, there are many regrets. Zhou Xiaoduo's poem had only 4 lines in total. 3 of them were praises. However, at this moment, Qin Fangyang and He Yuanyue's thoughts were all on the first line. Their hearts were filled with the first line. He Yuanyue lowered her head and sighed softly. He Yuanyue immediately understood that Zhou Xiaoduo's fortune-telling skills were indeed quite good. He had obviously seen through many things. Not only did this brat know fortune-telling, but his attainments were also profound. It was even. Unfathomable. Thank you for your poem, Xiao Duo. He Yuan Yue heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, "This is the best gift I have received in my life. With this poem, He Yuan Yue, have not lived in vain." She said softly, "Be thick-skinned. This poem can be written on my tombstone." So Xiao Duo said obediently, "If Grandma he likes it, I can make it for you at any time. My literary talent is very good." He Yuan Yue couldn't help but laugh. She scolded him with a smile sly. The sadness that had just surged up was washed away by his words. Only joy remained in her heart. "Teacher Qin," He Yuan Yue said. Qin Fangyang immediately turned around. "Old principal, I just suggested to Changjiang that you continue to teach Zhua Xiaoduo's martial arts teacher class." Qin Fangyang was shocked. "Huh? Yes, my idea is not limited to this. I hope that you can continue to teach these children until they break through the acquired realm to the innate realm, break through the embryonic breathing realm, and graduate from this school." He Yuan Yue smiled faintly. "Teacher Qin, these are all good children. They are worth your effort to teach them well." Qin Fangyang nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, old principal. I will do my best to teach them well." He Yuan Yue smiled with satisfaction, nodded, and said, "Zhou Xiaoduo is destined to be with me. Remember to bring him to my office every afternoon. Perhaps he will be the successor of my qi observation skill. I thought that this skill would die with me, but I met him by accident. It seems that it is fate." Qin Fangyang was overjoyed. "Thank you, old principal." The smile on Qin Fangyang's face didn't fade, even after he returned to the classroom. "Every day, come to my office. Every day." The excitement in Qin Fangyang's heart was indescribable, and he felt extremely happy. Right now, he automatically ignored the words brings with Xiao Duo and only knew one thing. "I can see Qianqian every day." This was undoubtedly an indescribable encouragement to Qin Fangyang. In his excitement, he slapped the back of Zhou Xiaoduo's head and laughed out loud. "Little trickster, you're really something. It's all thanks to you this time." Zhou Xiaoduo was completely unprepared and was almost turned into a retard by the slap. Even though he tried his best to support himself, he still couldn't keep his footing. He staggered forward and fell to the ground with a mouthful of dog feces. It gnawed firmly on the cement ground, gnawing on the road for a while. "It's all thanks to me. Is this how you thank your benefactor? Are you trying to buy someone's life? What a fucking weirdo." However, in the afternoon of the second day, Zhou Xiaoduo really knew why He Yuan Yue asked Qin Fangyang to send him here. It had nothing to do with the two of them. It was really his special training for him, hidden weapon training. He Yuan Yue only had one request. It was a very simple request, and it was only one word. "Hurry." In just a short quarter of an hour, Zhou Xiaoduo's arms were swollen to the size of his thighs. Qin Fangyang's role was to comb Zhou Xiaoduo's meridians. What's a hidden weapon? It's a weapon that kills the enemy in one shot when they're unprepared. However, when it reaches a high level, it's difficult to take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. This is also the main reason why hidden weapons can only be used now, and it won't be used much in the future. When facing an enemy, you have to be able to kill him in one shot when he's fully prepared. This is the meaning of hidden weapons to you now. And in order to achieve this goal, the first prerequisite is speed. Strength can increase speed, but you can't maximize your strength to increase speed. He Yuan Yue said, "As for the hidden weapon training, I can only teach you for 7 days. After 7 days, you will officially enter the martial arts master class. At that time, you will go out to do missions like other martial arts masters. You will hunt astral beasts, collect astral soul stones, collect all kinds of resources, exchange them for school contribution points, and train in the gravity room. If you can exchange enough contribution points to train in the gravity room for a year, then train for a full year. The gravity room will be the best way for you to train your hidden weapon speed." After Qin Fangyang finished combing Zhou Xiaoduo's meridians, he only gave him a few minutes to rest. Then he took him out to beat. Yes, train him. After that, he was beaten until his whole body was swollen, and not just his arms. Unexpectedly, He Yuanyue did not allow Zhuo Xiaoduo to heal his wounds. Under such circumstances, she allowed him to continue training his hidden weapon in her office. Speed. You have to be fast. This time, his training partner was Sister Lan. When you can use your hidden weapon to kill me in one hit, then you will be considered a master, Sister Lan said coldly. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. He was almost at the level of a retard. This woman's cultivation might be even higher than Qin Fangyang's. You want me to use my hidden weapon to kill you in one hit? Even if you stand there and don't move, I will use up all my hidden weapon on you. After using up all my hidden weapon, I am afraid that I won't be able to hurt you at all. Giving me such an impossible task. You are clearly bullying me. How can I bear to hit you? Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to act cute in an attempt to get away with it. Unfortunately, his trick failed miserably in front of Sister Lan. All he got in return was a merciless beating from Sister Lan. In the afternoon, Qin Fangyang beat Zhuo Xiaoduo up 5 times. Sister Lan was even more ruthless. She beat Zhuo Xiaoduo up 7 times. I miss Nian Mao. Nian Mao is still the best. Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely aggrieved. Nian Cat wasn't that ruthless. These two people, a man and a woman, were really ruthless. They beat Master Zhuo to death without giving him any face at all. Your hidden weapon is not bad. Unexpectedly, after Sister Lan saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's hidden weapon made of jade, she actually expressed her admiration for the first time. Not bad? Really? Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. Is there a mistake somewhere? The biggest purpose of this thing's existence is just to show off. In the past, we have fought countless times with the Umno Alliance. We have tested too many metal weapons. The Umno Alliance was able to find a countermeasure in a very short time. They can even control it in reverse. For example, the mysterious heavenly body of the Umno Alliance. No matter what kind of weapon you use, he can quickly assimilate it. In the end, the weapon will only be absorbed by the opponent's body and cannot be removed. Furthermore, the mysterious heavenly body can temporarily absorb the power of the opponent's weapon. In other words, the stronger your weapon is, the more likely it will be for the opponent to kill you once it is absorbed. The Jade of Astral Souls is hard, but it contains a lot of spiritual energy. It is also easy to control. The ordinary jadeite you chose is not of the metal element. It will not be affected by external spiritual energy. If you fight against the mysterious heavenly body, not only will you not be restrained by the opponent, but you will also be able to control the opponent very well. Although the weakness of the jadeite is a problem, as long as your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will definitely be able to transform this jadeite hidden weapon into a great killing weapon. For a hidden weapon expert, even flying leaves and flowers can kill people, let alone a jadeite that is far superior in quality. So, your choice of hidden weapon is really good. It was rare for Sister Lan to give such a long speech of praise. Even Yuanyue was a little surprised that she said so much in one breath. Finally, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuo Xiaoduo had completely turned into a steamed bun from head to toe. It was the kind that was so swollen that it cracked. Not to mention other parts, his head was already swollen 3 times. His originally handsome little face was now completely unbearable to look at. Even his mother and Yin Cat might not be able to recognize who this chubby boy was. Beaten to the point that even his mother would not be able to recognize him. This saying was perfectly reflected on Zhuo Xiaoduo's body at this moment. And there was also his big sister. Don't hit his eyes in the future. He Yuanyue frowned and warned Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan. You can add the strength of the eye to other places. At first, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought that this was a compliment, but in the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Xiaoduo, let me tell you a wise saying. Before you grow up, He Yuanyue said, the more you get beaten up, the better. Zhuo Xiaoduo sprawled on the chair like a dead dog. His thin body, which had been able to sit on the chair with ease, could no longer fit in. Now, let's study the aura observation technique. He Yuanyue's hair was neatly combed. She held an ancient book in her hand and said, what is the aura observation technique? To understand it, you must first understand what qi is. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are divided into the 5 elements, but they are also the foundation of the world. They complement each other and reinforce each other. At the same time, they are also the fundamental components of the aura observation technique. Once you master the aura observation technique, you can see the fortune of a person, the prosperity of a house, the topography of a mountain, the rise and fall of a country. Even the changes of the world are all within the scope of the aura observation technique. Chapter 111. Remember, some people call the aura examination technique the art of divination or the art of geomancy. But I want to tell you that this is a big mistake. The aura examination technique is a broad and profound knowledge that encompasses everything. It can truly bring prosperity to the country, support the country, and control the general trend of the world. It is the most profound knowledge in the world. It is also the most difficult knowledge to learn and master. Looking at the geomancy of a house and the landscape of a graveyard are just the most shallow and basic methods to get started. However, the aura examination technique is difficult to learn and master. It is difficult to master without great luck, wisdom, and painstaking effort. Now, let's begin. When Yuan Yue officially started teaching, she did not avoid Qin Fangyang. In fact, when Qin Fangyang planned to go out to avoid arousing suspicion, Yuan Yue stopped him. With my knowledge, I only regret that I don't teach enough people, and I don't have the thought of keeping it to myself. If you can also get started, it will be a great good. Whether it is for yourself, for your family, or for the country, it will be a great thing. After this teaching, not only was Xiaoduo intoxicated, but even Qin Fangyang felt as if a new world had opened up in front of him. If he did not listen to it with his own ears, it would be hard for him to imagine that Yuan Yue's knowledge was so profound. With the 5 elements of heaven and man as the foundation, she described the history of the continent from dynasty to dynasty. She looked at the big picture and started with the details. The aura examination technique was meticulous and meticulous. Even Qin Fangyang, a teacher who had taught countless people, was completely fascinated. Every time he heard a wonderful part, he almost could not help but slap the table in praise. Yuan Yue's voice seemed to have some kind of magic that could easily lead people into the world she described and immerse them in it. The office had unknowingly become filled with spiritual fog. The extremely rich spiritual energy spontaneously nourished the bodies of the 4 people. When the class ended, Xiaoduo was shocked to find that the swelling on his body had disappeared. Not only did he recover to his full state, but he even improved a little. Obviously, it was the rich spiritual fog in the office that was amazing. Don't slack off at night. When I was cultivating on my own, I would get swollen like this at least 3 times. If your sister is at home and assists you, you can increase it to 6 times. With your sister by your side, no matter how hard you cultivate, you won't hurt your muscles and bones. Yuan Yue's parting words echoed in his ears. It's so hard to be a martial artist. Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. Luckily, I've already used up all my hidden weapons. Even if I wanted to train, I wouldn't be able to. Today, I'll just be lazy and focus on training my Yuan Qi. Xiaoduo returned home. Looking at the 10 sacks that suddenly appeared in the living room, he was confused. What is this? What else could it be? Your hidden weapon. Xiaoyan hopped out with her hands behind her back. I bought these especially for you. There are 2 million of them in total. What do you think? Are you surprised? Surprised and touched? La la la. Xiaoduo stared blankly at the 10 big gunny sacks in front of him. He was completely dumbfounded. La la la. Aren't you too touched? So touched that you don't know what to say? Xiaoyan walked in circles in front of him. I don't dare to move. Xiaoduo almost burst into tears. Touched? I don't dare to move at all. In the afternoon, Grandma, he called me. Xiaoyan wrinkled her nose and looked at Xiaoduo. Doggy, you're really something. Grandma, he likes you. You're really something. He hugged Xiao's head and rubbed his head with both hands as he shouted excitedly, My dog has really grown up this time. Oh. Zhuo almost suffocated. Let go. Dong. Zhuo Xiaoyan felt a tickle on her head. Crazy girl, let go of my son. Go cook. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoyan let go of Zhuo Xiaoduo and went into the kitchen. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's hair had become a chicken's nest. It was the nest of an old hen that didn't care about beauty. Dinner. The table was full of dazzling dishes. It was very sumptuous. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care about anything else and buried his head in eating. Zhuo Chonglu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan were excitedly discussing tomorrow's school assembly. They were all laughing happily. They were full of joy. In short, they were very happy. Zhuo Xiaoduo was also very happy. This is my glory, the glory that I fought for. Seeing his family so happy, Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart was full of glory, and pride. That's great. He vaguely felt that he had missed something. However, in such a happy atmosphere, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't think too much. He was as happy as a hungry puppy who saw a delicious bowl of food. Eat. That night, Zhuo Xiaoduo did more than he Yuanyue's request 3 times. So much so that he practiced all the way until 2:30 in the morning. Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart was in so much pain that her eyes were filled with tears. She had seen with her own eyes how Zhuo Xiaoduo kept shooting out the hidden weapons as if he had gone mad. Every time he shot out the hidden weapons, he had to use all of his strength. In less than a quarter of an hour, his arms and shoulders had swollen to the size of his thighs. Then he took a rest, cleared his throat, and continued to practice. Zhuo Xiaoyan was greatly moved by his effort and focus. Doggy, your situation is different from others. You really don't have to work so hard. Zhuo Xiaoyan massaged Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulders, arms, and wrists with heartache. The flaming sun scripture that you practice is different from others. Its power is much stronger than others. You just have to improve your skill, and the power of your hidden weapons will naturally increase. I know, Zhuo Xiaoduo said calmly, but if the speed can't increase, the power of the hidden weapons will be lacking. If you just rely on your inner strength and don't have the corresponding speed, the power of the hidden weapons will never reach its peak. I can do it. I must do it. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He wanted to say a lot of things, but he couldn't say a word. He just started to practice again. Zhuo Xiaoyan stood under a tree and looked at him with infatuation. This doggy, he was usually glib and cunning, as if he was afraid of hardships and beatings. He always looked lazy and didn't want to work hard. He just wanted to be a salted fish. But who knew that under such a glib appearance, there was such a tenacious and indestructible character? In fact, he was not afraid of anything. He was not afraid of hardships, tiredness, or beatings. Because he knew that he started too late. Because he knew that he had a home, parents, and sister behind him. Especially me, I will face a death tribulation soon. He has to be responsible for my death tribulation and help me through it. How can he do it without enough strength? Therefore, he urgently wanted to increase his strength to the limit that he could currently reach. Thinking about Zhuo Xiaoduo's fragmented diary, Zhuo Xiaoyan's heart ached even more. But what he felt was pride, and a sense of security that he was fearless. With Xiaoduo doing so many things for me, Zhuo Xiaoyan, what are you afraid of? In the master bedroom of the Zhuo family, Wu Yuding leaned against the head of the bed. Her eyes were unexpectedly far away. Long road. Yes, I always feel that. We owe our children. There is no such thing as owing or not owing. Zhuo Chonglu also leaned against the head of the bed. His face was also a little heavy. He said thoughtfully, we brought them into this world and raised them. As parents, we have done our duty. There is no such thing as owing. We have done all the things that parents can do in this world, and we have even done more than them. We have used our relationship as brothers to pave the way for our children. We have fought for opportunities that others can't imagine. This is already very good. I know what you are thinking. But more resources, more convenience. Those are unrealistic. Going too far is as bad as falling short. You should know that you and I are now ordinary people. Even if an ordinary person cuts you, or me, he or she will die. This is the helplessness of human beings. We can't protect them with the power of ordinary parents. We have already provided them with the greatest help that we can give them. The rest is up to them to walk on their own path. If you really want to help them and break through the upper limit, first, it may not be a good thing for them. Second, we have stopped the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world. We have to stay in the Arcana land for at least 10 years to merge our original spirits with our bodies. If anything were to happen in these 10 years, it would have happened long ago. And I can't do anything about it. It is better to stay on the sidelines and seek peace of mind. So Zhonglu spoke very slowly. He broke everything down into pieces and separated them clearly. Wu Yuding listened very carefully. She sighed faintly. Besides, Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were solemn. There have been seniors who have gone through the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world, but few people have succeeded and reached a higher realm. I suspect that the so-called experience of our predecessors is all wrong. Wu Yuding was shocked and straightened her body. Why do you have such an idea? I only started to have this idea after I had little Duo, but it's only recently that I've gained further enlightenment. Zhuo Chonglu said in a low voice. Most of the seniors who have transformed into the mortal world were alone. Even if there were couples who transformed into the mortal world, there were no children. But the tribulation of the mortal world is something that one has to go through in all the forms of life. Children, it is fate and also a sin. It can be said to be the biggest tribulation for parents. Without children, this life is incomplete. Since it is incomplete, how can the tribulation of transforming into the mortal world be complete? And we have felt the fluctuation of our state of mind in these few days. Obviously, we are moving in a better direction to break through the tribulation. And all of this is because of Xiao Duo. This also means that our path, by chance, is on the right path. Everyone has too many doubts, so I might as well reveal it. So what Xiao was parents, you have guessed correctly, but you have also guessed wrongly. Yes, so please subscribe, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Today's fourth update, please vote. Chapter 112. Because we have experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death. We have experienced raising children. We have experienced the life of the mortal world and the life of an ordinary person. So Chonglu pondered and said, perhaps this is the real tribulation of the mortal world. Wu Yuding fell into deep thought. So, Xiao's birth was definitely an accident. However, this accident that was not part of our plan has instead become the last part of our tribulation transcendence. So Chonglu smiled helplessly. You have been spoiling him since he was young. You really spoiled him well. Sigh, now when I think of you when you are happy, I can't help but give him a nickname. At that time, you clearly treated Xiao Duo as a toy. You even played with him since he was young. Tell me, when did I become like you? Wu Yuding pouted. Good. You make it sound like I don't really love the child. So Chonglu laughed and said, don't think about the long term. Don't think about the help of cultivation. The only thing we need to think about is to live our lives seriously. Let nature take its course, and we will pass this test. I think that when we pass this test, Xiao Duo and Nian will have grown up. It will be the best of both worlds. Wu Yuding imagined the future. She could not help but smile gently and said, I sincerely hope that these two children can be safe. So Chonglu nodded and said, actually, the question in my heart is the real puzzle. Normally, we are born in the mortal world. Our cultivation has been locked by the way of heaven. Our luck is still different from ordinary people. The combination of essence, energy, and spirit should be constant. How can there be children under such conditions? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and did not answer. So Chonglu muttered to himself, you didn't notice it at that time. It was only 3 months later that you felt something was wrong. Because we didn't think in that direction at all. We all knew that it was impossible. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes again. But there was Xiao Duo. Zhuo Chonglu frowned. After Xiao Duo, we've made a lot of efforts over the years, but nothing happened. Is there really nothing strange about this? Wu Yuding immediately blushed and rolled her eyes even more. I've thought about it over and over again. Zhuge Zhonglu had a pensive look on his face as he held Wu Yuding in his arms. Then he asked in a very serious tone, as if he was studying an academic problem, "Is there something wrong with the posture?" "Shameless. If there's another one. Let's call him Zhui Xiaoyu. Get lost." Oh. The next day, in Second High, red flags fluttered in the wind, and there was a sea of people. Countless parents rushed into the school grounds of Number 2 High School. Coupled with the music that was being played all around, it was no different from a sports meeting. Many of the students who had been taken away had been released after going through the Crystal Gate and Qingxin Lake. Some of them were still in a state of panic. Naturally, their whole families would participate in the school activities when they had the opportunity. Of course, there were 2 people who didn't come back: Zheng Dei, Cheng Fangji. Zheng Dei and young Master Cheng had died silently in the prison of Star Shield. This matter made Chief Jiang Zhongbin furious, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He didn't care about Zheng Dei's death. However, Cheng Fangji's death made Chief Jiang fly into a rage. Only this one was confirmed. He wanted to use this as a breakthrough point. However, this one was dead. During this period of time, everyone in Star Shield couldn't even protect themselves. Chief Jiang looked at everyone as if they were spies from the UMNO alliance. The guard on the day of Cheng Fangji's death was immediately thrown into prison by Chief Jiang after the incident. Chief Jiang had also set up an inescapable net to monitor Cheng Fangji's family, waiting for the UMNO alliance to come. In fact, on the night of Cheng Fangji's death, the UMNO alliance did come. 2 masters came in from the left and right. The masters of Star Shield's City Guard's mansion fought with all their might. They fought until the sky turned dark and the sun and moon lost their light. In the end, the 2 masters of the UMNO alliance who couldn't break through the heavy defense chose to retreat. However, when the guards went in to see Cheng Fangji's family again, they were shocked to find that the family, along with the 7 masters of Star Shield who were lying in ambush, were all dead. This wasn't the other party retreating at the right time. They knew that their goal had been achieved, and they fled. On the same day, many parts of Phoenix City were set ablaze, and wails and cries were everywhere. All the executives of Cheng Fangji's family company died that night. No one was spared. The headquarters of the Cheng conglomerate's Chinese medicine company was set ablaze. No one knew how many fire starters were thrown into the building. In addition, the fire trucks that rushed over after hearing the news were intercepted on the way. All the fire hydrants within a 6-kilometer radius were destroyed. Therefore, by the time dawn broke the next day, the building had been completely burned into ruins. It was beyond recognition. After the incident, it was speculated that a lot of incendiary materials should have been set up in advance in this building. All these things made Governor Wan Pingyuan's hair stand on end. He shuddered. Perhaps to the people, all this just felt was that something had happened. There was a commotion of fire, people died, and so on. However, anyone with half a brain could think of who could come and go freely in the heavily guarded Star Shield and kill people calmly. Who was it that killed Cheng Fangji's family without a sound? Who could set off a fire in the downtown area and brazenly intercept and kill the fire trucks? As for arranging the incendiary materials in advance and destroying all the fire hydrants, it was simply a trivial matter. However, the most frightening thing was that the people of the UMNO alliance were always able to withdraw the moment their reinforcement arrived. All these meticulous arrangements made Governor Wan feel that his buttocks were sitting on the mouth of a volcano, and this volcano had already begun to erupt. It could burn him to ashes at any time, just like that building. It seems that the entire Phoenix City has been infiltrated into a sieve. Governor Wan had to admit this point. When he asked for help from the higher-ups, he said very clearly, the people of the UMNO alliance have been dormant for a long time, but when they move, they will shock the heavens. Based on the commotion they created in Phoenix City, you can imagine their hidden combat power. What's more, you can imagine that they must have bigger moves behind them. I suspect that the UMNO alliance has a huge plan. I request that the higher-ups focus on the old principle HUNUS theory of the Phoenix vein. Something big will happen in Phoenix City soon. Please pay attention to it. Juan Pingyuan finally made this decision, although it was a very difficult thing for him to do. For the officials in charge of the government to be in such a state of chaos, it was already hard for them to absolve themselves from the blame. Who didn't want to govern peacefully? If they could suppress something, who would want to report it? It was better to report the good news than the bad news. It was better to seek no merit than to seek no fault. This was the unspoken rule of the government. But now, Juan Pingyuan didn't dare to suppress it anymore. Right now, his heart was palpitating with fear. Phoenix City, this tiny place, what was it hiding? How could it make the UMNO Alliance send so many people here? The current situation was very obvious. Things were far from starting. The leader of the UMNO Alliance hadn't arrived yet. But even so, the situation had already reached the point where it was close to getting out of control. Then, when the other party's plan really started, what kind of situation would Phoenix City become? Juan Pingyuan didn't even dare to think about it. He could only vaguely feel that an unprecedented bloody storm was about to start in Phoenix City. As for how big this storm was, no one dared to make wild guesses. HUNU's many years of hard work to no avail. So with Xiaoduo, this little butterfly just lightly flapped its wings, and it started flapping. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was the right time. But all of this was because of such a ridiculous little thing that the curtain was pulled open. Time, fate, and luck. After a series of actions, the UMNO Alliance had already retracted their claws and teeth after achieving their goals. They, who had paid a considerable price, were also licking their wounds. The governor's office, city guards, and Starshield were even more on guard. I really don't dare to trust anyone now, Director Jiang reported to his superior, Starshield. The army, the city guards, the governor's office, the inspection bureau. I suspect that they have all been infiltrated by the UMNO Alliance. Even within the Phoenix City Starshield, there is most likely a traitor. I don't dare to trust anyone. Please send an expert to assist. Focus on the matter of the Phoenix vein that the old principal Yuanyue mentioned before. I request the superiors to pay attention to this matter. The UMNO Alliance, the Big Dipper, and the Southern Dipper are all gathered here. How can this be a small matter? I request that the most powerful person be sent here. I request that the Dragon Blood team be stationed in Phoenix City. Director Jiang held the phone and was almost shouting. His shiny scalp was covered in sweat. He pulled out a few strands of hair on both sides of his head. I request immediately. Now, immediately. Quickly. Originally, for the sake of the old principal, Director Jiang, Director Sun, and Governor, one had to be present for this grand event. But now Phoenix City was in a mess. Chief Jiang, Governor Wan, and everyone else was already in a terrible fix. In fact, they had no time to attend this commendation ceremony. The only one who came was Director Sun from the Martial Arts Department. But even Director Sun, who came, did not look good. After he arrived, he went straight to Yuanyue's office to report the current situation. Finally, it's going to be revealed. After listening to Director Sun, Yuanyue was stunned for a long time. After a while, she took a deep breath. Her gaze was complicated. It's not that the higher-ups don't believe what I said. It's just that. It's not that bad yet. The old lady smiled bitterly. Teacher, what do you think? Director Sun said carefully. Forget it. Yuanyue was in a daze for a long time. Then, she said slowly, hopefully it's not too late. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding walked into the school with Zhuo Xiaoyan, causing waves of exclamations that more in the afternoon. It's so hot. I'm going to get a heat stroke. So, please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. Chapter 113. Zhuo Chonglu's suit was well ironed, and his leather shoes were shiny. He was dressed in branded goods. Coupled with his tall and straight figure, he was really handsome. His wife, Wu Yuding, who was in his left hand, was even more eye-catching. Wu Yuding, who had specially dressed up, was even more beautiful. She really looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The couple walked all the way, looking like a celestial couple. At first glance, people were so envious that they drooled. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was on the right side of the couple, was inconspicuous at this moment. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't dare to expose her identity as the heavenly daughter of spiritual thoughts. She was now dressed as an ordinary delicate girl. She wore a decent branded dress, but her appearance alone was not as eye-catching as Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding. Although she had to make herself ugly before coming, Zhuo Xiaoyan was already very satisfied, because Mu Yinyin didn't allow her to come at all. She had to beg hard before she was allowed to come with makeup. According to Mu Yinyin's original intention, she wanted her to dress up as an ugly person. But Zhuo Xiaoyan refused. My father is so handsome, and my mother is so beautiful. The girl they gave birth to can't be too ugly. If she's too ugly, it will attract other people's attention and reveal flaws. Zhuo Xiaoyan argued. Mu Yinyin also considered that if her appearance was too extreme, it would indeed have the opposite effect. So, she reluctantly agreed. Zhuo Zhonglu and Wu Yuding walked in. Such a person, such an appearance, such a temperament, and such a style of conversation naturally became the focus of everyone. Many parents came over to chat with them. After knowing that Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were the parents of Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was highlighted this time, these people were so envious that their eyes turned blue. What kind of world is this? The couple is so outstanding, and their son is also so outstanding that I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Many parents glared fiercely at their sons' faces and buttocks. Look at him, and then look at you. It's fine if we can't compare to their parents, but you can't even compare to their son. I can't take it anymore. I must teach him a lesson when I get back. A little fatty was already crying. Amidst the commotion, the little fatty was so aggrieved that he could not speak. Look at my parents. Look at all of you. How can you blame me? This is a genetic problem. Look at you guys. I know that when I grow up, I'll probably have problems finding a wife. Look at Zhuo Xiao's parents. Take a good look at them. How can their son not be outstanding? This is the difference. This is the victory of genes. How can you blame me for this? Why are you hitting me again? Are you being unreasonable? All around, the parents who heard these words had complicated expressions on their faces. Hearing this, the children all gave the little fatty a thumbs up. Bro, you got guts. You said what we wanted to say, but didn't dare to. You're a real man. Don't worry. If you're beaten to death today, we'll all go to your grave tomorrow. Amidst the hustle and bustle, the school's loudspeaker finally sounded. This thing was set up near the field today. The rostrum and other things were already in place. As the passionate music resounded, everyone who heard it felt their blood boil. They couldn't wait to walk up to the stage and take all the glory for themselves. All the parents went forward with complicated expressions on their faces. The rows of seats had already been arranged neatly according to the class seating arrangement. It was arranged neatly and not messily. The assembly is about to begin. Parents and students, please take your seats as soon as possible. It had to be said that the martial arts school was quite efficient in this aspect. Not long after, everyone had taken their seats. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan sat in the front row. Their faces were full of glory and radiance. The chairs in the front row were all red. They were spacious and comfortable. There was even a red carpet under their feet. The most important thing was that there were only a total of 10 seats. It was very eye-catching. The Zhuo family occupied 3 seats in the middle. It was even more eye-catching. This is really high-spirited. Who else but me? The music kept ringing. The school leaders began to take their seats on the rostrum. Of course, the seat in the middle was taken by Director Sun of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau. However, Director Sun felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He Yuan Yue was also here. She was watching with a smile on her face. Director Sun felt like he had hemorrhoids. If other alumni knew that he had driven the old principal aside during the school event, he would probably be hung up to dry on the same day. Although it was the old principal who insisted on not sitting here and insisted that he sit here, those guys who would reason with you. especially those bastards who were still in the Sun Moon Pass, director sons, but twisted and turned like he had hemorrhoids. He felt uncomfortable all over. However, Li Changjiang and several vice principals who were sitting next to him all turned a blind eye to him. They completely ignored director son's pleading gaze. Finally, there was a scapegoat sitting there. It would be strange if they would change seats with you. Besides, you're also a leader. Who asked you to be the director of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau? If you don't take this seat, who will? If it were me, Li Changjiang, I don't want to die yet. You can't die without me. Li Changjiang's face was sanctimonious. However, he was very happy in his heart. Damn you, Monkey Sunday. Who asked you to show off your authority in front of me every day? Just take it. Today, I will treat you as a joke. How about it? Li Changjiang said a few opening remarks. Then, it was Director Sun's turn to speak. It was the so-called leader's speech. Director Sun breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and took the microphone from Li Changjiang's hand. He walked out of his seat and stood up. Then, he gave a passionate and emotional speech. Especially, he emphasized on the old principal's cultivation and how grateful he was. This speech alone took more than 15 minutes. In the end, his eyes turned red. He kept looking at the video of the Martial Arts Educational Bureau. Zoom in, close up, focus on my eyes. Take a shot of my tears. Take a shot of my true feelings. Otherwise, those guys will definitely kill me. The one who recorded the video, you have to be sensible today. The Martial Arts Educational Bureau's videographer understood what he meant. He took a few steps back and lowered his body. He covered the entire banners and the entire venue. He could only hear Director Sun's earth-shattering voice. However, his face could not be seen clearly. From afar, he could only see Director Sun's towering figure. Standing on the stage, he looked even more mighty and powerful. He had the aura of a king descending to the world. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Director Sun's vision turned black. It's over. Recording, you're not helping me or flattering me. You're sending me to the gates of hell. I will look at the school's video later. This guy, I will fire him when I get back. They even said that they found the smartest guy to follow me. What the hell is this smartest guy? This is clearly the type that will get me killed. Could it be that this guy belongs to the Umno Alliance? Is he here to destroy our internal unity? Director Sun was originally impassioned. However, towards the end, he felt like he was on his last breath. Even his face was a little pale. He forced himself to say a few more words before he ended his speech. Hu Rian stood beside He Yuanyue with a glowing face. She covered her mouth and laughed. Teacher I know very well what Monkey Sun is afraid of. He Yuanyue also smiled. This guy's monkey nature doesn't change. This is very normal. If he thinks too much, it will cause trouble. If he was just sitting there calmly, no one would think anything of it. But he was twisting his butt, changing his expression, and looking left and right. Those guys could tell at a glance what he was afraid of. How could they not take advantage of the situation and mess with him? Under such circumstances, it would be a waste not to mess with him. If they mess with him, wouldn't it be a waste? Looks like this guy is doomed to be beaten up. Hu Ruoyun laughed. Ruoyun, how is your situation now? What is your specific cultivation level? He Yuanyue asked. Teacher, I am now walking on the path of thorns. I have already reached the 3rd level. Hu Ruoyun said, originally, with the effect of the Supreme Dan and the Star Soul Grass, there was still a lot left. It was enough to directly break through the embryonic breathing stage. However, it is better to take the path of thorns step by step. It is inevitable that your foundation will be damaged. He Yuanyue nodded and said, this is the best choice. Ruoyun, no matter how hard it is, you have to accumulate more than 6 levels. Then you can rush through the path of thorns in one go. Only then can you go further. Yes, I understand. The stage had already reached the commendation segment. The topic of the speech was back to Li Changjiang. Zhou Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Li Chenglong. These 6 students are especially outstanding. They have successfully broken through and advanced to the next level before the end of the warrior class. The 6 students who advanced to the next level this time are rare in the history of the second high school. Teacher Qin Fongyang of the 9th class has contributed the most to this. Other than that, many other students in the 9th class are also on the verge of a breakthrough. Among them, Zhuo Xiaoduo is the most outstanding. Li Changjiang began to praise Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was naturally a segment that had been arranged beforehand. Even though they knew this, Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan still stood up straight with smiles on their faces. After Zhuo Xiaoduo broke through to the martial warrior level, he has been cultivating with all his might. In just a few days, he has broken through to the martial master level and even reached the peak of the martial master level. This is 2 consecutive leaps. This is a rare miracle in 100 years. Principal Li's voice was unusually excited. Below the stage, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was waiting to receive the award, puffed out his chest. He was elated and high-spirited. Li Changjiang's tone changed and became serious. Perhaps everyone doesn't know, but Zhuo Xiaoduo comes from an extremely poor family. According to him, his father had to sell his blood to pay for his school fees. His mother had to fight with others to carry gunny sacks and do manual labor in order to raise enough money for his school fees. Moreover, he has an older sister who has cerebral palsy since childhood. Zhuo Changlu was dumbfounded. Wu Yuding was confused. Zhuo Xiaoyan was annoyed. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Is he talking about my family? Chapter 114. After hearing Headmaster Li's words, all the parents instinctively did the same thing. They turned their heads in unison and looked at Wu Yuding and her husband. Dressed in a well-ironed suit, shiny leather shoes, and branded clothing, he looked graceful and luxurious. Was this the kind of attire that could be obtained by selling blood and carrying bricks all year round? Looking at his face, it was full of radiance and color. There was not even a single wrinkle on his face. Even if his attire was rented, with his complexion and appearance, how could he be someone who sold blood and carried bricks all year round? And the girl next to the couple, although her looks were average, she looked very energetic. She did not seem to have cerebral palsy at all. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with amusement. Li Changjiang continued. It was under such difficult circumstances that Xiaoduo worked hard and accumulated a lot of experience. He broke through the barrier from martial disciple to martial warrior in one fell swoop. In less than a week, he broke through the bottleneck of martial master and reached an even higher realm. This kind of unremitting spirit in adversity is something that we can all learn from. Since Xiaoduo only trained in the martial warrior class for a week, the school has decided to refund all of Zhuo Xiaoduo's martial warrior class tuition fees. In addition, due to the special circumstances of Zhuo Xiaoduo's family, the school has decided to waive all of Zhuo Xiaoduo's martial warrior class tuition fees. In addition, we will give Zhuo Xiaoduo a scholarship of 10,000 yuan as a personal reward for Zhuo Xiaoduo. Our second high has never rejected any students. Talented students who come to our second high will naturally receive the corresponding preferential treatment. Our second high school has enough teachers and resources for cultivation. This time, the reason why the UMNO Alliance chose second high is because there have been countless outstanding talents from second high in all fields of the empire. Below the stage, Hu Riyun was so angry that her face was flushed red. Her chest was almost puffed up. Her eyes were spitting fire as she looked at Li Changjiang on the stage. The anger in her heart was about to erupt. This is too much. This is too much. Li Changjiang, if you don't want to refund the money, just say so. If you don't want to give me a discount, then don't give me a discount. If you don't want to give me a scholarship, then don't give me one. Why did he have to make trouble at this time? Doesn't he know how much harm this will cause to the child? I'm so angry. I won't spare him no matter what. I want to live apart from him. Let's start dividing today. Hu Ruoyun gritted her teeth. He Yuanyue looked thoughtfully at Li Changjiang on the stage and murmured, "Calm down." Perhaps Changjiang really doesn't know about this. Even if he really didn't know, he still made such a big mistake. What do you think Xiao Duo will do in the future? How can such a young child bear such embarrassment? Hu Riyun was on the verge of tears. Beside him, Qin Fangyang's face was also deathly pale. Principal Li, did he really not know about the real situation of Zhou Xiaoduo's family? Now, let's invite the student representative, Zhou Xiaoduo, to come on stage to receive the award and give a speech. At this point, Li Changjiang had finished speaking according to the script. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale. It was even paler than Qin Fangyang's. This was because he saw the most outstanding couple in the front row suddenly stand up. The moment he turned his head, he saw it was Xiaoduo, dressed in bright clothes, but his face was as pale as paper. His whole body was trembling like a quail in the cold wind. Li Changjiang's brain suddenly fell into a state of crash, or rather, it went blank. This is bad. It's over. It's a mistake. This brat was lying about his family situation that it's over. It's all over now. He really did not know about Zhou Xiaoduo's family situation. With Principal Li's status and experience, if this had happened to any other child in second high, Li Changjiang would have done a thorough investigation of the other party's background. There was no way he would have made such a big mistake. However, after he Yuan Yue hid Zhou Xiaoyan's information, even Zhou Chonglu and his wife's information was blocked. Therefore, Li Changjiang really did not know about the specific situation of his Zhou family. Coincidentally, when he mentioned to Zhou Xiaoduo about the school assembly and the award, Zhou Xiaoduo was stingy about activating his innate talent. Instead, he was possessed by a movie star and pretended to be a poor kid. He worked tirelessly and even described his family members to be miserable. This led to this tear-inducing, but actually false article. However, in this situation, even with Principal Li's experience, he still did not know what to do. He really did not know how to end this. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding stood up slowly. The husband and wife had smiles on their faces. Their faces were calm and proud as they clapped for their son. The man was handsome, and the woman was graceful. Both of them were calm and composed, indifferent and carefree. There was only pride, only glory. There was no awkwardness at all. The couple slowly turned around and faced all the parents and students with smiles on their faces. They smiled and waved their hands calmly. It was as if the incident just now was just an insignificant interlude. It was as if nothing had happened. We are just here to enjoy the glory that my son has brought to me. This is my son, my glory, my pride. My son's achievements are enough for me to be proud of and brag about for the rest of my life. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at his father's tall and straight figure. His flustered and embarrassed heart suddenly calmed down. His back was like a high mountain, blocking all the raging waves that were rushing towards him. As long as Daddy is here, I won't feel afraid at all. This is the ultimate safety. I have Daddy. I have Mommy. It's so good to have both of you. Zhou Chonglu waved and smiled. His handsome and sunny face was full of gentleness, and calmness. He slowly turned around and looked at his son and his wife. They were applauding and looking at him with encouragement and glory. Go, Daddy and Mommy are here. We believe that you can handle it well. It's just an insignificant embarrassment. Even if you can't handle it well, Daddy and Mommy will still be here to support you. Daddy will bear all the storms for you. We won't be angry, and we won't feel awkward because you are my son. So Xiaoduo suddenly felt a burst of emotion in his heart and almost shed tears. This is my Daddy. This is my Mommy. The warmth flowed through his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to rush into his parents' arms and cry and say that he was wrong. He would never lie or be greedy again. But now was not the time. There was still a big mess waiting for him to clean up. This was all his fault. Under Hu Riyun's extremely worried gaze and Wu Yuding's extremely gentle and encouraging gaze, Zhou Xiaoduo slowly stood up straight. He raised his head and smiled again. It was a confident and somewhat embarrassed smile. He took large strides and walked toward the stage. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at her brother's footsteps. The first step was a little hesitant. The second and third steps were already big strides. The fourth step was even more resolute. Although it was only a few steps in Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes, it was as if she could see Xiao Duo's mental journey. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not stop. He went straight to Li Changjiang. Under Li Changjiang's extremely complicated gaze, Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and took the microphone. His first sentence was a slightly embarrassed laugh. "Everyone, I'm really sorry. I really didn't expect that my casual lie would be taken seriously by the principal. It's embarrassing, really embarrassing, haha." Although he said it was embarrassing, there was no embarrassment on his face. Instead, he looked very calm. The bright smile that flowed from the corners of his mouth immediately attracted the eyes of many young girls in the school. "It's really embarrassing to talk about my family background. The root cause is that I can't bear to pay. Haha. Students who are familiar with me all know that I'm really stingy. I can't wait to split $1 in half." That day when I was paying the tuition fee, the teacher asked me why I was so late in paying the fees. So I lied. I said that my family was very poor, and the teacher took it seriously. Then, the principal took it seriously. Then, it led to this scene today. It seems that the old saying is true. A lie needs 100 lies, or even more to make up for it. It's tiring, exhausting, and exhausting. At this moment, there was laughter from the audience. Many female parents looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with smiles in their eyes and murmured, "This little naughty monkey seems to be someone who doesn't know his place." However, their eyes were full of love and no disgust, because this child had resolved half of the embarrassment with his own responsibility and calmness. "Of course it's a lie, a complete lie. My family is not poor. We're not poor at all, but I'm reluctant to spend money." So Xiaoduo faced everyone and said loudly, "I've always known how hard it is to earn money. I've seen it with my own eyes. My mother takes care of the house and calculates every expense carefully. My parents are ordinary people, but they have to raise me, a martial arts practitioner who is almost like a gold-swallowing beast. They're really very tired. I've seen it all, so I have a little bit of obsession with money. Yes, I value money very much, because it's too difficult to earn." Zhuo Xiaoduo's words had undoubtedly resonated with many of the parents present. Yes, the resources required to nurture a martial artist were indeed far from what an ordinary family could afford. Not to mention the tuition fees, which were many times more expensive than other schools. Not to mention the resources required to cultivate, just food. Some families would not be able to provide for it. Today was the birthday of both Feng Amnesia and Xiu Shui'er. Therefore, I'll update another chapter for the two leaders. Cough, cough, there's no such thing as adding more chapters on birthdays in the future. Today is a special occasion, so I'll add more chapters. Chapter 115. The intensity of a martial artist's daily training, compared to an ordinary person, could easily consume tens of times, or even tens of times more. And this group of half-grown brats, whose cultivation was neither too high nor too low, after a day of physical exhaustion, their appetite was especially astonishing. Not to mention those high-grade ingredients that contained spirit energy. Even the most ordinary rice would fill an ordinary person after eating 2 bowls. But for a martial artist, even if he ate 20 bowls, he might not be full. And what about the dishes? There was more. The eyes of many parents of ordinary students turned red. When they looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo on the stage, their previous astonishment and disdain were no longer there. Instead, they were a little envious. So what if they were a little embarrassed? Look at this kid. He knew that money was hard to come by. He knew how to use it. He knew how to sympathize with his parents, and he knew how to save money for his family. This was clearly a sensible child. And most importantly, this kid was able to save money for his family. Not counting the 10,000 yuan scholarship, just the return tuition fees for the martial artist class and the fully waived tuition fees for the martial arts master class were already quite a large sum. So Xiaoduo smiled calmly and said, "I did lie at that time, and I'm not afraid to admit it. If the school had said that they would waive my tuition fees because of my poverty, I definitely wouldn't have hesitated and directly took the money home." A burst of laughter rang out. Even though I know it's immoral, and I'm taking advantage of the other party's sympathy and I'm ashamed of myself. I don't want my father to be so tired. So Xiaoduo said loudly. In the end, I've suffered retribution because of this lie, and now it is. To me, I'm still a child who hasn't grown up. I'm heartless and don't care if I'm shameless. A beating and scolding will be enough. But this matter, at this moment, has made my parents feel very embarrassed. For this, I'm sincerely ashamed. This is my fault, and it's completely my own actions. My parents shouldn't bear this responsibility for me. I should bear this responsibility myself. He bowed deeply. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I lied. I've wronged you. Suddenly, Wu Yuding's eyes turned red. The eyes of countless mothers below the stage also turned red at the same time. This sentence almost hit the hearts of all the mothers. Zhuo Changlu was still smiling, and his eyes were filled with gratification. Child, today you have what a man should have. This was called responsibility. Countless fathers looked enviously at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was on the stage. It was never a big deal for a child to brag or lie, but for a child to be able to face this responsibility head-on and even bear this responsibility, just this responsibility alone was a big deal. This was something that every mature man knew. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo on the stage with pride. She was the only one who knew and understood it the most. She knew infinitely what kind of transformations Zhuo Xiaoduo had undergone when he walked up the stage from below. This was the transformation of a boy into a man. There were many men who lived their entire lives, and they might still be boys' men, but they were not men. Similarly, many children could be called men from the age of 10. The difference between the two could be described in two words: take responsibility. Those who took responsibility were men, and those who did not take responsibility were still boys, or at least not men. When Zhuo Xiaoduo went on stage, took the microphone, and faced all the students and parents of the school, Zhuo Xiaoyan almost thought that she was seeing her own father, Zhuo Changlu. He was so calm and unrestrained, so graceful and elegant. He was always so calm and unperturbed, with a calm and elegant smile on his lips, bearing all the wind and rain in the world. Being by his side was always safe and comfortable, and could be carefree forever. And Zhuo Xiaoduo, from now on, had vaguely possessed this characteristic. Although he was still very young and far from being mature, he had already begun to grow. This was without a doubt. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's fourth transformation. The incident was very awkward, and it came suddenly. But it was this sudden incident that made Zhuo Xiaoduo's state of mind take a big step forward. Li Changjiang breathed a sigh of relief, and Qin Fangyang's eyes were full of admiration. Hu Riyun was even smiling, as if her own son had grown up overnight. He Yuanyue, who was in the wheelchair, was full of admiration, heartfelt admiration. Under everyone's gaze, Zhuo Changlu laughed and said loudly, "You are indeed my son. Son, no matter if you are lying or fooling around, what you said today has really made me proud. Even if you have countless achievements, scholarships, tuition waivers, all of these added together are not as good as what you said today. They are not as good as what you said today." And Mom, Wu Yuding's eyes were red, and she waved at Zhuo Xiaoduo. "We are proud of you." He turned around and smiled proudly. Then, he waved at the crowd. Once again, she received a lot of admiring gazes. Many parents lowered their heads and looked at their son, who still looked like a little quail. Then, they looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo, who admitted his mistake and bravely took responsibility for it. He used his own responsibility and carefree attitude to turn bad things into pride. They could not help but sigh. Sigh. I can't compare to the older one, and it seems that I can't compare to the younger one either. Zhuo Xiaoyan wanted to jump up and shout that there was still sister. Zhuo Xiaoduo's sister was also very outstanding, and she definitely did not have cerebral palsy. She could not even think about it. Her heart was full of gentleness and satisfaction, and she definitely could not shout that she had cerebral palsy. Besides, if I can't shout that, there is still sister. If I shout that, what if the group of hooligans in school pester my dog? I still have to be on guard in the future. How can my identity as sister be enough? I will go back and talk to him about cerebral palsy. So Xiao Duo bowed on the stage. After a long time, he straightened his back and said, "A mistake is a mistake. The most important thing is to admit your mistakes and correct them. The premise is that you still made a mistake. There is no need to say anything more. Everyone, don't think that my parents are proud or whatever. Don't believe them. They're just polite words or the so-called routine. When I go back, I will not be able to run away from a mixed double beating." Ha ha! There was a burst of laughter. Wu Yuding bit her lip and smiled. "Little brat, you still know that you are going to be beaten. Before this conference, I have carefully prepared a speech. But after being scared just now, I am not in the mood. Otherwise, I will not follow the speech. I will just say a few words casually." Qin Fanyang looked at the prepared speech in his hand, and his face was full of speechlessness. "If you want to improvise, you should have said so earlier. Actually, I'm not a genius. This is not being humble or polite, and it is not a routine. The truth is that I have been repeating 5 years in the martial disciple class. Including the normal school year, it is a total of 6 years. For a family, this is equivalent to paying an extra 5 years of school fees. If it were any other family, perhaps my parents would have made the decision to transfer me to a liberal arts school. But my parents did not. They watched me struggle. They did not encourage me, nor did they discourage me. They only supported me in school as usual. It was as if repeating a year was a normal situation. These years of school life were as calm as water. There was no change at all. I shamelessly went to the martial disciple class. I felt that I could succeed, but the pressure in my heart was far beyond your imagination. Every time I returned home, I saw my parents joking with me as usual. They gave me nicknames and ordered me to do this and that. I felt that nothing had changed. I was not despised by anyone because of my poor aptitude. My parents' support could be compared to the world's disdain. So I endured. I endured for 5 years. Perhaps it had something to do with the accumulation of these years. After I broke through the martial disciples' meridians, my vitality was still surging. In a few days, I broke through all the bottlenecks and broke through the martial master bottleneck. At this conference to honor geniuses, I feel that I am unworthy, so Xiao Duo said proudly. However, the school refunded my school fees. I will not pay them back. Also, the reduced tuition and scholarship I will also. So Xiao Duo paused for a moment and said loudly, "I will not refuse." Damn, this turn of events almost threw me off. You're really talented. Ha! So Xiao Duo felt that he had said enough. He said, "Actually, my experience in cultivation is only a very, very small opinion. Even to myself, it is not worth mentioning." At this moment, Qin Fanyang felt that something was wrong. On the other side, Li Changjiang also felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhuo Xiaoduo said happily, "Actually, my greatest achievement in this half of my life is not related to martial arts, but to physiognomy. Based on your physiognomy, I can tell that your past life and present life are full of misfortunes and blessings. Just a word of life and death is absolutely correct." The audience booed at the right time. So Xiaoduo didn't care about this and continued, "It's not your fault that you don't believe me. If it was someone else who said this, I most likely wouldn't believe it either. But what you don't know is that my teacher is here right now. My unique skill of fortune-telling was taught by our second middle school's headmaster. It was her who taught me this skill. But for now, I can only see the surface. I still need to learn more from the old headmaster. In the future, when I say life and death, even the winds and clouds of heaven and earth are in my hands, it is just a small matter." This time, it was really incredible. Li Changjiang was stunned. Qin Fanyang was dumbstruck. Hu Ruoyun was tongue-tied. This kid was really daring. But there was really no way to refute him. This was because Zhuo Xiaoduo was receiving He Yuanyue's teachings every afternoon. Among them, there was a part related to fortune-telling. How could he refute that? He Yuanyue also widened her eyes. "I only taught you how to look at qi. When did I teach you fortune-telling? There's one thing. All the brothers and sisters who receive the divine light, you must register in the group before you can receive the gift. If you don't join the group, I can't contact you. The website won't help us get the address for our phone family's event. I say, why are you all so calm? Join the group, brothers. Join the group. 1090 number 866 hashtag number 686. Chapter 116. He Yuan Yue recalled what she said the other day. Physiognomy is more effective and comprehensive when combined with aura observation. He Yuan Yue couldn't help but smile bitterly. His frisky monkey. The moment Zhua Xiaoduo's words came out, everyone present was shocked. What kind of status did He Yuan Yue have? In Phoenix City, he was a living god. Anyone who was qualified enough to know about her would treat her with respect and love. In addition, He Yuan Yue was at the scene now. If she lied, she would be exposed immediately. This kid definitely wouldn't dare to lie at this critical juncture. Everyone turned to look at He Yuan Yue in the wheelchair. What they saw was He Yuan Yue's bitter smile. Was this a tacit agreement? That was the truth. This kid was actually the successor of the old principal. What kind of fate was this? It was too much of a stroke of good fortune. Outside the venue, Lu Jiansheng and the rest who were in charge of security were also dumbfounded. No wonder young Master Zhua is so powerful. He's the successor of the old principal. No wonder Principal Li didn't let us tell anyone. I understand now. What else is there to understand? On the rostrum, Li Changjiang was also speechless. Your bug-like skill. I did everything I could to help you hide it, afraid that it would be disadvantageous to you if others knew about it. In the end, you advertise yourself in front of tens of thousands of people. What the hell is this? The shadow in Principal Li's heart was enough to cover the entire continent. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, whether it's life, love, or anything else, you can come and find me. It's fate that brought us together today. We'll be a family from now on. I'll definitely do my best to tell you everything I know. Yes, I have to emphasize something here. Regarding the cost, I was too embarrassed to mention it, but fortune-telling is also known as fortune-telling. Giving it to you for free is like giving your life away. It's not a good idea. So, if you come and find me for anything, we'll just charge based on your family situation. No credit. That's not good for either of us. Everyone understands, right? Zhua Xiaoduo's face was not red, nor was he out of breath. He was calm and composed as he spoke frankly with assurance. Actually, everyone can see that I'm a person with extraordinary talent. I'm a responsible person. I even know how to read faces. On the rostrum, Li Changjiang turned off Zhua Xiaoduo's microphone and said loudly into his own microphone, "Next, we'll proceed to the third segment. Students, please come up to the stage to receive your prize." It was a pity that he turned off the microphone too late. Most of the audience had already believed him. In Phoenix City, no one dared to use He Yuan Yue's name as a joke, especially under the premise that He Yuan Yue herself was present at the scene. It seemed that this Zhua Xiaoduo's real ability. In uni ways, many were already planning started making plans. Perhaps they were just to seeks to give them a look, or even to seek help them feel at ease. If they wanted to ask for good or ill luck, the old principal would naturally be their first choice. However, they definitely wouldn't dare to look for the old principal. The old principal's body was very weak. If they were to disturb her seeking for peace of mind, the people from Second High would definitely beat them to death. However, it was different to look for this with Xiaoduo. He said that they could look for him as long as they paid him. Well, this matter could be settled. It just so happens that I haven't been feeling too good recently. Amidst the passionate music, Zhua Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, and the others received their prizes. Thanks to Zhua Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing and the other four received a scholarship of 5,000 star dollars each. This result made Zhua Xiaoduo very envious. These kids actually received more than me combined, and it's so much more. So Xiaoduo was very worried. Long Yuxing and the others are still kids. Will they be safe with so much money? Will they spend it recklessly? Will they learn bad things? Masters with thought for a long time. He felt that this money was the most reassuring in his own hands. However, they probably wouldn't give it to him. What should he do? It seemed that he had to come up with a good idea. that after the competition, the school held a banquet and invited all the parents who were present. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were naturally the first guests of honor. As for Zhuo Xiaoyan, she excused herself by saying that she had something to do. During the banquet, Li Changjiang apologized again and again. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were very happy and gratified. They didn't care about these things and just laughed it off. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others didn't receive such treatment at the banquet. They were all brought back by Qin Fangyang and trained for the whole morning. Then, they practiced together. The Zhuo Xiaoduo card cheat device came into play again. The 5 of them benefited at the same time. However, what surprised Qin Fangyang was that the one who improved the most was Li Chenglong. One had to know that Li Chenglong had shown a momentum of improvement over the past few days. In yesterday's sparring session, Li Chenglong had almost defeated Li Zhangming. This situation made Li Changming and the others nervous. They practiced even harder. In the afternoon, Zhuo Xiaoduo followed Qin Fangyang to He Yuanyue's office as usual. As soon as they entered, they saw He Yuanyue's bitter face. "You little monkey," sigh. Seeing how miserable his beloved was, Qin Fangyang naturally slapped the back of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head without saying a word. "Who asked you to mess around?" Zhuo Xiaoduo, who knew the truth behind Qin Fangyang's actions, was speechless. Teacher Qin has been slapping me recently, and it's getting easier and easier for him. During today's practice of hidden weapons, Sister Lan started to fight back. As long as Zhuo Xiaoduo's hidden weapons were not fast enough or accurate enough, he would be beaten until he couldn't get up. He Yuanyue had set up the aura observation technique very strictly for the last lesson before school ended. Even though Zhuo Xiaoduo could remember everything he saw and heard, his comprehension ability had not reached the level of knowing everything just by listening. In the end, Sister Lan attacked again. She called it mind cleansing. Sister Lan's mind cleansing was simple and crude. She created a big basin of ice and sealed Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation. If he was slow in understanding, he would be pressed into the basin to wake up. When school was over, the old principal asked Zhuo Xiaoduo to use the aura observation technique to check the weather of the trees in second high. "Oh God! Oh Earth, I've only learned it for 2 days. Help!" Zhuo Xiaoduo wailed in his heart. In the end, he couldn't see anything. Oh, it wasn't that he couldn't see anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo could only see one thing: green and full of vitality. However, this thought was met with a harsh reprimand from Sister Lan. "How dare you say something that even an ordinary person can tell?" When Zhuo Xiaoduo was dragged out by Qin Fangyang, Long Yuxing and the others felt as if they had eaten ice cream on a hot day. It was so comfortable. Now Zhuo Xiaoduo was a huge swollen ball. He was twice as miserable as Li Chenglong. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo come out swollen like a rubber ball, Long Yuxing and the others beamed with joy and surrounded him. "Teacher Qin, who is this person? He's so round and chubby. It's quite pleasant. This is the real swollen ball." "Oh!" The few of them laughed like geese. Zhuo Xiaoduo was weak and his eyes were fierce. "Just you wait. We'll meet again. See you in the martial arts world." "TSK meet what?" "Even if we don't wait, do you think you won't beat us up tomorrow?" In life, the most important thing is to have fun. Wan Lixio wrinkled her nose. "We're already like this. Do you think we'll be afraid of you?" As she spoke, she stretched out her foot and kicked Zhuo Xiaoduo's swollen shoulder. "It's so swollen here." "Ouch, okay. Just you wait." Zhuo Xiaoduo was extremely sad and angry. Today, a dragon in the shallows would be teased by shrimps. A tiger in the plains would be bullied by dogs. Master Zhuo would remember this. When Zhuo Xiaoduo returned to the classroom to heal his injuries, Long Yuxing and the others had already left. Zhuo Xiaoduo returned home unhappily. Another expected and reasonable battle was waiting for him in full battle array. Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding, and Zhuo Xiaoyan were all there, waiting for Zhuo Xiaoduo to come home. After a round of miserable mixed doubles and a trio's accompaniment, the two of them went on for a while. Yes, a combined beating. It was on as scheduled. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that he was in the wrong, he still cried out miserably and pretended to be beaten to death to get through it. After the beating, it was time to call a day. I beat you up because of the embarrassment you caused today. This is something that must be done. But after the beating, it's over. Next, we'll celebrate for you and praise you. Zhuo Zhonglu was all smiles as he slapped the table. Someone serve the dishes. Yes, sir. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Xiaoyan answered in unison, fully demonstrating Zhuo Chonglu's superior position as the head of the family. The mother and daughter duo brought out the dishes from the kitchen one by one, like ants moving house. There was a dazzling array of dishes that filled the big round table. After this table, there's another table in the kitchen, Wu Yuding said. Awesome. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to eat. Wait. Zhuo Chonglu slapped the table again. Serve the wine. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. What? Cough. Zhuo Chonglu immediately stood up. I'll get it myself. Zhuo Chonglu's momentum was gone. He was cool for less than 2 minutes. I'm not accepting the award for you or skipping a grade for you. I'm just proud of your responsibility today and the bow you gave to your parents in front of everyone. Zhuo Chonglu sighed. Son, you've grown up. What I'm most proud of today is that my son has grown into a man who can stand up to the sky and face the wind and rain head on. This is the most worthy thing for our family to celebrate. Come, son, pour the wine and have a toast with me. Wu Yuding smiled as she poured wine and served food to the father and son. Her face was full of happiness and pride. She even asked Zhuo Xiaoyan, is my son handsome today? Handsome. Zhuo Xiaoyan giggled, her eyes sparkling. Thinking of Zhuo Xiao's silent and desperate actions for her, the countdown in the diary, and the messy little words at the end, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel moved. Dog, that's great. Dear friends, I'm going to have a heat stroke. I'm sweating all over. So please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. In the afternoon, the leader will update. Chapter 117. In the evening, Zhuo Xiaoduo followed Zhuo Xiaoyan to practice as usual, but this time they went to a place a little further away. I'll be on duty in Wangjia town today. I'll practice hidden weapons with you in the middle of the night. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but get excited when he heard this. This was a mission that only advanced warriors could perform. He was getting to know it in advance. Well, you're on duty here? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the hillside in the middle of nowhere, confused. There was no one in this place. What was there to be on duty? There's someone in the nearby town. I suspect he's from the Umno Alliance. Zhuo Xiaoyan looked at the lights in the distance and said, Tonight, my master will go and test him again to see if he can confirm it. And this is the only way for them to fight. If there's really a problem, my master will lead that person here to fight. Do you understand now? The reason why I said this is the place to be on duty is because there's no one here. The fight between warriors is too harmful to ordinary people. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, there's an unwritten rule in the current warrior world. Whether it's the Umno Alliance or the Astral Souls, we should try our best to avoid ordinary people when fighting. This is a kind of bottom line. Last time, when Teacher Qin and Headmaster Li were attacked in the downtown area, it was already considered a bottom-line incident. That's why it became so serious. Zhuo Xiaoyan said, Xiao Duo, when you go out for missions in the future, it's inevitable that you'll have to fight with people. You must try your best to avoid hurting ordinary people. Because warriors, whether it's on our side or the Umno Alliance's side, most of their parents and families are still ordinary people. This is the bottom line that we have to protect together. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. You practice your hidden weapons first. I'll go to the side and watch. Zhuo Xiaoyan dodged. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to cultivate according to the plan. In less than 5 minutes, he was exhausted. He then used the Jade of Astral Souls to quickly recover. Without waiting for Zhuo Xiaoyan to come over, he started again. I can't have a masseuse by my side all the time in the future. I have to get used to it and heal myself in the shortest time possible to recover my condition. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning, and the world was silent. It seemed that we are free tonight. Zhuo Xiaoyan heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo to leave. Wait. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and looked into the distance. Using the faint starlight, he looked at the village that was completely covered in darkness. He used the aura gazing technique that Yuanyue taught him and looked over. Vaguely, an indescribable aura was rapidly gathering. There was a faint black aura around it. An ominous aura was rising, surging, and brewing. Let's wait a little longer. I have a feeling that something is going to happen today. Xiaoduo looked in that direction and said solemnly. The indescribable aura was rapidly surging and taking shape. It's starting. Xiaoyan was stunned. Just as she was about to say something, she heard an explosion in the distance. Then there was the sound of fighting. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose like a mushroom cloud. In the dust, two figures, one white and one green, were fighting fiercely like dragons, circling each other. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky. Following that, the two of them quickly rushed towards Xiaoduo and Xiaoduo. Damn it! Xiaoyan slowly pulled out her short sword and leaned behind a tree. Her pretty face was solemn and cold. Hide well. Okay. Xiaoduo had cleverly hidden behind another tree opposite to Xiaoyan's direction. He kept making a hole in the bark of the target tree and stuffed himself into it. Then he made another hole on the left, right, and back to ensure that he could see the movements in all directions and react in time. After Xiaoduo finished the arrangement, he still felt that it wasn't appropriate enough. He got some mud from the ground and cleaned up the small hole. He then used the bark that he had shaved off earlier to cover his face and body. Only then did he stop moving and hold his breath. He became one with the big tree as if he didn't exist. What I'm about to see is a real battle between masters. There won't be many opportunities to watch this kind of battle. I have to be careful. In order to be safe, he held a few small gourds tightly in his palm. But after thinking about it, he still felt that it was not safe. He put the small gourds in his left hand and held the dragon blood flying dagger in his right hand. Don't think that I'm as timid as a mouse, trembling with fear. Perhaps the outcome of this battle will depend on me, but at this moment, I have to cheer for Master Mu spiritually. The battle in the sky was like thunder and lightning. It moved horizontally all the way, and in a moment, it had come close. Mu Yinyan's clothes were as white as snow. Her long sword was unstoppable, like a flash of lightning across the sky. With an overwhelming advantage, she drove the opponent all the way away from the densely populated area of the village and rushed to the remote forest. The light of the long sword was dense and intertwined into a dense net in the air. The opponent was a middle-aged man in gray. He tried his best to resist and retreated quickly. At the same time, he shouted, "Master Mu, I'm really not a member of the Umno Alliance. Why did you suddenly attack me?" Mu Yinyan's pretty face was as cold as snow. "Chen Yuding, if I wasn't sure, do you think I would attack you?" "Evidence. What evidence do you have?" Mu Yinyan sneered. "I've been observing you for 9 days. I just want to ask you one thing. Where did the wound on your left shoulder come from?" "It's the wound you got when you were trying to kill Qin Fangyang that afternoon, right? And the man who came to you this afternoon has been captured by me." Mu Yinyan's momentum was like a rainbow. "Chen Yuding, surrender yourself honestly, and you still have a chance to live. Otherwise, no one can save you." Chen Yuding said, "This is a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding." Mu Yinyan stopped talking, but the movement of the long sword was getting closer and closer. Gradually, it formed a complete light curtain. Chen Yuding, who was inside it, was more and more unable to resist. His cultivation was lower than Mu Yinyan's. Under the opponent's tyrannical attack, it was almost difficult for him to breathe. With a loud bang, Chen Yuding staggered and fell out in the air. In an instant, he had gone to the top of the hill. Chen Yuding's mouth overflowed with blood. Under the light of the sword, he looked as miserable as a ghost. "Mu Yinyan, why do you have to push me so far?" Chen Yuding shouted to the sky. "If I, Chen Yuding, fight with my life, even you, Mu Yinyan, may not be able to escape unscathed. Why not leave a way out? We'll meet again in the future. I never thought that I could escape unscathed. You won't have a future. You can't escape today. Mu Yinyan's pretty face was cold. The spy of the Umno Alliance has actually reached the level of nascent soul. Chen Yuding, you really hid well. Chen Yuding looked up to the sky and roared. A white light suddenly lit up. It was a sword light, which rushed out with the speed of thunder and lightning. Mu Yinyan stood in the air. Her slim figure stood upright in the air. She clenched the hilt of the sword with both hands and chopped at the sword light without dodging. It was a head-on collision. It was an extreme confrontation without any tricks. With another bang, Chen Yuding fell down like a kite with a broken string. All the trees around him bent down neatly in all directions. Countless small trees even rolled up directly from the ground and flew out in disorder. Mu Yinyan's delicate body shook in the air and retreated 3 feet. Then she jumped down again and chased after him. At this time, a sharp whistling sound broke through the air. 2 lights, one on the left and one on the right, suddenly appeared from the sky and attacked Mu Yinyan together. Mu Yinyan let out a clear cry. Her delicate body spun rapidly in the air, and the fan-like sword light sprinkled out. With 2 clangs, the 3 people floated away in 3 directions. I've been waiting for you. The long sword in Mu Yinyan's hand shook slightly, and her feet suddenly moved. Looking from Zhua Xiaoduo's position, he saw that when Mu Yinyan took a step, starlight suddenly flashed. It seemed that all the starlight in the sky had gathered under Mu Yinyan's feet. She was like walking in the starry sky, shining brilliantly. Mu Yinyan's whole body moved with the starlight. Like the starlight flashing, she moved at a high speed. With 1 person and 1 sword, she killed the 2 enemies in a hurry, and they fell to the ground. It turns out that this is the correct way to use the Starry Sky steps. It's so exquisite. Zhua Xiaoduo was beaming with joy as he watched. At this time, another sword light rose from the ground and rushed to the sky. It was Chen Yuding, who had been seriously injured, struggling to use his sword. He was very clear that if his 2 companions couldn't kill Mu Yinyan with his current injury, even if he took the opportunity to escape, he couldn't escape far. Sooner or later, he would fall into Mu Yinyan's hands. Instead of this, it was better to fight with all his strength when the reinforcements came. Therefore, the 4 nascent soul masters fought fiercely in the air. The strong wind brought by the sword chi, the palm wind, and the fist force blew the trees on the left side of the hillside and made them bend down. Mu Yinyan's sword light flashed with unprecedented power. The whole sky had no other color. It was all reflected by the sword light in her hand and the starlight under her feet. Her slim body waved her sword in the night sky, but it seemed to light up the whole night sky. With only 1 person and 1 sword, she suppressed the 3 masters of the enemy and gained the overall advantage. At this time, the other 2 enemies couldn't help but complain in their hearts. This Chen Yuding, he really tricked them. In the past, they reported that Mu Yinyan was only at the high stage of nascent soul. Although she was tyrannical, they could defeat her with the help of 3 nascent soul masters. But now it seemed that her strength was limited to this. They were going to be fucking tricked by Chen Yuding. In terms of the combat power shown by Mu Yinyan, she was at least at the peak of nascent soul. And it was not the ordinary peak, but the kind that had crossed half a step into the peak of nascent soul. How could they fight? Such a gap had already appeared the suppression of the realm. In the current situation, not only could the 3 of them not kill Mu Yinyan and save Chen Yuding, but even the 2 of them would be trapped. It's really bad luck. Chapter 118. The 3 of them roared again and again, trying their best to attack. However, their eyes flickered. They were just attacking instead of defending, hoping to temporarily break through Mu Yinyan's dense sword light and escape. If there was a gap, the 3 of them could scatter and escape. The first and the second one might not be able to escape Mu Yinyan's pursuit, but there was still some hope for the third one. As for who the third one would be, it could only depend on luck. It was the textbook interpretation that was most suitable for this moment. When one side's morale was destroyed, the other side's power naturally increased. Mu Yinyan became braver as she fought. Her white shadow flashed, and the starlight shone. The sword light was like a dragon soaring in the sky. Endless light rain fell, forcing the three opponents to become more and more flustered. It turns out that Master Mu is so strong. Xiaoduo sucked in a breath of cold air. Looks like it's not as easy as just waving her hand for me to bungee jump. I can't say anything bad about her in the future. She might really hear it. So Xiaoyan stood quietly under the tree with a dagger in his hand, ready to strike. At this moment, her whole body's aura had been hidden, and her star-like eyes were closely watching the battle in the sky. Now that Mu Yinyan had the upper hand, she naturally didn't need to fight. She had to be so vigilant in case of accidents. Mu Yinyan's sword was faster than the previous one, and gradually turned the advantage into victory. She only needed to wait for the victory to expand again and completely overwhelm the opponents, and then it would become a complete victory. The so-called overwhelming victory referred to that Mu Yinyan didn't need to pay any price to win and kill all three of the opponents in one fell swoop. What Mu Yinyan had to do now was to try her best to squeeze the opponent's strength while trying to avoid being hurt. As far as the current situation was concerned, she had absolute confidence. None of the three of them would be able to escape. The three people in the air had been in a flurry and panicked. No matter how hard they struggled, it was useless. The most terrible thing was that they were shocked to find that with Mu Yinyan's sword net layer by layer, they were even losing the chance to self-explode. At the moment when they realized this, the three of them let out a long roar. Mu Yinyan's face turned cold and suddenly increased her strength by 30%. You have helpers? Soul-stealing sword. The sword light, which was already extremely brilliant, once again soared. Amidst the sword rain that filled the sky, three sword lights shot out with unparalleled momentum. The three of them had no room to dodge at all. They were struck in the chest at the same time. They screamed and retreated, blood spurting out. Mu Yinyan's pretty face remained unchanged, and the sword light filled the sky again. She wanted to use the least amount of effort to take down the three of them, but the three of them had given her a warning. It was obvious that there were other Umno Alliance members hiding nearby. In order to avoid any more changes, she had to end the battle quickly. Amidst the rain of swords, another three beams of sword light shot out. One of the three was hit in the forehead and immediately fell down with a scream. The other was hit in the chest and was also seriously injured. Chen Yuding was not much better. He was hit in the abdomen and his dantian was penetrated. His whole body fell down like a kite with a broken string. At the same time, he violently vomited blood, which splattered across the sky. At this moment, a black shadow silently appeared in the air. The black shadow was shrouded in a black cloak like a huge bat spreading its wings. With a flick of its long sleeves, it confronted Mu Yinyan's sword light head-on. With a loud bang, the two of them retreated at the same time. Immediately afterward, endless black haze suddenly filled the air and instantly covered the whole world. A long cry sounded "Go!" The black shadow shook its cloak, rushed up, and strongly entangled Mu Yinyan. The cultivation displayed by this black shadow was not inferior to Mu Yinyan's at all. The three of them who fell to the dust staggered. They were all seriously injured after being hit by two swords. They lost at least 70% of their lives, but they finally got rid of Mu Yinyan's death pursuit for the time being. They struggled to stand up, completely ignoring the blood flowing from their bodies, and staggered down the hillside. However, the three of them had just taken a few steps when they suddenly felt an overwhelming cold air. On the ground of the hillside, a layer of white frost appeared out of thin air. It should be known that it was summer now. This kind of change was no different from frost in June. How could the three of them not know that there was another enemy attack? They trembled at the same time, and then they saw a sword light coming from behind a tree, like a flash of lightning. In a blink of an eye, the sword light was divided into three and attacked the three of them at the same time. The person's sword light was fierce, but it gave people the feeling that it was more like a fairy in heaven suddenly descending. Every move was ethereal and extraordinary. Spiritual thought goddess. The three of them exclaimed at the same time. According to the information collected by the Umno Alliance, this spiritual thought goddess was Mu Yinyan's disciple. She was so talented that she could be called a peerless genius. As long as she made a move, any move, as long as it was used by her, it would add a bit of ethereal fairy aura out of thin air, which was a wonder. However, there was a legend in the cultivation world that anyone with such temperament was very likely to be a powerful person or the reincarnation of an ancient fairy. Therefore, this spiritual thought goddess had always been one of the important targets that the Umno Alliance wanted to target. Her priority was even higher than Mu Yinyan. It was just that they had never confirmed her true identity. And this legendary figure, when the three of them were at the end of the road, they actually met her. Seeing that they were about to die again, the three of them moved at the same time. They rolled together, but they moved separately. They also mobilized all the remaining pneuma in their bodies. This was the last pneuma used to save their lives. Once this pneuma was leaked, their lives would most likely be in danger. But if they didn't use it now, they would probably be beheaded by the spiritual thought goddess. The three of them naturally knew which was more important. Bang, bang, bang. The three sword lights fiercely collided with the three people's weapons, making a harsh roar. In the surrounding tens of feet, the grass neatly fell in all directions. After a few muffled groans, the three of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were shocked. This spiritual thought goddess was actually so terrifying. According to the legend, the spiritual thought goddess had not broken through to the elixir realm. The three of them were in the nascent soul realm. Although they were seriously injured and dying, they were definitely not comparable to an ordinary elixir realm cultivator. And this spiritual thought goddess could actually fight against the three of them and make them spit out blood at the same time. This kind of cultivation was simply incredible. Let's fight for our lives. Chen Yuding roared loudly, looking very tragic. Determination flashed in the eyes of the other two at the same time, attacking at the same time without any regard for their own safety. Once the three of them fought for their lives at the same time, Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel the pressure on her side increase dramatically. Although she was a rare genius who had reached an extremely high realm at a young age and could be said to be one of a kind among her peers, she was still only at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm, half a step to the primordial elixir realm. She was a full 2 realms away from the nascent soul realm. Although her opponents were seriously injured and dying, with less than 100% of their strength left, the three of them joined forces and fought back fiercely. It was still beyond the limit of what Zhuo Xiaoyan could handle. While Zhuo Xiaoyan tried her best to resist, she started to move around. Although it was impossible to fight head-on, the three of them were already spent. Until the last moment, when the three of them were exhausted, the situation of the battle would change again, and there would be no turning back. It was unknown when a long ribbon appeared in Zhuo Xiaoyan's hand. She used it to increase the distance between the three of them. Using softness to change the strength, she eliminated the momentum. She walked, stuck, and unloaded the moves that changed the strength of the three of them to dissipate the strength that they had left. The three of them were injured in many places, and it was difficult for them to walk. One of them had even injured his Dantian Qi Si. Blood was flowing out like a stream. Almost every moment, a large amount of blood was flowing out. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to last long. Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't relax at all from the beginning to the end. She attacked with killing moves and didn't give them any chance to breathe, let alone the time to bandage their wounds. The three of them gradually exhausted their last bit of vital qi. They kept using bad moves and were getting more and more embarrassed. It seemed that they were completely out of energy and were about to run out of energy. In the air, the man in black saw this from afar. He couldn't help but be angry. He shouted strangely, "Little bitch, you've ruined my plans. Die." With a shake of his hand, 3 streaks of black light flew out rapidly. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes and ears were alert. When she saw the black light shooting towards her, she hurriedly dodged. Originally, there was quite a distance between them, and even though the black-clothed man's strength was far superior to Zwishanyan's, and the black light was fast, Zwishanyan still had plenty of room to dodge. But just as Zwishanyan dodged to the side, thinking that the black light would attack again, he saw the black light turn around and shoot at him again, like a shadow following him. This time, the distance was close, and with the sudden change, Zwishanyan had no time to dodge and was forced to use his dagger to block. Immediately, the dagger buzzed, and his face turned pale. The opponent's cultivation was too high. With just one attack, Zwishanyan was already having a hard time dealing with it. However, after the black light and the short sword collided, the black light was deflected. It circled in the air again and collided with each other in the air. Unexpectedly, it turned around and flew back again. Zwishanyan's expression was unprecedentedly serious. What kind of hidden weapon was this? How could it be so powerful? The three people couldn't hold on any longer. They all collapsed on the ground and panted. They hurriedly treated their wounds. This time they were really exhausted. High in the sky, the clouds were surging. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The wind was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand up. Chun Yuding leaned against a tree. He looked exhausted. He hurriedly took out a strip of cloth to bandage his wounds. It affected his internal organs. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He only felt that his internal organs were burning. He almost fainted on the spot. But at this moment, how could he faint? He struggled to unwrap the cloth. At the same time, he trembled and opened the pill bottle. When he was about to take the pill, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. A cold weapon had been stabbed into his back. Chun Yuding only felt that the little bit of strength left in his body was sucked away by a black hole. He immediately let out a scream. The other two people were not far away from him. At this moment, they were struggling to treat their wounds. They saw Chun Yuding, who was leaning against the tree, suddenly scream, and his body suddenly straightened up. His eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. He was dead. Both of them were experienced cultivators. How could they not understand the difference between a living person and a dead person? He was alive just a moment ago. How could he suddenly die? Seeing this, both of them were shocked. Could it be that his injuries were too serious, and he suddenly broke out? Chapter 119. If not, could it be that the enemy had other people lying in ambush? But there were no other enemies around. One of them struggled to move his body, took a few steps towards this side, and looked behind him cautiously. The spiritual perception goddess was being restrained by the boss's black light. Now, 3 black lights had fallen and were circling around. It was impossible for her to rush over in a short time. After confirming the situation, the man looked down at Chun Yuding with relief. However, at this time, a red light suddenly rushed out of the tree in front of him and stabbed into the man's forehead. It was a pity that although the red light penetrated the bone, the injury was not fatal. It was probably because the strength of the person who made the move was not strong enough to break through the vitality protection of the nascent soul cultivator, even if he was already at the end of his rope. However, the eyes of the person who was hit suddenly bulged, showing an extremely shocked look, because he clearly felt it. As the red light pierced into his forehead, the injury was not high, and it was just breaking the skin and entering the flesh, but his remaining strength was actually absorbed by the red light in an instant. He stared and only had time to say one word: south. Then he collapsed with a loud bang and breathed his last. Seeing this scene, the third person was almost scared out of his wits, and he was horrified to death. 2 of his companions died silently, and there must be an ambush nearby. He was about to stand up and run away, but unfortunately, the Zwishanyan on the other side shouted, and 3 black lights flew out in 3 directions. The Zwishanyan flew over with her sword, and the short sword flew out of her hand, nailing the last person to the ground. Mu Yin was trying her best to contain the gray-robed man in the sky, and she had no time to care about the battle below. She glanced at the scene of the Zhua, Xiaonian killing a person with her flying sword, and she was very satisfied. Ha ha! The gray-robed man laughed. You are indeed the spiritual perception goddess. You're only a half-step primordial core cultivator, but you can break my 3-star chain attack. You are really amazing. Then he blasted out 3 more palms in a row and said lightly, Mu Yin Yin, do you still want to fight? Mu Yin Yin stepped back in the air. Her white sleeves flicked to dissolve the 3 consecutive palms. She also said lightly, if you want to continue, I will be happy to accompany you. But can the Umno Alliance afford such a loss? The gray-robed man laughed. Is your Kunlun Dao sect able to afford such a loss? Amidst his loud laughter, the black cloak behind him fluttered once again. His entire body soared into the sky like a large bat and sped away. Mu Yin Yin shouted from behind. Although I know you won't say it, I still have to ask. Do you dare to leave your name? The gray-robed man only left behind a string of long laughter and instantly disappeared without a trace. Mu Yin Yin floated down and confirmed the surroundings. She couldn't help but gasp. No wonder that person left. It turned out that the 3 of them were already dead. With no one alive, the hidden danger was gone. There was indeed no need to continue fighting. It seems that this person's cultivation is above mine. Mu Yin Yin's heart shook. She was only able to confirm that one of them had died and thought that the other 2 had escaped. It turned out that all 3 of them had died here. How did these 2 people die? Mu Yin Yin looked at the 2 people under the tree and was very surprised. One was stabbed in the back and the other in the forehead. Neither of them were fatal wounds. I was hiding in the tree hole. So Xiaoduo trembled as he walked out. Then they leaned against the tree trunk. I directly attacked from the tree. I didn't expect them to die. Mu Yin Yin heard this and felt that she understood. Previously, these 3 people had already been severely injured by her and were not far from death. In addition, Zhuxiaonian's strong surprise attack had consumed the remaining primordial qi of the 3 people, and their injuries were even more serious. At this moment, they were stabbed by Zhuxiaoduo. Even if their injuries were not fatal, they were still very serious. It was not surprising that these 2 people's injuries were even more serious. It was not surprising that they died. On the contrary, the person who was killed by Zhuxiaonian should be the one with the lighter injuries among the 3, which was why he needed Zhuxiaonian to kill him. Xiaoduo did a good job. Mu Yin Yin praised. In the face of strong people who are far stronger than you, you still dare to attack. This courage is already better than others. Really good. So Xiaoduo said obediently. It's all thanks to Miss Mu's good teaching. Mu Yin Yin's face darkened. I didn't teach you how to kick the crotch. So Xiaoduo said dryly. Miss Mu, actually, there were too many people on that day, and I was outnumbered. Under the premise that I was not strong enough, I could only use the most effective way to attack other places. It was difficult to have an immediate effect, and I was not strong enough. Mu Yin Yin's heart suddenly softened. She touched Zhuxiaoduo's head and said, Don't do that in the future. It's too embarrassing. I definitely won't do it in the future. Zhuxiaoduo said seriously. If they were to fight me one-on-one, I would be able to play them to death just by using the Starry Sky steps. Why would I need to use such an underhanded method? I also know it's embarrassing, but I had to do it. Mu Yin Yin felt gratified when she heard that. She sighed that this kid was still a good kid who knew what was right and what was not. You can go back. Mu Yin Yin said, I have to go back in hand in the task. Nian find me tomorrow to get your reward. Zhuxiaonian's face was still a little pale. She said, Yes, master. Mu Yin Yin waved her hand, and a bottle of elixirs fell into Zhuxiaonian's hand. She said, The black-clothed man's 3 stars chain attack was special and powerful. You should be proud that you could escape unscathed. Take care of yourself later. She picked up the 3 corpses and flew away. Zhuxiaonian took a breath. When she was about to pull Zhuxiaoduo back, she saw that Zhuxiaoduo's face was strange. What's wrong? No, nothing. Let's go. After Mu Yin Yin left with the corpses, she found that the weight of the 3 corpses was not right. Why were they so light? And The kid just now seemed to be hiding something. Next time I see him, I must not be fooled by his cleverness. I will beat him up first. This little bastard was obviously hiding something in his words. He said that he was outnumbered, so he could only use this most effective way to attack. This sentence sounded fine, but when she thought about it carefully, it was still nonsense. Didn't he mean that in the future, when he encountered a situation that he could not deal with, he would still use this most effective way to attack? Thinking of this, Mu Yin was furious. She was fooled by this little bastard on the spot. She sent the corpses all the way to S.H.I.E.L.D. Jiang Zhongbin came out to see the corpses, and several masters of S.H.I.E.L.D. also gathered together. This is not right. Ms. Mu. They frowned together. What's wrong? You have killed these two for several days, right? Jiang Zhongbin pointed to Qin Yuding's corpses. Their bones are a little soft. I just killed them. Mu Yin's heart skipped a beat. When she looked down, she saw that the two corpses were indeed loose. Their muscles had lost their elasticity, and even their bones were a little loose. Some joints even began to rot and break. What's going on? Mu Yin was puzzled. This is not right. They don't look like they were just killed. One of the masters of S.H.I.E.L.D. pointed to the fingers of Qin Yuding and another master of Alliance. This is clearly... Cough, cough. Jiang Zhongbin glanced at him and laughed heartily. Ms. Mu, you have worked hard to eradicate 3 enemy spies in one fell swoop. Thank you for your hard work. Take out the reward. Jiang Zhongbin ordered. Mu Yin was still full of doubts until she left. She couldn't figure it out. They had just died. How could they become like that? It was as if they had been sucked dry by some insidious method. But how could this be? She had been fighting with them just now and had seriously injured 3 of them. Then she was killed by Xiao Duo with 1 strike. Little Duo, that child, was the most honest and honest. Furthermore, he had never cultivated any sinister techniques before. I can absolutely guarantee this. If that was the case, then this matter was truly strange. Her mind was full of this matter, and she didn't notice what the other master of S.H.I.E.L.D. said at all. Stupid. After Mu Yin left, Jiang Zhongbin said angrily, "Don't you know the rules? In the cultivation world, the spoils belong to whoever has them. Not to mention the fact that Teacher Mu had left us a ring. Are you still not satisfied? Do we have to give it all to you? Greedy." The master of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked embarrassed. "I'm afraid that there is information in it. Now we lack the information in our hands." Information? What's the use of Ms. Mu keeping that stuff? She won't want it even if you give it to her for free. Won't she get to us? Jiang Zhongbin was exasperated. You people are too short-sighted. Your eyes only see the storage ring. Can't you see anything else? Don't you think about it? Our duty is to protect the millions of people in Phoenix City. It's not to get rich. Fortunately, I stopped you just now. Otherwise, if this matter really spread out, who would be willing to work for us? Oh, they fought so hard to annihilate the Wizard Alliance's deployment, and they still have to hand over all the spoils of war to your Star Shield? Only tens of thousands of yuan as a reward? Do you think others are fools? Jiang Zhongbin sighed. Be more flexible in the future. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. You killed 3 nascent soul masters at once. This is a big contribution. Jiang Zhongbin instructed. Hurry up and call your superiors and report your achievements. Are you all stupid? With the help of Ms. Mu of the Kunlun Taoist sect, S.H.I.E.L.D. successfully killed 3 nascent soul masters of the Alliance. One of them is Qin Yuding, a spy from the 7 Kills sect. The other 2 are being investigated to confirm their identities. Director General, this is not our. Are you an idiot? Jiang Zhongbin was surprised and looked at the man as if he was an idiot. Now, I finally know why you're still a small secretary, even though you're over 80. You can fucking marry an old virgin because you don't fucking know how to. Everyone, this fatty Jiang was really ruthless when it came to scolding people. Jiang said that she had recovered. She was happy, so she asked for monthly votes and subscriptions. Add to the chaos. Old brother, quickly come to the group. Chapter 120. Zhou Xiaoyan and her brother quietly returned home. Don't worry, follow me. Zhou Xiaoyan was about to go back to her room to rest, but Zhou Xiaoduo took her hand and pulled her sneakily into his room. Zhou Xiaoyan struggled for a while, and then followed Zhou Xiaoduo into the room. In the master bedroom, Doggy pulled the cat in again. Sigh, don't worry about it. With little duo's current cultivation. What do you mean? What if Nianer doesn't resist? It's not that I'm looking down on Doggy, but even if he has 10,000 guts, he won't dare. I know he won't dare, but what if Nianer takes the initiative? No way. That's hard to say. Can't you see Nianer's feelings for Xiao Duo? I can see it, but Nianer won't be so reckless, right? Well, Nianer knows what's important. Maybe I'm thinking too much. What's the matter? Zhou Xiaoyan was a little surprised by Xiao Duo's sneakiness. Her internal organs were severely shaken when she fought against the dark light hidden weapon. Although she didn't suffer any internal injuries, she still needed to recuperate. Heal yourself first. I'll tell you after you're healed. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Zhou Xiaoduo winked, looking pleased with himself. 15 minutes later, Zhou Xiaoyan let out a long sigh. After 3 elixirs, 4 jade of astral souls turned into powder. Her face regained its color, and her breath returned to normal. Okay, tell me. Look, what's this? So Xiaoduo sneakily took it out from his pocket. Storage ring? 2. Zhou Xiaoyan exclaimed. Quiet down, you silly sister. So Xiaoduo chuckled. These are from the hands of the 2 people I killed. I saw that they were dead, so I took them. These are real trophies. This was really convenient. So Xiaoduo didn't even come out of the tree hole. Instead, he reached out his hand from the small hole he had dug and rubbed each of them. 2 rings were successfully obtained. After that, Mu Yinyin flew down from the sky, and Zhou Xiaoduo came out of the tree hole. Mu Yinyin didn't suspect anything, so Xiaoduo didn't have the time to commit the crime. After all, not everyone would wear a high-grade item like a storage ring. Please open it and take a look. So Xiaoduo couldn't wait to urge, this is our private property. Halfway through, he received a supercilious look and hurriedly corrected himself. All right, I'll try. The original owner is already dead, so the remnant psyche shouldn't be that strong. So Xiaoyan held it in his hand and circulated his psyche to send it out. After trying for almost an hour, he finally managed to open one of them. With a crash, a pile of messy things fell on Zhou Xiaoduo's bed. A few bottles of elixirs, a pile of jade of astral souls, hundreds of thousands in cash, and a book, Breath-Holding Technique. The elixirs are yours, the jade of astral souls is yours, the cash is mine, and this book is both of ours. Zhou Xiaoduo immediately began to divide the loot. Zhou Xiaoyan checked the bottles of elixirs one by one and nodded in disappointment. These elixirs are of good quality, but they are all for nourishing the divine soul. You haven't reached the innate realm, so you don't need them at all. I'll keep them for you until you reach the innate realm. As for the jade of astral souls, there are only 200 pieces in total. I'll take these 2 pieces of high-grade ones, and you can have the rest of the middle-grade ones. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was as bright as a flower. He counted the points one by one and couldn't close his mouth. Ha ha! A man can't be rich without a windfall. A horse can't be fat without feeding at night. This is really... This money. It's not much. Let me see. 160,000. All right. I'll leave you 10,000, and the remaining 150,000 is mine. Zhou Xiaoyan put the $150,000 into his ring and collected the rest of the items. We can practice the breath-holding technique together. It's useful. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was counting the jade of astral souls, was stunned. Both of his hands stopped moving. What did she mean? 160,000. She only gave me 10,000? What happened to dividing the loot? How could she divide it like this? I don't lack the jade of astral souls now. What I lack is money. Zhou Xiaoyan continued to open another ring. The loot this time is not bad. There are many pills that you can use. These few bottles can increase cultivation, and these 2 bottles can strengthen the body. I'll take this bottle that can nourish the soul first. These jade of astral souls are quite big. I'll send it to my father's shop tomorrow. It's hard to withdraw money from these two people's bank cards. I'll destroy them later. You won't be able to use these 2 rings in a short time. I'll keep them for you. These jade of astral souls are all yours. This guy is so poor. He only has less than 100 pieces of astral souls jade. How dare he call himself a nascent soul cultivator? All right, I'll take all the 450,000 in cash. You don't have much use for the money. Zhuo Xiaoyan took another 450,000. I have use for it. I have a lot of use for the money. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were green with envy. He finally couldn't help but argue. A total of 610,000 dead people's money. You only gave me 10,000. This is my profit. How can you be like this? What use? Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted. What do you mean I didn't buy it for you? What use do you have for the money? Even the hidden weapons were provided by me. You don't smoke or drink. What use do you have for the money? I have use for it anyway. Huff, huff, huff. Are you planning to keep the money to flirt with girls? Sure enough, men become bad when they have money. Dad said you're a man now, so... Zhuo Xiaoyan stretched out her hand and took away the 10,000 from Zhuo Xiaoduo's hand. 10,000 is too much. I'll leave you with 1,000. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. Zhuo Xiaoyan waved her hand and put away all the money she took. She turned around and walked to the door. She looked back and said sweetly, "Good night, doggy." Zhuo Xiaoduo was left stunned with a thin stack of money in his hand. I only said one sentence, and 10,000 turned into 1,000? This money depreciated too fast. Hey, you're the one who kept everything for me. He remembered Zhuo Xiaoyan's catchphrase, I'll keep everything for you. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to cry, but had no tears. I'm a man. What's wrong with a man having some money? What's wrong with that? Is it illegal? How did I become bad? How am I bad? Zhuo Xiaoduo beat his chest and stamped his feet. He was extremely angry. What's wrong with a man having some money? What's wrong with this world? Zhuo Xiaoyan left. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the closed door. His eyes were a little gloomy. A moment later, stealthily, he took out the throwing knife. The throwing knife given by Uncle Nan. There was no hope for money. Let's take a look at the knife. Even though he was the only one in the room, his movements were still so careful and meticulous. For the past few days, this knife had been hidden in his arms. It was just that he didn't feel anything special when it was separated by a leather sheath. But today, when he took it out, he felt that the throwing knife seemed to contain endless power when he used it slightly. Just after touching it for a moment, there were already traces of power entering his body and benefiting him. Previously, when he held the throwing knife in his hand and directly stabbed Chun Yuding in the back, this feeling was even more obvious. When the throwing knife entered Chun Yuding's body, Zhuo Xiaoduo could even clearly feel that Chun Yuding, who was seriously injured, didn't have much power left in his body, but it was still considerable. And this last bit of power was absorbed by the throwing knife at the moment when it was stabbed. And this was the real reason for Chun Yuding's quick death. For a strong man in the nascent soul stage like Chun Yuding, even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, even if the knife went straight in his heart, it was impossible to kill him instantly. Not to mention that Zhuo Xiaoduo was only a martial master. His sneak attack could only break the skin and enter the flesh. It really couldn't hit the vital parts, but breaking the skin and entering the flesh was enough for the dragon blood flying knife. Chun Yuding, who was a nascent soul stage cultivator, didn't even have the chance to struggle and died instantly. So Xiaoduo killed 2 seriously injured nascent soul stage cultivators with 2 knives. In fact, the dragon blood flying knife ate 2 mouthfuls of flesh and then turned into a huge force contained in the throwing knife. Of course, the upper limit of the capacity of the throwing knife was unknown. But for Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was too much and beyond his imagination. Zhuo Xiaoduo was too familiar with the good habit of, if you don't pick it up when you go out, you'll throw it away. His follow-up actions were so smooth that he could control his power to take off the space ring first. Then Mu Yinyin came down. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally put the dragon blood flying knife into the sheath. The whole set was natural and smooth, without the slightest flaw. This kind of divine object couldn't be seen by others. What if they took it away? Yes, Xiaoduo now realized that the throwing knife given by Uncle Nan was not only a treasure, but also a divine weapon. After realizing this, Xiaoduo couldn't help but be overjoyed, but he also became more cautious. Don't show off your wealth. I don't want others to know that I have a dime, let alone such a magical thing. If others know, they will definitely rob me. I've never used my own good things to test other people's bottom line, but I very much welcome others to test me with their good things. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoduo's mood turned to melancholy. Who would try to test me with something good? There are not many good people like Uncle Nan. Lifting the dragon blood flying knife and looking at it carefully, he saw that the thin bloodline inside seemed to have thickened a little. As long as he held the throwing knife in his hand, he could feel a trace of power pouring into his meridians, and it didn't affect his body at all. At the same time, he could absorb the chi of heaven and earth. Each had its own way and complemented each other. Good stuff. Super good stuff. Xiaoduo held the dragon blood flying knife in his hand and slowly ran the Flaming Sun Sutra. Suddenly, he felt that the spiritual chi in his body was boiling. His whole body was like the sun, shining in all directions. The dragon blood flying knife in his hand seemed to respond to a stronger force. The abundant energy was extracted from the flying knife and slowly poured into his body. But it's so hot, so manic. This morning, my wife asked me to find some fruit for her, so angry. How can a man do this? So I ran to the kitchen and grabbed the kitchen knife. My body shook and I shouted, "If you make me do this again, I will chop you up." Then I chopped up a watermelon. My manliness is off the charts. So please subscribe to the recommendation tickets. Chapter 121. Oh, as this inexplicably powerful energy surged into his meridians, Xiaoduo couldn't help but let out a strange sound. It wasn't his fault. It was simply too comfortable. No one would be able to resist it. His entire body was simply. The only analogy he could think of was, perhaps, the feeling of suddenly entering a warm pool of water when he was extremely tired was 100 times better. Xiaoduo's cadence made that person moan for a minute. All the pores on his body opened up. Every cell in his body was dancing, and it was an explosive breakdance. At this moment, his pupils dilated. Xiaoduo muttered to himself, his eyes blurred. Xiaoduo checked again and again, confirming that the energy surging into his meridians was mild and gentle. It could be said that it was the purest spiritual energy and didn't contain any foreign elements. It wasn't just a matter of comfort. The key was, cultivating in this state would be at least twice as efficient as cultivating normally, because this was practically an extra, something that fell from the sky. Awesome. Too awesome. Too awesome. Rolling his eyes, Xiaoduo wanted to speed up. Xiaoduo held the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand and 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls in his right hand. Using this as a support mode, he circulated the Flaming Sun Sutra. The effect was actually 3 times better than the Flaming Sun Sutra alone. Yes, 1 layer of the dragon blood flying dagger, 1 layer of the jade of astral souls, and the absorption of the Flaming Sun Sutra itself. The extreme comfort he had just experienced came once again. It was too awesome. It would be even better if it was faster. Excited, Xiaoduo held the dragon blood flying dagger in his left hand and a mid-grade jade of astral souls in his right hand. With 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls above his head, 2 mid-grade jade of astral souls in his dantian, and 4 mid-grade jade of astral souls below his butt, he began to cultivate. Damn it, why is it still 3 times? Master Zhuo was somewhat dissatisfied. I added so many jade of astral souls. The efficiency should have increased. Why isn't it 5 times? 6 times? 10 times? This was simply swindling people's money and going too far. So the Xiaoduo angrily climbed onto the bed and lay down. His hands were spread out horizontally, with the flying dagger in his left hand and the jade of astral souls in his right. He slept while circulating the Flaming Sun Sutra. So Xiaoduo learned this from Li Zhongming. So the improvement in one's sleep is the purest. The foundation of cultivation lies in the circulation of one's qi and blood. The circulation of qi and blood during cultivation is different from the normal circulation of one's blood vessels. Sleeping time is the greatest consumption of a person's body. If one can maximize the use of sleeping time. So Xiaoduo felt that Fatty's words made sense. Therefore, he had to give a try. Moreover, I'm having fun while sleeping. Not stronger than Li Zhongming. Not long after. Snore, snore. So Xiaoduo really fell asleep. It was a deep sleep. Early morning, feeling refreshed, so Xiaoduo rushed out of the door excitedly. Today, he was going to report to the legendary martial master class. Not only was Xiaoduo, but Long Yuxing and the others were also excited. Moreover, they were all assigned to Class 19 and were familiar with each other. Naturally, they were even more excited. Well, new martial master students who didn't enter the school according to the normal rules were usually placed in the last class. This was the usual practice. After all, it was rare for someone like Zhuo Xiaoduo to reach the peak of martial master right after becoming a martial master. On the other hand, it was normal for Long Yuxing and the others to successfully break through and reach the beginner stage of martial master. The six of them arrived at the entrance of Martial Master Class 19 valiantly and spiritedly. This time, Qin Fanyang didn't come to send them off. Only the six of them came together. As far as the eye could see, the classroom door was tightly shut. Recalling what Qin Fanyang said when Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the class, Long Yuxing was excited. I'll do it! Hey, wait! Wan Li Xiu didn't have time to stop him. She saw Long Yuxing rushing forward excitedly. He raised his foot and let out a strange cry. Boom! The entire door was kicked open. Teacher, student Long Yuxing reporting for duty. When the dust settled, they saw Qin Fanyang's gloomy face. The five people behind him were speechless. Wan Li Xiu couldn't bear to look at him. That day, the old principal said in front of all of us that Teacher Qin would be transferred to the martial master class and continue to teach us. We all remembered it, but Long Yuxing actually forgot. When Long Yuxing saw Qin Fanyang, he was immediately dumbfounded. How? Oh no! His mind, which had been muddled by excitement, finally regained its clarity. His whole body trembled as he remembered. Oh my God, I actually forgot about it. Teacher Qin. At this moment, a total of 48 people from the 19th class turned their heads and stared at the audacious brat. He actually dared to be so arrogant. Is this a sign of dissatisfaction with the teacher or a provocation to us? We were having a good class. Yes, the new Teacher Qin was indeed sharp. With just a few words, he was able to solve many of our problems. Everyone was intoxicated by his words, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly good. Who would have thought that the classroom door would be kicked open, greatly destroying this beautiful atmosphere? There was actually such an arrogant freshman. It seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson. Everyone looked over. Hee, weren't these the children of the families at the commendation ceremony? No wonder he had such a personality and was so arrogant. It wasn't without reason. Holy shit, he was a genius. He still hadn't vented the anger he had suffered at home these past few days because of you. For a moment, new and old hatred welled up in everyone's hearts. They clenched their fists, ready to take action. Everyone's eyes were filled with an undisguised desire to beat someone up. Cough, cough. Qin Fanyang coughed. All 48 people turned their heads to look at Qin Fanyang. Qin Fanyang's face was cold as he said, "The door was kicked open by a few freshmen, and the 48 of you are just going to endure it? What are you doing? Why aren't you all attacking together and teaching these bastards a lesson? Beat them to death, as long as you don't really kill them." Hearing this order, the 48 people were overjoyed. It was as if the heavens had fulfilled their wishes. Teacher Qin was indeed a kind teacher. He understood what they wanted too well. Rumble. The 48 people rushed out like a surging tide and surrounded Zhuo Xiaoduo's group of 6. It was like an iron bucket surrounding a mountain, impenetrable. Attack! It was unknown who shouted excitedly, but this person was so excited that his throat was dry. The 48 people attacked at the same time, going all out. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were even faster than them. Li Chenglong shouted, "This battle is inevitable. Quickly form the cylindrical formation. Defend instead of attack. Stabilize the line of defense." As for Zhuo Xiaoduo, while Li Chenglong was talking, he had already made his move. He floated up with the star steps, and the Dragon Gate kick appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Seeing that the opponents were outnumbered, Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally used his most proficient, most powerful, and most effective attack. Dragon Gate kick. Kick in the crotch. Puff, puff, puff. Ouch. Ah. The 3 boys had already rolled out like shrimps, holding their crotches and screaming loudly. All the students, especially the boys, felt a lingering fear. Their pupils shrank, and their attacks actually slowed down a little. The effect was immediate and deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. All the boys who saw it felt a chill in their crotches, and a wave of reflex spasmed in horror. And with this delay, the cylindrical formation had already been formed. Long Yuxing and the other 4 had been oppressed by Zhuo Xiaoduo's violence, and they had long been unwilling to give up. Under the leadership of Li Chenglong, they formed a set of offensive and defensive strategies, and this cylindrical formation was a small success. The 5 of them formed a circle, and they only needed to deal with the attacks in front of them, and did not need to worry about attacks from behind. Naturally, their combat power increased dramatically. Of course, such a formation would fall into a passive situation, but in the face of a large number of attackers, its response could be considered to be moderate. Qin Fanyang was so angry that his hair stood up. "Zhuo Xiaoduo, you bastard. You little punk. Don't kick in the crotch." "Why not? Why not? It's too unfair." Although Zhuo Xiaoduo's brazen attacks were successful, he had no time to retreat to the cylindrical formation. He was facing the joint attack of 4 or 5 martial arts students. There were boys and girls on the opposite side, and their attacks were like a storm. Xiaoduo blocked in a flurry and shouted, "There are so many people here, and you're not allowed to kick my crotch." As he shouted, he tilted his butt, and his legs suddenly exerted force and coincidentally clamped someone's leg that was about to kick his crotch. "Teacher Qin, look, they kicked my crotch. I have evidence, and I clamped it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Look, look." So Xiaoduo desperately dealt with the punches and kicks in front of him, but his 2 thighs did not relax. He twisted his butt, desperately blocking the attacks in front of him, and struggled to twist his neck as he shouted at Qin Fanyang, "Look, I clamped it. Look at this. This is solid evidence. You don't let me kick your crotch, so what if they kick my crotch? Teacher Qin, take a look." However, Qin Fanyang did not seem to see it. Coincidentally, he raised his head and did not lower it for a long time. So Xiaoduo suddenly felt indignant. "It's not fair. It's rigged. This was a blatant shady plot." This referee was obviously invited by the other side. At this moment, his face, head, body, and buttocks had been hit more than a dozen times. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had been through thousands of beatings, was used to this kind of attack and did not care at all. With a loud bang, he punched the guy who was clamping his thigh in the face, and then with a swing of his, but the guy was immediately thrown out. "Since you're rigged, then Master Zhuo will not be polite. Hit!" With no more scruples, Zhuo Xiaoduo completely let go of his worries. Star Walk, Star Picking Palm, Dragon Gate Kick, and Star Picking Palm, Dragon Gate Kick were superb. In just a few moves, he had already knocked down 5 people. Then, he turned around and punched a young student who was attacking Li Chenglong fiercely. Then, he kicked one of the students who were attacking Wan Lixio. This time, the moment the kick landed, there was a miserable cry that was not inferior to the crotch. "Ouch!" However, the kick landed on the back. This result made Zhua Xiaoduo's eyes light up immediately. I seem to have discovered a new skill. In the afternoon, someone despised our subscriptions for being too low and felt bad for the whole afternoon. Sai, please subscribe. It's too embarrassing. Today, both of them felt even better, and their mood was infinitely low. Half a chapter in the afternoon, Sai. Chapter 122. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo was enlightened. He was enlightened. That's right, the human body has more than one vital point. I was too narrow-minded before. Fine, I won't kick your crotch. I could do it elsewhere too. Master Zhuo was enlightened. He was like a dragon returning to the sea and a tiger returning to the mountains. He was like a dragon, twisting and turning like a phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. In just an instant, 6 boys covered their buttocks and fell out, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. 6 people were injured at the back at the same time. The scene was too beautiful to look at. Qin Fangyang was so angry that the muscles on his face were trembling. You're not allowed to hit. Hit here. Qin Fangyang was furious because he couldn't say this position. There are many female students. If he, as a form teacher, shouted that word like a thunderbolt, that unfortunately, there was someone playing dumb. So Xiaoduo was confused. Where's this? Teacher Qin, please explain. As he spoke, another 2 boys covered their buttocks and cried out as they were kicked out. Bastard. Qin Fangyang was furious. If you do it again, I'll go down. Zhou Xiaoduo, try it. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned. I have to take it easy. It seems like I have to change my strategy. If the referee comes down personally, I'll be finished. Hence, he began to play by the rules. At this moment, Long Yuxing's side had already been thrown to the ground and was being beaten up like a sandbag by a few boys. Yes, the cylindrical formation that Li Chenglong was in charge of was just a prototype, and strictly speaking, this formation was only meant to guard against Zhou Xiaoduo, and it was the same for the other side as well. In other words, it was guarding against Zhou Xiaoduo's fast attacks. It defended from all directions and did not need to defend its own back. When facing Zhou Xiaoduo, the effect was quite good. However, the weakness of this formation was also very obvious. Firstly, it couldn't move and could only defend passively. Secondly, once they encountered a large number of enemies who were not weaker than them in a one-on-one battle, it was too easy for the enemy to break through. And in the current situation, these 2 flaws were exposed at the same time. In just a moment, the cylinder formation was broken by the students of Class 19. Long Yuxing, the instigator of today's unforeseen event, naturally bore the brunt of it. Zhou Xiaoduo saw him and shouted, "Mr. Zhua is here." They rushed forward like a bear. They rushed forward with irresistible force. Everywhere they passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet. Pung, 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 pung. He flipped several people over in succession, grabbed Long Yuxing, and threw him behind himself. Triangle. Long Yuxing followed behind Zhou Xiaoduo, while Wan Lixiu went to the other corner. Li Zhongming followed behind her, while Yu Moyan went to the other corner with his head lowered. Li Chenglong followed behind him. Although the battle was short, the 6 people were covered in fist and footprints, but the burning light in their eyes never stopped. Li Chenglong spat out a mouthful of saliva. Fuck, so he usually beat us hard. What's the point of it? Wan Lixiu, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhongming all agreed. Zhou Xiaoduo, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. Is this a compliment, insult, or scold me? Damn it. It's obvious that my training has been effective. Why do you guys look like you're complaining now? What's going on? Go. The students of the martial arts master class rushed up again, and their attacks were even stronger. Li Chenglong hid behind Yu Moyan, and while he attacked, he kept shouting orders. Don't stop moving. The most important thing in the tripartite formation is to rotate. Move your feet as you fight. Rotate the 3 corners. Yes, yes, fuck ba ba ba. Who threw sand into my mouth? Zhou Xiaoduo, who was the strongest in terms of overall strength, took on a corner all by himself. Facing the frenzied wave of attacks, he was like a cornerstone. No matter what kind of attack the other party launched, he would directly repel it back, causing the other party to suffer a crushing defeat. Long Yuxing, who was following behind him, almost didn't have a chance to attack. Long Yuxing's movement temporarily stopped at following Zhuo Xiaoduo. He knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo's strong attack was to give him a chance to recover. After all, he was thrown off the ground and was heavily injured, so his combat power was inevitably reduced. Seeing that there was a chance to recover, he hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He also took out a jade of astral souls to absorb energy. At this moment, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with eyes full of worship and trust. With Zhuo in front of him, even if he was surrounded, he could heal in peace, and he didn't have to worry about being disturbed by attacks. No matter what kind of attack, Zhuo Xiaoduo blocked it. This sense of security was not only felt by Long Yuxing, but also by Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, and Li Chenglong. As Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to rotate and exchange opponents with other enemies, the few of them could feel the pressure on their bodies being greatly reduced. When they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo fight, the silent attacks and fierce attacks made them feel more at ease. This feeling of being protected and having someone to rely on was really good. Although it was just a spar between students, they seemed to have seen the glory of going on missions together in the future, charging into enemy lines together under the leadership of Zhuo Xiaoduo. Fearless. Even though everyone was constantly being beaten up, Li Zhongming, Wan Lixiu, and the others felt an indescribable joy in their hearts. After a while, Long Yuxing finally recovered more than half of his strength. He stepped forward bravely and took on nearly half of the pressure. After a long roar, he laughed loudly. Zhuo, today was worth it. Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, and the others laughed at the same time. Zhuo, today was worth it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you guys satisfied with being beaten up? Are you guys having an orgasm? What's worth it? His whole mind was devoted to the battle, and he was constantly helping the others to defend. He was trying his best to solve all the dangers that everyone faced. He really didn't have the mood or spare time to think about other things. Well, the only thing he was thinking about was, fuck, we 6 geniuses came to join the class. No matter what, we can't be beaten to death right after we enter the class. No matter what, we have to get through this battle. Even if we die, we have to get through it. As for anything else, he really didn't think of anything else. And all of this was seen by Qin Fangyang, who was standing high above. He was very satisfied that this battle could last until now, at least in Qin Fangyang's opinion. Well, apart from the fuming at the beginning, he was indeed very satisfied. What he was satisfied with was not that Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others could hold on for so long. It even seemed that there was hope for victory. It was that Zhuo Xiaoduo showed the temperament of a leader who shouldered the burden alone. This was what Qin Fangyang was most satisfied with and gratified about. Qin Fangyang knew very well that Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't thinking about anything at this moment. Otherwise, how could his eyes be so clear and sharp? But because Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't thinking about anything and didn't have any thoughts, it gave Wan Lixiu and the others an indescribable sense of security. This feeling was so strong that even Qin Fangyang, who was watching the battle, felt it. And today was the first time they felt such a sense of security. And this feeling left a deep imprint in the hearts of the 5 of them. They couldn't forget it for the rest of their lives. And Qin Fangyang was even more gratified because, from today onwards, this small team of 6 finally had a core. A real core. A core that everyone was convinced of. This was the most precious recognition that couldn't be bought with money. Previously, Long Yuxing and the others called Zhuo because Zhuo Xiaoduo was the oldest and the strongest. This had nothing to do with respect, recognition, and trust. But from today onwards, they had everything. Respect, recognition, trust, and peace of mind. The most important things of a team were all present in this battle, where Long Yuxing kicked open the door. Qin Fangyang watched with a smile on his face. His heart was at ease. He raised his head and looked into the distance. He couldn't help but think that if such a team was strong enough to go to the Sun Moon Pass, what kind of sensational result would it cause that the battle continued and became more and more desperate? This battle, Qin Fangyang, didn't stop the battle from beginning to end. The students from both sides continued to fight like crazy. And towards the end, the slogans of both sides changed. Let's see who can still stand in the end. The more they fought, the more desperate the battle became. The confrontation between the students actually created the atmosphere of a bloody battlefield, the momentum of a life-and-death battle. Many teachers heard the deafening battle cries and thought that something big had happened. So, they heard the news and came over. When they came, they saw the head teacher standing calmly at the side and watching the students fight with their lives. They couldn't help but shake their heads and leave. Damn, Qin Fangyang was indeed someone from a big city. He really knew how to play. On the tall building, Yuan Yue held a pair of binoculars and watched the battle intently. She knew better than anyone what Qin Fangyang was doing. Exciting. Raising wolves. Since Qin Fangyang didn't stop it, he would wait until one side completely fell. He wanted to choose a wolf king from a wolf pack. The king of a wolf pack must be the fiercest, the strongest, and the most respected. And in this battle, the one who could still stand in the end must be the king. The martial masterclass already had the qualifications to face the wind and rain. And this battle was the first time this group of little guys faced the wind and rain level of a battle. Even if it was a battle between classmates, there must be victory and defeat, honor and disgrace. The path of a martial artist, starting from the martial master, was no longer just a saying. There were students constantly spitting out blood and twitching all over as they fell. And for those who fell, Qin Fangyang would immediately pull them to the side, not allowing them to fight again. Now, there were already 27 students gathered around Qin Fangyang. Out of the 48 students in Class 19, there were still 21 students besieging Zhuo and the other 5. As for the remaining 20 students, many of them had their combat strength greatly reduced and were on the verge of collapse. However, Zhuo Xiaodui's situation wasn't much better. Wan Lixiu, Li Zhongming, Long Yuxing, and the others were all weak and pale. They were barely hanging on and could fall to the ground at any time. Li Chenglong, Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted, "Here, take Wan Lixiu's place." Yes, Li Chenglong didn't hesitate and took Wan Lixiu's place. Wan Lixiu and Long Yuxing stood back to back, panting heavily. Zhuo Xiaoduo was a little anxious. If this continued, even if he could still stand, the other 5 wouldn't be able to hold on and would definitely be defeated. If that happened, even if he was the only one standing, it would be meaningless. So Xiaoduo roared, and the temperature around him suddenly rose. It was as if a big sun had risen in front of everyone. Radiance everywhere. Burning sun. So Xiaoduo clapped his hands and shouted. Chapter 123. Great Flaming Sun. Zhuo Xiaoduo roared. An extremely hot wave of air suddenly appeared. The heat wave surged and surged, rolling out. For a moment, the air was distorted by the heat wave. The hair of the few students who were close to them instantly curled up, that at this point in the battle, so Xiaoduo didn't have much strength left. If he didn't use the Flaming Sun Sutra, he was afraid that he would lose this battle. Although the Flaming Sun Sutra was extremely lethal and not suitable for students to use in a battle, so Xiaoduo didn't want to lose. After all, he hadn't used his real trump card yet. He hadn't used the hidden weapon technique that he had been practicing for many days. Speaking of hidden weapons, it wasn't that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to use it to defeat the enemy, but instead of using hidden weapons, it was better to use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo had been practicing his hidden weapons recently, his cultivation was still shallow. Coupled with the hard jade hidden weapon, its lethality was limited. It would only cause effective damage if it hit the vital points. But the people he was facing now were all his classmates. How could he really kill them? Qin Fangyang wouldn't even need anyone else to tear him apart if he really wanted to blind everyone's eyes. It was better to use the Flaming Sun Sutra. Although he couldn't control this technique freely and his mastery was shallow, it was more than enough to deal with the current situation. As the hot wave of air rose, Li Chenglong's spirit suddenly shook. He felt that the power of his astral souls, which had been exhausted, was starting to surge again. He roared and was about to fight again. "I'm going to beat you until you're swollen." "Stop." Qin Fangyang finally called for a stop. He originally wanted to wait for the final result. Whether Zhuo Xiaoduo or the students of Class 19 won this battle, it would have a deeper meaning. If the former won, it would allow Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others to establish the heart of the strong and benefit immensely. If the latter won, it would encourage them to work harder and understand that there was always someone better than them. But now that Zhuo Xiaoduo had used the Flaming Sun Sutra, that familiar wave of heat made him feel a sense of danger. If they were to continue fighting, he didn't know how many of the students in Class 19 would be burned, and it wouldn't be good if there were any injuries. After all, this was a confrontation between students. If he were to suddenly raise the level of the battle and even cause casualties, it would be inconsistent with his original intentions. With a command, both sides stopped fighting. 14 of the people from Class 19 fell to the ground the moment the two sides stopped fighting. They were sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Their faces were deathly pale. 3 of them even fainted on the spot. At the same time, Long Yuxing and Yu Moyan's legs gave way, and they were about to sit down. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo supported the two of them with one hand each. Wan Lixio was also exhausted. She collapsed in Long Yuxing's arms. When Long Yuxing fell, she naturally fell as well. Long Yuxing was held by Zhuo Xiaoduo, which was equivalent to her being held by him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was panting. His face was bruised and swollen. His eyes were dark, and there were 7 or 8 big bumps on his head. His clothes were torn to shreds, but he supported Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio with his left hand and Yu Moyan with his right. Li Chenglong and Li Changming supported each other and stood behind him. He said proudly to Qin Fangyang, "Teacher Qin, we have won this battle." The eyes of the 48 people on the other side flashed with humiliation, but no one said anything to refute. Yes, the 48 people had beaten up 6 people. They were all seniors, real martial masters. They had bullied 6 freshmen. In the end, more than half of them had fallen. On the other hand, the 6 people on the other side were still standing. None of them were missing. The result of this battle was self-evident. No one had the face to argue. The 3 leaders looked at each other and sighed in unison. At the same time, they said, "I admire you. You are indeed a genius who has been praised. You are indeed better than us." Some people who had been kicked in the crotch were resentful. After all, it was too painful. Their faces were ugly. They looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo with eyes full of inexplicable anger. Qin Fangyang walked over slowly with a smile on his face and said, "Sit down. Everyone sit down and rest. You just need to listen to me." Zhuo Xiaoduo loosened his grip, and Long Yuxing and Wan Lixio fell to the ground with a paw sound. Umo Yin turned into a pile of mud without making a sound. Everyone sat down on the ground. Among the 6 people on Zhuo Xiaoduo's side, other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong's condition was actually the best. It was probably because of the Sun Flame Zhenqi that Zhuo Xiaoduo just used, which had an immediate effect on this guy's recovery. There were 6 people on one side and 48 on the other. Although there was a clear distinction between them, they were all bruised and swollen. Regardless of gender, they were all like this. Qin Fangyang stood in the middle with an amiable expression. "This is my first day in charge of the 19th Martial Master class. The 48 seniors and the 6 freshmen make up all the students in the 19th class." Qin Fangyang said with a gratified tone, "As the head teacher of this class, I am sincerely gratified by this confrontation." 54 people tacitly agreed not to make a sound and listened quietly. Perhaps the strength of our class isn't outstanding in the entire grade. We might even be ranked last. However, children, You're the first class that I have acknowledged on the first day after teaching for so many years. Furthermore, you're a class that I can be proud of on the first day. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Which child who could reach the martial master level at Zhao's age wasn't a person with extraordinary talent? There were many flattering words that they heard on a daily basis. It was normal for them to hear 10 times or even 100 times more flattering words. However, when everyone heard Qin Fangyang's words, they couldn't help but puff out their chests and perk up their ears. The recognition of the head teacher was always the thing that the children cared about the most. Do you know why? Qin Fangyang's voice was filled with gratification as he said, "There are 48 seniors. There are people who are constantly injured, people who are constantly falling, and people who are constantly withdrawing from the battle. What makes me most gratified is that the students who have fallen will be properly taken care of. They will be allowed to withdraw, recuperate, and then participate in the battle again. This is the first time. This is a comrade. This is cooperation. The second is, even when facing a strong enemy who is far more powerful than you, from the beginning to the end, not a single one of you was timid. Not a single one of you withdrew. The reason why you retreated was because your physical strength was exhausted, or because you were beaten and had no choice but to withdraw. This is a kind of courage. This is the courage of a martial artist. All of you have it. Regarding this, I am sincerely gratified. As for the third, everyone present, whether it is the seniors of the 19th class or Zhuo and the rest of the 6, none of them used a fatal move. This means that no matter how tragic the scene looks, there is always a string in everyone's heart that is stretched taut. That is, the opponent is one of us, one of our classmates. You can't be too heavy-handed. This is where the bottom line is. This is also the most important bottom line as a person. All of you didn't use any means to win. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. This bottom line is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to do. Children, you may not be the most outstanding students I've ever taught, but you're definitely the students I'm most proud of and gratified to have taught. Good job. This battle was very good. You have courage. You have unity. You have cooperation. You have a bottom line. Children, you are very good. Qin Fangyang clapped his hands lightly. His eyes were filled with praise, encouragement, and true gratification. Don't be afraid if you can't beat them. You can work hard in the future and fight when you can. But if your character is bad, then it will be bad forever. Next is the summary of the battle. Zhuo. Yes, let me emphasize on you. Your habit of using your crotch is not bad. Although I have stopped you and asked you to use it as little as possible in normal sparring, but in the future, when you fight on the battlefield, this habit must still be maintained and carried forward. Qin Fangyang's expression was indifferent. You may not understand why I would praise such a vulgar and even shameless method. The problem is that all of you who still have the strength to move forward may go to the battlefield in the future. And the battlefield is a place where nothing is unscrupulous. There is no benevolence, righteousness, morality, or the rules of Jianghu to speak of. As long as you can knock down the opponent, it is a good move. On the other hand, as long as you are knocked down by the opponent, then in this life, that will be the last time. Once you are knocked down, your life is over. All of you must remember this well. All of our learning and sparring now is for the sake of future actual combat. The few students who were kicked do not have to be resentful or complain. It was just a sparring session because... Chapter 124. Although they were all geniuses, who wouldn't like to be praised? Especially when Qin Fangyang's words were sincere. Everyone could tell that every word he said was from the bottom of his heart. As a child, who wouldn't want their teachers and parents to be proud of them? There were also many students who lowered their heads and reflected on themselves. Why would they be so angry after being defeated? If they were beaten to death, would they still have the chance to be angry? The three senior students of Class 19 stood up and laughed. Zwishauduo, welcome to Class 19. The six of you are good. Let's fight again in the future. You're not weak either. Look at how you beat me up. Zwishauduo complained in an extremely aggrieved tone. Look here, look here. Look at my handsome face. It's only the first time we meet, and you've already ruined it? Don't you know how to show some mercy when you see such a handsome guy? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter. Zwishauduo, let's exchange crotch-kicking techniques in the future. It feels useful. Ha ha. Yes, I have other techniques. Do you want to learn? What techniques? Are they tough? Tough. Very tough, ha ha. Everyone sat down and chatted. The atmosphere was just as lively. However, after this battle, Zwishauduo and the others stayed behind and naturally integrated into the 19th Martial Master class. Everything was natural. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Upstairs, behind a floor-to-ceiling window, Sister Lan said softly, Qin Fanyang's teaching method has changed. Changed? He Yuanyue didn't have any cultivation and didn't hear what Qin Fanyang said. She couldn't help but ask in surprise. Yes, although Qin Fanyang's teaching quality was very high, he was used to having a cold face and intimidating the students. Now it's not like that, Sister Lan said. Originally, Qin Fanyang's catchphrase was, "You are the worst batch I have ever taught." But now, Qin Fanyang is saying that you are the batch that I'm most proud and gratified of. Sister Lan said softly, Miss, Qin Fanyang has changed a lot. He's like a different person. He Yuanyue was silent for a moment before she said, Not bad. That's a good teacher. The original Qin Fanyang taught people, students. But now, Qin Fanyang is teaching the human heart. The former is the art, while the latter is the Tao. The difference cannot be measured by the Tao. A teacher can only impart knowledge, but a teacher can ferry souls. Master, master. A teacher for a day is a father for life. This was the origin of the saying. Because your parents gave you your life, but your teacher gave you your soul. Not bad at all. Zwishauduo officially stepped into Martial Arts Masterclass 19. As he scanned the surrounding environment, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The classroom was still the same, but why? Was there no Astral Souls Jade Array? Where's the Jade of Astral Souls? Zwishauduo looked around in surprise. Qin Fanyang snorted. You should be content with the energy to heal your injuries. Since you're already a martial master, why would you want to enjoy the school's resources for free? From tomorrow onwards, all of you will go out and complete missions to exchange for cultivation resources. You're a martial master now. You're not a baby anymore. Reaping without sowing is a thing of the past. Qin Fanyang's words made all the students burst into laughter. Then, they started to heal their injuries. Qin Fanyang walked over with a stack of documents. The six of you, one for each of you. Hurry up and sign it. Everyone else has already signed it. What's this? Disclaimer? What does this mean? Zwishauduo was a little confused by the documents that came out of nowhere. Going out to train, completing missions, and even exchanging for cultivation resources is risky, Qin Fanyang said. Qin Fanyang said, it's normal to be attacked while completing a mission or in the process of obtaining something. For example, being attacked by star beasts, other martial artists, or even the Wizard Alliance forces. You might lose your life in all of them. The path of a martial artist is one of life and death. Starting from a martial master, this sentence is starting to live up to its name. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you can choose whether to sign it or not. If you sign it, even if you encounter an accident or die outside, the school won't be responsible. Qin Fanyang spoke very seriously, and every word was exceptionally clear. If you sign this disclaimer, you'll officially enter the world of martial artists. A world where the weak are prey to the strong and the weak are eliminated. If you don't sign it, you can leave now to avoid this layer of risk. From now on, you won't be involved in the path of martial arts anymore. You could be a stable and ordinary person. You can live longer than ordinary people. After all, you're still a martial master. The 48 martial master students looked at the 6 newcomers with great interest. The strength of these 6 guys was really good. 48 people on their side had surrounded them, but they still hadn't been defeated. They just didn't know if they dared to sign this disclaimer of death. Every year, at this juncture, there would be students who chose to quit. Qin Fangyang looked at the 6 of them silently and said, "This is the first obstacle on the road to becoming a martial master. It's also the first time you face life and death. Now, you can begin to choose." After saying that, he silently distributed the documents, one for each person. The school seal had already been pinned on it, and it was extremely eye-catching. At this moment, the 6 people's reactions were different. Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiuyu, and Moyan didn't even think about it and signed it. Li Zhongming carefully read through it, and then solemnly signed his name. Li Qinglong was also reading it very seriously. After reading it, he said to Qin Fangyang, "Teacher Qin, I suggest that we add a few additional clauses to this document. There are loopholes that can be exploited if we stop here." Zhou Xiaoduo read it even more seriously than Li Qinglong. He read every clause word by word and thought it over again. Then he asked, "Teacher Qin, approximately how many students die because of this every year?" Qin Fangyang said, "Approximately how many? 100 or so is always possible. In other words, of the 1,000 or so martial masters who go out every year, an average of 100 or so people die. That's about 1 in 10 people who die in the middle of the road." Zhou Xiaoduo sucked in a breath. "So many?" "A ratio of 1 in 10. Qin Fangyang looked at him quietly and said, "This ratio of casualties is indeed very high. So, you have to seriously consider it." Zhou Xiaoduo seemed to seriously consider it for a moment. Then he said, "Can I do something else before signing this document?" Qin Fangyang said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to buy insurance." Zhou Xiaoduo said seriously, "There's no guarantee if I sign the disclaimer directly. I think it's necessary to buy an insurance policy. Even if I'm unlucky and die, if the school doesn't pay, the insurance company will, right? No matter how much the compensation is in the end, it's still a sum of money." Zhou Xiaoduo counted with his fingers. "If I buy insurance, it's 50 times. The veins on Qin Fangyang's forehead began to throb again. He realized that he could no longer control his temper when facing Zhou Xiaoduo. This miser, he even wants to calculate this money? That's the money of the dead. Even if it's your own money, it's still the money of the dead. Sign it." Qin Fangyang panted heavily. "I still want to buy insurance first. This thing doesn't conflict with buying insurance. Sign it. If you don't sign it, I'll beat you up. I'll sign it. How could I forget that I already have insurance?" Zhou Xiaoduo jumped in fright and quickly signed. Holding the pen, he still wanted to continue and said, "I still have to write a few more words." "Why do you have to write more? Why are you so nosy?" Zhou Xiaoduo pulled the pen over and wrote a line of words seriously. "I have insurance with XX Insurance Company. The insured is. The insured amount is." Then he circled it in parentheses. Satisfied, he said, "It's done. I'm done signing it." Looking at this unique disclaimer, Qin Fangyang was speechless. His eyebrows twitched, and he had the impulse to throw himself into the wind. What kind of miser was this? He even calculated the money he earned by risking his life. If he really died, what was the use of the money? After Zhou Xiaoduo signed the disclaimer, he stood up and faced the class. He said earnestly, "Students, do you see this? The path of a martial artist is full of thorns and death at every step. You even have to sign a disclaimer when you go to school. Your future is really unpredictable, and your luck is unknown. However, you are destined to be luckier than the previous students because you have me as your classmate who knows fortune-telling and physiognomy. Cheer and jump for joy. Students, before you go on a mission in the future, you must come to me for fortune-telling. If there is any disaster or life-threatening danger, as long as you have my guidance, you will definitely be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. There are precedents for this. Everyone, a fortune-telling is not much. It's only 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan to buy your own life. Isn't that a good deal?" Qin Fangyang was furious. He said sternly, "Zhou Xiaoduo, sit down." "Yes." Zhou Xiaoduo sat down and said, "Students, please think about it carefully. This is a matter of life and death. I believe that when you signed the disclaimer, you didn't buy insurance. Qin Fangyang was furious. You're still talking? You just asked me to sit down. You didn't ask me to keep quiet. Zhou Xiaoduo said innocently. I'm such a good and obedient student. Come out. Good and obedient student Zhou. I'm not going out. Qin Fangyang did not say anything else. With a dark face, he carried Zhou Xiaoduo out like he was carrying a chick. Immediately, there was a fierce sound of punching and kicking outside. The scene of punches hitting flesh could be imagined. The older students of Class 19 kept quiet out of fear. On the other hand, Long Yuxing and the others were beaming with joy. Their faces were so hot that they looked like they were about to ascend to heaven. Your boss is being beaten up. Why are you so happy? One of the taller students was puzzled. When they were fighting just now, the other party was clearly a group that was enviably united. Why was it like this now? Chapter 125. Long Yuxing chuckled. You don't know how badly we've been beaten up by him every day. But him being beaten up by Mr. Qin is the happiest thing we've seen in a day. The other four nodded repeatedly, nodding their heads vigorously. They said from the bottom of their hearts, yeah, we're so happy to see Zhou get beaten up. The older students of Class 19 were speechless. Zhou Xiaoduo was dragged back with a bruised face. His whole body was swollen, and he was no longer handsome. Let's take a 10-minute break, then we'll practice on the field, Qin Fangyang said. The whole class looked at Zhou Xiaoduo sympathetically. He wouldn't be able to recover in 10 minutes. Teacher Qin's gaze was clearly meant to mess with this guy. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't dare to slack off. He closed his eyes and started to heal himself. He was racing against time. It was too miserable. The whole class looked at him sympathetically. Following that, the whole class practiced together. Everyone watched as this guy with a swollen body led his underlings all the way up from the last few places, all the way to the top 6. There were only 2 words to describe it: unstoppable and invincible. After there were no more opponents, the 6 of them started to fight among themselves. The 6 of them were divided into 3 pairs. They fought until the sky darkened. Their faces were swollen and they were limping. Zhou Xiaoduo, with panda eyes, took the first place. Long Yuxing took second place with a slight advantage. Yu Moyan and Wan Lixiu tied for third place. Li Zhongming didn't take fifth place. He was replaced by Li Chenglong. During the fight, Li Chenglong suddenly used a strange punch that had never been seen before. Li Zhongming had never seen it before. He was stunned and lost. This time, Li Zhongming was at the bottom. He was so angry that his lungs were swollen. Just you wait. Li Chenglong was immersed in the joy of killing Li Zhongming. He said smugly, just you wait. Ha ha. Next, we'll focus on Yu Moyan. Who will care about you? Hee hee. Umo Yin rolled his eyes, pretending not to care, but he was nervous. He had to work hard in his cultivation for the next few days. If he got hit by swollen, it would be embarrassing. Li Chongming was a good example of this. Since he had to complete missions to exchange for cultivation resources, there would definitely be an exchange table. Zhou Xiaoduo and the other 5 held a reward list and studied it for an entire afternoon. What Zhou Xiaoduo valued the most was the gravity room. The gravity of the gravity chamber starts at 5 times the normal gravity. The usage requirement is 100 mid-grade Astral Souls Jades, or 10 contribution points. It can be used for 1 hour. The price of using the 10x gravity room was 1,000 pieces of Astral Souls Jade, or 50 contribution points. The highest level of gravity in the gravity machine was 50 times. There was no higher level. Other than that, he had also established other things such as the Astral Souls Jade, Soul Returning Liquid, Astral Souls Pill, Body Tempering Pill, Meridian Expansion Pill, and so on. So Xiaoduo did not pay much attention to it. The only thing he valued was the gravity machine. However, 100 mid-grade Astral Souls Jades were required to use the 10x gravity room for 1 hour. This price was simply killing people. The school's rules were very targeted. It basically eliminated the possibility of using the Astral Soul's jade to use the gravity machine for a long period of time. Of course, if your family was really rich and did not care, you could spend 100, 1,000, or 10,000 yuan to use the gravity machine for a long period of time. In short, all the resources obtained in the Endless Wasteland, including the Stone of Astral Souls and all kinds of natural treasures, could be brought back to complete missions in exchange for contribution points. As for the precious items that could be exchanged with contribution points, included the Realm Breaker Pill. The Realm Breaker Pill could allow a cultivator who had reached the peak of the innate stage to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher level. It was extremely precious, and a single breakthrough pill would cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. In addition to exchanging resources, one could also obtain contribution points by assisting the governor's office in capturing fugitives and fighting against the UMNO Alliance's spies. However, this method required the official seal of the governor's office as proof. You can really exchange for anything. So Xiaoduo had an idea in his mind. The so-called exchange was not specified in any particular way. Generally speaking, one would return to the Academic Affairs Office after obtaining something, and then the Academic Affairs Office would convert it into contribution points. This exchange model is quite simple and clear. It's clear at a glance. However, the choice of weapon for the Martial Master level is a big problem. Teacher Qin, what about our weapons? We can go out to fight without a weapon, right? And we haven't reached the level where we can use weapons yet. How can we deal with this? Idiot, Qin Fangyang said angrily. Who forbade you from using weapons? You are just not sure about your natal weapon yet. Do you understand? Natal weapon. Now, of course, you can use it. You can use anything you want. It's also during this process that you can confirm which weapon suits you best, and then choose your natal weapon. That natal weapon has to be compatible with your own blood essence, life, and soul. Do you think it's something that can be casually obtained? You don't even know this? Could it be that you're really planning to fight the Star Beast with your bare hands? Zhou Xiaoduo, I'm very suspicious of your brain circuit. Is it really different from the rest? Are you a genius? Are you born stupid? The whole class burst into laughter. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Damn it, you should have said so earlier. I really thought I couldn't prepare anything. It's fine if Teacher Qin didn't tell me, but why didn't Yin Mao tell me? She has embarrassed me so much. In the afternoon, when Zhou Xiaoduo went to Yuan's office again, he was even calmer. Sister Lan was a little surprised by his great improvement in the use of hidden weapons. It was said that a scholar who had been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. How could this kid have improved so much in just one night? It was as if 3 years had passed since they last met. The angle of the hidden weapon was more tricky, and the attack power of the hidden weapon was more powerful. Its accuracy and speed had also improved by leaps and bounds. It was almost twice as fast as before. Yuanyue and Qin Fangyang, who were watching from the side, were both surprised. Qin Fangyang's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Old principal, do you think this kid?" Yuanyue nodded and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. She said slowly, "This kid must have gone through a battle last night. His hands are stained with blood, and he has developed a murderous aura. That's why I've made such great progress today, as though I've been enlightened." Yes, Qin Fangyang looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's attack. However, although he has a murderous aura, he doesn't have enough murderous aura. Most importantly, his confidence in fighting didn't increase because of this. You're very accurate. Yuanyue looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's attack and said with a smile, "I think this little bastard only took advantage of the battle last night. Or maybe he succeeded in a sneak attack. He didn't face the enemy head-on and lose." "That's right," Qin Fangyang laughed. "What do you plan to do about tomorrow's training?" "I don't have any other arrangements. We'll still split into groups according to the usual practice. However, I'll follow them secretly. Lu Jiansheng and 10 other people will be with me." "Do you have other people? Do you have other arrangements?" "No, that's not appropriate." Yuanyue frowned. After the previous incident, the Umno Alliance will definitely trace the source. Now, Zhuo is very likely to be one of the Umno Alliance's targets. In fact, I've asked Sister Lan to follow him for the past few days. The Umno Alliance has targeted Zhuo more than 10 times. However, Sister Lan has dealt with them all. Going out of the city to train is more than just a few times more dangerous. How can you protect him with so few people? If you're just following Zhuo, it would be fine. However, you have to take care of a total of 54 people scattered in different directions. With your strength alone, how can you be absolutely safe? When the time comes, a simple diversion will be enough to lure you away from Zhuo. The Umno Alliance is trying to assassinate Zhuo. Qin Fanyang frowned and said, "That's right. After all, their conspiracy, to a certain extent, was started by Zhuo. Getting rid of him to vent their anger is a reasonable thing to do." Sister Lan can't go out of the city tomorrow. He Yuanyue said, "We have other important things to deal with. You have to think of a way to ensure the safety of this training." Qin Fanyang frowned. "Let me think." Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. According to the past training habits of the martial arts masterclass, at most, they would send a few teachers in the embryonic breathing realm to accompany them, which would be more than enough. The lineup that he had arranged, including himself, Lu Jiansheng, and the rest of the 10 people, was already an extremely luxurious lineup. If Lu Jiansheng and the rest had not been arranged by Li Changjiang, they probably would not have gone. However, he would never have thought that such a lineup would not be enough to protect Zhuo. Who would have thought that Zhuo's trip out of the city to gain experience would lead to such a dangerous variable? Even with a soul transformation stage cultivator, it was still not enough to protect his safety. This was really a strange thing. In the afternoon, He Yuanyue talked about the aura examination technique for a while, then immediately let Zhuo go. Zhuo, you can use the remaining time to read the faces of the students who will be going out for training tomorrow. He Yuanyue said, "Remember to remind me if there is anything that needs to be reminded." "Okay, old principal, it'll be my pleasure." Zhuo was really excited at this time. Now that it was an imperial order to read people's faces, who would dare to disobey? Large sums of money were about to enter his pocket. When he returned to class, Qin Fanyang immediately talked about this matter. Tomorrow is the mission. If you have any ideas about this mission, you can look for Zhuo to read your faces. Qin Fanyang said humorously, "We have such a special resource, it would be a waste not to use it." Zhuo hurriedly added, "It will definitely not be used for free. Everyone is from the same family, so the fee for reading people's faces will naturally be preferential. I will give you a discount. It will only cost $500 per person." Huh? Chapter 126. Everyone chuckled in response. 500 yuan? You might as well rob someone. However, there were still a few captains who wanted to invite Zhuo to take a look. After all, it was a matter of life and death. They had to be careful. No one doubted Zhuo was fortune-telling anymore. After all, the old principal had endorsed him. If they doubted him again, they would be beaten to death. 500 yuan. We can't afford it now. A student's face turned green. It's too expensive. She touched her pocket and stuck her fingers out of it. Her 5 fingers were very white and tender. There's no need for 500 yuan. 50 yuan per person is enough. Qin Fanyang directly set the price. He didn't know what this little bastard was thinking. 500 yuan per person? How could he say that? Did he think that everyone's money was scraped from the sky? The truth was just as Qin Fanyang thought. They really couldn't afford it. Don't forget that after advancing to the martial arts masterclass, they would no longer focus on closed-door training. At least half of their time would be spent outside. On average, they would go out once every 2 or 3 days. The most conservative estimate was that each person would have to look for Zhuo at least 10 times a month for fortune-telling. 500 yuan each time? How much would that be in a month? Wouldn't the families of these students become paupers? 50 yuan is too little, Teacher Qin. Your bargaining is too harsh. So Xiaoduo cried out with an aggrieved face. I'm not bargaining with you. I'm setting the price. Qin Fanyang said faintly. If you think the price is negotiable, then come out and we could discuss it. Cough, cough, cough. 50 yuan it is. 50 yuan is not little. He. Teacher Qin, there's no need to discuss. So Xiaoduo didn't dare to go out. If he did, he would definitely be beaten up. When it was time to be a coward, Xiaoduo was quite sensible. When they heard that the price was suddenly reduced to 50 yuan, the captains who were still undecided walked over. A small team of 6 people could be considered as a whole. They only needed to spend 50 yuan to look at the captain's face. It was basically the same as looking at the other 5 people. It was much easier for 6 people to gather 50 yuan. A total of 8 squad leaders walked over. If the atmosphere was not so serious, Xiaoduo would have laughed out loud. Ha ha! 400 yuan in one go. Roar! Xiao, Xiaoduo shouted. Collect the money. Understood. Wan Lixio answered in a crisp voice. She took out a big bowl and placed it in front of Xiaoduo. Xiaoduo almost vomited blood. What the hell are you doing? Do you think I'm a blind fortune teller? Amidst the roaring laughter, the first squad leader walked over and placed 50 RMB into a large bowl. Grandmaster Zhua, please enlighten me. No matter what he thought in his heart, he really didn't dare to offend him directly. Zhua Xiaoduo's fortune-telling ability was already recognized by the old principal He Yuanwei. It was a great ability, and now it was really related to the interests and even the safety of his brothers. Naturally, it was not wrong to be cautious. Therefore, he sat upright and still in front of Xiaoduo. His body was ramrod straight, and his expression was exceptionally serious. Zhao Zhongjun. Xiaoduo glanced at the name and said, Your physiognomy is fine. Although it's a little unlucky, it's not life-threatening. At most, you'll be a little injured. It's not a big problem. If you go in the predetermined direction, you'll have a considerable gain. Overall, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Well, it should be far more than the disadvantages. Zhao Zhongjun said, Student Xiaoduo, may I ask which direction we should go? So Xiaoduo turned around and wrote a word on the paper. He rolled it into a ball. Look at this when you've reached the predetermined position in your heart. If the direction written on this is not the direction you intend to go, the divination fee will be returned tenfold. Zhao Zhongjun took the paper and carefully put it in his pocket. Thank you. After that, he led his team out of school. Tomorrow, they would not gather at the school again. Instead, they would gather their teams and go out of the city. The second one, Jia Shernan. So Xiaoduo looked at Jia Shernan and said, There were no surprises and no danger. The harvest was very good. This trip can be said to be very smooth. The harvest is much more than Zhao Zhongjun and the others. You're really lucky. He also wrote a note. This is the direction you'll go. After you arrive, if there are any mistakes, the same will be returned tenfold. Thank you. The third one, Song Ziheo. Well, you're not too bad. There's not too much danger. No, you're fine, but the vice captain next to you, the one called Zhou Xiaoma, has bad luck on his face. Although it's not life-threatening, it's inevitable that he'll be injured. Pay attention to the injury on his leg. Be careful when you encounter something. Don't push yourself too hard to avoid becoming disabled. Here's your warning note. The rest is the same as above. Okay. Song Ziheo nodded and made up his mind. It seemed that he had to bring more things to treat wounds, such as tourniquets and detachment pills. If Zhou Xiaoma was really injured, there would be no way to treat him. The fourth one. It's okay. This trip was very smooth. It's just that the harvest was a little less. Along the way, Swiss Xiaoduo saw the seventh team captain. Suddenly, he was stunned and said, You're called Shintainan? This name, your face. It's a little wrong. Gather all the members of your team here. Let me see. After a moment, the 6 people gathered together. So Xiaoduo's heart beat faster when he saw them. These 6 people were actually covered in the same color of black gas. Bad luck was soaring to the sky, and evil spirits were approaching. This was definitely the sign of a death sentence. That's not right. Although tomorrow's operation is for everyone to do their own thing, there are teachers following them in private. There are also restrictions in their respective areas. Previously, when I saw the 6 teams, all of them were fine. At most, they were at the normal risk level. Why is it that when it comes to their team, they're in such an unlucky situation? No, this was not just bad luck. This was a sign that the entire team was dead. How could this be? You're wrong. Very wrong. Xiaoduo looked at Captain Shun Tainan. This man's eyebrows were unusually thick. The distance between his eyebrows was very small. The 2 thick, dense, and black eyebrows were almost connected together. It was very eye-catching. According to Xiaoduo's observation, this person's character was extremely arrogant. He always made his own decisions. His temper was also irritable. He couldn't be persuaded. What's wrong? What did you see? Why is it so wrong? In the previous battle, Shun Tainan was brave and fierce. He fought against Xiaoduo 3 times. Unfortunately, his skills were not as good as his opponents. In the end, he was almost beaten into a coma by Xiaoduo. Therefore, he was especially displeased with Xiaoduo now. He even wanted to give him 50 yuan to read his fortune. Shun Tainan muttered in his heart, "Is this guy colluding with teacher Qin Fangyang to take the opportunity to earn money? The 6 of you look very bad. I suggest that you give up this mission and rest at home starting tomorrow. Naturally, you'll seek good luck and avoid disaster. If you don't want to give up, the activity area must be within the prescribed range. Don't make your own decisions. Cross the boundary without permission. This way, you can avoid death." Shun Tainan snorted and said, "You are simply spouting nonsense. Every time you open your mouth, you talk about a calamity or a calamity. We are only in the area where martial masters are active. How could there be such great danger? We have also never crossed the boundary. You're simply exaggerating things to scare people. You don't know how to read at all. Give me back my money." He stretched out his hand and took back the 50-star yuan that he had already handed over. He put it into his pocket and snorted. Then, he led the team away. Xiaoduo looked at the backs of the 6 people and sighed softly. He murmured, "It's hard to escape from this fate." Qin Fangyang looked at the back, and his face turned serious. He quietly looked at Shun Tianan's back. He wanted to go up and persuade him, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. Everyone had their own choices. External forces were not a good thing after all. Having Xiaoduo read his fortune was already an opportunity. If he missed the opportunity and misplaced it, it would mean that he was not fated with the person and had nothing to do with anyone else. Moreover, Qin Fangyang wanted to ask Xiaoduo if he could solve it. The last team. By Bingbing, the leader of this team was a very beautiful girl. She had curved eyebrows, beautiful eyes, fair skin, beautiful hair, and a small nose. She came over with a smile and looked very lively. "Your team is fine too. They are safe and sound. They have gained a lot." Xiaoduo wrote a note as usual. "This team has gained the most. No need. I believe you." Bai Bingbing looked at Xiaoduo's face with her big eyes and said with a smile, "Xiaoduo, since you said that we are not in danger and have gained a lot, that is a sign of great fortune. By the way, can you read my palm?" "Huh. I want to see marriage." Bai Bingbing reached out and grabbed Xiaoduo's hand with her left hand. She showed her right hand and grabbed Xiaoduo's hand. She said, "Can you read it for me?" Xiaoduo retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. He looked around subconsciously and said like a thief, "What are you doing? Just read my palm. Don't pull my hand." Bai Bingbing said, "Won't I be able to see it more clearly this way?" "Xiaoduo, can you read it for me?" As she said that, she grabbed Xiaoduo's hand again. She did not even call him Xiaoduo. Instead, she called him Xiaoduo. They were very close. Xiaoduo retreated and dodged left and right. Don't be like this. What's wrong?" Bai Bingbing was unhappy that she could not grab Xiaoduo's hand. She pouted and said, "Are you avoiding me like I'm a snake or a scorpion?" Her team was full of girls. At this moment, they laughed and jeered. That's right, it's with Xiaoduo. What are you afraid of? You are a boy. Such a beautiful girl is holding your hand. Don't tell me you are at a disadvantage. That's right. Our sister Bingbing is the school belle of second high. So Xiaoduo, why don't you just give in? By Bingbing's face flushed red. She rolled her eyes and pretended to hit them. What nonsense are you all talking about? Around them, there was a burst of laughter that sounded like silver bells. So Xiaoduo quickly stuffed his hand into his trouser pocket. He looked nervous. No. My mother said that I'm still young. I can't touch a girl's hand. If I touch it, a baby will be born. Looking for monthly recommendation and official subscriptions. Chapter 127. Ha ha. Puff. Loud laughter resounded. Wanli Xiao, who was drinking water at the back, sprayed a mouthful of water on Long Yuxing's neck. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Bai Bingbing grabbed the note and left with her friends. The girls giggled and walked out with their heads held high. It looked like they had won a big battle. The voices were getting farther and farther away. Sister Bingbing, why did you fall for this scammer? Big news. Our Ice Mountain beauty has actually fallen in love with someone. It's normal to fall for him. This with Xiaoduo is quite handsome. Go to hell, don't talk nonsense. Their voices gradually faded away, and the 6 girls walked away in a noisy manner. What about us? Where are we? It's scary but not dangerous. So as Xiaoduo glanced at Li Chenglong and the others before taking his hand out of his pocket. Xiao, give me a wet wipe. Let me wipe it. Yo, Zwa Beauty's hands leave fragrance for 3 days. Are you really willing to wipe it? So unromantic? Zwa Xiaoduo wiped it and sniffed it. He was relieved after wiping it several times. He said with trepidation, what do you know? If I go home with this fragrance, I won't live past tonight. Is it really that serious? TSK, what do you think? The others had gone far away, leaving only Zwa Xiaoduo and Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang finally spoke. Zwa Xiaoduo, what's wrong? Do you think Shin Tianan's team is in danger? It's not just danger, it's a life-threatening danger. Death is imminent, Zwa Xiaoduo said faintly. However, this man is stubborn and self-opinionated. He's destined not to listen to advice. Then I'll watch over them tomorrow. It's no use, Teacher Qin. Human strength is limited. Some disasters can't be shaken by human strength. The ominous Central Palace has reached the top. The ominous energy has entered the heart and soul. The door of life and death has been opened. Zwa Xiaoduo's face was unusually solemn. He said slowly, as the saying goes, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Asking them to give up tomorrow's mission is the best way to avoid death. But he didn't consider it at all. I told him to pay attention to his own position and not leave the safety zone because I hoped to minimize the effects of the death calamity to the greatest extent and not harm his life. He said I was talking nonsense and even pulled Xiangjin back. It was the same as pulling the firewood from under the cauldron. He was seeking his own death and was destined to die. This is called destiny. Actually, the 50-star yuan fortune that he took away was the true stroke of genius for me. I had completely severed my karma with him, and I no longer had anything to do with him. So Xiaoduo smiled faintly and said, if he had not taken away the gold, there would have been a chance for him to survive. I would have thought of a way to save their lives. However, he did not keep the gold, which proves that he is extremely determined. His stubbornness is a foregone conclusion. Now that things have come to this, even if a deity were to descend, he would not be able to change his fate. Qin Fangyang's expression became even more solemn. Although he did not understand this line of work, he had heard that taking away the gold after reading, it was to sever the karma between the two parties, to sever this predestined fate. It could be said to be the biggest taboo in the astral souls divination business in the mainland. Even if the divination did not work and then came back to rage, it was fine. However, taking away the gold on the spot was a huge taboo. Is there really a way to change this? After all, there are still a few lives at stake. Anyway, there's nothing I can do. Xiaoduo, we are all classmates. If you can think of a way. Zhou Xiaoduo said, Teacher Qin, I understand your thoughts. As long as there is a little room for action, as long as he listens to a word from me, I will do my best to avert the disaster. But the current situation is because he has severed the karma between him and me, making the situation a foregone conclusion. It is not that I don't want to help. I can even say very clearly, Teacher Qin, even if you catch up with these 6 people now and break their legs, preventing them from going out tomorrow, they will still be alive and kicking on the road to death tomorrow. Do you believe me or not? Qin Fangyang's expression suddenly changed. This was not a bad idea. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fangyang's expression and could not help but smile bitterly. Teacher Qin, I have already reminded you, but it is hard to say whether you will do it or not, and whether it will be useful. Just as the saying goes, if the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, who dares to keep you alive until dawn? Qin Fangyang hurriedly left. Zhou Xiaoduo and the rest of the 6 people slowly packed their things and prepared to go home after school. Tomorrow, we will gather at the Purple Chi from the east. We will face the Purple Chi from the east with the mountain river tower behind us. It is an auspicious day. Let's set off. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the expressions of the few people and made the arrangements. Why do you have to do this? Li Chenglong asked curiously. Although the divination shows that this trip will be more daunting than dangerous, there are still risks. Before I leave, I might as well borrow the vitality of heaven and earth and add another layer of thick earth power to protect me. Do you think that my divination is really a trick of a swindler? Zhou Xiaoduo said leisurely. Qin Fangyang flew and changed his appearance. After thinking about it, he even put on a mask. The sun was setting. Shun Tainan and the rest of the 6 people came to an intersection. The 6 of them gathered together to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow. Although Qin Fangyang was far away, his cultivation was much higher than Shun Tianan's, so he could hear everything clearly. He heard Shun Tainan say, Tomorrow, at 4:30 in the morning, we will depart an hour earlier. We will not cross paths with any of their teams. Okay, the other 5 people were all excited. That's the way it should be. We can get the upper hand if we go early, and the chances of finding a lot of good things will be much higher. If there are really good things, even if there will be people coming to rob us, as long as we delay for a while, Teacher Qin and the others should arrive. The benefits will still be ours. That's right. Shun Tainan was in high spirits. If there are no surprises and no dangers, what can we get? Even if Zhou Xiaoduo is not an alarmist, he must have exaggerated the situation. When swindlers cheat people, they do it habitually. I want to take you to the depths to have a look. Of course, we won't go too deep. Just a distance of 20 kilometers will be enough. During this period of peace, especially after the massacre by 7 kills, very few people dare to go deep. Meteorites keep falling, and there must be a lot of good things accumulated. This is our chance. Okay, the 6 people looked very excited. They were already discussing what to exchange for after they got the contribution points. Alas, Qin Fangyang sighed softly. He finally understood what the problem of these people's death calamity was. Shun Tianan's idea was simply reckless. He actually wanted to explore the depths. Qin Fangyang was still hesitating whether to put his idea into action, but after hearing this, he stopped thinking about it and flew out directly. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Enemy attack. Ah, my leg is broken. Who is it? Leave your name if you have the guts. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Fangyang finished his work. The 6 students all had their legs broken, and some of them were even showing signs of comminuted bone fractures. This kind of injury was already a disaster for ordinary people, but Qin Fangyang was confident that as long as the treatment was appropriate and supplemented with the recovery ability of martial masters, they could recover in a few days. If he paid a price and let them enter the recovery pod, it would not be difficult for them to recover in a day. The temporary physical pain in exchange for the safety of their lives. Qin Fangyang thought it was worth it. After beating them up, Qin Fangyang immediately left. Now, they should be safe, right? Zhou Xiaoduo, no matter how powerful you are, you wouldn't expect me to be so heavy-handed, right? After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called the parents of the 6 students, asking them to be careful and not let their children go out for training. The 6 parents all agreed at once. Qin Fanyang finally left with peace of mind. At the scene, the 6 youths were left in heart-wrenching pain. Shun Tainan struggled to take out his phone and endured the pain as he shouted into the phone, "Dad, I was beaten up, my leg is broken, I'm here. Quickly send someone, it's so painful." The others also struggled to take out their phones to call for help. Only 10 minutes later, huff 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 that a few luxurious cars, which were legendary in Phoenix City, appeared at the intersection. A few burly men rushed out of the car as fast as they could. They carefully moved these little brats into the car. Bottles of life spirit water and painkillers were poured into them as if they were free. There were even a few experienced martial artist doctors in the car, treating the broken legs. A middle-aged man with a strong appearance was furious. "What is going on? In Phoenix City, who dares to touch my Shen Yushu's son? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. It's better to be wrong than to indulge." "Yes. Broken legs? What's the specific situation?" "There are some comminuted fractures, but it's not too troublesome. A doctor said, what's the best way to treat it? I've already treated the broken bones." After entering the recovery pod, it'll be fine after a few days of recovery. The doctor said. No. Shun Tainan, whose pain had mostly subsided, struggled to open his mouth. "There's still a training mission tomorrow. I must participate." The other students also said in unison, "Yes, tomorrow is the day to go out for training. We must go." Shen Yushu's dignified face showed some irritation. "All of your legs are broken. What's the point of training? Crawling? Besides, your teacher Qin just called. He doesn't want you to participate in the training." Shin Tainan said boldly, "Dad, you've always said that the path of the strong must be filled with hardships and countless obstacles. In martial arts training, if you fall behind by one step, you'll fall behind step by step. Maybe you really won't be able to catch up. And we're already lagging behind the other teams. If we don't go tomorrow, we'll be left even further behind. But Teacher Qin doesn't want you to go out." "Dad, Teacher Qin has selfish motives. It's said that there'll be an opportunity tomorrow. He clearly doesn't want us to get the opportunity." Shin Yushu was stunned. "There's such a thing?" "Yes, we all know," Shin Yushu muttered. "The few of us have better family conditions. We've been pampered since young. Our bones aren't as tough as others. This time, it's our chance to sharpen ourselves. Dad, think of a way to heal us in one night, so we can continue with tomorrow's training mission." "Yes, when not afraid of pain. We've already discussed what to do. Uncle Shun, please help us." Shun Yushu's wrinkled face slowly relaxed, turning into gratification. "As expected of my Shun Yushu's son. Good." Chapter 128. Since you have such intentions, I will do my best to fulfill your wish. Shin Yushu took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. "Hello, Boss Meng. I am Shin Yushu." Boss Shun, I did not expect you to call me. No wonder my 8th brother has been barking nonstop today. It turns out that you have an important guest." "I'm not an important guest. I have something to ask of Boss Meng." "Haha, I am really at my wit's end now. Now, what is it that even Boss Shen can't do?" "Haha, just based on your call today, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it." Shin Yushu laughed and said, "Then I will thank you in advance. It's like this. There's a small accident with my child at home. He is injured. His bones are shattered by someone. You also know that I bought the recovery pod earlier. When I bought it, it could only contain mid-grade elixir of astral souls. However, a mid-grade recovery pod is not enough for that little brat to fully recover in one night. But this little brat insisted on going out to train tomorrow. My head hurts. Isn't that why I thought of the omnipotent Brother Meng? If I remember correctly, Brother Meng, you have ordered 2 high-grade elixir of astral souls recovery pods, right? Brother Shun, you have a good memory. I do have 2, but they are with my daughter." The other side pondered for a while and said, "Since Brother Shin has asked, there is no problem. I will send someone to pick up your son later. Shin Yushu laughed and said, how would I dare to trouble Brother Meng? I will send him over. Cough, cough, there are a total of 6 brats here, and their legs were all broken. Brother Meng, I am afraid you will have to pay a huge price this time. The other side laughed and said, no matter how much I pay, it is still not as big as you, old Shun. Don't worry, just do it. Good, good. I know old Meng is generous. Don't worry, I will pay you twice the cost of the recovery pots. Old Shun, you are slapping me in the face. This is about our child, and you still want to talk about money? Don't give me that. It is boring. If you really want to thank me, drink with me tonight. Let us brothers have a good chat. It is better than nothing. If you keep talking about money, I won't do it. All right, all right, all right. It was a slip of the tongue. Please don't blame me, Brother Meng. Tonight it's my treat. Let's toast to Brother Meng. How can 1 cup be enough? At least 5, 6, 7, or 8 bottles, huh? Ha ha. It's a deal. But he put down the phone. Shin Yushu's expression was somewhat contented. Done. Let's go to Meng groups, Shin Yu, building immediately. The other children's faces were filled with admiration. Uncle Shun is so awesome. Even the richest man in Phoenix City is so polite to Uncle Shun. Everything was settled with just a few words. Shin Yushu laughed heartily, pleased with himself. Shin Tianan's face was filled with pride. This is my father's power. My dad can call the wind and summon the rain in Phoenix City. There's nothing he can't do. The motorcade roared away. The next morning, so Xiaoduo got up and rushed to the faucet. After a while, he shook his head, and the water droplets scattered like a puppy coming out of the water. He brushed his teeth and spat out a mouthful of white foam. He looked at his face in the mirror. He couldn't help but exclaim, so handsome. Then he wiped his face and walked out. Mom, is the food ready? It's in the pot. Wu Yuding came out of the kitchen and put down 2 metal basins on the table with a clang. The 2 metal basins were only slightly smaller than the wash basin. So a Xiaoduo stared in shock. In the future, you can use this basin to eat and the other basin to drink soup. So Xiaoduo was flabbergasted. Mom, this. Isn't this a dog basin? Bullshit. Wu Yuding was furious. This is the legendary bowl of porridge that the giants used for breakfast. I had to look for it for a long time before I found it. So Xiaoduo was speechless. He secretly took out the 99 Astral Souls phone to check. He was finally relieved. Yes, the Real Dog Basin was indeed smaller than this. Relieved, he picked up the basin and went to the pot. He took a big spoon and dug hard. At least 4 or 5 caddies of rice went into the basin. It was only half a basin. He dug another 4 big spoonfuls, and the top of the basin bulged. Duong. He put it on the table. He put the other basin on the ground and picked up the other pot. He poured out half a basin of soup. Then he put a few plates of salted vegetables on the table. After thinking for a while, he took a tray of steamed buns and put them aside. Then he took out a can of chili oil and poured it into the rice basin. Then he picked up a big ladle. He held the rice basin in one hand and the ladle in the other and raised his head. Duong, 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 duong. He drank almost half of the soup in one breath. Then he picked up the other basin and raised his head again. Duong, 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 duong. Then he poured the remaining half of the soup into the remaining half of the rice basin and stirred again. He picked up the rice basin with both hands and raised his head. Duong, 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 duong. So Zhonglu rolled his eyes weakly as he looked at the good-for-nothing that he had brought up. How could this be considered a meal? Even drinking beer isn't so generous that after finishing the rice and soup, so Xiaoduo didn't give up. He grabbed a steamed bun and pinched it. The originally soft and big steamed bun was pinched to the size of a plum. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it twice. He stretched his neck and swallowed it. He had already pinched 2 more steamed buns and threw them into his mouth. He swallowed the salted vegetables with his chopsticks and ate a dozen steamed buns in succession. Finally, he rubbed his belly in satisfaction. He murmured, "This feels good. Don't mention it." He picked up a cucumber and threw it into his mouth. Crunching sounds kept coming out. He picked up the concealed weapon bag and the 350 caddy broadsword that Zhuo Xiaoyan had prepared for him last night. Duong. He slung it over his shoulder. I'm leaving. I'm going to train outside the city today. I might not come back for dinner tonight. He pushed the door open and walked out. He heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. It was as if a bear had rushed down the stairs. The door slammed shut. Wu Yuding stared blankly at the door for a while. Finally, she turned her head. He found that Zhuo Zhonglu was staring blankly at the messy table. Oh, it was an exaggeration to say that it was messy. All the bowls and plates were clean. Even the skin of the steamed buns stuck to the steamer had been eaten by Zhuo Xiaoduo. It really couldn't be called a mess. These 2 basins. I wanted to raise a tiger mastiff in the past. I got these 2 basins, right? You wouldn't let me raise a tiger mastiff in the past. Now I'm using these 2 basins. What basins? Don't you know how to talk? These are Xiaoduo's rice basins. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You want to eat 40 bowls with a small bowl? Aren't you tired? These basins are so good. Ahem. Okay. If we eat this meal outside, Zhuo Changlu sighed and murmured, 100 yuan isn't enough. 100 yuan. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. You're actually calculating money at this time. You're really Zhuo Xiaoduo's father. Money is also very important. Xiao's was now at this stage. We can't help him much. What's left is logistics. Money is both the starting point and the end point. Wu Yuding sighed and said slowly, logistics also has its own problems. Now that we're at the stage of the mission, it means the most frightening stage has arrived. It's what Changlu said, actually compared to us at this time. He's still much more relaxed. Back then, we went out for training. More than 300 people went out, but only 7 of us came back. Wu Yuding said angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Times have changed. How can the situation be the same? If you tell me about the high mortality rate again, I'll live separately from you. Do you think I won't dare to do that? Well, let's talk about serious business now. It's about the blacksmith shop. Zhuo Changlu immediately sat up straight. Wu Taijiang will arrive tomorrow. Blacksmith shop? Can't you just vacate one of the rooms next to your shop? Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly, the owners of the other shops have been wanting to sell for a long time. As long as you give a reasonable price, it'll be fine. How can I have money? Zhuo Changlu smiled bitterly. Why do you think I was talking about money just now? Xiaoyan just gave me 600,000 yuan. Wu Yuding snorted and said, is that enough? 600,000 yuan? Zhuo Changlu was furious. This girl went to do a mission again? What kind of mission could give such a good reward? This time, she was helping Master Mu catch a fugitive. That night, Xiao Duo happened to be there. Xiao Duo took 2 space rings. Wu Yuding said, this is from the 2 space rings. Zhuo Changlu relaxed and smiled. So it's robbing the rich to help the poor. Now that I have 600,000 yuan, of course, it's more than enough. Why don't we go back to sleep? Zhuo Changlu's eyes began to sway. Anyway, he was not serious. Nian is still at home. Wu Yuding pulled. She left a long time ago. When Xiao Duo went out, Nian was already following him. Come. This is such a beautiful spring scenery. Zhuo Xiaoduo carried his big saber and came to the meeting place valiantly. In the west, behind him was the Mountain River building. On top of it, the Mountain River map was dozens of meters high. It was the map of the entire Yanwu Empire. When it was pulled down from the top, it was directly opposite the rising sun. Purple chi gushed out from the east. Wan Lixio and the others were already waiting under the big sign. There were a few martial artists beside her, looking troubled. Wan Lixio lost her temper. How many times do I have to say it? You are not allowed to follow me. We've been trained now. Don't you understand the meaning of training? Other people's families did not send anyone. What are you doing following me? Then, she took out her phone and made a call. Dad, ask Uncle Yang and the others to retreat. This is not a matter of discomfort. This is too embarrassing, do you know? Everyone is going out alone. Why do I have to be like a princess and have a bunch of bodyguards following me? Do you still want me to live? I don't care. Just ask them to go back. Otherwise, I will run away from home. Wan Lixio stomped her feet, twisted her waist, acted coquettishly, and raged. Long Yuxing stared blankly at the side. Chapter 129. In the end, the person on the other side of the phone seemed to have compromised. The other warriors' phones rang, and they all retreated. Only then did they seize with Xiao Duo, standing in the distance. He was carrying a big sword and posing as if he was going to take the head of a general in front of thousands of soldiers and horses. The few of them cheered and rushed over. "Swa, your axe is really beautiful," Wan Lixio said. "Yes, this axe is really impressive," Long Yuxing said. "Boss, you're using an axe as a weapon. Are you planning to imitate the legendary Pango axe?" Li Chenglong said. "The axe is really big," Li Zhongming said. "Big axe," Yu Moyin said. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Look at it carefully. Is this an axe?" He was in a bad mood when he posed so fiercely just now, but only someone saw it. He was getting more and more angry as he spoke. He took the big sword off his shoulder and put on the ground. He held the hilt and breathed heavily. "This is an axe?" The five of them shouted as if they had discovered a new continent. "If it's not an axe, is it a sword?" "What do you mean?" "It's a sword. It's just that the back of the sword is thicker, the blade is shorter, and the hilt is longer." "How is it not a sword?" So Xiao Duo felt more and more annoyed as he spoke. There was a big difference between a sword and an axe. Was it so hard to tell? Moreover, Nian Mao said that it was a sword. Ignorant, ignorant, ignorant. I've never seen a sword with a back as thick as 2 palms. The five of them were confused. Was this really a sword? No matter what, everyone had finally gathered. "Let's go," Zhuo ordered. He carried the big sword and took the lead, heading north. The moment they left the city, so Xiao Duo looked at the time. It was exactly 5:59. Yes, Geely. It was the supreme number, if reversed. After the group left the city, they quickly increased their movement speed and ran along the main road for 50 kilometers in one breath. Then they turned into a small path. After walking for less than 10 kilometers, they had completely entered the primitive wasteland. As far as the eye could see, all he could see were towering trees of all shapes and sizes. Even the ordinary grass was as tall as several people and abnormally strong. After walking forward for a while, they arrived at the edge of the barrier. So Xiao Duo took out the jade talisman issued by the school and slowly placed it on the transparent barrier. Immediately, he felt a very slight vibration, and an opening that only allowed one person to pass through quietly appeared in front of the barrier. Li Zhongming first. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixio, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyin, quick, get out. So Xiao Duo was the last to go out and immediately put away the jade talisman. The barrier behind him was slowly returning to its original state. This was the barrier protecting the entire Phoenix City. With the existence of this barrier, the meteor would not be able to smash into Phoenix City. It could only slide down into the wilderness after its remaining energy was exhausted. When the six of them went out, what they saw was a miserable scene. In front of them, there were wild grass that was as tall as several people. There were also many trees that had been smashed by the meteor. Everything was crooked and slanted. Most of the trees had roots that were as thick as several people, but the branches and crowns had long been smashed into a mess. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single complete tree. The desolation and misery here had obviously greatly exceeded the basic understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. I really should let the people in the city come out and see what would happen to Phoenix City if there were no strong people protecting it. Li Chenglong let out a long sigh. It's just a distance of less than 100 kilometers. The city is full of singing and dancing, but outside the city, it's a scene of the end of the world. You're doing it again. Wan Lixio was dissatisfied. Martial artists go through fire and water to cultivate. Isn't it to protect the singing and dancing inside? As for the extravagance, it's just an inevitable product of the development of society. This is an unavoidable situation in any dynasty. If you get angry because of this, Wan Lixio said seriously. Li Chenglong, You'll only anger yourself to death. So Xiaoduo chuckled and said, Wanli Xiao is right. Swollen. This problem can't be solved even if you become the king of the world in the future, let alone the present you. Li Chenglong said in a muffled voice, I know, but I can't help but feel stuffy. Then he suddenly became anxious. Don't call me swollen. All right, swollen. The 5 people replied in unison. Li Chenglong grimaced in pain. He wanted to bite someone very much. However, he didn't dare to do so in front of these 5 people. For the first time, the 6 of them had only advanced 100 meters in the underbrush when Xiaoduo, who was at the front, had already caught 15 to 16 poisonous snakes. The number of poisonous snakes in this wasteland, especially in the underbrush, was simply astonishing. Is there any recycling value for these snakes? So Xiaoduo caught a poisonous snake. Then he looked at its ferocious triangular head and said, Can it be exchanged for contribution points? So Xiaoduo didn't remember anything about medicinal herbs, spirit herbs, ominous beasts, star beasts, and so on. Would Zwen need to use his brain when Li Chenglong was here? Wouldn't that make Li Chenglong useless? There is. Li Chenglong's huge reserve of knowledge and his photographic memory played a big role in this situation. The venom of poisonous snakes can be refined and recycled. The venom of 10,000 snakes can be exchanged for 1 contribution point after the successful refinement. Well, the premise is that these snakes must be the same kind. So you have no less than 5 or 6 kinds of snakes in your hands. You need to deal with them separately if you want to collect them. Fuck. Refining 10,000 snakes of the same kind can only be exchanged for 1 contribution point? Are you kidding me? Throw. Although Zwa had always believed that mosquito legs are also meat, he didn't want all mosquito legs. Not far away, the underbrush shook and a few people came out. You guys are here too. Unexpectedly, they bumped into Zhao Zhongjun and his team from the same class. You guys are so early, Long Yushin called out. We just got here. Let's go. Zhao Zhongjun waved his hand and said, Zwa, your axe is not bad. It's mighty and domineering. Zwa Xiaoduo, this is a fucking saber. A saber. After moving forward for another 400 or 500 meters, they met another half-acquaintance. It was by Bingbing. Yo, Zwa, your axe is not bad. It's very impressive. Zwa Xiaoduo didn't have the strength to complain. Were these people all blind? Long Yuxing and the others remembered Zwa Xiaoduo's vow that this was a saber. This was a saber. They couldn't help but laugh until their bodies twitched. On the other side, Zhao Zhongjuan's team. Boss, where are we going later? Have you read the note Zwa Xiaoduo gave us yesterday? What's the specific direction? Zhao Zhongjun said, I haven't read it yet, but I plan to. We'll start turning now. We won't go forward anymore. We'll go northwest and read the note after we enter. If Zwa Xiaoduo can even calculate this, then he's really capable. We'll have to ask him for help in the future. However, if he's not accurate, then we'll definitely ask him for 500 star dollars. The 6 of them went northwest. Although they didn't gain much along the way, they didn't encounter any major obstacles. When it was time to rest, Zhao Zhongjun gathered the other 5 people. Come, let's read Master Zwa's note and see if it's accurate or not. Then he took out the note and twisted it open. The 6 of them looked at it at the same time. The moment they looked at it, the 6 of them widened their eyes. Halfway north, turn to the northwest. Small gain, safe. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. This awesome, really awesome. On the other side, by Bingbing and the others were also resting. I'm so tired, so tired. Let's take a rest. The 6 girls chose a clean place and sat in a circle. Hey, Bingbing, we've changed direction a few times. Didn't Zwa Xiaoduo say that he can't give us a refund? Let's take a look. To be honest, I don't believe that he has such a remarkable ability. Bai Bingbing snorted and said, We're all classmates. Why are you so serious? You can't really ask him for a refund. Ha ha ha. The girls laughed. Of course we can't ask Bingbing's romantic partner for a refund. We just want to see if he's right. Maybe he's really so resourceful that he hit the nail on the head. Bai Bingbing's face turned red. She snorted and said, You're all so talkative. Nonsense, humph." When she opened the note, 6 little heads stretched out. One of them said, "Don't tell me he used this opportunity to write a love letter? Oh, fuck." After exclaiming in surprise, the 6 girls fell into a state of shock. The note clearly wrote, "Halfway through, turn west from north. Nothing, turn northwest. Little harvest, not enough. Go north and you'll find something." That's too accurate. One of the girls opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. It's really accurate. This. Didn't we go west first and turn northwest when we didn't find anything? Then, because we still didn't find anything, we turned north again. The 6 girls looked at their current location, which was north of Phoenix City. Chapter 130. One of the girls squinted her eyes and giggled. "Captain, why don't we all go at him together? No matter who he chooses in the end, won't he be one of us?" Bai Bing suddenly became alert. She looked at this girl and asked suspiciously, "You like him too, right, Yinzi?" Yinzi giggled. "I think this guy is not bad. He's a good piece of meat." "Umph, bitch, humph. You're the same bitch, humph." The boat of friendship capsized just like that. Another girl rolled her eyes and said, "I think you're all talking nonsense. From what I see, this Xiaoduo is obviously not enlightened. He needs someone to enlighten him. Otherwise, he won't know how good women are. Well, he can't just focus on women. He has to be wary of men. Nowadays, many handsome guys like handsome guys. Fuck, so you're not only a dirty old woman, but also a rotten one." The girls laughed and joked for a while, and then their faces became worried. Indeed, this guy really looked like he was not enlightened. But how could they enlighten him? Bai Bing's heart was full of vigilance, especially when she saw this group of plastic sisters. They were all thinking of enlightening Xiaoduo to this group of shameless sluts. They're already thinking of snatching him from me. They said they wouldn't snatch him from me. No, I have to quickly think of a way to come up with a feasible plan. The other teams that were resting at their own resting places also took out Xiaoduo's comments. After verifying with each other, they also exclaimed in surprise, "Fuck, so accurate. No, this is godly. That guy is not a quack, he's a god. Shut up, if you dare to say Master Zhua is a quack again, believe it or not, I'll cut you." "Well, Captain, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze?" "I'm thinking, this 50 gold coins is too worth it. It's too cheap. Should I strike up a good relationship with Master Zhua before he becomes famous? Then I can apply for an annual membership or a lifetime membership. If I apply for it now, it shouldn't cost too much. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future. Oh, Captain has become Xiaoduo. I'm impressed. Fuck, let me ask each and every one of you. Do you want to apply for an annual membership and a lifetime membership?" "Yes, of course. I miss it so much. I want to die." "You want to go for VIP? Look at the authentic version." After resting for a while, Xiaoduo's team resumed their journey with laughter. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard. Xiaoduo reacted quickly and pulled Wanli Xiao and the others to the side. Rumble. After a long while, the earth was still trembling. As far as the eye could see, a meteor shower was falling. One of the meteors, the size of a human head, smashed into the spot where Wanli Xiao had been standing, creating a hole that was dozens of meters deep. Meteor showers continued to fall around the area like hailstones, incessant and endless. Wanli Xiao's face turned pale, and her heart was filled with horror. If Xiaoduo hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat if he hadn't been hit by the meteorite in time. It's really not safe. Li Chenglong covered his head, and his facial features were a little distorted. Wanli Xiao was in no danger, but Li Chenglong wasn't so lucky. One of the meteors hit a broken tree and rebounded. Coincidentally, it hit Li Chenglong's head. Although the rebounding force had weakened and wasn't enough to break his head, he could still feel the pain. "Is everyone okay? Pay attention to these newly fallen meteors," Xiaoduo shouted. Be careful not to hit your head. Although these meteorites didn't pose much of a threat to a martial master, if the meteorites were larger than a fist, they would still be injured if they were hit by them. The few of them worked together and dug out the meteors that had fallen. It's useless. Xiaoduo's family ran an astral soul shop, so his eyesight was naturally better than the others. However, he was disheartened after just a glance. The one that almost smashed Long Yuxing into a bachelor is the only thing worth mentioning. But at most, there's a low-grade astral soul's jade inside. Keep it. Whoever wants it can have it, but I don't want it. Long Yuxing threw it aside and muttered, "What do you mean by smashed into a bachelor? Let's go inside. It's hard to find good things in this area." Li Chenglong instructed. He was the expert in this area. Okay. The six of them moved at full speed and ran forward. It didn't take long for them to run more than 50 miles. The further they went, the more desolate the environment became. There were potholes everywhere on the ground, and there were many traces of digging in the potholes. Especially the big potholes. They were basically dug 3 feet deep and were empty. How can this group of people loot so clean? Don't they know how to benefit the latecomers? How unethical. Xiaoduo said angrily, "Go further inside. Don't stop along the way." Qin Fangyang was wandering in the sky, watching Xiaoduo's team go deeper into the forest like a sharp arrow. We're 70 kilometers away from Phoenix City. If we calculate the radius of 200 kilometers, this is considered an extremely safe distance. Qin Fangyang was very relieved. Xiaoduo's team had an advantage that other teams didn't have. The allocation of members could be said to be well-rounded, and there were few omissions. Xiaoduo's cultivation had reached the peak of martial master. As the core leader, he could be said to be the stabilizing force. This was already a big advantage. As for Li Chenglong, as the strategist, it was even rarer. Basically, there was nothing that Li Chenglong didn't know. With him around, it was like carrying an encyclopedia with you. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan seemed to be taciturn, but in fact, they were first-class figures in the vanguard. No matter what happened, there was no dispute at all. They only needed to wave their hands and say, "Go." The two of them directly rushed forward. As for Long Yuxing, he was the type who had an exceptionally good view of the big picture. He was born with a keen sense of coordination. However, compared to Xiaoduo, he was more of a defensive talent. As for the last person, Wan Lixio, she looked like a careless girl, but deep down, she was meticulous and meticulous. She was very meticulous and controlled all the details. Such a team was only at the embryonic stage, but it was already the ideal allocation for all adventure teams. This team's allocation is really good. Another teacher who came with him to guard the team smiled. It is indeed good. Basically, it has all the elements to prepare for war. Yes, especially Xiaoduo, who is the core leader. This guy looks like an offensive leader, but the caution and carefulness he showed during the journey is really extraordinary. If he can continue to be like this, it will be a great blessing for this team. Another teacher praised. After hearing this praise, black lines appeared on Qin Fangyang's forehead. He wanted to say it, but he was too embarrassed to say it. Caution and carefulness? Xiaoduo was afraid of death, however, he could definitely maintain this state. As for whether it was a blessing or not, it was a little too early to say. Everyone rushed all the way into the wasteland in a spurt of energy. They didn't stop and continued to advance. There are already some traces of star beasts here. Li Chenglong stopped to study a pile of feces. This feces is still very fresh. There are a lot of sour grass seeds and a lot of wild fruit seeds in it. It should be left behind by the single-horned deer. The single-horned deer's attack power is not high, and its overall combat power is relatively low. It can easily poop here, which is enough to prove that there are no dangerous star beasts in the nearby area. Wan Lixio covered her nose and looked at Li Chenglong poking the feces. She looked disgusted and wanted to vomit, but she couldn't stop herself from looking. "Aren't you disgusting? You even have to study this." Li Chenglong replied while poking the feces. "Disgusting? This is disgusting. This is a clue, you know. There are many things that humans can't find, but some star beasts can. Star beasts often leave a lot of valuable information in their feces. Then what valuable information did you find? This pile only has what I found just now. There is no more. Fuck. Long Yuxing cursed. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and keep up. Along the way, Li Chenglong had maximized the benefits of his encyclopedic knowledge, except for the fact that it was a little disgusting. This guy seemed to be very passionate about studying star beast feces. Along the way, he had studied 17 to 18 piles. Zwa! Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of feces and shouted, "What's the matter? What did you find?" So Xiao Duo covered his nose and came over. "Let's not go forward first. I think there should be something good around here." Li Chenglong spoke, but his hands didn't stop moving. As he poked the feces, a foul stench rose into the air. "Damn, can you just tell me what you found?" In this pile of feces, there are many three-eared rabbit bones and some venomous snake remains. I can confirm that this venomous snake is a black-bone snake. The black-bone snake is extremely venomous. However, this excreting star beast obviously doesn't care about its venom. Look at this black-bone snake's head and venomous fangs. There is even a strand of hair on it. It should have been bitten by the black-bone snake. Obviously, this star beast isn't afraid of the black-bone snake's venom and still ate it. And it ate many black-bone snakes. Li Chenglong continued. From the shape of the feces, the dryness, and the outer layer of white crystals, I can confirm that this is a three-legged python. Look at the clear tracks here. Even though the meteorites are constantly falling, the footprints can still be seen. This proves that it hasn't been here for long. So Xiao Duo sighed deeply. Swollen, I completely believe your conclusion. There's no need to analyze the process. It is still so smelly. How could it have been here for a long time? Li Chenglong replied seriously. That's not what I meant. Smelly or not cannot be used as a basis of time. There are black-bone snakes and three-eared rabbits in the feces. This means that there must be astral souls, intermittent grass around here. You must know that every year when the black-bone snake molts, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to lessen the pain of molting. Although the three-eared rabbit moves extremely quickly, its bones are weak and easily broken. Similarly, it needs the astral soul's intermittent grass to heal. Still writing, let's first ask for tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 131. Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls? Is it worth anything? Intermittent Grass of Astral Souls. If it were an ordinary 10-year-old plant, it would require 10 stalks of astral souls to exchange for 1 contribution point. However, 10-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls isn't enough for the black-bone snakes. What they need is at least 50-year-old. As for 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, each stalk is worth 10 contribution points. There's a high chance that there's a group of black-bone snakes nearby. Based on my judgment, this group of black-bone snakes are at least 20 years old. In other words, there's definitely intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. Furthermore, there's plenty of them. Intermittent grass of astral souls is extremely small in size. It's usually mixed in with other weeds and is very difficult to find. Li Chenglong stood up and continued, but we've already confirmed that it's in this area. Just by digging up the weeds, we'll be able to find something. At this moment, his eyes lit up and his voice trembled. So there's obviously a natural predator like the three-legged python nearby. Yet, the black-bone snakes and three-eared rabbit would rather risk being eaten by the three-legged python in order to stay here. That's enough to explain the problem and confirm the situation. After hearing Li Chenglong's words, Xiao Duo and the rest were all excited. How big is the area you've estimated? Xiao Duo asked. It should be. Li Chenglong replied. It shouldn't exceed 2 kilometers. As for where the weeds are the thickest, we'll just dig it out. Once we've dug it out, you don't have to identify it. I'll just search for bit by bit. All right, let's do that. Xiao Duo ordered. Dig up the roots. Li Zhongming and Yu Moyan didn't say a word. They immediately took action. The two of them stood side by side and quickly assembled 2 large shovels. With a heh sound, they lifted more than 10 square meters of grass into the air. With a shake of their hands, the soil was shaken clean, leaving only the white and tender grass roots sticking upwards. Zhua Xiaoduo, Wan Li Xiao, and the rest followed suit. Along the way, they dug up the surrounding grass like a yellow dragon. In the air, Qin Fangyang, who had been paying attention to this sighed. Do you see that? This is the effect that Li Chenglong can display in a group. Even if you look at the entire continent, there are very few who can replicate this effect. Amazing. The teacher by the side sighed in admiration. A martial artist's cultivation relies on talent, hard work, and the support of their family. These are already common knowledge. Relying on knowledge outside of cultivation. Although many people think it's feasible, how many people can actually put it into action? How many of them will study the excrement of star beasts? Another teacher sighed. This isn't just a matter of studying 1 or 2 piles of excrement. You have to know the habits of every star beast, be familiar with every food chain, and then be familiar with all their habits. You also have to know what each star beast likes to eat, what it can eat, what kind of environment it likes, what kind of heaven and earth treasures it needs, what it looks like before it's eaten, and what it looks like after it's excreted. Finally, you have to summarize everything. This isn't something that can be explained by the gift of eidetic memory. Other people, even if they know how to study excrement, may not be able to think of so much. But this Li Chenglong, using the traces in the excrement as a clue, actually deduced that there's an old intermittent grass of astral souls nearby. He's a fucking genius. Other people risked their lives and fought until their heads bled. It's already worth it to be able to get 8 or 10 contribution points after one experience. But these guys... With Li Chenglong's guidance, they can get a lot of points just by digging up the grass. This can only be said to be fate and luck. Qin Fangyang faintly said, Li Chenglong's cultivation was shallow before, and it's not like everyone didn't know that he was knowledgeable. Perhaps there were only a few people who really thought highly of him, but Zhua Xiaoduo has always treated him as a friend. This can be said to be where Zhua Xiaoduo's personal charm lies. That's true. That teacher was very much in agreement. That's right. If Li Chenglong were in another team, he might not be so dedicated. But in Zhua Xiaoduo's team, he can do his best. This can be said to be congenial. It's not congenial. Qin Fangyang said faintly, we're brothers. That teacher was stunned, then nodded deeply. That's right, we're brothers. While Qin Fangyang and the others were talking, the people below had already found something. Swollen, there are some light purple grasses in the grass roots here. They're segmented. Is that the intermittent grass? Zhua Xiaoduo shouted. Don't move. Li Chenglong shouted nervously. Let me do it. Whoosh! Li Chenglong almost rolled and crawled all the way over. You guys come over and see the real thing. Li Chenglong squatted in front of a pile of overturned grass roots. That's right. This is the intermittent grass of astral souls, and it's very old. The leaves of this intermittent grass are very small, and they grow together with ordinary grass roots. If it's not light purple, they're no different from weeds. As for the segmented shape of the grass roots, it's also very particular. The intermittent grass grows a segment every 3 years. In terms of appearance, it's broken and renewed every 3 years. That's how the intermittent grass got its name. This is 1 segment, 2 segments. Li Chenglong gasped. Xiao Duo found this batch of intermittent grass. Each of them has more than 15 segments, and many of them have more than 20 segments. That means there's 60-year-old intermittent grass. Oh my God, don't move, don't move. Older intermittent grass needs to be separated with a jade shovel and then immediately put into the jade box of astral souls. I have the jade box of astral souls on my back. Don't move it. Don't move those with 3 or 4 segments. Just leave them here. They'll naturally drill into the soil again. But those with more than 10 segments, I'll put them all away. These are 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm rich, haha. Li Chenglong laughed devilishly. 9. There are 9 older intermittent grass in this patch. Continue to search, quickly. Li Chenglong quickly put away the 9 intermittent grass of astral souls. Then he began to finish the work. He checked all the grass one by one. After checking, he immediately put them back, no matter if they were still there or not. On the other side, Yu Moyan shouted, "There's one here too." Then Long Yuxing shouted, "There's one here too." Wan Lixio said excitedly, "I have one too. I have one too." Zhou Xiaoduo and the others turned around in surprise. They all gave Long Yuxing a thumbs up. "Brother, you've got guts." Wan Lixio was stunned for a moment. Then she understood immediately. Her face turned red. Other than Li Chenglong, she started to chase after the others. A bunch of stinky hooligans, uncivilized scum. Long Yuxing grinned wretchedly. "I haven't even started yet." Bang! Long Yuxing was kicked away by Wan Lixio. The 6 of them pushed forward like a bulldozer. From time to time, they would shout in surprise. Of course, along with the huge harvest came trouble. The black bone snakes nearby had been alerted by their repeated actions. They immediately attacked this group of intruders. However, the black bone snakes were only beginner-level astral beasts. Although they had venomous fangs, with Xiaoduo and the other skills, as long as they were careful, they wouldn't have a hard time. "Don't kill them." Li Chenglong continued to cook the intermittent grass of astral souls as he shouted. "The black bone snake's feces are the best fertilizer for the intermittent grass of astral souls. With the black bone snakes here, the intermittent grass of astral souls will grow very quickly. With enough nutrients, it can even grow by 1 section per year." The 6 of them who were about to start a massacre suddenly changed their battle strategy. In a moment, the black bone snakes were tossed high into the air and thrown far away. Until the end, Xiaoduo pinched a black bone snake that was as thick as a water bucket. He looked left and right. "Is this the king of snakes? Why is it so big?" This black bone snake, which was as thick as a water bucket and over 30 feet long, was pinched by Zhou Xiaoduo at its weakest point. Other than its body convulsing, it could not move at all. Its originally sinister and cold eyes were now filled with fear. "Let's release this black bone snake. Although it could be exchanged for over 10 contribution points, if we take it away, the black bone snakes here will have no one to rely on. I'm afraid they will be wiped out." Li Chenglong said, "This is the king of snakes. Let go." "All right." Zhou Xiaoduo released the black bone snake king. This black bone snake king was obviously scared out of its wits. For a moment, it didn't run away. Instead, it curled up on the ground. "Damn it. Don't tell me you still want a gift? It's not like we're here to visit relatives." Zhou Xiaoduo had no choice but to throw an elixir pill into the snake's mouth. The black bone snake king swallowed the pill and nodded at Zhou Xiaoduo. Then it slithered away. The teachers in the sky exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and amazement. One of the teachers commented, "They are indeed a unique group." To think that they would let go of the dark-boned snake king that they had obtained. That plaything is worth at least 15 contribution points. That's equivalent to the entire earnings of some small teams in a single mission. Another teacher said, "I know that Li Chenglong's idea of letting go of the black-bone snake king is to maintain the ecological balance of this region. This is to prevent the black-bone snakes from losing their support and causing them to be wiped out. But the star beasts in the outside world have their own ways of survival. The ecosystem of this region is extremely fragile and could collapse at any moment. Is there really a need to do this?" The first teacher said, "That's not what I'm surprised about. What I'm surprised about is that Zhou Xiaoduo actually accepted Li Chenglong's suggestion. He's the true decision-maker of their team." This. Qin Fangyang sighed softly. Perhaps this is the way their team interacts. Between them, it's more about trust. Since Li Chenglong said it, Zhou Xiaoduo believed it and accepted it. It has nothing to do with anything else. Our harvest this time is pretty good. Li Chenglong counted and smiled from ear to ear. He said, our total harvest this time is 1 century-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 760 to 80-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, 1950-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls, and 3030 to 50-year-old intermittent grass of astral souls. We're rich. We're really rich. The contribution points this time are at least over 1,000. Li Zhongming's eyes darted around, and he suddenly asked, So, how are we going to split the contribution points this time? The moment he asked this question, the 6 youths fell silent. Above, Qin Fangyang's body stiffened. He stared at them for a long time. The most crucial moment had arrived. Writing too slowly. I started at 8 in the morning, and I haven't stopped since then. That's all. I can't write anymore at night. My head is going to explode. Exploding at 5 o'clock p.m. Begging for a few monthly votes, a few subscriptions, a few recommendation tickets. Brothers and sisters, please support me. Thank you. Chapter 132. Distribution of Benefits. This was the most important issue. It was unknown how many teams had broken up and parted ways because of the distribution of benefits. Below, so Xiaoduo looked surprised. Split? Why should we split? Everyone. So Xiaoduo glared at them. Teams come out. All the rewards will be converted into contribution points. What's there to discuss? Do you want to eat more and take more? Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, and the others. This was different from what they had imagined. Which team leader didn't take more? Otherwise, why would he be the team leader? Why? Did it become us who wanted to eat more and take more when it came to us? We're not the team leaders. Even Li Chenglong stared at Zhou Xiaoduo with wide eyes. Zhou, you have to think carefully. This isn't something that can be done overnight, and it's not just 1 or 2 pieces. Captains can take a larger portion of the loot. This is the rule of the continent. In the future, we have to do more things, bigger things. A single point could be a sky-high price. You have to think carefully. What do we have to think about? So Xiaoduo was puzzled. So what if it's the rule of the continent? Who can control me? So Xiaoduo. Besides, what's the point of me taking more from you? Isn't it good for me to take more from others? The 5 of them. They were speechless. It's settled then. If 1 or 2 people come out, the rewards will be divided among themselves. If one comes out alone, the rewards will belong to the individual. There's no need to hand them over to the team. You don't have to say anything. This is how it is. Come, nod your heads. Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, and the others looked at each other and could only nod silently. It might not be fair to Li Chenglong if we divide today's rewards equally, but this is a team. This is the basic principle of a team. Maybe other teams have other rules, but here, it's the same. In the future, other members may contribute more in other aspects, but all the rewards will still be divided equally. There will be no exceptions. So Xiaoduo said calmly, as long as the 6 of us go on a mission together, it will be like this. I've decided on this point. Who agrees and who disagrees? I agree. Everyone raised their hands in agreement at the same time. There were no objections. All right, I'll only talk about the distribution of benefits this time. So Xiaoduo said coldly, I don't want to emphasize this point too many times. This is just an experience. In the future, everyone may go to the battlefield together. At that time, it won't just be about benefits, but about life and death. Li Zhongming chuckled and said, I could definitely agree with boss's decision. Li Chenglong was also filled with joy at this moment. There is also an indescribable sense of satisfaction. That's the way it is. It's the best. This was the first time he had used his knowledge to create benefits for the team. Li Chenglong was now bursting with a sense of accomplishment. His round face, which was not fat, was already smiling like a flower. Wan Lixiu said worriedly, I'm worried that in the future, there will be people who don't put in effort. Oh, it's nothing. We can afford to drag this out. We're swollen. So Xiaoduo waved his hand and said boldly, Xiao, don't worry about this. When you have a baby in the future, during your maternity leave, you won't be short of it. Wanli Xiao was speechless. Her pink face turned red. Did I mean that? What? Maternity leave. So Xiaoduo, do you want to die? After all, she was still a virgin. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed at the mention of this. So Xiaoduo looked sad. Long Yuxing, control your wife. She actually asked boss if he wants to die. Such courage. TSK, TSK, TSK. I feel a deep sense of worry about your future status in the family. Long Yuxing curled his lips. So my status in the family has already been decided. On the contrary, I'm very concerned about your status in the family. My status in the family? So Xiaoduo laughed loudly. Do you still need to say it? I'm the proper head of the household. The first page of the household register in the future will definitely be me. Your future sister-in-law, Nian, Hahayan, must be in my household register. Boss is mighty. The crowd roared and then burst into laughter. It would be strange if you weren't the head of the household. Brothers, so Xiaoduo waved his hand. How many contribution points are we aiming for today? 10,000. Oh, let's charge forward with this, boss. Oh. The small team of 6 people once again turned into a sharp arrow that was moving forward. Are you relieved? Seeing Qin Fangyang move to look at the other teams, another teacher teased him. Now I'm completely relieved. Qin Fangyang couldn't hide the amiable smile on his face anymore. First, it ensures fairness. Second, it ensures that there won't be any changes. Third, it ensures that as the core, so Xiaoduo has absolute authority and can check and balance anyone in the team. If this doesn't make me completely relieved, what more can I ask for? To implement the equal distribution to the end, and to set the tone from then on, can be said to be the most difficult thing. Another teacher said, in a team, there will always be people who contribute more, and there will always be people who want to take more, especially the boss. It's the most normal thing to take more. And to implement the equal distribution from beginning to end, even for the team leader, no one will have any objections. Teacher Qin, didn't you always say that Xiaoduo is stingy? That teacher said strangely, this isn't something a stingy person would do. Qin Fangyang smiled contentedly and said, you haven't known him for long, so you don't know how stingy this child can be. However, no matter how stingy he is, he always has his own bottom line in his heart. And this bottom line is precisely the quality I think most highly of him. Let's go and look at the other teams. So Xiaoduo's team doesn't need to be looked after anymore. Do we really not need to look after them? After all, it's their first time out for training. Aren't we afraid of accidents? There won't be any accidents. Do you think Zhuo Xiaoduo's self-proclaimed physiognomy skill is just for show? If Zhuo Xiaoduo said that there will be no danger, then there will be no danger. From the beginning, I didn't worry that there would be accidents or casualties. I believe that after this training, Zhuo Xiaoduo won't need to recommend himself anymore. Countless people will come to him for fortune-telling, and those who come to him are not limited to the students of the second high school, but also you and me. Oh, Teacher Qin, you really think highly of this student of yours. Let's wait and see. Let reality speak for itself. After looking at several teams in a row, he finally saw Zhao Zhangjuan's team. His team was fighting with a star beast, and not far behind the star beast was a red jade spirit ginseng that had already borne fruit. The 6 people in Zhao Zhangjuan's team were very excited. They were shouting and fighting with their lives on the line. Obviously, they wanted to take down the star beast on the opposite side as soon as possible and get the red jade spirit ginseng. Qin Fangyang looked at them silently and sighed softly. 1 training session to get a red jade spirit ginseng. The profit is no less than 50 contribution points. It's indeed a lot. Another teacher sighed. However, they have to pay a bloody battle to get these 50 points. Compared with Zhuo Xiaoduo's team, the difference is too big. Qin Fangyang didn't say anything. He watched Zhao Zhongjun and the others kill the star beast before he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhao Zhongjun, who had just finished a battle, shout to the sky, "Teacher Qin, is Teacher Qin here?" Qin Fangyang was stunned. Zhao Zhongjun wasn't in danger. He hurriedly floated down. Zhao Zhongjun. Zhao Zhongjun wiped his sweat and ran over. "Teacher Qin, what's the matter? You'd better go and see Shintai and the others. They seem to have gone straight inside." Zhao Zhongjun looked very worried. "Who did you say?" "Shintai." Qin Fangyang's pupils suddenly contracted. "They also came for the training? Yesterday, they clearly got double insurance, and they still came? These 6 fucking immortals." "Yes." Zhao Zhongjun looked at his teacher strangely. This time, the whole class was going on the training mission together. How could Shintai and the others not come? Qin Fangyang hurriedly asked, "Hurry up and tell me, which direction did they go?" "North." Zhao Zhongjun said. "Our team came early. We came in before 5 o'clock, but Shintai and the others came even earlier than us. When we came, they were already sweeping the periphery. Then, when they saw us coming, they rushed straight inside. And the area we are in now is almost beyond the alert area, but we haven't seen them yet." Zhao Zhongjun looked very worried. Shintai has always been fond of grandiose achievements. He always wants to be in the limelight. This time, the harvest in the periphery obviously can't satisfy his set goal. I think he might have rushed into the deeper area. Qin Fangyang's face suddenly became as ugly as a dead man's. Looking at the dark wasteland in the distance, it was still morning. Dawn had just broken not long ago. At most, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. It was the best time of the day. The sky was clear and boundless. However, in such good weather, there was a dark and gloomy atmosphere in front of them. Obviously, there were strong star beasts and extremely complicated terrain inside. Inside, even embryonic breathing realm and primordial elixir realm practitioners might not dare to go too deep. Shintai and the others had actually barged into that level of area. At this moment, even with Qin Fangyang's mental strength, he couldn't help but feel his vision go black. Qin Fangyang never thought that for their sake, he didn't hesitate to lower his status and impersonate a robber to beat the 6 of them to a pulp. He even called their parents, but he still couldn't stop them from taking the risk. Just what kind of connections does your family have to be able to recover from such an injury in a single night? However, recovering to a perfect state was equivalent to activating the pass to the stage of death. They were so lively even when they were going to die. Their status was so high. This was simply speechless. At this moment, Qin Fangyang didn't think of anything else. What echoed in his heart was what Xiaoduo had said yesterday afternoon. The king of hell is destined to die at midnight. Who can stay until midnight? The danger of life. The ominous central palace. The ominous Qi has already entered the heart. The divination gold that he took away in the end was the real stroke of genius. It completely cut off the karma with me and has nothing to do with me anymore. Even if you chase after them now and break the legs of these 6 people to prevent them from going out tomorrow, they will still be walking to their deaths tomorrow. Do you believe me? Thinking of this, Qin Fangyang could only sigh. He was really speechless. He had forcefully intervened and had already broken their legs and suffered comminuted fractures. Today, it was still happening. Thinking again about what Xiaoduo had said, Qin Fangyang couldn't help but sigh. It's really. Good words can't persuade a damn ghost. Chapter 133. The other teacher was puzzled. "Teacher Qin, what are you?" Qin Fangyang stood up. "There's no time to explain. Come with me quickly. It's a matter of life and death. Do your best." "What about here?" "It's fine here. Xiaoduo said that it's a close call." Qin Fangyang and the other teacher were like 2 sharp arrows, piercing into the thick fog without permission. About a few hours later, Shintai led his team, and shot into the thick fog like an arrow. I didn't expect Zhao Zhongjun to be here so early. So what if he's early? He's a coward and only dared to wander around the periphery. What good things can he get? Boss Shun is right. Speaking of which, Boss Shun, your father is really awesome. Yesterday, with just a phone call, he got such a miraculous thing and used it directly. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Me too. It's unbelievable. With such a serious injury, it only took 10 minutes to recover completely. Moreover, his cultivation has improved. It's too miraculous. Especially since Boss's father solved it with just a phone call. I feel like I'm dreaming. Haha, my father's power in Phoenix City is... Haha, let's not talk about it. There's no point in always bragging about my father. But this is really awesome. Speaking of which, Qin Fanyang called my father yesterday and told us not to come out today. Haha, Teacher Qin is really good at thinking. He called my family too, and my family too. Haha, this Teacher Qin Fanyang. I don't know what he's thinking. We rejected Zhua Xiaodua's fortune-telling, and we're not even allowed to participate in the trial. He even informed our parents. Huh, it can't be, right? You guys are just muddle-headed. Why don't you think about it? Zhua Xiaoduo asked for 500 yuan each time. Who would look for him? Qin Fanyang asked for 50 yuan each time. That's a lot. How many times do we come out in a year? 50 yuan each time. 8 teams for 100 yuan. At least 7 or 8 times a month. In a year, we'll earn tens of thousands. Qin Fanyang is clearly colluding with Zhua Xiaoduo to cheat us of our money. Boss is right. I have the same feeling. Not allowed to come out for the trial? Haha. Just like what my father said yesterday, a man has to face the wind and rain, an eagle has to fight against the sky. A sapling in a greenhouse can never grow into a big tree. So my father encouraged us to come out. Yes, Uncle Shun is right. Of course, why would my father listen to Qin Fanyang's nonsense? Just because he said so, he wouldn't come out? What a joke. Who the hell is Qin Fanyang? Yesterday, my dad even said that he wanted to treat Mr. Qin to a meal after this incident. After all, Qin Fanyang is obviously angry this time. No need. Shun Tainan scoffed. As long as you follow me, I will naturally lead you to heaven. As for Qin Fanyang, he's just an unpresentable fellow who cheats students of their money. Why bother with him? Boss is right. Boss is mighty. Death is certain? I don't believe it. Haha. Let's see what Qin Fanyang's face looks like when we return with a bountiful harvest. Smack, 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 smack face, huh? The 6 of them rushed in. The fog became thicker and thicker. Slowly, it reached a point where they couldn't see each other's faces clearly even if they stood face to face. It was blurry, as if they had seen a ghost. Let's do it here. Our feet feel very solid. It's almost untouched. There must be a lot of good stuff here. Everyone, hurry up. Shun Tainan said, we can't stay here for long. Let's move quickly. In 2 hours, no matter how much we get, we will leave. Okay. The 6 of them busied themselves. Not long after, cheers rang out. Even the thick fog was diluted. I have one here, it's so big. I have one here too. There's actually a stalk of white jade lingji here. This stone of astral souls is cold to the touch. We're rich. We're rich. The 6 of them made a lot of discoveries. Shen Tainan was sweating profusely as he dug a big hole. In this hole, there was actually a millstone-sized stone of astral souls, and it was emitting spiritual energy. However, it seemed like he couldn't move such a big piece by himself. This piece must be something good. This time, he was really rich. Shen Tainan dug out the soil around the stone, wiped his sweat, and was about to call for help. At this moment, Dapa, a hand? It rested on his shoulder, and it was actually very heavy. Don't mess around. Quickly call for help. This piece is not small. There was no response. Snore, snore. Such a sound was heard, and a fishy smell followed. Snore, snore? Shin Tianan's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. He saw a huge tiger's head behind him, but this head was almost several times bigger than him. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing a bottomless esophagus, and its tongue swaying when he turned his head. 2 lantern-sized eyeballs happened to meet his eyes. The beast behind him was obviously a little strange. It tilted its head with interest and actually looked at the little guy under its paws with a somewhat cute look. What is this? Big eyes against small eyes. Ugh. Shun Tainan immediately stiffened. At this moment, his heart really stopped beating. The tiger also seemed to be startled, and its two big eyeballs were somewhat frozen. Screams of horror came from all around. Star Beast, there's a three-tailed tiger. In the thick fog, more than 10 huge creatures slowly appeared. Three tails swayed slowly, swaying here and there, very beautiful. Ah! Shun Tainan screamed from the bottom of his heart. Teacher Qin, save me. This was definitely the loudest he had ever screamed in his life. This shout seemed to have caused a great shock to the three-tailed tiger, and its large eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. With a howl, its bloody mouth fell down with a crack. Chapter 134. Qin Fanyang said indifferently, "It's nothing. I called Xin Yushu last night, and he promised me that he wouldn't let his son go out to train. Now that something has happened, it won't be easy to find me again. As a teacher, I've already done my best and have a clear conscience." Teacher Luo smiled bitterly. "The problem now is, will Xin Yushu reason with you after his son died?" Qin Fanyang said indifferently, "If he doesn't reason with you, I'll try my best to appease him." "What if you can't appease him?" "If I can't appease him," Qin Fanyang looked helpless, "then I really can't do anything. After all, his son died when I was teaching." Teacher Luo saw that his roundabout reminder didn't work, so he went straight to the point. "Teacher Qin, Xin Yushu has an underworld background in his early years. I heard that his hands are stained with blood. With the disclaimer in your phone call, he might not do anything to you on the surface, but his actions in the dark. Anyway, you have to be careful." Qin Fanyang was silent for a moment, then said indifferently, "Underworld background, stained with blood. After so many years, I've almost forgotten that I killed a lot of people at the front line of Sun Moon Pass. I think there were more than 17,000 people, about this number." Qin Fanyang sighed softly. "Xin Yushu's hands are stained with blood? But I don't know if it's as much as mine." Ugh. Teacher Luo was completely stunned. "This means that why don't I understand? That on the other side was Xiao Duo and the others were urging Li Chenglong to work. Swollen. Come and look at this pile of shit. Swollen. There's another pile here. It's a bit dry. Swollen. Look at this pile." After the previous experience, everyone's enthusiasm was unprecedentedly high. Even a girl like Wan Lixio, who was known as a well-bred lady, was actually looking for shit everywhere. It was impossible not to admire this. After discovering the astral soul's intermittent grass, Li Chenglong had only walked 20 kilometers before he found clues in the feces of two types of astral beasts. Then, following the clues, he found an equally rare black blood vine. The main body of the dark blood vine didn't grow above the ground and only lived underground. There were only a few branches above the surface, making it extremely difficult to find. As for the contribution points gained from this wave, a conservative estimate would be more than 500 points. After finding the black blood vine, everyone's luck didn't decrease, and they found 3 more dragon ginsengs in a row. The series of gains made everyone's spirits rise, and their fighting spirits soared. There were many star beasts in this area. Their feces could be seen everywhere. This had also led to a lot of shouting and wrangling. Everyone was calling for Li Chenglong to look at their feces. Li Chenglong looked helpless. Not all feces have clues to follow. Most of them are worthless. There's no need to look at them all. Li Zhongming. This is clearly someone's poop. And you want to take a look? Blurred. Wan Lixio bent over and vomited. So was overjoyed. Let's move on. We've earned almost 2,000 contribution points now. Keep it up, brothers. Everyone moved forward for a while, and they were about to reach the edge of the cordon. Duo looked at the gray fog in the distance, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. This was the result of the convergence of the aura gazing technique and the physiognomy technique. With a glance, he could keenly observe that there were countless murderous auras in the gray fog. There were also countless souls wailing. First left, then right. Don't move forward. Duo warned his teammates. Almost every few minutes, there would be a meteor shower crashing down from the sky. The entire land was trembling almost at any time. After moving forward for a few dozen meters, Li Chenglong's eyes were quick. Catch that snake with claws. In the grass, between a few stones, there was a snake's tail quickly disappearing. Where are you going? Wan Lixio was the closest to the snake. She took a big stride forward and grabbed the snake's tail in her hand. She used her strength to pull the snake out. Long Yuxing's eyebrows twitched. He suddenly lost some of his expectations for this life. Everyone took a closer look and saw that the snake had a vicious appearance. It actually had 6 claws. Even though it was being held, it was still struggling with all its might. Well, it was more like a strange lizard than a snake. It was just that its body was too slender. Although the snake's tail was caught, its body was still baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the air. It kept twisting and struggling, and even tried to bite Wan Lixio. Wan Lixio flicked the finger of her other hand and hit the snake's 7 inches. The strange snake immediately became obedient. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, "This is a 6-clawed snake, also known as the 6-clawed lizard of the Clear Flute Island. It's useless. This snake isn't a star beast yet. It's just a wild beast. However, if it eats a lot of 9-joint centipedes, it will have a chance to grow a 7th claw. At that time, it can condense a star core and become a star beast. This snake has no value now. It's useless and can't be exchanged for contribution points. However, the value in 9-segmented centipede is not cheap. It never moves on the ground. As long as it is exposed to sunlight, it will die in a very short period of time. The 9-segmented centipede itself is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. 1 kilogram of 9-segmented centipede can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If you find a centipede that has evolved into a 10-segmented centipede, just one of them can be exchanged for 200 contribution points. If a 9-joint centipede wants to evolve to 10-joint centipedes, it needs the help of Yang Stargrass. Yang Stargrass is a legendary special medicinal material that can bring ordinary people back to life. Its value is even higher. Li Chenglong said, "The appearance of Yang Stargrass is no different from other weeds. It's impossible to distinguish it with the naked eye. However," Duo smiled. "Chenglong, can you not keep us guessing? Just tell us what it is, okay?" Li Chenglong said angrily, "When you need me, you call me Chenglong. When you don't need me, you call me Swollen. How can I not call you Swollen?" Duo's face changed. "Cut the crap. Just tell me the answer. Do you think I don't dare to teach you a lesson here?" Li Chenglong immediately gave in. "Actually, the method is very simple. Just use high temperature. Pull out this patch of grass and put it under the sun. After an hour, if it still doesn't wither and remains green, then it's the sun-returning grass. Ordinary weeds won't be able to last for that long. In other words, where there's a 6-clawed snake, there might not necessarily be a 9-joint centipede. However, there must be Yang Stargrass near the 9-joint centipede's nest. Later, we'll lift all the rocks and see if there's a 9-joint centipede's nest. If there is, we'll probably make a fortune again." Duo laughed. "Swollen, I was right to bring you along this time." Li Chenglong was embarrassed and angry. "I worked so hard. Can I not call myself Swollen? Swollen is good. Swollen is good. Swollen is good." The few of them exerted their strength together and lifted up the ground in this area. When it reached the edge of the gray fog, Duo exerted his strength and lifted up a few hundred feet of the ground. Immediately after, a large number of ferocious centipedes appeared and scurried around on the ground. However, As soon as they came into contact with light, their movements immediately became sluggish. After a while, they all lay on the ground and lost their vitality. After a while, the ground was covered with a dense pile of dead centipedes. There were no less than a few thousand of them. Nine-joint centipedes are afraid of sunlight. Sunlight can be said to be their death talisman. However, if they want to advance, they have to eat the sun-returning grass, which contains a lot of sunlight energy. Li Chenglong sighed. This is probably a manifestation of the law of nature's biological chain. It's really breathtaking. It's a wonder. There's still 3 moving over there. They're not dead yet. Wan Lixio's eyes were sharp. She pointed at the innermost area covered by shadows. Wan Lixio was a girl after all, although she was not afraid of anything. When she saw thousands of disgusting insects, she still felt numb and goosebumps all over her body. However, humans were like this. When they didn't want to look, they couldn't look away. Now, they accidentally found something that the others didn't notice. Li Chenglong was overjoyed when he saw it. Those are the 10-segment advanced centipedes. Quickly catch them. All right, be careful. A 10-joint advanced centipede is already a star beast. It has a certain degree of aggressiveness. Damn, there's an 11-joint one. Zwa, it's your turn now. Li Chenglong shouted excitedly and began to direct Zwa. Quickly, focus on that 11-joint one. You must be careful. Besides being an advanced star beast, this thing is also highly poisonous. When Zwa Xiaoduo heard that it was highly poisonous, he immediately changed his tactics. A white jade gourd flew over. With a crisp crack, the 11-joint centipede, which was already jade-textured, fell to the ground and rolled twice. Do you want it dead or alive? Don't want alive. It's better if it's dead, but it's best to leave its torso intact. That thing is worth a lot of money. Before he finished speaking, a white jade button had already been precisely embedded into the large centipede's neck. The others didn't even see how Zwa Xiaoduo did it. Zwa's hidden weapons are getting better and better. Zwa is wise, benevolent, righteous, and wise. He will rule the world for thousands of years. Quickly, pack up. There were thousands of 9-legged centipedes here. Li Chenglong stuffed a gunny sack to the brim. He weighed it in his hand. There are so many of them. 6 kilograms is enough. We're really rich this time. 1 kilogram is 200 yuan. 6 kilograms is 1,200 yuan. There are also the 3 10th section ones, which cost another 600 points. So, the 11th section ones cost a whopping 2,000 contribution points. Holy shit, just the profits from these centipedes alone are close to 4,000 contribution points. Li Chenglong couldn't stay calm anymore. The rewards from today's mission were not just bountiful. Jane had really reaped a bountiful harvest. She had made a huge profit. Quickly, dig up the soil and start looking for the sun-returning grass. The 6 of them continued to be excited and worked in high spirits. If these words were heard by other martial masters or cultivators, even if they didn't kill him, they would imprison him and make him serve them for a lifetime, until he died. Everyone turned to chopping trees to make wooden boxes. They were full of joy and did not feel tired at all. Zwa Xiaoduo was also about to move. However, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He stood up cautiously and looked around. He could not help but frown. When he looked at Li Chenglong and the others, his frown deepened. Their faces were covered in a layer of bad luck, which was rapidly gathering. Is this the reverse of luck? Are we going to be unlucky? Zwa Xiaoduo ordered, everyone don't move. Come back and form a triangular formation. Be careful of any accidents. Li Chenglong and the others were puzzled when they heard this. However, no one questioned it. They all retreated to Zwa Xiaoduo's side to be on guard. Wan Lixio frowned and said, Boss, is there something wrong? I just felt upset. It came inexplicably, but it felt very real. Zwa Xiaoduo chuckled and said, A girl's intuition is indeed more sensitive than rough men like us. Long Yushing, your wife's intuition is so sensitive. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to set up flags outside in the future. Long Yushing's face turned red, and he said, "You're the one setting up flags outside." Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo talking and laughing, the others calmed down a little. Seeing that Zhou was still in the mood to joke, even if there was trouble, it would not be too big. Whoosh! A saber appeared out of nowhere and fell from the sky. There was a red silk tied to the saber. The other party probably did not use much strength. The saber was stuck in the ground. Only half of the saber was in the ground. The remaining half was swaying gently. As the saber swayed, the red silk at the hilt swayed as well. It was extremely eye-catching. Ha! With a loud laugh, 3 people, 3 young men, emerged from the dense grass with a meaningful look on their faces. Very good. It's rare for you to find so many things that others can't find. You're talented. You're really talented. I admire you. The young man in the middle, in such a chaotic environment, was wearing a spotless white robe. He was waving a fan in his hand and said in a carefree manner, "Not bad, not bad. You're worthy of praise." So Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes and said, "If you have something to say it quickly. What do you want to do by disturbing us? Say it quickly. I don't have that much time to listen to your chatter." "Oh, I really didn't expect you to be so arrogant." The young man put away his folding fan and said with a faint smile, "The 3 of us are called the 3 young masters of Fengcheng. We're quite famous. I believe you've heard of us before." The 3 young masters of Fengcheng. Hearing this name, Li Chenglong and the others' faces darkened. The 3 young masters of Fengcheng were students of No. 1 middle school. It was said that these 3 students came from very good families. Their fathers' and mothers' families had some power. The 3 of them were also very hardworking. They reached the Xiantian realm in their 20s. As a result, they were usually domineering in No. 1 middle school, under the guise of students should solve their own problems. Teachers should not interfere. They did whatever they wanted in No. 1 middle school. How did they meet these 3 troublemakers here? 3 Xiantian realm cultivators. 4 Li Chenglong, Zhou Xiaoduo, and the others. They could be said to be experts. Say it. What do you want? Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. The 3 young masters of Fengcheng. It seems that they want to blackmail me. You've been busy for a long time. We won't ask too much. We want half of the sun-returning grass and the 9-segment centipedes. The young man opened his folding fan with a swoosh and slowly waved it. The 3 of us will accept your kind intentions. I'm Tong Hao. Thank you for your kindness. Wan Lixio was so angry that her face turned red. Who said I'm giving it to you? You're so thick-skinned. Not giving it to me? It's best if you don't give it to me. Tong Hao smiled maliciously and said, I was hoping you wouldn't give it to me. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Li Chenglong and the others. The bad luck was still gathering. His heart suddenly moved and his brows furrowed. Could it be that these 3 people were not the source of the bad luck? Then, there were other dangers? I must end this quickly. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly raised his head and laughed heartily. Teacher Qin, we'll solve this problem ourselves. Then he took 3 big steps forward. Since you've made up your mind, let's cut the crap. It's impossible for you to take away our benefits with empty words. Let's fight. Come and fight with me. If you win, you can take all the benefits here. If you lose, don't blame us for being stingy. Come. You're Tong Hao, right? Come. Let Grandpa's weigh you. Tong Hao was disturbed by the way he called out Teacher Qin. Was there a teacher nearby? Didn't he say there wasn't? He couldn't help but show a dignified expression. You? Yes, it's me. Zhou Xiaoduo carried his big knife and looked very powerful. With this axe of yours. Bah, this is a knife. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. He took a big step forward and smashed his axe down. If you want to rob, then rob. If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you nagging endlessly? Can't you show some respect for your profession? You're a robber, not a mouthpiece. Tong Hao raised his foot, and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Without dodging, Tong Hao met the saber head-on. The 2 sabers collided and a loud bang was heard. Tong Hao chuckled and said, Since you don't want face, I will let you know what it means to be a Xiantian warrior. He was secretly shocked. This guy's knife is so heavy. Noisy. Zhuo turned over and smashed his big axe. Oh, his big knife again. After all, Teng Hao had already reached the Xiantian realm, and his strength was much stronger than Zhuo was. Moreover, Teng Hao didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. Zhuo only felt a tightness in his chest as he was sent flying 30 feet away from the impact of the collision. Long Yuxing and the others came to help. Zhuo shouted, "Don't worry about me. Pay attention to your surroundings. Danger is coming." As he spoke, he once again leaped into the air without stopping. Suddenly, a blazing light bloomed in the air along with his saber. It was impossible not to use the flaming sun scripture. At this moment, he was like a sun that suddenly fell from the sky. Teng Hao hadn't even landed on the ground yet, but the heat wave had already enveloped him. Even the air within the radius of the heat wave was burned up, making it difficult to breathe. Teng Hao was shocked. Without thinking, he let out a roar and attacked with all his strength, launching a fierce counterattack. With another loud bang, Zhuo was sent flying 10 feet into the air. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Teng Hao didn't have it easy either. Although his cultivation level and strength were much higher than Zhuo was, he still had the upper hand in this fight. He didn't even move his feet and sent Zhuo flying. However, Zhuo's knife was too heavy. Teng Hao's knife was only 7 to 8 jin, but Zhuo's knife was more than 300 jin. Teng Hao jumped up and smashed down again. He was in a higher position, and his strength was even more powerful. What was worse was that when the two knives collided, the blazing power passed through the knife in an unprecedented way and directly invaded Teng Hao's meridians. Teng Hao, who didn't have to worry about this, only felt that his internal organs were burning. It was as if his body was suddenly invaded by a raging flame and was burning fiercely. In a trance, he only felt his vision darken, and the vigorous strength that was originally flowing through his body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. With a loud cry, he suddenly fell to the ground. The clothes on his body were actually dried and cracked by the heat that was overflowing from the surface of his body, and even his hair was in a curly state. Then, Teng Hao followed in Zhuo's footsteps and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, even this mouthful of blood was steaming hot. There were even traces of black ashes in it. Then he saw that Teng Hao's exposed skin was covered in blisters, like the bubbles on the surface of the water in the spring rain. Large patches of blisters connected together. The other two young men were shocked. They quickly rushed over to check on Teng Hao's condition. Zhuo, who was in midair, didn't hesitate. He raised his big knife, and his whole body was boiling with heat waves. The fiery sun of the Flaming Sun Sutra was activated to the extreme. Once again, he violently smashed down. "Damn it! How dare you steal from me? Don't you know who the #1 bully in Phoenix City is? But if I said I was tired and passed out, would you believe me? Fourth watch again. Please vote. Please subscribe. Please support." Chapter 136. The two young men roared angrily and pulled out their weapons at the same time. They also reserved a considerable amount of energy to protect their dantian and internal organs. Their cultivation was on par with Zhuo. They were both at the Xiantian level and could see through the cultivation of Zhuo and the others. Although Teng Hao was in a miserable state, they were confident that Zhuo was only using a special technique, and Zhuo was not prepared for it. Thus, Zhuo was able to take advantage of the gap and succeed. Now that the two of them had joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, they were not afraid of Zhuo's attack. Unfortunately, they were too naive. Even if the two of them joined forces to protect their dantian and internal organs, it was still useless. The high temperature created by Zhuo had reached a level that humans could not withstand. Tung Hao's clothes on the ground had even started to burn. Another loud bang was heard as the weapons collided once again. So Xiaoduo spat out another mouthful of blood and was sent flying again. This time, he was sent flying even more severely. When he landed on the ground, he could barely get up. His small face had turned deathly pale. However, the two young men opposite him were in an even worse situation. They felt as if their internal organs were being roasted by a raging fire. The water in their bodies was almost instantly sucked dry. Their hair was extremely curly, and some even directly turned into powder and fell to the ground. His clothes had also turned into pieces of dried leaves. The blisters on his body started to appear in large patches. Even though their cultivation was much higher than Zhuo was, they were still unable to withstand a single blow from a mystical technique like the Flaming Sun scripture. The difference in cultivation realms, when contrasted with one's true strength, was an almost insurmountable chasm. However, the Flaming Sun scripture ignored the difference in cultivation realms. With its characteristic of burning everything, it directly burned the opponent's internal organs until they were severely injured. Yu Moyan and Long Yuxing immediately ran over and helped Xiaoduo up. They were ready to attack at any time. "Boss, are you all right?" "Puff, I'm fine." Xiaoduo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He felt dizzy and saw stars, but he still held on. He took a deep breath and grabbed the dragon blood flying dagger in his hand. He was racing against time to absorb the spiritual energy inside the dagger to recover. He gasped for a few more breaths before he said, "Help me over there." On the other side, the three young masters of Fengcheng were miserably lying on the ground. These three fellows were on the verge of death and didn't even dare to move. Their entire bodies were covered in blisters, the kind that was transparent like a bag of water. In fact, the injuries on their bodies were not very serious. They only needed to rest for a while. When the burning sensation subsided, they would be able to recover. Even the blisters on their bodies did not affect them much. After all, they were Xiantian-level practitioners. Their recovery ability was far above ordinary people. However, the premise was that they needed time. Now, they were exhausted and injured. They had almost lost all their combat power. Any one of the 6 people on Zhuo Xiaoduo's side could take their lives. The 3 of them were full of regret. They had already gained a lot of things this time, but they were obsessed. They thought that they were going to pick up a soft persimmon, but they didn't expect to kick an iron plate. This guy was only a martial master, but he was so strong. A martial master defeated 3 Xiantian experts. It was unbelievable. Seeing with Xiaoduo coming over, the 3 of them were frightened. "You." "What are you going to do?" The 3 of them were terrified of Xiaoduo. Of course, they were even more afraid that Xiaoduo would kill them. The 3 of them were the ones who provoked him first. It was reasonable that they were killed. Moreover, there were all his people here. If they really died, it would be quiet. Xiaoduo looked at the 3 of them and grinned. "You're the 3 young masters of Fengcheng, right? I officially announce that I've taken a liking to you, starting from today." In the face of the fiendish masters, the 3 men, who had been overflowing with arrogance a moment ago, started to tremble like quails in the cold wind. What did he mean by taking a liking to us? Could it be that the 3 of us are handsome and dashing, so she has some indecent and filthy thoughts? No, we're all straight men of steel. But he said that he had taken a liking to us, so he wouldn't kill us, right? At the critical moment of life and death, it was easy to lose focus. Xiaoduo staggered over and sneered. "I don't care why you're here. This is not the territory of number 1 middle school. It doesn't make sense for you to be here." Xiaoduo's voice carried a kind of affirmation, as well as an indescribable rhythm, but it had its own rhythms. The 3 of them on the ground became more and more panicked. "I'm not interested to know who ordered you to be here. Although, you must have been ordered by someone to be here. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, how could you run into us so coincidentally? The three of them became more and more panicked. I'm also not interested to know what you've received, what you're trying to do, and what your real purpose is. So Xiaoduo said firmly, the only thing I'm interested in is that I've taken a liking to you. So Xiaoduo spoke arrogantly while listening to the movements around him calmly. However, his posture remained the same, and his eyes never looked around. He was standing in front of the three unlucky people in front of him. Yes, write this. We are willing to give the knife, folding fan, jade of astral souls, harvest, watches, mobile phones. 'Tis with Xiaoduo for free. Long live friendship. Okay, sign below and write your ID number. Come, write your names first, then press your thumbprints. Okay, not bad, not bad. Sigh, you're all Zyantians. Your handwriting is so ugly. Who's your language teacher? He's really misleading the students. There's another one. The content is as follows. In the future, whenever we get something good, we will give it to Xiaoduo for free. Once a week, we will never go back on our words. Otherwise, we will be struck by lightning and never reincarnate. If we violate this oath, our son will not have an anus. Come, sign and press your thumbprints. Oh, right. Write down your class and home address. If I can't find you in school, I'll go to your houses. Isn't this a happy ending for everyone? Chapter 137. So Xiaoduo chuckled and carefully put away the 6 pieces of paper into his pocket. He then cheerfully said, I like people like you who are loyal and loyal. Let's do it this way. In the future, you can come to me once a week. If you don't have time, I can go to you. Since you don't come on Saturday, I'll go to you on Sunday. Well, Sunday is the only rest day every week, so I'll go on Monday. I'll go to number 1 middle school and report my name as Feng Cheng's third young master. I believe it'll be easy to find you, right? Every dog has its day. If the mountain doesn't turn, the water will turn. If the water doesn't turn, the heart will turn. If you don't turn, I'll turn too. So Xiaoduo hummed a song. Why go back? I'll make a few copies of this. I'll also make a few copies of it online and email. Well, I'll also send a few copies to them. If I die, you can give it to them. Especially this girl, the governor's daughter. If I die, you can give it to her. If you can curry favor with her, it'll be a good thing for you. Well, that's it. I'm very happy to meet you 3 new friends today. Tung Hao, Xiao Fei, Han Ping. Right? Very good, very good. We'll be a family in the future. We'll take care of each other with all sincerity. If there's a blessing, I'll enjoy it. If there's a misfortune, you 3 will bear it. From now on, we'll be free and easy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Tung Hao, Xiao Fei, and Han Ping, their intestines were swollen with regret. There's actually the governor's daughter among them. This time, it's a done deal. So Xiaoduo paced back and forth. Your boss is tight on money now. If you guys are smart and sensible, then get more. Robbery is a skill. Do you guys need to use some strategy in the future? I like the new kind of money that's connected to each other. The 3 of them wanted to die now. What kind of person is this? After we rob, do we have to sell it to the bank and exchange it for new money? Does the service need to be so considerate? Li Chenglong asked from the side. Boss, do you know who ordered them? So Xiaoduo coughed and rolled his eyes at him. He didn't care about this topic and said, Oh right, Teacher Chin is still up there. Remember to prepare a set for Teacher Chin. Everyone who sees him has a share. Everyone who sees him has a share. Li Chenglong coughed and said, Of course, we can't do without him. We still have to prepare a large portion. Xiaoduo cursed. At this moment, the grass rustled. Xiaoduo also noticed that the bad luck on Li Chenglong's and the others' faces was rapidly spreading. Get down. Xiaoduo let out a loud roar. He spread his arms and knocked down all 5 of his companions. There was only one thought in his mind. What the fuck? I can't believe they weren't scared. Teacher Chen's reputation isn't strong enough. Sigh, this little fatty's words are really asking for a beating. Puff, puff, puffed out a series of sounds were heard. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a sharp pain on his back, and his vision turned black. Li Chenglong and the others beside him were also groaning. Their bodies were constantly twitching, and their screams were stuck in their throats. Move forward. Zhuo Xiaoduo squeezed out 2 words. The 6 of them quickly moved forward 30 feet while lying on the ground. This movement made the pain on their backs even worse. They almost fainted on the spot. Puff, puff, puffed out a series of hidden weapons were nailed to the place where they were lying on the ground. If they hadn't fled in such a hurry, there would have been casualties among the 6 of them. So, Xiaoduo stretched out his hand and pulled out a dart from his back. He sucked in a breath of cold air and jumped up. Ignoring the blood that was gushing out, he roared towards the sky. Teacher Chen. Qin Fanyang couldn't hear him at all. Fortunately, although Teacher Chen wasn't here, there were still others swoosh, swooshed at a series of shadows flashed. Lu Jiansheng and his 10 brothers jumped out angrily from all directions. They had been nearby the whole time. When Tung Hao and the others came to provoke them, Lu Jiansheng wanted to take action. However, after a round of fierce fighting, Zhuo Xiaoduo's side had gained the upper hand. Naturally, he didn't take action. After all, the experiential learning was a training for warriors. It was better for them not to get involved. It was because they were a little far away that they didn't notice that there were other enemies hiding in the dark, eyeing them covetously. Moreover, they attacked with thunderous attacks, intending to kill them. At this moment, when the people hiding in the dark saw Lu Jiansheng and the others appear, they didn't fight. Instead, they quickly turned around in the bushes and went far away in a flash. Old 8 and Old 9 stay. The rest of you, follow me. Lu Jiansheng and the others chased after them like fierce tigers coming down from a mountain. After Zhuo Xiaoduo shouted for help, he hurriedly turned around to check on the injuries of Long Yuxing and the other 4. Fortunately, he had been on guard all along. When there was a commotion, he immediately laid down. Other than himself, who was slightly behind because he brought a few people with him, the rest of them were basically on their butts and thighs. Their injuries weren't too serious. Li Chenglong trembled as he pulled out the dart from his buttocks. He said with lingering fear in his heart, "Boss, if you hadn't raised your head and shouted Teacher Chen earlier, I'm afraid we'd all be finished today." Swollen was also a clever person. He had already understood half of the situation just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to link up with Zhuo Xiaoduo's words so well. In fact, when Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others didn't succeed, the enemy had already come close. This kid was obviously afraid of disturbing her rest, so he deliberately came late. "Teacher, do you have any instructions for me?" Jiang Zhongbin diligently massaged Yuan's shoulders and temples. His technique was experienced and his strength was moderate. Obviously, he was quite experienced. "Teacher, please try this massage technique that I just learned." "How is it?" "Ben you're so considerate." Yuan sighed. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Jiang Zhongbin actually went to learn massage. It was easy to imagine what his intentions were. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were a little red after hearing her praise. He said, "It's what I should do. Zhongbin just hates that I haven't done enough for you." "You've done very well." Yuan closed her eyes and said, "I'm very gratified. The reason I called you here today is indeed because there's an important matter. A very, very important matter. The people involved are very sensitive. I've been hesitating for a few days, and even now, I still haven't decided if I should tell you or how to tell you." Yuan said softly, "Please feel free to speak your mind." Jiang Zhongbin subconsciously held his breath. In the afternoon, the chief updated. He really didn't have any chapters left. Sigh, who could have hundreds of thousands of chapters left? There is only one person who could do this in the online literature industry since ancient times. His heart was stifled. begging for monthly votes, subscriptions, and recommendations. Chapter 138. Jiang Zhongbin felt his scalp go numb. Something that could make He Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Something that could make He Yuanyue hesitate for so long. Jiang Zhongbin instinctively smelled the scent of a monstrous wave. He Yuanyue muttered to herself, her face showing a hesitant expression. Her white hair was fluttering in the wind. This was a sign that she was deep in thought. Her brows were tightly knitted, and her eyes were unusually solemn. As she muttered to herself for a long time, Chief Zhang's heart grew heavier and heavier. He knew very well that in recent years, there were not many things that could make the old principal so cautious and deliberate. Now, she had called in advance and asked him to come in secret. After coming, she was still hesitating and deliberating the words to speak. Then, this matter would most likely be of earth-shattering importance. Then, the people involved in this matter would most likely be unprecedentedly important. As He Yuanyue continued to ponder, Jiang Zhongbin almost didn't dare to breathe loudly. A layer of cold sweat quietly appeared on his shiny scalp. Even his heart was beating faster and faster, but he had to control himself and not dare to breathe loudly for fear of interrupting He Yuanyue's thoughts. Just how important was this matter? Finally, He Yuanyue said, "Sister Lan, please stand guard at the door. Use the power of your astral souls to isolate my office." Okay. The sweat on Jiang Zhongbin's forehead rolled down in an instant. The two of them were already here, and Sister Lan was actually still needed to isolate the information. After a long time, in a deathly silent atmosphere, He Yuanyue finally spoke. "Zhongbin, what is the highest power that you can use now? How much exactly?" He Yuanyue finally spoke. But once she opened her mouth, just one sentence, not only did Jiang Zhongbin's mood not relax, but it made him even more nervous. His mind was tense like never before. He thought seriously and said, "The combat power that Starshield has stationed in Phoenix City includes 2 nascent soul cultivators and 11 primordial core grandmasters. But these primordial core cultivators, when they walked the thorny road back then, they didn't exceed 6 levels." He Yuanyue slowly shook her head. "Not enough. Far from enough. In addition, I am confident that I can invite Kunlun Dao Sec's Mu Yinyin and Zizai Dao Sec's teacher Chiu to help. These two are peak nascent soul experts." Jiang Zhongbin slowly considered who he could get help from and who he could rely on. "Other than that, I can also get help from the governor's office and the city guard's office." As he spoke, he cautiously observed He Yuanyue's expression. There's no need to mention these 2 places. Are there any other reinforcements?" He Yuanyue interrupted and said gloomily. Jiang Zhongbin felt a chill run down his spine. When he mentioned the governor's mansion and the city guard's mansion, he didn't say anything definite. His main intention was to test the waters, hoping to get a rough idea. He didn't expect that He Yuanyue would directly reject these 2 places. Doesn't that mean the more Jiang Zhongbin thought about it, the colder his heart became? Wouldn't this matter pierce through the heavens? The combat power of our side is too weak. He Yuanyue sighed helplessly and said lightly, "There is a huge disparity in the combat power of both sides. Coupled with the disadvantage of being passive, even if the only 3 nascent soul senior teachers in the 2nd high school are all sent to you, plus Qin Fangyang and Sister Lan are lent to you, it's still not enough." Jiang Zhongbin broke out in a cold sweat and didn't dare to answer for a while. Such a lineup, such a manpower, such a configuration, it was still far from enough. It took a long time to determine the Phoenix vein. As for the more detailed content, I didn't understand much, so it could be said that I didn't discover much. But that day, because of a reminder, I asked Sister Lan to bring me up to the sky to look down on the entire Phoenix City. I specifically scanned the governor's mansion and actually made an unexpected discovery. Governor's mansion. Jiang Zhongbin's body trembled. Then, with a calm face, he slowly walked to the front of the chair and sat down. After waiting for a long time, he finally got the worst answer, but his heart suddenly calmed down. The situation was already as bad as it could be, but at most, it could only be so. There was no way to make it worse. Then, next, he just had to do his best to face it. When he thought of this, Jiang Zhongbin didn't have the fear and uneasiness from before. The governor's mansion's atmosphere is strict. The layout is like the astral soul's continent's aura soaring to the sky. However, there's a trace of coldness hidden within. That is the aura of the Umno Alliance. It moves together with the aura of the governor's mansion, rising and falling. It is almost merged into one. He Yuanyua laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for someone's reminder and I just looked at it myself, even if I was blind, I most likely wouldn't have seen anything strange. I have to say, once the heart is fixed, it's hard to see anything strange. But from another perspective, I can see that something is wrong. Although, it's just a trace of abnormality. Jiang Zhongbin took a deep breath. Teacher, you could just tell me what you plan to do. I now fully understand the importance of this matter. He Yuanyue said lightly. Understanding is one thing. How to do it is another. You must not be reckless. You are the main force of our side. If even you act rashly and ruin yourself, it's a small matter. But if you fail, it may cause a chain reaction and cause the entire Phoenix City to suffer a calamity. I'm afraid. The people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Yes, this student understands. He Yuanyue finally made up her mind. Since she had made up her mind, she no longer hesitated and said, on the day of the incident in Second High, you came to the school and were in Li Changjiang's principal's office. Do you remember who was sitting next to you? Jiang Zhongbin was stunned. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when He Yuanyue continued. Sitting on your left was a tall and thin old man in a gray robe. His hair was white, and his broom-like eyebrows were quite eye-catching. Jiang Zhongbin exclaimed, Teacher, are you talking about him? Lower your voice. He Yuanyue was a little dissatisfied. Is this the calmness of the director of Star Shield? Jiang Zhongbin nodded repeatedly. The sweat on his bald head had already formed a line. He only felt that his mouth was dry and sticky, and his throat was dry. He murmured, that is Shang Qingyuan, the first butler of the governor's office, the sworn brother of Governor Wan Pingyuan. He was already a master at the peak of nascent soul 40 years ago. In our Phoenix City, even if he is not second to none, he is one of the top 3 candidates. As he spoke, the sweat on his face almost covered his eyes. He Yuanyue murmured, Shang Qingyuan. Jiang Zhongbin took a deep breath, wiped his sweat, and continued. Legend has it that the area around Phoenix City, Nanji City, and Ontai City was almost all under the control of the Blackwater Wolves. When Wan Pingyuan just took office, the 3 cities joined forces to eliminate the Blackwater Wolves. The battle with the wolves that day was earth-shattering. Wan Pingyuan's family was attacked by the Blackwater Wolves. Seeing that the whole family was destroyed, Shang Qingyuan stepped forward and saved the lives of Wan Pingyuan's family. After that, in the battle to annihilate the Blackwater Wolves bandits on the Infinite Plains, Shang Qingyuan led the charge and marched through the continuous 9 mountains that the Blackwater Wolves bandits occupied with his sword alone, despite the order from the Green Cloud Domain. In that battle, more than 7,000 members of the Blackwater bandits lost their lives under Shang Qingyuan's sword, including 8 of the 13 leaders of the Blackwater bandits. In that battle, the Blackwater Wolves, who claimed to have more than 300,000 troops, were completely defeated. More than 100,000 Blackwater Wolves died on the spot. In the following 10 years, the prisons of the 3 cities were always full. This can be said to be the biggest incident in Phoenix City in the past 100 years. The more Jiang Zhongbin spoke, the more cold sweat on his face. After that, Wan Pingyuan repeatedly urged Shang Qingyuan to stay and wanted him to join the city guard's mansion or the army. But Shang Qingyuan said that he had no intention of fame and wealth and lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years. Today's situation was SOSO. It was midnight. Please subscribe. Chapter 139. Jiang Zhongbin's expression was solemn. He was very familiar with the experiences of Shang Qingyun, this legendary expert. Later on, Wan Pingyuan and Shang Qingyun became sworn brothers. Shang Qingyun stayed at Wan Pingyuan's house and continued to immerse himself in cultivation, not bothering about worldly affairs. It was only in the recent 10 years that he seemed to have thought of something and took the initiative to ask Wan Pingyuan for the position of housekeeper. Although he is a housekeeper, the entire governor's office, including Wan Pingyuan, is extremely respectful towards Shang Qingyun. This is an almighty. Not only is he the pillar of Phoenix City, but he is also the greatest source of confidence in fighting against the Umno alliance in my heart. Jiang Zhongbin's voice was trembling. Teacher, what do you mean? He Yuanyue said lightly, if I'm not wrong, this Shang Qingyun, more than 90%, is a member of the Umno alliance. He had been waiting for this sentence. With Jiang Zhongbin's status, age, and experience, he was already mentally prepared when he Yuanyue mentioned Shang Qingyun. But when he heard Yuanyue's final words, Jiang Zhongbin still felt as if a thunderbolt had suddenly sounded above his head. For a moment, his ears were buzzing, and the world was spinning. His body couldn't help but sway a few times, and he almost lost his footing. He Yuanyue said lightly, furthermore, I even suspect that this Shang Qingyun is the most important person in the Umno alliance in Phoenix City, the highest leader. Jiang Zhongbin's eyes were dull, and he didn't know what to do. He had always seen Shang Qingyun as his final trump card. In the end, only today did he know that it was a life-taking knife. What he took was the life of his own people. He Yuanyue didn't say anything else and quietly lit a pot of tranquil heart incense. The light blue smoke rose in spirals, straight up until it was more than 20 centimeters high, before it slowly dissipated in all directions. The office was instantly filled with a kind of quiet feeling. However, Jiang Zhongbin's heavy breathing still sounded like a bellows and didn't stop for a long time. After a long time, Jiang Zhongbin finally came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. While he was in a daze just now, he had already come up with 7 or 8 plans to get rid of Shang Qingyun. However, no matter how he thought about it, he still had no confidence. Not only did he not have confidence, but it was also very likely that his own people would be trapped and lose their lives for nothing. Shang Qingyun's strength, just what he had shown, was already the strongest in this area. Phoenix City's area, no one dared to say that they would win. What was more, if Shang Qingyun was really a spy of the Wizard Alliance, did he have any hidden strength? How strong was his real strength? Teacher, you really threw out an atomic bomb this time. Jiang Zhongbin stuttered. She said the Umno, is it the full strength? Is it 80%, 80%, or 50%? All? At least it's not as simple as what you see. And the Umno Alliance's hidden strength in Phoenix City for the power of the Phoenix Vein. I think just the number of nascent soul experts that he can use is already more than you can imagine. He Yuanyue's eyes were deep. I can already confirm that with Shang Qingyun's level, he shouldn't have appeared in a small place like Phoenix City. He must have been sent by the Umno Alliance specifically for the Wind Vein Soul Rush. Do you know how long Shang Qingyun has been in Phoenix City? He Yuanyue asked. It's been more than 60 years. Jiang Zhongbin was sweating profusely and said with difficulty, to be precise, it should be 61 years and 11 months. The governor's office fully cooperated. That time, it was Shang Qingyun who arranged it. Look, He Yuanyue said slowly. What is the battle between the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls? It is luck. And now, The Umno Alliance has been alone in the sky for tens of thousands of years. The luck of the heavens has been exhausted. Otherwise, why would they come back? Is it just to kill all the humans in the astral souls? What they want is the luck of the heavens in the astral souls. To be fair, Phoenix City is indeed a small place. The Phoenix Vein is not a big source of luck. But after 43,000 years of accumulation, it is not to be underestimated. It is enough to be coveted by the Umno Alliance. What's more, the power of the Phoenix Vein will be the starting point for the Umno Alliance to dominate the astral souls. He Yuanyue said worriedly. If the Umno Alliance succeeds in destroying it and intercepting it, the power of the Phoenix Vein is taken away and injected into the luck of the mountains and rivers on the side of the Umno Alliance. At the very least, there will be a weak root of the Phoenix Vein there. Think about it carefully. You must not be careless about this. If you don't succeed in one strike, although it will alert the enemy and disrupt their deployment, the loss will be extremely heavy. Jiang Zhongbin, as the director of Star Shield, no matter what you encounter, you must first consider the goal. Then, you must consider the opponent's goal and the overall situation of the continent. Sift through the layers and then reverse the process. This is the true way of Star Shield. Pull one hair, the whole body will be affected. This saying is not made up by the ancients for fun. He Yuanyue advised in a serious tone. Teacher, I will remember. I know the pros and cons of this. Jiang Zhongbin's expression was extremely ugly. He said, even if I have to make a scene and act shamelessly, I must ask the Dragon Blood Squad to come over. Otherwise, the loss of manpower in Phoenix City is no longer a matter of how much we lose. We are completely powerless. All right, He Yuanyue said, when it comes to the final battle, I will ask Sister Lan to help you and increase your chances of winning. Thank you, teacher. It's fine. You can go now. He Yuanyue's expression was full of fatigue. Jiang Zhongbin's heart was extremely heavy, but he forced himself to suppress this matter for the time being. Hearing that He Yuanyue was asking him to leave, Jiang Zhongbin did not leave. Instead, he sat there with a constipated look. He was restless and his brows were tightly furrowed. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He looked at He Yuanyue and said softly, "This student has one more thing to say. I am afraid that you will be angry." He Yuanyue was stunned for a moment. Then, her eyes suddenly became stern. Jiang Zhongbin, have you really become bold after becoming an official? Jiang Zhongbin's face was pale. He begged, "Teacher, it is too tragic, too cruel." He Yuanyue closed her eyes and snorted. Jiang Zhongbin gathered all his courage and said, "Teacher, of course you are sincerely. For his good. But what you are doing is actually very selfish." He Yuanyue did not say a word. Even though we have separated for most of our lives, we are reunited. Since we are fated, why not give each other a chance? Jiang Zhongbin begged, "Don't tell me. You really want to leave with regrets." He Yuanyue finally opened her mouth. However, she still did not open her eyes. Her voice was slow and slow. Humans have a unique trait, and that is forgetting. All the bad things, all the sad things, all the happy things, all the happy things. In a person's long life, they won't exist for a long time. For example, an ordinary person who has never entered the path of cultivation only has a lifespan of about 70 to 80 years. After he goes to university, he will not remember the faces of his elementary school classmates who have been with him for many years. Not to mention the past that he has experienced together. There are too many grandparents who treat their grandchildren as treasures. However, if the grandson is 20 years old when they pass away, then when the grandson is 40 years old, if there is no photo as a memento, most of the grandchildren will have completely blurred out the face of the old man who has been so kind to them. The forgetting of humans is the reality of the power of the rules of time. Under the erosion of time, everything will fade and everything will be forgotten, including love, family, and even one's own life. They are all within the scope of forgetting. He Yuanyue closed her eyes and said lightly. She seemed to be trying hard to convince Jiang Zhongbin. but it was more like she was trying hard to convince herself. But now, you have been separated for almost 100 years. Have you? Forgotten? Has he forgotten? Zhang Zhongbin asked, unwilling to give up. He Yuanyue slowly said, "At least there are clues. Last time I went missing for 3 days, I went deep into all of the nearby mountains." Sister Lan faintly said, "I didn't find any clues at all. Telling you is pointless." "Impossible," He Yuanyue firmly said. "Since there is a phoenix vein, there must be a Feng manor." "I also think so," Sister Lan said. "So, I suspect that the Feng manor might be inside the city." He Yuanyue suddenly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. "Inside the city? Not bad, not bad," He Yuanyue muttered to herself. "I've always thought that the Qi gazing technique always says that the mountains and rivers are beautiful. There is a dragon palace and a Feng manor. So, I've always been focused on the outside and neglected Phoenix City itself. But if the Feng manor really is inside the city..." He Yuanyue's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Sister Lan, what do you want to say?" Sister Lan pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, "I suspect that the Feng Manor's location should have been noticed by someone a long time ago. It's just that it was covered up by a building. At the very least, there was some manipulation." He Yuanyue's eyes became sharp. "Just tell me your suspicions." Sister Lan said, "The Ning family and the Meng family are both suspects." "Ning family? Meng family? What are their suspicions? What is their motive?" "The head of the Ning family, Ning Suifeng, should be almost 200 years old. According to my investigation, he has a few children who did not cultivate. They died of old age a long time ago. And the 19-year-old Ning Qingcheng is Ning Suifeng's biological daughter." Sister Lan said, "Ning Qingcheng's talent is Astral Souls 97. He Yuanyue's face slowly became ugly. "There is also Meng Corporation's Meng Tianyu." Sister Lan slowly said, "If I remember correctly, Meng Tianyu is over 100 years old. He came to Phoenix City from Nanji City and fought with his bare hands. He established the Meng Corporation and became the richest person in Phoenix City. And his son, Meng Chuntian. It is said that he became the disciple of an expert and is never by his side. He only appeared a few years ago and is said to be 33 years old. But I always feel that this child's age is not 33, but rather 83. Sister Lan slowly said. He Yuanyue's eyes became even darker. And that Meng Chinyu, this year is really only 18 years old. 9-5 astral souls. Sister Lan faintly said. If my suspicions are connected, Ning Suifeng said that he was an old cow eating young grass. He married Ning Qingcheng's mother and gave birth to Ning Qingcheng. Also, Meng Tianyu, who is over 100 years old, found a beautiful normal girl and gave birth to Meng Chenyu. If you look carefully, there are very strange things in the bones. Of course, it can be said that a successful man likes young women to make himself look good, but if the Phoenix bloodline is also included, then it is a different matter. No matter if it is Ning Qingcheng or Meng Chenyu, they are both excellent candidates for the Phoenix bloodline. Also, this talent is really too good. Phoenix City has produced so many female geniuses over the years, but how many can reach this level of talent? But if the two girls' physiques are classified as Feng Manor or Phoenix bloodline, then it can be explained. Also, in terms of age and time, it can all match. Like this, there is a motive. He Yuanyue's face was gloomy and said, but there is only one Feng Manor. Between these two families, one must be innocent, right? Not necessarily. Sister Lan shook her head. He Yuanyue pondered. Sister Lan did not say anything else. In so many years, this is the first time you have spoken so much. He Yuanyue sighed softly. And this time, you have said so much. I know what you are thinking. Do you want me to give up? He Yuan said. Yes, between these two families and the Umno alliance, it seems that there is no connection between them. If they are purely for the Phoenix bloodline, as long as they have nothing to do with the Umno alliance and did not collude, then it is fine. But Ning Qing Chung and Meng Chenyu, in a sense, are both your disciples. The Phoenix bloodline spirit, whether it is spiritual sense, Meng Chenyu, or Ning Qing Chung. Actually, as long as any one of them succeeds, it will still be the victory of the astral soul's continent. Sister Lan said, I know you favor spiritual sense the most, but the current situation is too dangerous. If we place all our bets on spiritual sense, we may lose out. Meng Chenyu and Ning Qing Cheng's fate is also protected by the fate of the astral soul's continent. I also favor spiritual sense very much. Sister Lan said, I also like this girl the most. But we all understand that the Phoenix bloodline spirit is related to the fate of the heavens. We must not let our emotions affect our decisions and force ourselves to do it. In reality, no matter which of these three girls succeeds, we can rest assured. As long as the Umno alliance does not take it away, we will win. Perhaps the Meng family and the Ning family have their own goals, but as long as they do not collude with the Umno alliance, I feel that under the premise, we can accept it. After all, 3 is safer than 1. We're doing this for the safety of the continent, not for the safety of one girl. After Sister Lan said this, she closed her mouth and did not say anything else. She knew that everything had been said very clearly. The rest was up to He Yuanyue to decide. And no matter what He Yuanyue chose, Sister Lan would support her unconditionally. I can't be sure whether the two families have anything to do with the Umno alliance. This is also very important. The tiredness in He Yuanyue's eyes became even more obvious. Sister Lan stood there quietly. There are a few things that I need you to help me confirm as soon as possible. He Yuanyue's voice was cold and emotionless. Young miss, please speak. The first thing is whether the Meng family, the Ning family, and the Umno alliance have anything to do with each other. The second thing is which of the two families is the Feng Manor located in. The third thing is Meng Chenyu and Ning Qing Cheng's birth characters. Their real birth characters are very important and must be obtained as soon as possible. The fourth thing is the whereabouts of Meng Chenyu and Ning Qing Cheng's birth mother. The fifth thing is I want to see Mu Yin. The sixth thing is I want to see Zhou Xiaoduo. The seventh thing, Blind Hong of Phoenix City, I want to see him. The eighth thing is after checking all of these, I want to see Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu. The ninth thing is there will be heavy rain tonight. After a long drought, the heaven and earth will converge and the yin and yang will converge. After midnight, the rain will stop and the wind will stop. The sky will be clear. Take me to Phoenix, turning around again. I want to see the situation of Phoenix City again. By the way, let's with Xiaoduo go tonight. The 10th thing, Meng family and Ning family. In that period of time, from 20 years ago to 15 years ago, how many children were born in total? How many were the direct descendants of the family head? How many wives did Ning Suifeng and Meng Tianyu marry during this period of time? How did they deal with them? There were more in the afternoon. If he left without taking revenge, he would feel uneasy. He had been hiding for a few days, and during this period, he had assassinated 2 students of number 2 high school, but he had shifted the blame to the ferocious beasts, perfectly hiding his own existence. Regarding this, Mu Yinfeng felt that the anger in his heart was almost vented. He originally planned to leave in these 2 days, but he didn't expect that. Today, he actually saw Qin Fanyang bring the students of the martial arts masterclass to train. Mu Yinfeng was very clear about Qin Fanyang's strength. He was definitely not his opponent. He was only at the early stage of the inner core realm, and Qin Fangyang was a nascent soul expert. Not to mention, Qin Fangyang was accompanied by the infamous Luo Lai among the teachers of number 2 high school. Although Luo Lai's cultivation was slightly weaker than Qin Fangyang's, it wasn't by much. Even if he took a step back, he was still much stronger than Mu Yinfeng. Facing such a strong person, he naturally didn't plan to do anything. Even if the thorn in his side was Xiao Duo, who he wanted to kill the most, was in that group of students, compared to venting his anger, his own life was more important. When he quietly retreated, he unexpectedly met Teng Hao and the other 2 students of number 1 high school. Teng Hao and the other 3 young masters of Phoenix City were able to reach the innate realm at such a young age. Not only were they outstanding in number 1 high school, but they were also well known in Phoenix City. Mu Yinfeng naturally knew the 3 of them. Mu Yinfeng rolled his eyes, and a plan came to his mind. He could use a large sum of money to encourage these 3 hotheads to deal with Xiao Duo. The 3 of them would make a move first and test the waters. If Qin Fangyang didn't come out, he would take the opportunity to kill Xiao Duo and his group. After that, he would have enough time to escape. This is my last job in Phoenix City, especially now that this Xiao Duo is not only my enemy, but also the target of the Umno Alliance. Killing him will be a great contribution. Even if I have to take a little risk, it will be worth it. Seeing that Teng Hao and the other 2 were going to cause trouble for Xiao Duo, Qin Fangyang really didn't make a move. When Teng Hao and the other 2 were defeated, Mu Yinfeng thought that Xiao Duo and his group would definitely relax. Just when he was about to make a move, he was scared back by Xiao Duo shouting "Teacher Qin" to the sky. However, Qin Fangyang also didn't make a move. Li Chenglong's superfluous words made Mu Yinfeng, who was familiar with Qin Fangyang's character, no longer hesitate and make a move to kill him. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late. Xiao Duo and his group escaped and attracted the pursuit of Lu Jiansheng and his group. Fortunately, Mu Yinfeng had already planned his escape route. Relying on his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, he finally got rid of Lu Jiansheng and his group's pursuit. Mu Yinfeng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. So be it. Whatever retreat. This place was getting more and more dangerous, especially when he showed his face today and was almost caught. He reckoned that a large number of search and capture teams would arrive this afternoon. Mu Yinfeng carefully stuck to the bottom of the grass and slithered quickly like a snake. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. And why was it suddenly so cold? Mu Yinfeng looked on helplessly as the grass near him rapidly withered and was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. Even with his cultivation, he actually felt that the cold was unbearable. He quietly raised his head and saw that about a few meters in front of him, there was a white figure standing there with a short sword in her hand. Her face was covered with frost and full of killing intent. Who is it? Mu Yinfeng didn't have the time to consider the problem of exposing his whereabouts. He wanted to jump up. Unfortunately, in the next moment, the short sword had already fallen down with a biting cold light. Swoosh! That short sword directly nailed Mu Yunfeng's waist. It pierced through his muscles, bones, and internal organs, nailing his entire body to the ground. Mu Yinfeng did not even have time to let out a scream before a slender, jade-like hand resolutely descended, slapping his head. With a pop, his entire head immediately turned into a block of ice. Following a cracking sound, it was completely twisted off. All that was left was a headless corpse that was still convulsing for the last time. Zhuo Xiaoyan waved her hand, and Mu Yunfeng's frozen head entered her ring. However, the frost on her face did not dissipate. Daring to injure my family's dog, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Senior sister, this cultivation technique of yours is becoming more and more powerful. At her side, Meng Qinyu's face was filled with envy. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why did Master not teach me? Zhuo Xiaoyan turned her head and coldly looked at Meng Qinyu. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Meng Qinyu panicked and stammered. Senior sister? Slap. Zhou Xiaoyan fiercely slapped Meng Chenyu's face. Her pretty eyes were filled with killing intent. Meng Chenyu's delicate, white face immediately swelled up. Retreating a couple steps, her eyes glistened with tears. Senior sister, you. Why did you hit me? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was cold. Master ordered you to protect Xiao Duo. Is this true? Yes. But the assassin went behind you. At that time, you clearly noticed, but you pretended not to see. Why? Chapter 142. Zhou Xiaoyan's face was as cold as frost. I was quite far away, and I was directly in front of Xiao Duo. Mu Yunfeng brazenly made a move, and I was too far away to stop him. But what about you? You were always on Mu Yunfeng's side, but what were you doing? With your cultivation, facing Mu Yunfeng, could it be that you really couldn't stop him from making a move? From the position you just appeared, Mu Yunfeng's previous move was practically over your head. What were you doing at that time? You clearly moved your body's qi, but it didn't move. And after that, Mu Yunfeng practically ran over your head, but you didn't move at all. What were you doing? Zhou Xiaoyan's expression was extremely cold, and she coldly said, Meng Chunyu this time, twice. What were you doing? Asking me why I hit you. Is this reason enough? Meng Chunyu held her face with one hand and said with grievance, Senior sister, at that time, it was too sudden. I really didn't notice. Hee. So Xiaoyan's expression was indifferent. Even if the first time was unexpected and you didn't react quickly enough, what about the second time? You still didn't react? With your cultivation, all of Mu Yunfeng's movements were within your grasp. You noticed it from the beginning, but you didn't stop it. You clearly had an ulterior motive. You wanted Xiao Duo to die. Zhou Xiaoyan's gaze was extremely sharp as she looked at Meng Qinyu. Why did you want Xiao Duo to die? That day at the training ground, even if his foul mouth offended you, it was not a matter of life and death. The only reason I can think of is, he ruined your brother's plan to treat me to a meal? Zhou Xiaoyan faintly said, Meng Chunyu, is it because of this that you hold a grudge? Is that right? Or was there another reason? Her beautiful eyes were filled with thought as she looked at Meng Chunyu. Meng Chunyu was silent for a long time. Perhaps there's another reason that I don't know. Meng Chunyu remained silent. Zhou Xiaoyan continued to ask, do you still insist that you haven't found Miyun Peak? Meng Chunyu slowly removed her hand from her face and suddenly smiled. Smiling brightly, she leisurely said, Senior sister, I am just very confused. My brother is so outstanding, so why do you not like him? You clearly promised me that you would meet my brother alone, so why did you bring a third wheel with you? You're the one who violated the agreement first. Have you forgotten what kind of price I've paid for this meeting? Meng Chunyu hatefully said, could it be that you do not feel that this is very unfair? Your brother's so-called breakthrough was made with the resources of my family. You're wrong. Big mistake. Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly. First, what Xiao Duo used that day can no longer be considered your family's resources. Because for this matter, I asked Master for help, and Master agreed. Then Master directly arranged for Xiao Duo to go. From the beginning to the end, I did not directly contact you, nor did I directly ask you for help. Therefore, I do not owe your family any favors. The only one I owe is Master. In contrast, the one who owes your family a favor is also Master. For your family, you should understand the difference between the two, right? A favor is of course the most difficult to repay, but I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. Meng Qinyu bit her lip and said after a while, That's right, you do not owe me. Yes, I do not owe you, nor do I owe your family any favors. If I must say that I owe you a favor, at most, I'll let you train Xiao Duo a little to be his sparring partner. If you think that I owe you, I can accept it. I can repay this favor. Not to that extent. Not to that extent, Zhou Xiaoyan said coldly. For this matter, I asked Master. Master personally called your father and finalized this matter. In fact, It has nothing to do with you. But you, after this matter, used your family's resources as a reason to agree to have a meal with your brother, right? I agreed at that time, but I did not want to complicate matters, so I agreed to it. Is this the whole story? Yes. This matter was my own initiative. In the name of family resources, I asked for this condition that was somewhat difficult for you. But I did not have any bad intentions from beginning to end. My brother likes you so much. We have not talked about your brother yet. Zhuo Xiaoyan interrupted. I just want to ask you one thing. Maybe you did not realize it yourself, but you used this method to force me to have a meal with your brother. Do you think your senior sister is any different from hostess? Even if it is a blind date, it needs to be consensual. Now, you used this condition to exchange for it. How much importance do you place on this matter? Do you have the slightest respect for me? Meng Qinyu's face immediately paled. I definitely did not mean that. From the beginning to the end, I didn't want to go to this meal. This was my original attitude. Also, I never promised you that I would eat this meal alone. In the end, whether or not I brought someone else with me, what does it matter if I brought anyone with me? Just now, you said that your brother likes me so much. So this meal was arranged. But have you ever considered that I like your brother? Just because your brother likes me, you arrange for a single woman to have a meal with a single man like your brother. Do you think that this is acceptable? Yes, I will not deny that it was my brother who rashly interfered and became the third wheel on this date. Naturally, he became the main culprit that ruined this date. Zhuo Xiaoyan sneered. But who told you? This was a date between a man and a woman? Based on your one-sided approval. Meng Qinyu took a deep breath. Senior sister, could it be that you do not feel that for such an outstanding man to sincerely invite you, you should give him a chance to pursue you? Zhuo Xiaoyan sneered. Junior sister, my brother's Xiaoduo is handsome, talented, courageous, and a genius in cultivation. You look passable. How about you become his concubine? I feel that you are quite suitable. Meng Qinyu was dazed by Zhuo Xiaoyan's sudden words. After a while, she finally said, Senior sister, what nonsense are you saying? Why would I become your younger brother's concubine? What sort of connection is this? Zhuo Xiaoyan wondered, could it be that you do not feel that my little brother is a dragon among men? He is an unparalleled talent. Being able to become his concubine is your fortune. How can you be so ungrateful? Meng Qinyu was angered by Zhuo Xiaoyan's words. Senior sister, your little brother may be very outstanding in your eyes, but in other people's eyes, he may not be that outstanding. Zhuo Xiaoyan sneered. That's right, so you understand this principle. Then why do you think that I think your brother is very outstanding? Perhaps in your eyes, he is very outstanding, but in my eyes, your brother Meng Qintian is not enough. There is no need to argue about who is right and who is wrong in this matter. After this matter, you two should have discussed it. You think Xiao Duo is an obstacle between me and your brother? So this time, when Master said that he was worried about Xiao Duo's safety and needed to secretly protect him, you volunteered yourself. But what you needed to do was not to protect Xiao Duo, but to watch him die with your own eyes. So when anything happened to Xiao Duo, you turned a blind eye. Even when he faced a life and death situation, you did not do anything. You just watched. Whether it was when Feng Qing's third young master provoked you, or when Mu Yinfeng tried to kill him, you just stood by and watched. Even when Mu Yinfeng ran away, it was so that he would have another chance to sneak attack Xiao Duo again. But you still chose to stand by and watch. And as long as Xiao Duo died, even if Master investigated, you could say that you failed the mission and did not protect him well. You could pass, right? You calculated correctly. Even if Master scolded you, he would not be too harsh on you. Connecting all these things together, do you still have anything to say? You don't have anything to say, but I do. Because even if this is the case, it still cannot explain why you would do this. The reason is not enough. Because a small matter like ruining a date is not enough to escalate the situation to this point of life and death. Meng Qinyu, what exactly are you thinking? What exactly are you doing? Meng Chenyu tightly shut her mouth and did not say a single word. Looking at this delicate face, Zhou Xiaoyan's eyes became colder and colder. The killing intent also became thicker and thicker. She really did not think that the junior sister that she had always liked would do such a thing, because she could not understand it all. What was the real reason? Was it just to ruin a date with her older brother? That was simply absurd. Killing the younger brother of the girl that she liked because a date was not successful? How could this sort of logic be explained? No matter how stupid Zhou Xiaoyan was, she would not believe this sort of reasoning. Even if this reasoning was something that she herself had come up with, it would be the same. But this killing intent, based on Meng Chenyu's reaction, was clearly because of this. This was even more absurd. As for saying that an outstanding man should be given a chance, Zhou Xiaoyan did not even think about this sort of reasoning. You, Meng Chenyu, are already a beautiful woman. When you do not have any feelings, would you like someone just because they are outstanding? Xiao Duo is already outstanding enough. Chapter 143. What happened to Zhou Xiaoyan was too far away from Qin Fanyang. Qin Fanyang didn't notice it at all. Qin Fanyang focused all his attention on treating the student's wounds. His face was unusually heavy and unsightly. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others' injuries weren't very serious. Other than Zhou Xiaoduo's back injury, the others' injuries weren't fatal. They would be fine after a little treatment. But with Mu Yinfeng lurking in the dark, it was a big deal. Mu Yinfeng had been teaching in Second High for many years, so he was very familiar with Second High's matters. Could it be that the previous two students were also killed by Mu Yinfeng? Not long after, the other teams of students also returned. Most of them were safe and sound. Only Song Ziheo's team had an accident. Song Ziheo and the others found a starlight vine hidden under the weeds near the edge of the martial master training area. When they were about to collect it, they were shocked to see that the starlight vine was dragged away by a small spirit beast. Vice Captain Zhou Xiaoma was unwilling to give up. He hurriedly chased after it, but because of this, he encountered a group of star beasts. He was pushed to the ground on the spot and almost lost his life. Fortunately, Song Ziheo and the others came in time and rushed into the group of star beasts to rescue him. After this incident, not only did they not get the starlight vine, Zhou Xiaoma's leg was also bitten off by the demonic beast. One of his legs was bitten into a bloody mess, and the worst thing was that one of the calf bones on his upper leg was torn off and taken away by the star beast. Song Ziheo prepared several kinds of medicine and tools to treat serious injuries, but they were all useless for this kind of injury. If they couldn't use the superior grade jade of Astral Soul's healing pod, a cripple was going to be born. After recovering from the shock, the whole team couldn't help but remember what Zhou Xiaoduo said yesterday. Everyone's face was full of awe. The third one, Song Ziheo. You're not bad. You're not in any danger. But the vice captain beside you is called Zhou Xiaoma, right? His face is full of bad luck. I'm afraid his leg will be seriously injured. Be careful. Don't become disabled. This was Zhou Xiaoduo's comment yesterday. Looking at Zhou Xiaoma's leg injury, everyone felt their blood run cold. This was too accurate. Bai Bingbing hugged her calf and sat quietly on the side. She looked at everything with a smile. Occasionally, she glanced at Zhou Xiaoduo with a trace of inexplicable passion in her eyes. The members of the school bell team that she led all surrounded her. Their eyes flickered as they whispered into her ear, Sister Bingbing, this Zhou Xiaoduo. You must get him. Bai Bingbing smiled and bit her lips. Bingbing, this kid is definitely good stuff. Bai Bingbing glared at him. Bingbing, this is our chance. Look at the wound on his back. He can't reach it himself. Bai Bingbing hesitated. Bingbing, if you're not going to do it, then I'm going to do it. At that time, don't say that I don't care about sisterhood. Bai Bingbing stood up and walked over. This bunch of little bitches, I knew you guys were in love. Let me do it. It's just that the current situation is a little serious. This Swiss Xiao's performance is too good. Many of the girls can see that he has potential. If I act late, I'll only be at a disadvantage. I must act early. Otherwise, this good piece of meat will fall into the hands of others. Swiss Xiao classmate. Bai Bingbing smiled very amiably. It was like a spring breeze, intoxicating. Faced with this sudden sentence, Swiss Xiao instinctively panicked. He turned his neck 3 or 4 times to observe the surroundings. Then, he quickly took out a small mirror to look at his face. Well, he didn't look like he was going to be unlucky. It seemed that Nian Mao wasn't nearby. Then, he turned his head reservedly. Bye. You're by. By something? He scratched his head, feeling a little awkward. I'm really hopeless. This girl in front of me seems to be one of the prettiest girls in the class, but I can't even remember her name. What a failure. Bai Bingbing smiled sweetly and didn't feel offended at all. I'm Bai Bingbing, so a Xiaoduo classmate. If you forget next time, I can remind you again. But don't do it more than 3 times, okay? She put her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest, and pretended to be very fierce. If you do it more than 3 times, I'll be angry. Oh, I'll remember this time. Swiss Xiaoduo nodded. Bye. Bing, right? Why are you looking for me? I saw that you have injuries on your back. That place can't treat it well. There are already traces of blood. Why don't I treat it for you again? Bai Bingbing said with concern. This kind of injury can't be treated badly. It's okay. My skin is rough, and I don't care about such small details. Faced with Bai Bingbing's fiery passion, Swiss Xiaoduo wanted to break out in cold sweat. He was already starting to feel dissatisfied. This little girl's conscience was simply too bad. My wound has already been bandaged properly, but looking at her attitude, it's obvious that she wants to take it apart and treat it again. Does this flesh not grow on your body? You don't know pain, right? With this kind of EQ, you actually want to chase after a handsome man. You're really a woman of steel. The treatment just now was really too rough. You'll definitely feel uncomfortable. Bai Bingbing took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from her pocket. Why don't you drink this? This is muscle revitalization powder. After drinking it, the wound will heal faster. Swiss Xiaoduo became more vigilant. This little girl's fawning was too brazen. She must have some ulterior motive. She must have taken a liking to my beauty. He tried his best to refuse. No, I'm almost healed. It didn't reach our expectations, but it's already a lot more than us, okay? However, with Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, and Li Zhongming's expressions became more and more strange as they listened. The 6 of them looked at each other. They were a little confused. 63 points, and they were already satisfied? 77 points was already something to be proud of? Then wouldn't our harvest of 9,006 points be sky high? Should they say it or not? What about you guys? The other team leaders looked over at the same time. Everyone had an expression of looking at the newbies making a fool of themselves. You just entered the martial arts masterclass. Do you recognize herbs? Just the nearly 1-foot-thick encyclopedia of spiritual herbs, the 3-foot-thick encyclopedia of ferocious beasts, and the even thicker encyclopedia of star beasts would be enough to keep you busy for at least a few months. We can have our current achievements and have so many achievement points. That's the result of our daily hard work. Do you understand? You don't know how much effort we put in to get to where we are today. Do you think you can get it so easily? The others weren't disappointed or surprised at all when they saw the strange expressions on the faces of the members of Zhua Xiao's team. They were tongue-tied and wanted to say something, but didn't. It's normal to not gain anything. Zhao Zhongjun patted Zhua Xiao's shoulder and comforted him. Don't take it to heart. We didn't gain anything during our first training. When we get used to this kind of atmosphere in the future and accumulate more experience, we will naturally gain something. Bai Bingbing smiled and said, Yes, Xiao Duo. Don't be discouraged. I will teach you more when we go back. Wan Lixio coughed and said, Thank you very much. Ahem. Qin Fanyang coughed and glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo as a warning. This kid was the only one who liked to show off. The others didn't care. Chapter 144. In the afternoon, Qin Fanyang did not let the students continue their training. Instead, he waited for Luo Lai to come back after everyone had recovered from their injuries. The two of them, one in front and one at the back, slowly retreated. The group walked for about half of the distance when they suddenly discovered something. Why is there a corpse here? The traces are very fresh. Isn't this Mu Yinfeng? Who killed him? Everyone stepped forward to take a closer look, only to see that the surrounding vegetation was all withered. Although Mu Yunfeng's corpse was already headless, that emaciated body was still very familiar. Coupled with some of the markings on the body, it was very easy to identify. Who did it? Qin Fanyang and Luo Lai looked around, but they were confused and could not figure it out. After Mu Yinfeng attacked with Xiaoduo, he was pursued by Lu Jiansheng and the others. But didn't he already escape? How could he die here without a trace? There are traces of ice around here. Qin Fanyang took a look and said decisively. Luo Lai nodded to show his agreement. Then he said with a suspicious face, "But I have never heard of an expert who practiced ice techniques in Phoenix City." Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the traces of ice, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He secretly glanced at Bai Bingbing and could not help but shudder. "Mummy, did Nyan Cat find out that this girl was pestering me just now? This is too dangerous. That's not right. Why did Nyan Cat appear? Could it be that she was too angry and just left?" Thinking about this, Zhuo Xiaoduo became even more nervous. His face turned pale, and his head was filled with the uneasiness of being caught cheating. His whole body was restless. Then he inexplicably felt that his ears were hurting and but was uncomfortable. His whole body was wrinkled and seemed to be uncomfortable everywhere. Finished. This was Xiaoduo, am the hero of this generation. There seems to be a faint fragrance here. Qin Fanyang wrinkled his nose. He suddenly bent down and sniffed the grass on the ground. He walked forward and stopped after walking for more than 10 feet. He said, "This was done by a woman. Moreover, there were 2 women present at the time. The fragrance is different. The smell of blood mixed with the woman's fragrance. After leaving the range of the smell of blood, it became clearer. But with the ambience of the scene and the smell mixed together, we can basically confirm that Mu Yinfeng was killed without any resistance. That's why the headless corpse is so complete and the scene is not messy. In Phoenix City, there aren't many female experts who can kill Mu Yinfeng with this kind of cultivation. If Mu Yinyan personally made a move, Mu Yinfeng naturally wouldn't even have the time to react. But the neck of Mu Yunfeng's corpse clearly showed signs of wrinkling, which meant that he had the tendency to raise his head to look. So the one who did it was most likely not Mu Yinyan. I think the person who did this is most likely the legendary spiritual thought goddess. Qin Fanyang said, "The 2 women who appeared at the scene are both young women. It is said that Mu Yinyan has 2 female disciples. One of them is a spiritual cultivator, and the other is her junior sister." Luo Lai nodded. "Then, it's the 2 of them?" Qin Fanyang nodded and straightened his back. 80%. That's enough. So Xiaoduo looked at Qin Fanyang, sniffing and casually observing, and was actually able to directly deduce the truth. He was also shocked. Qin Fanyang's eyesight and experience could only be described with the word terrifying. After that, everyone went all the way back to the school and didn't encounter any more accidents. Then they went to the General Affairs office to exchange contribution points. Everyone present began to be stunned and began to doubt the time of their lives. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others not know the benefits of making a fortune in silence? They really didn't want to show off their wealth, but Zhao Zhangjun, Song Ziheo, Bai Bingbing, and the others had finished exchanging but didn't leave. The first two obviously wanted to seize Xiaoduo and the others make a fool of themselves. And by Bing Bing wanted to see them make a fool of themselves and take the opportunity to comfort Xiaoduo and get closer to each other. After all, the gains and losses of the moment had nothing to do with the overall situation. But Zhua Xiaoduo's physiognomy was the real treasure. How could she not hug such a golden thigh as soon as possible? But this one look caused a huge impact on human nature and human nature. In any case, in countless aspects. They watched with blank eyes as Li Chenglong and the others took off the big and small bags on their backs and piled them on top of the piled up. And then the contribution points weren't calculated by 3, 5 points, 10 points, 30 points, 50 points, or even hundreds, but by thousands. This pile for 1,000. This pile 1,800. This pile 2,300. This pile. He remembered that when he and the others handed over their items, it was always this one, 5 points, this one, 3 points. Looking at the others, they were all piling up. The 41 senior students of Class 19 were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. When did contribution points become so easy to get? Zhao Zhangjun was dumbfounded. This is too much, too much. Jia Shernan muttered to himself. Fuck, 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 fuck. Song Zaheo kept swallowing his saliva, but he was too uncultured. Only these 2 words could express his shock and surprise at the moment. The total is... The teacher in the General Affairs Department fiddled with the abacus for a while. 9,880 points. How do you plan to distribute it? As she spoke, she took out 6 blank contribution cards. The teacher was very satisfied. The final result of the calculation was a few hundred points more than Li Chenglong's previous calculation. Most of the items handed in by these students were actually rare herbs that other students couldn't find previously. Naturally, there were a few hundred more points. There were even a few kinds of herbs that the school didn't have in stock anymore. Let's divide it equally. Thank you, teacher, was Xiaoduo said calmly. The middle-aged teacher in the General Affairs Department looked at him in surprise. Divided equally? It was really rare to see a team that used such an equal distribution method. 6 people, 1,640 points each, and then the remaining 70 points will divide it again at the next contribution point. So Xiaoduo said very calmly. Okay. The middle-aged woman swiped 6 cards worth 1,640 points. Then, she took out another card and swiped 70 points. After swiping, she frowned. The remaining card is shared among all of you. Just leave it at the General Affairs Department. The remaining 70. The middle-aged woman grabbed the abacus again and tapped it for a while. Then, she looked up suspiciously. So was Xiaoduo, right? Who's your math teacher? There was a burst of laughter all around. Qin Fangyang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. As expected, Zhua Xiaoduo said innocently, My teacher is Qin Fangyang. What's wrong with that? Teacher? The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses and looked at Qin Fangyang. Teacher Qin, your teaching is a little biased. Qin Fangyang was speechless. There are only 40 points left. Your student can't count well. The middle-aged woman swiped and scratched off another 30 points. Then, she was done. She continued to chatter. Teacher Qin, even a martial artist needs to know how to count. You have to teach him a little bit of this. Otherwise, when he enters society, he might be at a disadvantage. Qin Fangyang's lips squirmed, and he said dryly, Okay, I'll teach him. I'll teach him later. He thought to himself, Zhua Xiaoduo will be at a disadvantage when he enters society? That's impossible that this kid doesn't bask in the limelight of others. Others should be celebrating. But I'll have to teach him well later. Counting math. Biased. I'll teach you to be biased. Qin Fangyang gritted his teeth and led the class back to the classroom with a darkened expression. Now, each of you can use your contribution points to exchange at the place you want to go. Before he finished speaking, Qin Fangyang slapped Zhua Xiaoduo and sent him rolling into the classroom. I'll go to the principal's office. When I come back, I'll teach you how to count properly. Let's settle the score. So Xiaoduo sat up from the ground with a dumbfounded expression. Why did you hit me? What did I do? You can't teach your students well. You're angry because you're humiliated by others, and now you're taking your anger out on me? So Xiaoduo was indignant. Not only did he not get the 30 contribution points, he even had to be beaten up. Where can I go to reason with this? Qin Fangyang had already left in a hurry. No matter what, the death of 6 students was a big matter. It had to be reported to the principal. Qin Fangyang had to pass this hurdle. In the principal's office, Shun Yushu and the other parents of the 6 families were already waiting. They had already called back with the grievous news. Now, the initial hysteria had passed. They were only waiting for the children's remains to be returned. Every parent's eyes were red and swollen. A few of them were full of regret. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. We shouldn't have let them go. A few parents were so regretful that their intestines were swollen. Qin Fangyang pushed the door open and entered. Those red and swollen eyes immediately turned to look at him like hungry wolves. They're back. Qin Fangyang's expression was heavy. The children's remains have been brought back. It's just that they're very incomplete. Their small team was besieged by a group of 3-tailed tigers. There were more than 10 of them. I've already killed all of them. Qin Fangyang recounted the entire incident in detail. After that, he did not say anything else. At this moment, Shin Yushu stood up with red eyes. Qin Fangyang. Every word was enunciated clearly. Qin Fangyang raised his head and said indifferently, "What advice do you have for me?" Advice? Regarding this matter, don't you have anything else to say? Shin Yushu huffed and puffed, his gaze cold. Qin Fangyang said indifferently, "I've already told you everything that happened just now. I don't think I have anything else to say." Shin Yushu looked at Qin Fangyang like a wolf. "You mean to say that my son died in vain?" A few other parents had the same expression on their faces. Only 3 or 4 people's eyes were full of regret. However, there was not much resentment. "President Shun, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Qin Fangyang, you brought my son out for training. They're all dead, yet you came back safe and sound. You're saying you don't understand?" Shin Yushu was so angry that he laughed. "Qin Fangyang, my son, how can he die in vain? That I'll do my best. 6th watch. My hands are cramping. Please support me. Monthly votes, subscriptions, recommendation tickets. Of course, it would be better if there were rewards. I'll go home and rest. For the sake of the 6th watch, let's forget about Zhao Li's matter. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.